Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Strength of a God. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 3. You all done? A voice interrupted them from their thoughts. They turned and saw Preemie sitting on one of the chairs near the counter while looking at them with his same indifferent expression. Haruheim smiled sweetly when she saw him and walked over to him before sitting at the chair beside him. Lily felt jealous witnessing this. As she was thinking of sitting on the other side of Preemie's, she stopped. She frowned while looking at the empty seat. Suddenly she didn't feel like sitting there. Shengming is sitting on that empty seat. Since no one can see her, they didn't know. However, Shengming still released an aura which prevents others from approaching her or the chair. Lily then shook her head, decided to forget about sitting there. When they reached Orario, Preemie's had already waken up Ace. So, now she was standing at the side. Of course, no one could see her because Shengming is hiding both of their presences. At this time, Ace looked at Haruheim. Ace, Sister Shengming, how does this Renard, Haruheim? Yes, Haruheim. How does Haruheim become this beautiful? She wasn't like this yesterday. After seeing and being with divine beauties like Ophis and Shengming, in current Ace eyes someone even as appealing as Reveria and Freya appeared normal now. Let alone Haruheim. However, it may be due to both Lily and Haruheim being half-members, Ace has a very good impression of them. That's also why she noticed that Haruheim became more beautiful compared to other times when she didn't give much thought at such things. Shengming, hee. Don't worry, I am sure in future little Ace will also become more prettier. Ace, huh? How? Shengming, that will be up to husband. Ace, Lord. Shengming glanced at Preemie's who was sitting on her left. Ace also turned to look at him. She really wanted to know how Preemie's will make her more graceful like Haruheim. Too bad, Preemie's ignored both their gazes. Mia, brat, I have to say you are really something. You dared to do the deed with her under my roof without any of us realizing. Not only that, seeing how alluring she looks along with her lovely expressions, but it's also easy to guess that you must be very good on bed. Listening this, the faces of Ryo, Chloe, Anya, Lunwar, Lily, and even Haruheim turned red. Preemie's showed the same indifferent expression without replying. He has no intention of discussing his private life with Mia. Ace, Sister Shengming, what did she mean by Lord, must be very good on bed? Shengming smiled but didn't respond. Preemie's decided to ignore Mia for now and turned to Ryu and others. Preemie's, are you all ready to move? All of them nodded together. Preemie's, all right, go bring out your stuff. We are moving. Ryo, can you wait? We need to complete the cleaning before opening the pub today. Preemie's didn't answer and just waved his hand. A gust of wind appeared in the room. The wind was very gentle. Then it carried all the dust from every corner of the room out of the opened window. Everyone became dumbfounded witnessing this. Ace, amazing. Difference between Lord and my control over wind element is that heaven and earth. While everyone was dumbfounded, Mia and Seer showed different expressions. Mia expressions turned solemn while excitement appeared in Seer eyes. Mia, such perfect control over wind magic. And he didn't even chant. Looks like I am still underestimating him. Seer, Incredible. Preemie's no, the black swordsman. You are becoming more and more mysterious. I really want to uncover all your secrets. Preemie's, it's clean now. Go and bring out your stuff from your room. Preemie's words brought them out of their stupor before they nodded and hurriedly ran to their room to grab their stuff. Lily and Haruheim also did the same. While they were moving, Preemie's opened his mouth again. Preemie's, sorry but Seer is not moving with you all. All. Ryo, what do you mean? Preemie's, Seer still has some works I assigned to do. Chloe, is that so, meow? They all turned towards Seer. Seer at first didn't understand Preemie's meaning. But since she's sharp, she understood that there might be reason why Preemie stopped her. Preemie's also didn't say that Seer won't be moving even in future. Why? Because Seer was the one who brought Ryo and others together. She's their spiritual pillar. Hence, if he had said the truth, then Ryu and others would have also declined on moving to their new house. Seer, why yes. There are still some things I need to do. I will move once I am done with them. Lunwar, Then we can wait until you are done with the tasks. Mia, no. It will need time. On top of that, I have already decided to shut down the dormitory as of today. So, in case you don't want to move to his mansion, then you must find another place to live. Mia also realized what Premies was implying. Hence, she decided to give Seer a hand. Rio, that's. Seer, it's alright everyone. Once I am done with my works, I will join you. Rio, oh okay. Other waitresses also nodded before walking towards their room to pick up their stuff. Now only Premies, Seer, and Mia remained in the room. Of course, considering you will ignore the hidden Ophis, Sheng Ming, and Ace that is. Seer, so, why you don't want me to move with Ryu and others? Mia remained silent at the sidelines. However, she was also listening attentively. Premies, Lily and Haruheim are going to join Hestia Familia. Hence, Hestia will live together with them. Do you really think your disguise can work in front of Hestia, divine perception? Both Seer and Mia opened their eyes wide but for different reasons. Mia, he knew that Seer is Lady Freya in disguise. In the entire Orario only Mia knew that Seer was Freya in disguise. That's because when Mia wanted to leave the Freya Familia to open the Hostess of Fertility, Freya agreed on the condition that Mia allowed Freya to work as a waitress under her Seer identity. Otherwise, it's impossible for Mia or anyone to see through Freya disguise unless they also had similar skill like divine perception of Hestia. Seer, no wonder he stopped me. I really can't appear in front of Hestia in this form. Seer is not afraid of her disguise being seen through by Hestia. She just can't let Ryu and others know about it. That's also why Preemy stopped her. He also can't let Ryu and others know about this. Why? Even though Freya Familia is the strongest Familia in Orario, Freya's reputation is not that good. Just like Loki, Freya is also very manipulated. She will do everything in her power to get her hands on what she wants. And almost every god and adventurer know that. Once her identity will be known to Ryu and others, a rift will be formed between them. They trust Seer but not Freya. Hence, they will think that Seer or Freya saved them not out of goodwill but because she had some other motive behind it. As a result, their sisterhood will start to crumble. They will even get suspicious of each other, let alone those who will try to approach them. Not that surprising, if you got betrayed by the one you trust the most, you start to get suspicious of everyone around you. That's why Premies didn't expose her identity. Seer, why Hestia Familia? Why not anyone else? Premies, because they are safe with Hestia around. Seer, well, that's true. Yes. That's another one of the reasons why he wants Lily and Haruheim to join Hestia Familia. Not only Hestia can provide them the warmth of the family but also the security. Premies know Hestia personality very well. If any danger come to Lily and Haruheim, Hestia won't hesitate a single bit to release her arcanum to get rid of it. Even when completely being aware that she will be forcefully sent to heaven. She won't hesitate. There's another thing he knew now. Even though they won't show it on their face, Freya, Loki, and even more gods are actually afraid of Hestia wrath. Because Hestia is actually first-generation god. Just below primordial god like Aurena's. Whereas Loki and Freya are third-generation gods. Even if they become 100 times stronger, they won't be Hestia match. Premies came to know about the ranks in gods when he became omniscient of this group. Let's forget about the ranks of god for now since it's still too far. But a piece of information. To become god, one's base stats means without any amplification boost like enhanced mode should reach 1 million. This power is enough to destroy a universe. That's why 9th dimensional god, limit 2nd level existence can reach, is nothing more than ant in real god eyes. Difference between 81,000 and 1 million in stats is that of heaven and earth. Premies, anyway, that's the gist of it. I told Hestia last night to arrive at Raven Sight in the morning. I am sure she will be reaching there soon. Seer, okay. I guess I will wait here then. After 5 minutes. Ryu and others came down. Their hands were full of their stuff. Premies put them all into his inventory before leaving, Hostess of Fertility. Ryu, Seer, are you not coming? You can at least come with us to look. Seer, no. I am fine. I already saw it yesterday. And I can't leave, Hostess of Fertility, empty. Lunwar, empty. Mia, what? I can't with you girls to take a look at your new home. Chloe, and no. That's not what we mean, meow. Anya, why yes, meow. Mia, then let's go. Rio, but is it okay to leave Seer here all alone? What if some thief or assassin come? After all, Seer is just a normal civilian. Seer, don't worry, I will fine. Lunwar, but. Seer, hee hee. I am sure if I face some danger someone will come running to save me. At this point, Seer glanced at Preemy's back who was walking away. Ryu and others also witnessed her action. Then they also look at Premi's back before their heart relaxed. After giving Seer one last nod, they followed behind him. As for Premies, who heard everything. Premies, you need someone to protect you. What a joke. In this world, the only person who is immune to your charm is Hestia. Even the current Bell can't escape you since he doesn't have Liaris Freeze skill yet. Then his thoughts wandered at something else. After some time, he took a sigh of defeat. What happens? You worried about something? Premies, yes. I am sure Ina's gonna kill me when I will go to meet her before taking Haruheim and Lily to dungeon. Oh. I won't deny that. When you disappeared 1 month ago after destroying Ishtar Familia, not only did you not inform her about your 1-month absence like you told Lily and Haruheim, but also increased her workload. And you increased it even more when you destroyed a noble lineage again after returning. Premies twitched his lips hearing this. Premies, sigh, I need to think of a way to confront Ina without receiving a slap. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, What is Fairness? *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 3. Premies then continued walking to his new mansion, Raven Sight, with Ryu and others following behind. During the way, they saw many people who were looking outside from their window to check whether the nobles' troops were present on the street before coming out. Fear was visible in their eyes. Witnessing this, all the waitresses stopped talking among themselves and became silent. All of them clenched their fists tightly. In that last month, the fear of nobles had already been deeply rooted in all civilians' and adventurers' hearts. Orario was no longer as lively as before. Let alone Ryu and others, even Ace was following behind, clenched her fists. They all were helpless to do anything. At this time, they heard these people talking among themselves in low voices. However, since everyone here were high-level adventurers compared to these civilians, they heard it clearly. Civilian 1, if only, the black swordsman, haven't come to Orario. Civilian 2, that bastard. All of this is the black swordsman fault. Civilian 3, because of his enmity with nobles, we have to suffer. Civilian 4, it will be great if he is already dead. Civilian 5, no. I am pretty sure he is hiding. Otherwise, nobles won't be sending their troops to check our places. Civilian 6, die already, the black swordman. Civilian 7, I hope your death will be worse. Rio, Chloe, Anya, and Lunwar face paled when they heard this. These who were blatantly cursing didn't know that the said person just walked past them. Then they all took a sigh of relief seeing Premies' indifferent expression. Clearly indicating he didn't care what people think about him. But there's someone people who didn't like it. They were obvious Lily, Haruheim, and Ace. No matter what, Premies is their lord. How could they remain silent when they heard how these people were insulting him in broad daylight? Ace's hand then moved towards the lambent light at her waist. While Lily and Haruheim started to condense their magic. Premies, stop Ace. Ace, but lord they. Premies, stop. Ace, yes. Premies, stop. Lily, Haruheim. Ace then removed her hand and Lily, Haruheim also stopped. Old them would have never even thought of attacking civilians, but current Ace, who was clearly affected by Premies' heart, and Lily, Haruheim, who witnessed the dark side of Orario last month, changed a lot. Civilians, adventurers, and gods. It doesn't matter. If they were their lord enemies, they won't hesitate to attack them. Lunwar, Chloe, and Anya didn't understand what Premies meant by saying stop to Lily and Haruheim. Because they didn't see any change in them. However, Rhea was different. As an elf, she's very sensitive to magic. Hence, a solemn look appeared on her face. Others might not have noticed it, but she sensed the magic condensing around them even when they didn't show any movement in their actions. This greatly shocked her. Rio, just how? How do they have such a fine control over their magic? They didn't use chant. At this time, they passed by an alley. Suddenly Rio heard something and stopped. Her action also made others to stop. Lunwar, what's happened, Rio? Chloe, there's a crying of a child, meow. Lunwar, oh. Rio didn't go inside. She turned to look at Premies, who also stopped on his tracks. Premies, go, I will wait. Rio, thank you. Rio smiled sweetly before rushing in. Rio has a huge sense of justice in her heart. That's why Premies didn't try to stop her. Seeing Rio back, Lunwar, Chloe, and Anya turned to Premies, who only gave them a small nod. Then they also follow Rio. Once they were all gone, Haruheim opened her mouth. Haruheim, husband, why did you stop us? We were not going to kill them. We just want to teach them a lesson. Preemies, by doing this, you both would have also become the object of their hatred. Lily, we don't care whether they will hate us or not. Preemies shook his head before continuing. Preemies, human or civilians, are weak creatures. Once they suffer and get hurt, they start to find someone who they can put the blame on. Haruheim. Lily. Preemies, select 2 people. One normal and one genius. Then give them a target to achieve. Genius 1 will hurriedly reach his goal while normal 1 will take a time. However, the moment normal 1 will hit a wall, instead of lamenting his own weakness, he will lash at genius 1, saying world is unfair for him. Lily and Haruheim, unfair. Preemies gave a mocking laugh. Preemies, what did he mean by unfair? In the world, there's no such thing as fairness. If a normal civilian want to become an adventurer, they need to struggle a lot, since no Familia want a weak person who isn't even level 1. Whereas if you have some good relationship with the same Familia members, they will let you join easily. Where is fairness? If you want to sell magic stones in guild and you didn't join any Familia, then you must pay the tax of 20%, whereas if you have joined a Familia, you only need to pay the tax of 8%. Where is fairness? Even if you joined a Familia, Familia most focus will be on their main members, whereas they won't care much even if you will die, since you are just a mere newbie. Where is fairness? Haruheim. Lily. Preemies, just like you both. I will make you both reach heights which you both could have never imagined. Every adventurer and gods will get jealous of both you and your Familia, saying it's unfair for both of you to have such great talent, and it's also unfair for your god to have you both. Haruheim. Lily. Preemies, at first, many adventurers will try their best to catch up to you and they will fail. Can you guess what will happen? Lily and Haruheim both gulped. They suddenly felt that Preemies' next words will affect them greatly. Preemies, at first, they will admire you. Then they will look up to you. Then they will start to fear you. And then they will start to hate you. So, be ready. As you both will become stronger, you both will see such people a lot. Haruheim. Lily. Haruheim and Lily become silent completely. They knew what Preemies said is true. Everyone hates talented people. They will do everything to get their hands on such people. However, if they failed, they preferred to erase them. Even when there's no enmity between them. They will face the same thing soon too. Preemies let them remain in their thoughts while waiting for waitresses to return. Preemies, yes. There's no such thing as fairness. Loki Familia was already a strong Familia during Zeus and Hera times. It was extremely difficult to join them. Yet Ace was able to join them. Why? It's not because Loki saw hatred for monsters in her eyes. Every week. Every month. Every year. Countless adventurers died in dungeon. Many of them had family. With their death many children became orphaned. You can't say that the hatred these children have for monsters will be less than Ace. Preemies then glanced at Ace. Preemies, some of them possessed even greater hatred than Ace. Then why Ace was chosen by Loki, not the other children? That's because Ace possessed her strongest skill, Ariel, from the very beginning. That's why she was chosen, not the others. So, where is fairness? Why did she possess this skill but not others? Why? That's because she was the heroine of this world. Chosen by the very will of this world. By now, Ryu returned with Lunwar, Chloe, and Anya following behind. Though, their facial expressions were not good. When meeting Preemies' gaze, they looked away. Preemies, let's go. Preemies then turned and walked towards the location. He didn't ask them what happened because he was already witness everything with his elemental sight. Asterisk. Asterisk. The boy was crying at the end of the alley. Ryu and others approached him and started to console him. After their consoling, the boy calmed down. According to the boy, he lived with his mother who run a flower shop for earning. His father died in dungeon. They both were living a content life. Yet, it was all destroyed last month. Noble soldiers entered their home saying they received the news of the Black Swordsman here. Once they were done checking, they said they want to have a private talk with her mother. His mother sent him in his room while she talked with them. At the beginning everything was normal, but later at night he heard the laugh of those soldiers and his mother groan in painful voice. It kept on going on for the entire night until those soldiers left in the morning. The boy entered her mother room and found her naked figure covered in white fluid. Since he was knowledgeable about adult stuff, he knew what transpired last night. This greatly affected him. When he approached her mother, she looked at him and showed him a reassuring smile saying she is okay. Then he helped her mother to wash her body before everything returned normal. Or so he thought. After 2 days, those soldiers came again, and same thing happened. From then on, those noble soldiers came every 2-3 days and he had to see her mother's sorry figure every time. Since he was powerless, the only thing he could do this watch. This helpless turned into hatred for those soldiers. As he was thinking of a way to get revenge on them, he heard people said the reason for their suffering is the black swordsman. Hence, the hatred boy had for soldiers turned towards preemies. After the boy calmed down completely, he spoke in very cold voice. Boy, I will join a familia to become an adventurer. Then I will kill the black swordsman with my own hands. Hearing such a cold voice full of hatred, Ryu and others became silent. Asterisk. Asterisk. Currently, they were approaching Raven's site. No one talked this time. Currently, the person every hate the most in Orario are not nobles but the black swordsman. Too bad, preemies didn't give a damn. Now even level 9 adventurers is nothing but ants in his eyes. As for that boy, he didn't care either. While the boy was talking with Ryo, preemies already saw his fate lines. Because boy was blinded by his hatred and power, he went deeper into dungeon to become strong faster. There he died. And the worst death. Preemies, pathetic. This is what happened when you let emotions get the best of you. Ophis, preemies, there are many people who want to kill you. Why are you letting them live? Preemies, did you think with their meager strength, they can do anything? Ophis, that's true. But it's still irritating when insects buzz near your ears. Preemies, ha 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 ha. I won't deny that. Still, the reason I didn't make any move because they all are going to die, anyway. Ophis, is that so? Ophis tilted her head cutely. Preemies, glimpse in the river of time, Ophis. Ophis, A glint passed in Ophis' eyes. Ophis, oh. So, that animal you bring to life do the thing. Preemies, yes. When Ace was doing her magic control practice last time, Preemies glimpsed into the river of time. That time he saw the destruction Behemoth did. Preemies, more than half of the population in Orario died. Hence, if I kill right now even more population will plummet. That's why I didn't take any action. Ophis, oh. Okay. Preemies smiled seeing how Ophis was now taking initiative to ask him. His gaze then returned to front. Raven's sight was already in front, and he can Hestia and Hephaestus waiting for them. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Entering Raven's sight. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 power stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 3. Hestia, so slow. Hephaestus and I have been waiting here for a long time. Hestia started to complain the moment she saw Preemies. Behind him she saw other people. When they heard Hestia words, they feel bad making God wait. Seeing this, Hestia proudly raised her chest. And her big boobs came in front. Hephaestus signed witnessing this. She knew Hestia was just joking with them. With Hestia character, she will never look down on mortals like they were inferior compared to most gods. Preemies, you arrived not even 5 minutes ago. Scene became dead silence. Everyone behind him started to stare intensely at Hestia. Even though they don't know how Preemies knew this, but still believed him. As for Hestia, her lips twitched when exposed. She then hurriedly looked away to hide her embarrassment. Preemies' gaze then fell on Hephaestus. Preemies, how's your eye now? Hephaestus, ha. It good. Thank you for curing it. Hephaestus then bowed her towards Preemies. Preemies only nodded. However, Ryu and others became shocked. No matter how bad a situation became, God will never bow and lower themselves in front of mortals like them. They had witnessed some gods bowing in front of another god before. But never saw a god bowing to mortal. And seeing the sincerity in her eyes, they believe it. Preemies raised his hand and patted her head. Hephaestus opened her eyes wide witnessing his action before a genuine smile appeared on her face. After some time, Preemies removed his hand and Hephaestus raised her head. Hephaestus looked at Preemies with peculiar feeling in her eyes. Since except from Preemies everyone present were women, they realized what those feelings were. They then looked at Preemies strangely. All woman, great. Another one fall for him. Preemies not only splendidly ignored their gazes but also decided to remain ignorant to Hephaestus' gaze. However, since these gazes were not showing sign of stopping, Preemies decided to do the thing which every dense protagonist or MC or hero of different worlds do to get out of such situation. Preemies, Why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my place? And Hephaestus, your eyes look even more strange. Did something like dust fell in your eyes? Everyone became silent. They suddenly have a huge urge of beating Preemies. Even Hestia lips twitched, and vein appeared on Hephaestus' forehead. Preemies, wow. When I saw and read about those dense protagonists respond, I always started to curse them. But now I loved it. It's really a best way to get out of such situation. Hephaestus, why yes. Looks like something fell in my eyes. Premies, is that so? Let me look. Premies then brought his face extremely close to Hephaestus. Hephaestus' face turned as red as monkey butt, and she took a step back. Hephaestus, it's okay. It's fine now. Premies, I see. However, why is your face red? Do you have fever? More veins appeared on Hephaestus' forehead. Though, this time she was not the only one. Others were the same. They were now barely controlling themselves from beating Premies and opening his head to check what's inside. Hephaestus, maybe just a little. Don't worry, it will go away soon. Premies, as you said so. Sheng Ming chuckled witnessing this. Even Ace lips raised slightly. When did God became ill? Premies was clearly teasing her. Sheng Ming, husband, can you stop teasing them? If you kept on forcing them, I am sure they won't be able to stop themselves from attack you. Premies, I know. Premies then stopped teasing Hephaestus and turned towards his new mansion. Manager really did his job as he promised. The entire mansion was renovated. All the broken floors, furniture, and so on are completely new inside. Even the black fence was painted again anew. Now, it looked newly built mansion. Premies checked every information of the mansion at molecular level because of his elemental sight. This confirmed that every material used while repairing were top-notch. Premies, this time that manager really lost a big one. Agreed. All of this must have more than $1 billion. Premies, I just checked the River of Time. It cost him almost $7 billion. Oh. From what I know, materials won't cost this much, right? Premies, right. Materials only cost few millions. Rest of the money went to hiring adventurers. After all, Seer not only gave him the deadline till morning but also told him that the work should be perfect. True. Hence, he had no choice but to hire high-level adventurers. Huh. Premies, yes. Level 4 and Level 5 adventurers. No wonder. After the talk with you, Seer decreased the price to $2 billion. In that case, he sold you this mansion at the cost of $5 billion. Ha 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 ha. It's really his biggest lose. Premies, Hestia, here is the key of the mansion. Premies then took out the key out of nowhere and gave it to Hestia. Hestia looked at in her hand with dazed expression. After few seconds, she came out of her stupor. Hestia, why are you giving this key to me? Don't tell you are not going to live with us. Premies, you are absolutely right. I will visit from time to time, but I won't be living here. Hestia, why? It's your mansion. Premies, I am sure you already knew what my current reputation is. If by mistake a word was spread that I live here, then every nobles, adventurers, and civilians won't hesitate to attack. Hestia, that. All became silent. They clearly understand this. The only way to solve this issue is increasing his reputation. Premies, although, it won't be easy to increase my reputation. After Behemoth attack, the fear of monsters will become more apparent in people's hearts. And when I will return from by another world travel, Xeno's existence will come in open. That time, of course I will side with Xenos and will make sure they can live in Orario. Thence, people will hate me even more that time. As a result, it will take a lot of time to solve my reputation. Premies, let's go in. Lunwar, what about Mamma Mia? She said she will join us after some time, but she still isn't here yet. Premies, something came up so isn't coming. Rio, what happened? Premies, nothing. It's just a small matter. They nodded, no longer asking detail. Mia was lying when she said she will join them later to see their new place of living. She never had any intention of joining in the first place. She just wanted for Ryu and others to leave. Unlike Ryu and others, Mia had more experience. That's why her instincts warned her that a danger will be approaching Orario soon. But Ryu and others didn't sense such things. Currently, Mia is going through her room to take out her old armor, weapons, and other equipments which she used during her time as an adventurer. In case Ryu and others witness this, then even someone as slow-witted as Anya will realize something's wrong. Anya, hey, did you think of something rude about me, meow? Anya turned to Premies and showed her teeth like an angered cat. Premies, no. Anya, I can tell, meow. Premies, how? Anya, woman intuition, meow. Premies. Premies, damn this woman intuition. What a pain. Seeing her still baring her teeth at him. Put his hand on her hand and touched some specific pressure points. Anya, as if jolt by thunder, straightened up suddenly. Then Premies did the same while touching her ears. A jolt of pleasure passed through her body and Anya closed her while started purring like cat. Everyone, did he have skill to tame cats? As that was everyone's thought, Chloe had envious expression. She really wanted to change places with Anya since she herself experienced Preemie's heavenly hand. Preemies, have you calmed down now? Anya, yes, meow. Anya enthusiastically said while wagging her tail right and left. Preemies then looked at Hestia. Preemies, how long you planned on staying outside? Hestia, oh. Yes. Yes. Hestia hurriedly walked in front of the gate and opened the gate with the key. Click. Creak. The gate opened and they walked inside. Hestia was in lead while others following behind. The garden was still barren, so they ignored it for the time being and entered the mansion directly. After opening the front door, they entered. Looking at the whole new furniture, new polished floor, white ceiling, stairs and corridors with red carpet on it and beautiful chandelier in the very center of the ceiling, everyone gobsmacked. Hestia, beautiful. I still can't believe I am going to live here from now on. Hephaestus, even I want to live here now. It's not that others can't do the same to their house, but the price for such things is too astronomical. Hence, instead of using it on their house, adventurers prefer to use their valise on potions and equipments which can increase their chances of survival in dungeon. Nonetheless, some strongest familia use it on their familia buildings. Like Freya Familia or Ishtar Familia. As for Loki Familia, not much. The Twilight Manor they were currently living was the property of Hera Familia before. Not the least Hephaestus Familia. Rather than spending it on house, they spend it on materials and forging materials. Not all adventurers order custom-made weapon. In case of custom-made weapon, they need to provide all the materials themselves. Hence many prefer the already forged one. Like magic swords. On top of that, almost every member of Hephaestus Familia is a blacksmith. Thus, they spend more time in their workshop than their lodging. Rio, is this mansion has a name? Preemies, Raven Sight. Hestia, can't it be Hestia Familia Mansion? Preemies, no. Hestia, come on. Preemies, buy one for yourself and you can name it however you want. By the way, the cost of this mansion is 2 billion. Pay me and it's yours. Hestia, bleh. Hestia showed Preemies her tongue and started to look around the mansion. Let alone 2 billion, she didn't have 100 valise with her currently. Not that surprising since she had been freeloading at Hephaestus' place ever since she came from heaven. Preemies, check and take the room you want. All, okay. While they were looking around, Preemies came out of the mansion and looked at the barren land in front. Preemies, I leave this to you, Shengming. Shengming, yes, husband. Then a pulse of life magic was sent all around inside the black fence of mansion. While Shengming was doing this, Preemies was also sending his power in the ground to make land stronger. Godo. Godo. Ground started to tremble. Since Preemies made the ground stronger, it didn't tremble that much. After few seconds, trees break out of the ground one by one. They rose and stopped at the height of 4 meters, i.e., 13 feet 1 inch feet or 400 centimeters. Then Preemies used his power and those black fences started to rose. As they rose, a wall came out of the ground. It stopped at the height of 3 meters, i.e., 9 feet 8 inches feet or 300 centimeters. Now the whole mansion was surrounded by 3 meters tall wall on top of which there were 2 meters tall black fence. The walls were perfectly polished and very sturdy. Then all around the mansion grass, flowers, plants grow one by one. Now not only just mansion but its around area also become very beautiful. Hestia and others came out at this time and witnessed this scene. Seeing this they all dumbfounded. Preemies, with this Raven Sight, is complete. I have also made the area inside very sturdy. Now even if 4th dimensional gods, or level 16 pseudo-god, fight here, the damage will remain minimum. You did the same thing to Raven Sight too, right? Preemies, yes. Even though it's not as sturdy as outside. But one will still need the strength of level 11 pseudo-god to even make a hole. It's really a good. Preemies, I know. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Universe Laws. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 power stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 3. Preemies, alright, it's perfect now. At this time, others also came out of their stupor. But theirs were still full of surprise witnessing this. Hestia, you. How did you do it? Preemies, I have my own ways. Since you all have already checked the Raven Sight, why don't you all check garden now? Hestia, okay. They started to check the garden. Seeing so many trees, beautiful flowers and so on, everyone feel refreshed. Ria was the happiest one of all. Since as an elf she always loved the nature. Preemies, Lunoir, come here. Lunoir, huh? Lunwar showed a confused expression when Premies called her. Still, she walked towards his location. Others also wondered why Premies called Lunwar. Considering he didn't say only Lunwar can come, they also decided to follow. They went deeper into the trees and reached where Premies was. Premies was currently standing in front of the wall that are covering entire Raven site. Lunwar, what is it? Premies, Lunwar, use your full strength and punch the wall. Lunwar. Premies, don't worry, I will take responsibility if something happens. Lunwar looked at Premies for some time before nodding her head. She then walked and stopped in front of the wall. After taking a deep breath, she took the stance. Her eyes became serious as she concentrated her full power on her fist. Just like Premies said she was going to use her full power. Once her preparations were done, she attacked. Lunwar, Haiya. Boom. Lunwar has crush skill. Whenever she attacked the moment it touched her target, it will activate automatically. The same thing happened here but. Step. 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 Drip. Drip. Lunwar took 3 steps back. Her fist was bleeding, but no one even gave it a look. Because wall in front of them didn't have a single scratch. No damage at all. Lunwar is level 4 strength-based adventurer, so her strength was highest than everyone currently present. Of course, ignoring Premies' group. If even Lunwar can't do any damage to the wall with her physical strength, it's impossible for others. Premies walked to Lunwar's side at this time. He took her right hand in his left hand before using his magic to heal her hand. Lunwar sober when sensing Premies' action. A flush appeared on her face, but she didn't reject his help. When her hand was healed, he let it go. Premies, your turn Rio. Attack with your strongest magic. Rio, okay. Rio nodded and came in front. Lunwar returned to where others were standing, to look from the sidelines. Rio, in the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of starfire. Rio started her chant as magic started to gather around her. Rio, give the mercy of light to the one that abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Premies can already see the light and wind elements listening to Rio's call. Rio, cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Luminous wind. Wind and light element combined. The stardust gathers in several orbs. Premies, no need to hold back. Release all of them. Rio nodded before releasing all of them at once. The moment they touched the wall, all of them exploded. Swoosh. 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 Boom. 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 Some shockwave and force from those explosions rushed back towards Rio and those standing back. But before it could reach them, Premies stood in front of them. All the force when it touched Premies turned into gentle breeze. They took a sigh of relief before looking at Premies towering back. At this time, dust settled down and wall appeared in front of eyes again. Witnessing no damage on it like before, all their eyes wide opened. Premies nodded when he noticed their expression. Premies, with this they will believe more that they are safe inside the walls. I will also use my magic to create anti-flying field all around the Raven site. That will be better. By doing this, even if someone get a flying magic or skill, they won't be able to fly inside. Premies, HM. Ophis, the power spread. Premies, yes. I not only made the walls sturdy and extremely resistant to magic but also use special material. Ophis, special material. Premies, yes. The walls all around the Raven site are constructed of these special materials and is made up of a single entity. As a result, the force acting on a single point of the wall will spread over the entire surface of wall. Ophis, oh. Premies smiled when Ophis nodded her head. I see. This the same technology used in modern worlds. Used mainly in bulletproof vests. By the way, did you use this technique in Underground too? Premies, yes. Asterisk psi asterisk not only did you use it inside and outside of the wall but also in Underground too. This could only be described as extravagance. Not only the price of this special material is very expensive but also the production of the material for every square meter of area increase. It doubled. And if you see the length and height of the walls around and under the Raven site, then one could guess how much resources had been wasted. Premies, since it's for the protection of Lily and Haruheim, Rio, and others, it's fine. I guess. Though, I was still wondering how they will react if they know that the cost of these walls is hundreds of trillions. Premies, I wonder myself. After all, even Zeus and Hera Familia barely earned 500 billion in their time, let alone hundreds of trillions. That's true. Chloe, how is this possible, meow. Anya, just strong these walls are, meow. Everyone turned to Premies, who replied in nonchalant manner. Premies, even if Otter come attack with his full power, the result will be same as yours. Everyone became shocked. The strongest level 7 adventurer of Orario with alias King can't even put a scratch or dent on the wall even if he will go all out. That's extremely difficult to believe. Premies, anyway, go in and wait for me in the drawing room. I will be there in a minute or two. All nodded before walking back inside. Once they were all inside, Premies disappeared from his spot and appeared in the sky. He looked down at Raven Sight, then used his magic. First, a domain covered all the area around the Raven Sight. This was no flying domain. Except him who was this domain creator, no one can fly inside. If someone wanted to fly, then they need his permission. Another way to fly inside is by becoming pseudo-god. Means reach level 11 or higher. Next, he used his magic again and strengthened the black fences on top of the wall. Now just not only they were extremely sharp but also poisonous. Their tips looked very menacing. These tips can easily penetrate through the defense of level 9 adventurers. When it will penetrate through one's skin, its extremely potent poison will enter one's bloodstream. If antidote was not taken in 1 minute, then even a level 9 adventurer will die. As for the domain around the Raven Sight, to remain active all the time, it will absorb the magic from the nature and the ground. Space is also locked inside, so no one can use space magic to appear inside. Along with many more countermeasures. Premies then opened Twilight Shop and buy a core. That was the core of 5th dimensional god, level 25 pseudo-god, beast. He then looked at glowing core in this hand. He already covered it with his magic so that no one can sense it. Premies then sent some commands inside before merging it with the space. What was that for? Premies, an insurance. Insurance. Premies, the domain around the mansion is only no flying domain. It can't protect those inside Raven Sight. And in case a greater danger will come knocking their door, then a barrier will erect and will cover the entire area of Raven Sight. That time that core will be the one to supply magic to the barrier. I get what you are doing. It's already guaranteed that Hestia won't hesitate to use her arcanum if Lily and Haruheim life will come in danger. Or maybe if same thing will happen to Ryu and others. However, once she will be forcefully sent back to heaven, their situation will become dangerous again. Because at that time they will be without any protection. Premies, yes. It's fine as long as Hestia only release her divinity. But I want her to release her arcanum at the last minute. Not before. Means even when this barrier will break. Premies, as long as only adventurers will attack barrier, then even if level 9 adventurers attack non-stop, barrier will remain standing for more than 100 years. But if gods made their move and attack with their divinity, it would break even faster. Worst case. A god will release her arcanum and attack before being sent back to heaven. The barrier will break in one hit. Premies nodded. Then shouldn't you use high-level materials? Like the core of 4th level or higher existence. Premies, this group limit is 3rd level existence. Even if they are mere core of higher existence, the power in them is not something his group can handle. Can't you just suppress its power to 3rd level existence? Premies, I can, but if many gods will attack together, the suppressing on it will be lifted and the result will be same. Then use the core 3rd level existence beast. Premies, that will be even more foolish. 3rd level existence possess divine power. Even their core will have it. Other gods will sense it in an instant. That time they will think Hestia killed a god and is now using his power for the barrier. As a result, she will become the enemy of entire god community. That time I am sure even Uranus will make its move to attack Hestia. Then why 5th dimensional god core? Why not 9th dimensional god core? Premies, that time the very universe laws of this world will make its move to destroy it. Premies, dimensional god path is a wrong to become god, so they are hated by the very universe laws themselves. After all, universe is made by gods themselves. But people found a way of becoming dimensional god. Instead of calling themselves as dimensional god, they blatantly call themselves as the real god. For the universe it's an insult to its creator. And since the beings living in the universe is its creation, a creation can't be stronger or equal to its creator. Ho! Premies, after all, 9th dimensional god is equal to the universe it's. Compared to gods who can create and destroy universe casually, with mere 1% of their strength. If 9th dimensional god uses his full power, he can also do the same. With this you can already guess the difference between them. One needs to use its full power to destroy the universe, and one only needs to use 1% of its power to do the same. Because of that, the strongest 2nd level existences in this group are 6th dimensional god. In case they try to even become 7th dimensional god, universe laws will make its move and will destroy them. Then. Just use 6th dimensional god core. Premies, not possible. 6th dimensional gods in this entire group are less than 100. Universe laws in on those universe are keeping close eye on them. Hence, if the power of sixth-dimensional God core will be released, universe law will sense it and will destroy it. Why? Granting a 6T-dimensional God or core remain hidden from universe law without it even realizing, it shows how much dangerous it will be if it will hide or hidden again and break through to even more higher stages. So, only 5th-dimensional core is the option. Because there are more than 1,000 5th-dimensional gods in this group. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. You already thought about it from every angle. You're right. If it was you who was using high-dimensional or higher existence cores, then it would have been fine. However, that's not the case for others. They must pay heavy price for it. Preemies, yes. Anyway, I am done for now. It's time for Lily and Haruheim to join Hestia Familia. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Joining Hestia Familia. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 3. Preemies entered the drawing room and saw others had already taken their seats. Drawing was quite big. There were 3 long couches placed in 3 directions with a table in between. As for the last direction, there was just a single sofa chair. Not difficult to guess that it was for the god or goddess of the Familia to sit. However, that seat was completely empty. No one sat on it. Preemies didn't give it much thought and directly sat on it. No one complained as to them. It felt completely natural that Preemies should take the head seat. Preemies, now then. Lily and Haruheim sit in front of Hestia. Both nodded and get up. Lunwar and Anya, who were sitting there, got up and sat where Lily and Haruheim were previously sitting. It's not there wasn't enough space. Even if all waitresses sat there along with Lily and Haruheim, there would still be place left for 2 more to sit comfortably. But since they knew it's an important matter, they decided to give them some space. Let alone them. Even Hephaestus, who was sitting at Hestia's side, got up and sat on the other couch. Now Hestia and Lily and Haruheim are sitting face to face. Hestia, so Preemies. My name is Preemies Rigla. Hestia, okay. So, Preemies, they are the ones who will join my Familia. Preemies, yes. Hestia, okay. Hello, my name is Hestia. Lily Ruka Arde. Haruheim, Sanjino Haruheim. Lily and Haruheim answered with stoic look and cold voice. The only one who they showed their other emotions are only Preemies and the waitresses of Hostess of Fertility. Hestia didn't become disheartened by seeing their cold eyes and hearing their cold voice. Preemies already told her that it's completely up to her how she made them open to her. Hestia, you both have good name. Can I call you my Lily and Haruheim? Lily and Haruheim, nod. Hestia, good. Then Lily, Haruheim, do you want to join my Familia? Lily. Haruheim. None of them answered and remained silent. Hestia decided to wait for them. Since they didn't reject directly means they were hesitant about something. Room became silent. No one speak for some time. After waiting for some more, Lily and Haruheim made an eye contact with each other before nodding. Lily opened her mouth first. Lily, Miss Hestia, we don't mind join your Familia, but there's something we want to tell you. Hestia, what is it? Haruheim, to us our benefactor and the one who we decided to dedicate our life to is the Black Swordsman. Hence, we won't be able to give you the same position as him in our heart. Lily, so, we won't be able to call you Hestia-sama or Lady Hestia, but we'll stick to Miss Hestia. The room became silent. Not only Ryu and others opened their eyes wide, but even Hephaestus frowned listening this. God stood on the top of food chain in not only Danmachi world but the whole group. And once you joined a Familia, then that God held the highest position of all. Hence Lily and Haruheim words were very rude. It's like they are saying, even if we will come under you and will become stronger because of your help, you will only be our goddess in name. It doesn't matter even if you're a goddess, your position will be lower than Preemies, who is a mortal. These words are like slap to God face. Sheng Ming nodded and smiled listening this. Now she had even more favorable impression of Lily and Haruheim. Lily and Haruheim current position are just like how a knight who had dedicated his very life to his king met an emperor. That emperor gave him an offer that he can make him stronger if he will come under him. However, the knight answered by saying that he will be willing to come under him, but he will never kneel to him. He will only kneel in front of his king and no one else. Because if he will kneel to emperor, it means he will lower his king, which he was unwilling to do. That's the same case here. Lily and Haruheim had no intention of lowering Preemies' position even in front of a god. If there was another god instead of Hestia right now, then that god would have long filled with rage. But Hestia is open-minded and didn't care about such things. She smiled at Lily and Haruheim before saying, Hestia, You don't need to call me Miss Hestia either. Just Hestia is fine. Ryu and others became even more shocked witnessing Hestia's easygoing attitude. Mortal calling God by its name is extremely disrespectfully. Hephaestus, Hestia, what are yo? Hephaestus stopped in the midway of her sentence. She suddenly felt a chill down her spine and cold sweat appeared on her. She turned her gaze in front and saw Premies staring at her. His blood eye with 3 tomo in them rose a primal fear in her heart. Premies' voice then sounded near her ears. Premies, this is the matter between Hestia and her soon-to-be Familia members. Don't interfere and let them talk it through their own. Hephaestus nodded instantly and decided to keep quiet this time. She had never felt such fear during her entire millions years of life. It's true she had met with primordial gods during her time in heaven. But even they didn't make her feel like this. A fear that came from her very soul. Premies' awakening, god of destruction, was the one who slaughtered every god without any mercy. Hence, even if he was not using his awakening, he can still release a wisp of that power to suppress Hephaestus at soul level. Hestia, so, what's your decision? Lily and Haruheim became silent. They pondered for some time before responding together. Lily and Haruheim, please take care of us from now on, Miss Hestia. Hestia, I told you Hestia is fine. But still, leave it to me. Tense atmosphere disappeared and it became lively again. Premies, since it's been decided, give your blessing to them. I want to take them to dungeon after that. Hestia, huh? Can't we wait till tomorrow? I want to talk to them and get to know them better. Premies, no. You can talk with them once they have done their today's dungeon expenditure. Hestia, but... Lily, please give us your blessing, Miss Hestia. Haruheim, yes. We want to become stronger faster. Seeing the firmness in their eyes, Hestia gave in. Hestia, all right, let's go another room. I will give bestowed my blessing to you both. Premies, no need for that. Lily, Haruheim. Lie down on the couch and show your back to Hestia. Hestia, what are you saying, Premies? They can't show their back when a man like you is present in the room. Hestia said with flushed face. Hephaestus along with Ryu and others also nodded their head. However, Premies ignored them and looked to Lily and Haruheim. Others also moved their gaze to them and startled. Lily and Haruheim were already undressing themselves when Premies told them to. Chloe, stop Lily, Haruheim, Premies is still present in the room, meow. Anya, you should do it in another room, meow. Hestia, yes. Yes. Aren't you feeling any embarrassment doing this here? As they were trying to stop them, Premies spoke. Premies, why should they be embarrassed? I have already seen their full body before. Everyone. All became dumbfounded listening this. When Premies made Lily his half-member and gave her new skills, he had already seen her whole body. As for Haruheim, they have already done the deed 3 times by now. First, when suppressing her awakened bloodline in Ishtar Familia residence. Second, when he was done with his Abyss Trail Eye and unlocked his second awakening, Perfect Holification. Third, just last night. Once they done removing their upper body cloth, they lay down on the couch with back facing up in front of many astonished eyes. Premies, Hestia. Hestia, why yes. Hestia then first approached Lily and sat on her lips. Next, she joined her hand before light started to release from it. Once the light of condensed to the desirable amount, she opened her hands and a globe of white magic appeared between. Hestia took a deep breath and gulped unconsciously. Premies, no need to be nervous. You are doing just fine. Premies walked over to Hestia and said calmly. Hestia turned to look at him before nodding. She had only come to mortal world almost 6 months ago. Hephaestus had told her the procedure about how to give blessing. But still, this is her first time giving one. So, she was very nervous. Premies' words worked like a charm and dissipate some of her nervously. She took another deep breath and placed her hands on Lily back. Since Ophis had already erased the blessing of Soma and Ishtar from Lily and Haruheim, they didn't need to go through conversion. The method of conversion is different and needs the consent of both gods. In the plot, Lily got the consent from Soma and Ishtar was sent to heaven by Freya. Once Ishtar was sent back to heaven, her blessing disappeared too. That's why they were able to join Hestia Familia. Soon the ceremony of blessing was complete and Hestia Familia emblem appeared on Lily's back. Or so Premies and everyone thought. Premies narrowed his eyes. Premies, you still hasn't chosen your Familia emblem. Hestia, It's my first time giving someone my blessing. So, I need some time to think about what emblem I want to create. Hephaestus, Hestia, without emblem your Familia won't be accepted by the guild. Hestia, is that so? Premies, forget it. It's a best thing for now. Hestia, huh? Premies, the blessing will still work, and they will still become stronger. Hephaestus, but guild won't accept it. Premies, I know. However, it can be delayed, isn't it? Hephaestus, it can, but for not much. Premies, 1 month is enough. Hestia, by then think of your Familia emblem and register it in guild. Hestia, okay. Hephaestus, without registering guild won't let them enter dungeon. Premies, I will take care of it. I am sure Arenas will understand if I will ask him to not obstruct them for 1 month. Hephaestus and Hestia, you know Lord Arenas. Premies, somehow. Hephaestus and Hestia, tell me that somehow. It really stunned not only both goddess but also waitresses when they heard Premies knew Arenas. Who is Arenas? The first god to come to mortal world. The first god to bestow his blessing. Chief god. Primordial god. And the head of guild. Hence, if Premies really knew him, then Premies' identity is a lot more complicated than they thought. Premies didn't meet Arenas face to face, but they send messages to each other via fells. When Premies heard from Ryu and others after returning that guild didn't take noble and god's side who wanted to turn him into wanted criminal for destroying Ishtar Familia, it's enough for him to guess that Arenas decided to not stand against him. Hence, if he will ask to give Hestia Familia permission to enter dungeon without registration for 1 month, he will agree since it's not a big thing. If Premies would have asked for a year, then he might hesitate, but not 1 month. Premies, anyway, that's the story for another day. Everyone, we will rather you tell us now. Premies, shakes his head later. Hestia, give your blessing to Haruheim too. Hestia, yes. However, let me check Lily's status first. The light on Lily back faded, and her status appeared. Hestia sucked a cold breath witnessing Lily's status. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, 3 days. *A/N, here goes extra 3 chapters of this month January 3rd. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 1. Status. Name, Lily Ruka Arde. Age. Level. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Dexterity, I. Agility, I. Magic, I. Skills. Terra's Pugio Art, F. Magic. Earth Manipulation, F. Seeing Hestia's shocked expression, everyone wondered what's going on. Premies, here. At this time, Premies passed the paper to her. Hestia took the take with slightly trembling hands and nodded at him with gratitude before copying the information on the paper. Once done, she again looked at the paper in her hand. She was not as calm as she appeared to be. Lily then got up and started to correct her clothes. Lily, Miss Hestia, can I see my status? Hestia, huh? Yes. H here. Lily, thank you. Lily then started to go through her status. Others in the room also wondered what Hestia saw that shocked her but didn't ask since it's their Familia matter now. However, Lily didn't mind if they looked at it. She even voluntarily passed the paper to them. Lenoir, oh. No wonder Lady Hestia got so shocked. You possess 2 skills. And one of them is a magic skill. Rio, congratulations, Lily. Chloe, congratulations, meow. Anya, yes. Congratulations, meow. Hephaestus, not only that, both skills are F rank. Amazing. Congratulations to you too, Hestia, for getting such member. Hestia, thank you. Hestia showed a forced smile to all of them. Premies, why don't you continue with Haruheim? Hestia, why yes. Yes. Hestia, I need to calm myself down and take my mind off from what I just read. The same way, Hestia then bestowed her blessing to Haruheim. Blessing was given, and just like before there was no emblem. Premies, in the plot, Hestia Familia emblem was fire with bell. It represents both Hestia and Bell. She chose that emblem because the Familia started with just the 2 of them. I wonder what emblem she will decide this time. Premies, here. Hestia, thank you. After receiving another paper from Premies, Hestia turned her gaze at Haruheim's status. When it appeared, her body trembled violently. Hestia, how is this possible? Status. Name, Senjuno Haruheim. Age. Level. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Dexterity, I. Agility, I. Magic, I. Skills. Glacis Dance, F. Magic. Ice Manipulation, F. Haruheim, Miss Hestia. Hestia, why yes. Here. Hestia then hurriedly copied the skill on the paper and gave it to Haruheim once she corrected her clothes. Others also came to look. Chloe, Wow. You two have 2 skills. And one of them is magic, meow. Rio, it's really great. Hephaestus, sigh congratulations, Hestia. Your first 2 members were already so strong. I also hope that someone with great knowledge of blacksmith join my Familia. Hephaestus then glanced at Premies. Premies understood that Hephaestus wants him to join her Familia after he helped her yesterday. No one had ever able to reach Hephaestus' level so far. But Premies was able to understand her way of thinking and the way she forged, perfectly. Hence, Hephaestus came to conclusion that Premies is also master smith like her. Premies, sorry, Hephaestus, I have no intention of joining any Familia. Hephaestus sighed in defeat hearing this. Premies, but I won't mind giving you some pointers time to time. Like how to remove that impurity you didn't remove because the blade will melt if you had done that. Hephaestus, you. Hephaestus, as expected, he really is a master smith. And his knowledge and skills are even higher than mine. Premies, I am sorry, Hephaestus. It's true that my knowledge is at whole different level than yours. However, I can only use it to max basic level. Otherwise, I won't have tried to get my hands on you to create the things I want. I could have just done it by myself. Premies, what do you say? Hephaestus, sure. Anya, what? Premies is also a master smith, meow. Chloe, is there anything you can't do, meow. Rio, amazing. Lunwar, yes. All of them had stars in their eyes as they stared at Premies. Though Hestia, Haruheim, and Lily didn't listen their talk as their minds were preoccupied with other things. Lily and Haruheim were intensely looking at their status. Lily and Haruheim, we are still very weak. Though, we can become stronger from now on. Hephaestus, Hestia, why are you standing on your spot with replying? Are you not happy that you get 2 such talented members? Hestia, no. 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 I am very happy just thinking about something other things. Hephaestus, it's not anything serious, right? Hestia, don't worry, everything's fine. Then all of them started to talk among themselves happily. Premies, who was looking at everyone from the side, raised the corner of his lips. But no one saw it. Premies, they are completely wrong thinking that Hestia became this shocked after seeing that both Lily and Haruheim have 2 skills and they are at F rank already. Yes. Even in plot when she witnessed Belle overleveled stats, at most she became shocked. But never did her body tremble this violently. The reason for her this behavior is because of skills they possessed. Premies, exactly. Unlike Ryu and others who only know the name of the skills. Hestia as their goddesses read the information of what kind skills they are. Premies then glanced at Hestia who was still absent-minded. Hestia, I hope it's not dream. Still, how is this possible? The skills they both possessed are too powerful. No. Too overpowered will be correct definition. They are too overpowered to the point that they have reached the limit of what their body can handle. In other words, they wouldn't be able to learn any more skills. And how do they even able to increase their rank to F. Hestia looked at Lily and Haruheim who were talking with Ryu and others. Hestia, the stronger the skills the more it is difficult to increase their proficiency. Especially those as overpower as them. One can use and control all types of earth magic while other can use and control all type of ice magic. They don't even need to chant. Then Hestia frowned as she started to think about something. Hestia, according to Premies, they both were treated very badly by their old Familia. But why? With such skills every Familia will treasure them. Even though Hestia acted very lazy mostly. In truth, her mind is very sharp. Hence, she caught the key point soon. A glint appeared in her eyes. Hestia, unless they didn't possess these skills at the beginning. Then her eyes wide opened as she absurdly turned to Premies who was also looking at her with smile. If it was other time, then Hestia would have fell in trance seeing his smile but not now. Hestia, it's you. You give them these skills. Premies only moved his lips without saying the words. Hestia understood his words by reading his lips. Premies, yes. It's me you give them those skills. Hestia became extremely shocked. She really wanted to ask how he did that. Yet, she had a feeling that Premies won't answer so she didn't ask. For now, that is. Hestia then sighed and started to rub her forehead. Hestia, can't believe it. Not only he gave them overpowered skills but also these skills complement with each other. Together they can bring out even more power. Sigh, let's think about it later. When Hestia started to calm down, Premies nodded. Premies, it was too big of shock to her. Good thing, you made sure that Harmony's skill will remain hidden. It's good this way. I also made sure to hide I at the end of their skill's name. So, now if anyone wants to check their hidden Harmony skill and I, then their status system must be upgraded to my level. Premies, Hestia and Hephaestus, stay here, I want to have a talk with you too. As for others, show me room you chose. I will take out your stuffs. Everyone nodded. They then followed Premies to first floor. Raven Sight is a 4-story mansion, means it has 3 floors. Ground floor has drawing room, dining room, bathroom, and some more other rooms. First and second floor are where everyone room is or will be. As for third floor, Premies has some important plans for third floor. Everyone chose their room in first floor. First floor has 20 rooms. 10 on each side. They took their rooms in front of each other's room. Premies took out their things in their room one by one. Then left to let them care of their stuff. He then appeared in drawing room again where Hestia and Hephaestus were waiting for him. He again took the lead sofa chair seat and looked at them. Premies, Hephaestus, these are the growth weapons I want you to forge for Lily and Haruim. He then took out 2 papers from his inventory and gave them to Hephaestus. Hephaestus took them in her hand and started to read them. One paper had a diagram of dagger, and another had a diagram of folding fan. At the side of each diagram, name of the materials that need to be used were written. Both used different materials. The dagger was 12 inches long while folding fan was 13 inches long. 1 inch didn't matter much. Daggers has higher weight and inflict more damage, whereas folding fans lighter and fast. Hephaestus read everything seriously. The materials used in dagger will increase the power and flow of earth magic, while materials used in folding fan will do the same while using ice magic. Hephaestus asked many things from Premies in between because every material was top-notch and some of them were something that even she never heard of before. Premies created these 2 blueprints and the procedure of making them last night before he decided the other one. Since these weapons will be created for the first time, it was a lot easier for Premies to create their blueprint rather than the one in which her had to do changes in the already created one. That one will took some months or years. Hephaestus, amazing. Every step is very delicate and complicated. But once done, they will be best weapons. Hestia, really? Hephaestus, yes. They will be one of my masterpieces. Premies, how much time you will need to make them? Hephaestus, I need at least 2 weeks to complete them. Premies, good. But I give you 3 days. Hephaestus, what? Hephaestus stood up immediately hearing Premies' absurd request. Hephaestus, it's impossible. When I said 2 weeks, I mean I will barely be able to complete them on 14th day. Premies, here. Premies threw an hourglass at her. That hourglass was smaller than Premies' time hourglass. Hephaestus caught it and looked at it weirdly. She can see sand inside it. Hephaestus, what is this hourglass for? Premies, put it in a room and the time in that room will move 10 times faster. Hephaestus. Hestia. After remaining silent for some time, Hestia was the first one to open her mouth. Hestia, just where did you find it? Premies, someone put it on front of my door when I returned home last time. They both almost coughed blood listening this. Hestia and Hephaestus, why can't someone do the same for us? Hephaestus, cough cough asterisk, if that's the case then this means I have 30 days of time to complete the forging of weapons. Premies, no, you don't. It can only be used for one time for 1 day. Means you only have 12 days. Hephaestus. Premies, don't worry, you can do it. Just don't take any rest for 12 days and completely focus on it. You will succeed. I believe in you. Hephaestus, but I don't believe in myself. How the hell will I complete it in 12 days? Premies, you won't be alone. Hestia will also accompany you. She wouldn't sleep like you for the 12 days and will give you moral support. Hestia. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Foundation. *A/N, here goes extra 3 chapters of this month February 3rd. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 1. Hestia, why is he also putting me in this? Premies, come on, Hestia. You can do it, right? It's for your Familia members. Hestia lips twitched but still she decided to agree in the end. Hestia, yes. Leave it to me. For Lily and Haruim, I am willing to stay awake for 12 days. Premies, good. Making the laziest goddess to not sleep for 12 days straight. Ha 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 ha. Only you can do it. Primus, hey. Anyway. Even if Hestia is the laziest goddess, when it comes to her Familia, she become the most hard-working one. True. Like how in plot, she did to Jiza for whole 3 days in front of Hephaestus' workshop to get a weapon for Belle. Premies, so far, she is the only one to go to that far for her Familia member. From what I remember that is. Yes. It's really the best decision to let Lily and Haruim join her Familia. Hephaestus, sigh, it's going to be very difficult to complete it in 12 days. Premies, difficult but not impossible. Hephaestus, fine. I will complete it in 12 days. Premies, good. Hestia, yeah. Thank you, Hephaestus. Hestia jumped in excitement when Hephaestus agreed. Even Hephaestus smiled. Too bad their happiness was short-lived. They shouldn't have become happy too soon. Premies, all right. Go and start now. Hephaestus. Hestia. They both stopped. They can't believe what they just heard. Hestia, premies, that's too much. Can't you let us rest for a bit? Premies, what rest are you talking about? Sun has risen. It's morning. You both wake up just 2 hours ago. You still want to rest? Hestia. Hephaestus. They become silent since his words were correct. Hephaestus, at least let us have breakfast. Hestia, yes. Yes. Premies, no. We are short in time. And if your stomach is full you start to feel sleepy. You can have as much food as you want once you both are done. Hestia, why we are short of time? Premies, growth weapon grows with its user. However, if the disparity between weapon and its wielder is too much then it won't be able to catch up to its user strength. Hephaestus, what it has to do with completing it in 3 days? Premies, because in 3 days both Lily and Haruheim will reach max level 1. I want them to receive their weapon before they will become level 2. Hephaestus and Hestia, what? Max level 1 in 3 days. It's unheard of. Hestia, what are you saying, Premies? Premies, what I am saying is absolutely right. I am the only who is going to train them and know where they will stand. Let alone level 1. By the end of this month, they both will be level 4. Silence. Total silence. From level 1 to level 4 in 1 month. It's impossible. Why? First, even if you didn't raise your stats to S, you still need to raise them, C, in order to level up. And at every next level Excelia requirement increased by huge margin. Some adventurers took 2 to 3 years just to reach level 2. And here Premies was saying Lily and Haruheim will be able to accomplish it in 3 days. No one will believe it. They will think Premies has lost his mind. Premies, it might be impossible for others but not for me. With my current knowledge I don't even need to buy potions from Twilight Shop. I can do the same by using my magic. Healing injuries, physical fatigue, mental fatigue, and so on. I have no problem in curing any of them. They don't know that if you want you can make them even reach level 9 in just a month. Premies, yes. But that's only if I want to increase their stats. That's not what I want. Yes. Right now, both have best foundation. They don't complete depend on their stats but their skills. If they will increase their stats rapidly then they will deviate from their current correct path and will start to walk to the same path which other adventurers took. Overly relying on their stats. Brute force. Premies, when I said they will reach level 4 by the end of the month. I mean both in stats and skills. Since their foundation is perfect, they won't have problem to increase their skill rank from F to D, which is the limit of level 3. However, it will be difficult to increase it to C rank. It will take time. Maybe 5 months. Premies, yes. Premies, that's why it will be good thing that you don't have to register your Familia in guild for 1 month. If news spread how they someone reach from level 1 to level 4 in a month, you can already guess how difficult your situation will become. Hestia came out of her thoughts and nodded with serious expression. Hephaestus, you said you are confident in making them reach level 4 in a month. Are you planning to level them up when their stats will reach C? Premies, no. When they will level up with max stat per level. Hephaestus. Premies, Hestia. Once their dungeon expenditure will complete, I will bring them to you in these 3 days when you will be in Hephaestus' workshop, to update their stats. Hestia, okay. But Premies, how confident you are that they will reach level 4 in a month? Premies, 100%. Hestia, okay. Hephaestus, we should go start right away. I also don't want them to level up before getting their hands on their weapons. Hephaestus nodded and tightly held the hourglass in her hand. Premies, before you go here. Premies gave them 3 pouches of 3 colors: brown, white and yellow. Hestia looked at them in confusing. Premies, they are partial pouch. The brown pouch has the materials for dagger making. White one has the materials for folding fan. Yellow has the valise. Hephaestus, you don't need to give me money. I will do it for free because you cured my eye. Premies, no need. In future, I am going to come to you a lot with lot of orders. And if some materials become less that time or you will need some other, you can use the money that time. Hephaestus, sigh, okay. Hestia, so, where did you get these partial pouches? Premies, A found them on a street. Hephaestus and Hestia, why didn't we find such things on street? Both their lips twitched. They knew Premies had no intention of telling them. So, they decided to not ask. Hephaestus, are they also one-time use like the hourglass? Premies, yes. Once you will open the pouch, all its content will pour out without stop. Once everything's out the pouch, it will disappear. Hence, instead of opening them together, I prefer you open them one at a time. Both nodded. Then after a little more talk they left Raven's sight and rushed towards Hephaestus' workshop. When Hestia and Hephaestus left, Rio and others entered the room. Rio, why did Lady Hestia and Lady Hephaestus left so suddenly? Premies, they have some work to do. They will be back in 3 days. Chloe, 3 days, meow. Is it that important, meow? Premies, yes. Premies and started to patted Chloe's head and ears. She narrowed her eyes in happiness. After some time, he removed it. Premies, you all need to leave for Hostess of Fertility in an hour. Have you had your breakfast? Lunwar, we usually do it in there. Premies, you all can have your breakfast here from now on. I have already put all the things you need in the kitchen. Anya, okay, meow. Premies, Let's see. Along with the cleaning of house, I should also add making food for everyone in Hestia's schedule. Rio. Chloe. Anya. Lunwar. Lily. Haruheim. Everyone, did he really mean what he just said? He really planned to make goddess like Hestia do all the cleaning and make food for everyone. Seeing him nodding his head as if a making decision, they all flabbergasted. Everyone, he really meant what he just said. Premies, you all handle this for the next 3 days. Once Hestia return, she will be responsible for this. The only thing they can do for now is nodding their head. Premies, Lily. Haruheim. We will be going in dungeon in 2 hours. Be at your peak condition that time. Lily and Haruheim, yes. Premies, I will be back after 2 hours. Lunwar, you are going somewhere. Premies, I have something to do. Don't wait for me and carry on what you are doing. Then, later. Then he disappeared in front of their very own eyes. Asterisk. 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 Premies then appeared in sky. He gave up Raven's sight one last glance before flying towards the guild location. Ace, who was again in his embrace, asked something. Ace, my lord, you said Lily and Haruheim will reach level 4 in 1 month. Isn't it too fast? Premies, their foundation is perfect, Ace. And they know a lot more about their skills than you know about your own. Ace, are they this strong? Premies, you took from night to morning to complete your tree climbing training. They will only take 2 to 3 hours. Ace. Ace became sad listening this. Prims then caressed her hair gently and spoke in gentle tone. Premies, as I said, your foundation was not as perfect as them, but since your level has decreased to 1, you can also do it now. Ace, really? Premies, yes. So, don't be disheartened. Ace, Ace's mood lifted up again and she clenched her fists tightly. Ace, I won't lose. Soon they reached guild headquarters and landed on top of it. Premies, wait for me here. Sheng Ming and Ace nodded their head. Premies didn't went inside directly. He looked at a particular location. Then he disappeared. Asterisk. 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 In a building, a house away from the guild headquarters, 2 people were sitting in a room. They didn't look friendly to each other, though they didn't show it on their face. Their gaze's constant move towards guild headquarters. Even though there's wall in front of their eyes, it was not enough to obstruct their vision. One of them had white, almost translucent skin, golden hair that falls down his back and coral eyes. He wore a black battle garment along with a white cape and a white belt, both of which have gold trim, and wears glasses. He was quite handsome and even gods admired him for it. He's a member of Freya Familia and an elf. Hayden Selland. Another person had tan skin, slightly gray-green eyes and silver hair that could also look pale purple. He wore a black outfit with a black cloak. He's also the member of Freya Familia and a dark elf. Hogni Ragnar. Hey Dean, it's been a month. Why did Lady Freya want me to guard a half-elf? If it wasn't not her order, then I would have killed that half-elf already. Making an elf guard a half-elf, nothing can be more insulting for an elf. Hogni, why you shouldn't say that? It's Lady Freya order. Hey Dean, I know. That's why that half-elf is still alive. Then they both turned towards the guild headquarters again. You know what? It's not a good thing to show the killing intent to the one you are guarding. Hey Dean. Hogni. They both became shocked when an unfamiliar voice sounded in the room. They didn't sense anyone's presence. They increased their guard to the limit. But it's useless. A kick appeared in front of Dean. He opened his eyes wide. Dean, fast. That was his last thought before kick connected his chest. Bang. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, not applicable. *A/N, here goes extra 3 chapters of this month March 3rd. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 1. Before preemies met with Dean and Hogni, Aina was getting ready to start her today's work. There's still some time before the guild opened its doors for the adventurers. Aina took a deep sigh. Misha, Aina, the guild is about to open. You can't show such worried face in front of them. Aina, I know, Misha. Just thinking about something. Rose, the black swordsman. Aina, **sigh**, yes. Misha, there was no information about him for the last month. There are many chances that he either ran away from Orario or... Rose, show. Rose sternly stopped Misha from saying the last word. Misha hurriedly put her hands on her mouth. They both still remembered Preemi's cold gaze. And especially his warning that he won't let them go if their words made Aina sad. Aina, it's all right, Misha. I know what you are trying to say. But don't worry, I know he is fine. Misha, how are you so sure? Aina stopped and put a finger on her chin. Then she tilted her head before replying. Aina, don't know. Maybe women intuition. Misha. Rose, Aina. Aina. Aina suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. She looked around but found no one. Rose, what's happened? Aina, I think I heard his voice. Misha, his voice. You mean, the black swordsman? Aina, yes. Misha, are you sure you are not hallucinating? Aina, Aina, was that my imagination? Misha, you really have fallen too deep, Aina. Aina, what are you saying? Rose, Misha is right. You started to change. Aina, what change are you talking about? Misha, you appeared even happy when talking about him. Rose, and one more thing, your hair. Aina, my hair. Rose, yes. Ever since you experienced the death of the first adventurer, Maris Hackard, who was assigned to you, you started to keep your hairs at shoulder length. Misha, but now you have started to grow them again. Rose, I am sure it's because he must have said that to you. Aina. Aina's entire face turned red. She can't deny their words because that's the truth. Preemi said he liked long hairs. Hence, not only did she stop cutting them, but she also even started to take a good care of them. Aina. Aina. Rose. Misha. All three looked at each other. Now even Rose and Misha believed Aina's words when she said she heard the black swordsman. Aina, Preemies. Preemies, yes, it's me. Aina, where are you? Preemies, I will come to meet you in an hour. But for now, listen my words carefully. Aina, huh? Preemies, no matter which voice or sound you will hear. Don't leave the room you are currently in. No matter what. Aina, what do you mean? Preemies, Rose and Misha, you both too. Don't leave this room until I will personally come to meet you. And also, don't let Aina leave the room either. Aina, Preemies, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Preemies, later. Then his voice stopped sounding in the room. As they were getting confused what Preemies meant, they heard a huge explosion sound from outside. Asterisk. 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 Boom. The kick threw Dean out of the house and planted him on the ground. He started to cough blood from his mouth. The damage he took from the kick was just too much. Boom. This time it was Hogni who was thrown out of the house. He collided with the house which was in front of the one where they were staying. Since it's already morning and dungeon will be opened soon, southwest the place was already crowded by many adventurers. Let alone them, even the nobles along with the soldiers who were staying in front of guild headquarters were also present. They all witnessed this. As they were looking at Dean and Hogni's sorry figure, one of the adventurer realized who they are. Adventurer 1, that's Dean Selland who has the alias of Hildersleaf. Other one is Hogni Ragnar who has the alias of Danesleaf. They both are main members of Familia. Adventurer 2, what? Are you sure? Adventurer 1, yes. Adventurer 3, who have the guts to ambush the main members of Familia. Everyone started to talk among themselves. That's what people are. They just started to believe what they want. They never once consider that it could be done by a single person. They directly concluded that they must have been ambushed, otherwise no one could defeat members of Familia. But this time, they will receive the biggest shock of the lifetime. Boom. The house from where Hayden and Hogni was thrown from suddenly exploded and turned to debris. Then. Step. 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 Someone came from where the house once stood. His every step sent a chill down everyone's spine. At this time, Hayden forced himself out of the ground and Hogni forced himself out of the wall. They both turned towards the person just like everyone present. When they saw the person, everyone present turned pale. They realized who he is an instant by looking at his appearance along with his heavenly handsome face. Last but not the least his blood-red eyes which have 3 tomos in them. Those eyes as if can see through their soul. Everyone, the black swordsman. Yes. Finally, the black swordsman, Primis Rigla decided to come out in open and let the entire Orario know of his presence. So, that's how the world came to know of your existence. Yes. You are really amazing. I know. 2 people or beings were sitting in front of each other. One of them was sitting on a whitish golden throne, another one was on blackish red throne. The one sitting of golden white throne has, at $% and asterisk, appearance. And the one sitting of reddish black throne was Primis. He was in his god of destruction form. However, the power he possessed currently is unfathomable. Behind his throne stood countless otherworldly divine beauties. All their eyes are full of coldness which can freeze anyone's soul. Not only that, they were also giving the same unfathomable feeling. A mere thought is all they need to erase the entire omniverse. Ha 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 ha. Still, I am sure none of them would have thought you will come out in open, in front of everyone present there. Not only adventurers, nobles, noble soldiers but also gods were present there at that time. No sane person will do what you do. Primis, why should I be ashamed of coming out in open? Guild never released any arrest warrant or wanted poster. It was nobles and gods who did that. True. But still I never expected, Raven Site, the main headquarters of, at $% and asterisk, was created like this. The very, at $% and asterisk, who turned the entire Group 1, Group 2 and even Group 3 upside down. Primis, everything starts with a single step. Even I never realized that time that headquarter of, at $% and asterisk, Raven Site, will become this famous. It must have come surprising to you. Primis, it sure did. But still. The being that then looked around. He and Primis were presently sitting in the very center of the world. There were countless galaxies, universes, multiverses, metaverses, and many more revolving around them. Then the gaze of the being fell on the area between them. On it there was a chessboard. Since it's his turn now, the being pick up a piece and take his turn. Tick. Still I am very happy that your excellency took his time to not only play this game with me but is also telling me the story of his journey. Primis, for a being like us, eons passed in a blink of an eye. So, I was sure that you will be pretty bored out here. Then thank you for your company, your excellency. Primis, don't mind. So, when your excellency fought Ishtar for the first time, you never would have expected her to be this strong, did you? Primis, that time, I didn't become omniscient of the group. And thought since the 9th dimensional god power is equal to level 81 pseudo-god, the power higher than it will be that of God. But reality slapped me on the face when I became omniscient. It's true that it's higher than level 81 but the scale was too high. Then I realized that it was the power of chaos who did the main thing. Even if power of chaos is weaker version of, at $% and asterisk. It's still something that can kill a god. Primis, Aurenas knew that too since he was the primordial god compared to other gods. And even if he is primordial god, chaos can still kill him. That's why he decided to stand on my side. And later he was also rewarded for his decision. Primis, he sure did. At this time, Primis glanced at one of the multiverse revolving around. Then without giving it much thought, he waved his hand. In the next instant, the entire multiverse was erased from the very existence. No one showed any change in expression. Neither the being in front nor the beauties behind him. To them what Primis did was just a trivial thing. Sigh, they just won't stop. Primis, they are really relentless. Too bad they don't know what kind of person your excellency is. Unlike others who wasted their time to find their location in the galaxy, universe, multiverse, or so on, your excellency directly erased the entire thing. Primis, it did the same thing, so why bother? Agreed. But I also understand others' feeling. They are also bored like me. So, at least wasting time like this, they have something to do. Primis, I know. So, can your excellency continued from where you left off too? Primis, sure. Chapter 145, The Black Swordsman, Part 1. *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 1. Everyone just stayed on their position while looking at premies. Never did they expected premies to come in open. Especially where so many adventurers were present. As everyone were looking at him with shocked expressions, some of the high-level adventurers frowned seeing him. Some high-level adventurers, is he really the Black Swordsman? Even though he fit the description perfectly, he doesn't have any aura of normal adventurer let alone high-level one. As said before, because of Premi's infinitesimal control over his strength after reaching Grandmaster realm, no one can sense his aura. When Guard Chief saw him on the first day, Mia, and so on. None of them could sense his aura. The reason why they sensed that Premies was extremely dangerous was because of their instincts which they honed after countless life-death struggle. However, not everyone is like them. Most of the adventurers depend on their high-level members to carry them in dungeon. As a result, they might become strong, but they won't have the same experience as the veteran of same levels. Noble 1, it's him. That's the Black Swordsman. He is the one who killed many of our nobles' lineages. He must be eradicated on the spot. Soldiers attack him. One of the nobles shouted while giving the order. He also got shocked when Premies appeared in open. Nevertheless, witnessing Premies' heavenly handsome face he got extremely jealous. Hence, he gave the order directly. Well, he was not the only one. Every man present were showing the same jealous expression. Their jealous increased even more when they saw how many women were looking at Premies with fervent expression. Noble 2, yes. Soldiers attack and capture him. He must pay for his sins before he will be given death sentence. Noble 3, yes. Attack. Many nobles gave order one by one. They wanted nothing more than destroy Premies' face before killing him. But not everyone lost themselves in rage like them. Even after given order, not a single soldier moved. Noble 4, why are you all not attacking? At first, they remained silent. Then one of them gathered his courage and spoke. Soldier 1, sir. He just threw Hildersleeve and Dainsleeve out of that house. Both are the strongest level 6 adventurers of Freya Familia. If they can't handle him, how could we? All nobles became silent. They can't deny the soldier word. The Black Swordman just threw 2 level 6 adventurers. And anyone could tell that their injuries are not minor. This means the strength of the Black Swordsman reaches at least level 6. Then how could nobles with mere level 1 and level 2 soldiers fought against him? It's true that they have level 4, level 5, and 1 or 2 level 6 soldiers. However, they are their hidden force. Once that force came out in open, Guild won't hesitate to make its move on them, asking how they have so many high-level adventurers which were not even registered in Guild. Even though they are angry, they haven't lost their rationality yet. As they were wondering what to do, they heard a laugh. Ho ho ho. Gentlemen, looks like you all are in trouble. Let me give you a hand. All nobles turned towards the owner of the voice. The owner was a tall handsome man with blonde hair that looked as if sunlight had been condensed together with bright and wavy locks gliding over one another, and a smile described as equally brilliant. He was wearing a green laurel wreath on his head. All nobles hurriedly bowed towards him. That person was one of the god who decided to side with these nobles to suppress the guild, and the one who helped in creating Premi's wanted poster. He was also the one who fought war against Hestia Familia. Apollo. Noble 5, Apollo-sama. Can you really help us? Apollo, of course. Leave it to me. Noble 6, but Apollo-sama looks like the Black Swordsman is at least level 6. Apollo, ho ho ho. It's fake. You all have seen many adventurers in your life. Did he give any feeling of an adventurer to you? All nobles looked at Premies. Then they narrowed their eyes. Noble 7, you're right, Apollo-sama. He appeared rather normal. Noble 8, then, how did he injure Hildersleeve and Dainsleeve? Apollo, gentlemen. Did any of you witnessed him attacking them? All nobles. Apollo, he just appeared when we noticed injured Hildersleeve and Dainsleeve. Hence, we came to conclusion that it was him who injured them. Noble 4, that's true. Apollo, the reason why he was able to injure Hildersleeve and Dainsleeve is because he must have set up a trap for them. They both fell into it, and that's why they become injured. Noble 7, yes. That must be the case. You're right, Apollo-sama. Listening Apollo words, all nodded in understanding. They also believed Apollo words now. Apollo showed a gentlemanly smile like nothing could be hidden from him. However, Hayden and Hogni didn't like it and started to curse him in their mind. Hayden, trap. Do you think we are such an amateur to fall for a trap? We didn't reach level 6 just by sleeping. You bisexual god. Hogni, why didn't he receive the K kick like we did? Both the strength and S speed behind that kick was so fast that we could only stare helpless when we got H hit. Though, they were cursing. They didn't speak out loud. They also want to see how Apollo and Premies will handle each other. Noble 3, but Apollo-sama, if what you said is right, then why did he show himself when all of us are present here? Shouldn't he have ran away? Apollo, ha ha ha. He is just playing with you all. He knew that if he will make you all think that he can fight even against level 6 adventurers, you all won't make a move. He will take advantage of that and to walk away later. All nobles. Nobles turned and looked at Premies with disdain. They never expected to be fooled like this. They all clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. All nobles, thank you for your help, Apollo-sama. It wasn't for your help then we nobles would have lost our face today. Apollo, don't worry, gentlemen. It's my pleasure to help my fellow comrade. Everyone looked at Apollo in new light now. They were really grateful to him. Apollo smiled seeing this. But they didn't know Apollo's real thoughts. Apollo was just trying to use them to check Premies' strength. That's why he didn't make a move himself. Two bad things won't go the way one want. As Apollo was showing a smile that everything's in his control. The faces of people around him suddenly changed. Then all looked at Apollo with pale face. Apollo also realized something's wrong and looked at Premies' direction. However, instead of standing where the house was destroyed, Premies was now standing in front of Apollo now. Premies' height was just 2 centimeters higher than Apollo, i.e., 182 centimeters. But still he was completely looking down on him. Still, no one cared for now. They only had one thought in mind. When did he appeared in front of Apollo-sama without any of one noticing? And some high-level adventurers had other thoughts. Some high-level adventurers, too fast. Now everyone adventurer realized that Premies was not what Apollo said and what he appeared to me. Apollo was also shocked. However. Apollo, you. Slap. Premies raised his right hand and slapped Apollo right on the face. The sound of slapped echoed all around and entire place fell dead silent. They all looked at the scene with their eyes wide open. Slapping a god in public. This was the biggest humiliation for a god. No one can believe what they just witnessed or heard. Apollo, who was slapped, fell on ground. He ignored the pain on his cheek since even he can't believe what just happened. He still can't accept that he was slapped by a mortal on the face in front of everyone. He started to think that it was a dream, but Premies' next words shattered that hope. Premies, your face disgusts me. Silence. Total silence. No one said anything. Because it's just too much for them. How dare you slap Apollo-sama? Pay it with your life. An angry voice sounded. Then someone passed by the adventurers and attacked Premies. The person was an elf with long blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a green top with a red cloak that he was using to cover half of his face. He is one of the members of Apollo Familia and the one who led the attack on Hestia Familia in plot. Lissos. He used his full power to punch at Premies' head. He was clearly intending to kill Premies in one attack. Premies didn't even glance at him. Just when the attack was about to touch him, Premies' left hand moved and caught Lissos' punch. Boom. The force behind the punch released a shockwave. But Premies didn't even budge. Lissos got startled when he realized how his attack was stopped so casually. Still, he didn't give it much thought and decided to attack another way. Crack. Lissos, arg. Though, Premies didn't give him such chance. He directly squeezed his fist and broke the bones in his hand. Lissos fell on his knees. He used his right hand to break free from Premies' clutch but to no avail. At this time, Premies sent the force from his left hand to Lissos' entire arm. Lissos, arg. As a result, all the bones in his arms broke. Whoosh. Suddenly, someone appeared on Premies' right and attacked him again. He was a tall and beautiful young man whose beauty is comparable to an elf's. His skin was smooth and white, almost feminine. He had well-groomed long brown hair as well as bluish-gray eyes like the vast sea. He was wearing the Apollo Familia uniform adorned with a wide variety of accessories of various kinds, such as gold earrings, along with a white cloak. He is the captain of Apollo Familia and the one who overly adores Apollo with a fervent passion. Hyacinthos Cleo. Since he is intoxicated with love for his god, Apollo. It really angered him witnessing how Premies slapped Apollo in front of everyone. His face was already distorted in anger as he punched Premies. Like before, Premies didn't even glance. He just moved his head back a little and dodged it. Whoosh. Then he moved his right hand which near missed Cleo right arm. Then his hand also near missed Cleo left leg. To everyone, Premies missed. And it's an amateur mistake. Cleo smiled, delightful witnessing this. But then, whir. Two flashes appeared and both his right arm and left leg were severed. Splurt. Cleo, AH. Blood flowed non-stop from his severed arm and leg before he fell on the ground, trying his best to stop the bleeding. Everyone was too sacred to move now. They didn't know what happened. How was Premies able to sever Cleo's arm and leg? His attack clearly missed. Even the mages, magicians, and elves in the crowd were showing confused expression. They didn't sense any use of magic. What Premies used just now was mist dispersion in close combat. The same way Tatsuya used to kill the terrorist. Since the magic of the irregular at magic school used the rewriting of information, it's completely different than the magic people in this world know. Then Premies raised his right leg and kicked at Liso's chest, who was also shocked when he witnessed Cleo's condition. As an elf, he also didn't sense any change in elements. Bang. Liso's Q. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, The Black Swordsman, Part 2. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 1. The kick threw Liso's at the side of the street. He stopped when his body hit the fence of one of the house nearby. That steel fence curved inwardly because of the force behind the throw. Liso's held his chest and started to cough violently. Liso's, cough. More than half of the ribs in chest broke. Since Premies had no intention of killing him for now, he held back the power to only severely injuring him. Cleo was still loudly screaming thanks to the pain of severed arm and leg. Still, no one came forward to help. Premies then turned his gaze back at Apollo, who was sitting on the ground. At this time, Apollo came out of his stupor and raised his head. There he witnessed Premies still looking down on him. His face distorted as a result. All the gentlemanliness he showed before was gone. Never had he been humiliated like this before. Apollo, how dare you raise your hand on the god? Even hundreds of your lives won't be able to atone for your sin. Premies didn't waste his time on hearing Apollo gibberish. He straightened the fingers of his right hand, bending it by the elbow and then drawing the arm backwards. Before Apollo could complete his words, Premies thrusted his right hand into his chest. Thrust. Apollo. Cleo. Liso's. Everyone dumbfounded witnessing him. Apollo looked down on his chest, which now had Premies' hand embedded in it. Cleo, who was screaming, and Liso's, who was coughing, stopped. Even they were having hard time believing what they just witnessed. Premies just now used Embracer. It's one of the martial art skills of his main skill, Aincrad Supreme. Apollo, why you? That's all the word Apollo could said before his body fell lifelessly on the ground. Thud. In the next moment, his body disintegrated into light particles and a light pillar was raised in the sky. Everyone in the Orario witnessed this with shocked expression. With this, another god was sent into heaven. When everyone presented around Premies came back to their senses, they aghast and hurriedly took steps back to keep some distance from him. Right now, they were clearly frightened of Premies. No one has the guts to kill a god, let alone Premies, who did it so openly. Currently, they all have same thought. Everyone, he's lunatic. Cleo, I will kill you. Cleo completely lost himself when he saw how his god was sent back to heaven in front of his very own eyes without being able to do anything. He used his remaining left hand to draw his magic sword from his waist. Since he was still feeling pain in his severed parts, it took him some time. Premies didn't try to stop him. After all, this will be Cleo's last struggle. Then after some struggle he succeeded in drawing it out. It's a crimson blade which was emitting heat. This is Cleo's main weapon, Sun's Flamberga. It's a Flamberga that shines like prominence and only Cleo is allowed to wield it. He pointed Sun's Flamberga towards Premies. Fire magic started to gather in it. Sensing the heat, everyone took even more steps back. Their face turned pale as the power of Sun's Flamberga kept of increasing. Cleo decided to use full power of Sun's Flamberga without any restraint. Cleo, D-I-E-E-E-E-E-E-E. A giant fireball came out of Sun's Flamberga and rushed towards Premies. Premies just remained standing on his spot and didn't even try to block. Everyone thought Premies was too afraid to move. Then the giant fireball hit him. Boom. A huge explosion occurred. Even though the atmosphere became hot because of giant fireball and Sun's Flamberga, everyone still a cold sweat on their forehead. The power behind that fireball could even severely injure a level 5 adventurer if he or she will take it head on. But Cleo wasn't done yet. He just kept on throwing one giant fireball after another in crazy expression. Cleo, die. 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 Boom. 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 He didn't stop and just kept using Sun's Flamberge. As time went by, cracks started to appear on Sun's Flamberge. Still, Cleo ignored them and kept on using it. And then... crack. 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 Shatter. Sun's Flamberge shattered in Cleo's hand. Cleo stopped and looked at broken Sun's Flamberge in his hand. No matter how much stronger a magic sword is, it still has its limit. And since the magic sword uses magic core, its wielder needs to replenish it again and again by bringing it to the blacksmith. No one uses magic sword like Cleo did unless their very life is in danger. Cleo looked at broken Sun's Flamberge in his hand in disdain. Cleo, trash. He then threw it at the side and raised his left hand before chanting. Cleo, my name is love, precious child of light. I offer my body to my son. My name is sin, jealousy of wind. I call a gust of wind to my body. As he kept on chanting, a ring of fire of the west wind and shines like the sun was created above his hand. Cleo, released ring of fire, come, wind of the west repeal. Once Cleo reached the end of his chanting, the power of the fire ring reached its limit. Then he pointed at where a huge column of fire was made because of Sun's Flamberge, giant fireballs. Cleo, arrows Epheros. The ring of rushed at the fire and exploded when it reached the center. Boom. Another huge column of fire was erupted, and fire increased even more. Cleo then started to laugh like a madman. Cleo, ha 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 ha. Everyone saw the scene in horrified expression. They imagined putting themselves in Preemie's shoes, which made them shudder. Even level 6 will die with this outburst, let alone them. Cleo, ha 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 ha. Die. 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 This is redemption for killing my god. Die. D. Preemies, is that so? Silo. Everyone. Everyone startled them. They heard Preemie's voice. They started to look around to find his location but to fail. After some time, they heard a trembling voice of an adventurer. Adventurer 1, I am possible. Adventurer 2, what happens? That adventurer didn't respond. He just pointed his finger at a direction. Everyone turned their gaze at the location, and they paled. Step. 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 They thought Preemies must have dodged the attack, that's why they heard his voice, but now they witnessed him walking out of the fire column calmly. There's not a single scratch on his body or clothes even after taking the full blunt of that magic. Cleo Ago can't believe his eyes, but then... burn. Cleo, ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Everyone's attention returned to Cleo when they heard his scream. Though, when they saw his current appearance, some of them almost pissed themselves. On Cleo's body now there were many burn marks. Seeing how his skin was burning made some weak-minded adventurers to puke on the spot. Still others ignored them since even they were having hard time stopping themselves to fell on the spot. Step. 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 Step by step, Preemies walked towards Cleo, who was screaming even more because of burning. Even blood from his severed arm and leg stopped pouring because that place has been burned too. Hence healing the injured part or burning the injury. This is one of the abilities of Preemies' Midnight Coat. Damage Reflection, D. Reflect 15% of the damage taken. Reflected damage will do true damage and is guaranteed hit. Cleo attacked Preemies with many big fireballs and his signature magic skill, arrows Epheros. 15% from all of them stacked together on Cleo. That led to his current predicament. Preemies reached Cleo, who was rolling on the ground, before stomping hard on his face. Bang. Cleo, coo. Preemies, you are just like your broken sword. Trash. Cleo, I won't let y.o.u go. Preemies, trash like you will always be trash. Preemies then removed his foot from his face. He bent down, grabbed his hair and raised his hand. Cleo, coo. Preemies, you said you won't let me go. I also want to see how you will do it. Preemies then raised him by his head more while holding his hair and then threw him at Lissos, who just calmed himself. Lissos, coo. Cleo, arg. Preemies, I will be waiting to see how a trash like you will take his revenge. Preemies then gave him mocking look before turning towards other adventurers. All of them lowered their heads, trying their best not to meet his gaze. Preemies, pathetic. All of you. You all are even lower than these two trashes. At least they tried to fight back compared to you all who just stay at sidelines like it was some kind of show. At the beginning, it was Age of Gods, then comes Age of Heroes, and now. Preemies looked at everyone in disdain from continuing. Preemies, it must be Age of Trashes. Every adventurer clenched their fists. Their eyes were filled with rage, but they don't have guts to attack preemies. The only thing they can do now was look down in frustration. Preemies, what dissatisfied? All adventurers. Preemies, fine. Let me ask you all something. In this entire world, only Orario have dungeon. Because of that, many high-level adventurers should have risen from here. This place should be the paradise of adventurers. Then why did most of you adventurers fell and become the guard dogs of these nobles? All adventurers. Preemies, the very nobles who called you all barbarians. Someone they can move however they wished. All adventurers. Preemies, Orario used to lively, but what now? Sense of fear has gasped every civilian heart. Why? Because these nobles and their soldiers are making their lives difficult while you all are such standing at the sidelines without doing anything. Just like now. Just like trash. All adventurers. Every adventurers opened their eyes wide. Preemies' words were like knives stabbing their heart. Preemies, adventurers and guild should be the one to hold the reign of the Orario, not the nobles and merchants. All adventurers. Preemies, money is everyone need, but you all trashes turn it into your weakness. That's what nobles and merchants took advantage of. All adventurers. Preemies, I am sure you all will only understand it when the same thing will happen to your family. However, that time it will be too late. All adventurers trembled. Imagining the scenario. Expressions of many adventurers started to change. Nobles and merchants also saw it and started to panic. Noble 1, why you stop misguiding them? It's true that we hired adventurers, but we never mistreat them. We gave them lot of money. Noble 2, why yes, many of them are living comfortable life now. Adventurers stopped their thoughts. Because Noble's words were right. They had seen many of their previous adventurer friends living comfortably. As these adventurers were falling towards Noble's side again, Preemies spoke. Preemies, isn't this what you wanted in the first place? Nobles. Merchants. Adventurers. Preemies, let me ask you all. All these adventurers that are currently living a comfortable life. Are they high-level adventurers? All adventurers shook their head. One of them spoke. Adventurer 5, no. They were at most level 1 and level 2. Preemies, correct. The main goal of nobles and merchants are to stop you adventurers from becoming stronger. And this can be done by providing you all with comfortable life. Adventurers. Preemies, after the dark period many high-level adventurers die. Now only some are left. In normal case scenario, witnessing how weak Orario became, you all should have decided to make yourself stronger so that you all don't have to face that period again. However, if you will do it, nobles and merchants' plan of ruling Orario will go down to drain. So, they came up with a plan to hire you and prevent you all from becoming stronger. Adventurers. Preemies, let me ask you all this. Have you ever seen those who became the dogs of nobles became stronger? Adventurers. Preemies, the way you all are right now. Another dark period will soon come. And this time, none of you will have the power to stop it. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, The Black Swordsman, Part 3. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 power stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 1. Everyone presented in the scene trembled violently when they heard another dark period will come because of them. Almost everyone presented had been in dark period before. Even though they were not as strong as they are now. They still experienced the brutality of that period. And those who hadn't seen it, heard about it too. They were all now looking at nobles and merchants with disgust. Let alone nobles, even their soldiers were receiving the same contempt look. They all looked down in embarrassment. Preemie's words were right. They didn't even become a single bit strong ever since they went under these nobles. Then one of the soldiers did something which shocked other soldiers. That soldier forcefully removed the armor which represented which noble he belonged to before throwing it at the side. Ding. Cling. He turned his gaze at Preemies and shouted. Returnee Adventurer 1, neither I am a trash nor I am some noble dog. You heard that? That soldier also didn't like how these nobles do things. He had also witnessed how his colleagues were hurting civilians. However, as a soldier he didn't have much say in it. He decided to turn blind eye at it, since he was earning a lot by working under them. His actions produced a chain reaction effect as one by one more soldiers started to remove the armors which represented nobles. Ding. Cling. Ding. Cling. Ding. Cling. They all turned to Preemies and shouted the same. All returnee adventurers, we are neither trash nor noble dogs. All other adventurers looked at these returnee adventurers in appreciation. Preemies also nodded at them before giving them a mocking look. Preemies, noble words. All returnee adventurers. All those Returni adventurers clenched their fists when they heard mocking in Premi's words. Nevertheless, they didn't retaliate since his words were right. Then one of them showed some courage and stepped forward. Returni adventurer 2, fine. Perhaps actions will convince you, the black swordsman. That Returni then rushed and punched the face noble who he once served brutally. Pow. Noble 7, GUH. THDI. The noble fell on the ground, but the Returni adventurer didn't stop. He started kicking him. At first, others Returni adventurers bewildered seeing this, then even they started to do the same. Nobles were not their only target of beatdown. Even those soldiers who decided to still remain by Noble's side also became their target. It was really a good example of street fight. None of them were using weapons, just their fists were doing the thing. Premies looked at everything with indifferent expression. However, he was sneering inwardly. Premies, hey. Now that's what I want to see. Ha 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 ha. Those idiots didn't even realize what they just did. Or are doing. If they were just words, then they might have chance to return under the nobles with a simple sorry. But now that chance is completely gone. Premies, truly a fool. No wonder nobles call adventurers barbarians. They didn't even use their brain. After what happened last month, nobles and familias both stand on opposite sides. Do they really think they can join a familia if they want? Agreed. Noble soldiers currently are the most hated people in Orario after you. Any familia who let them join them have their reputation go down the drain. Since they take the soldiers who hurt them under them. Premies, yes. Then Premies looked at nobles who were down on the ground and receiving the beating. They were using their arms to protect their head. Premies, with this, nobles lost more than half of their forces. And those who are still by their side are only there for money. The trust between them is shattered now. Not only that, the so-called friendship between the soldiers is also gone now. Asterisk. Asterisk. While this brawler was going on, Hayden and Hogni looked at everything with pale and horrified face. They were not horrified by looking at fight but while looking at Premies. Hayden is a calm individual with an analytical nature. He always thinks before acting. And Hogni is known for having a troublesome personality, as he often acts cowardly in battle. However, now Hayden no longer had his calm look and Hogni was shivering more and more. Hayden, dangerous. Very dangerous. This, the black swordsman, is extremely dangerous. The way he manipulates is at a whole different level. First, he displayed his power to show others that they are not his match. Second, he mocks them again and again. Since they are not his match, they can only keep frustration and rage inside. Third, he made them recall the dark period which gave rise to the fear in their heart. Fourth, he gave them the target on which they can release all their rage and frustrations. Nobles. Hogni, the dark period is something that no one want to see. When he said that it will return because nobles don't want them to become strong enough to face it. Their rage increased even more. Hence, the result. Hayden, he start the infighting between them. Made other adventurers distrust these nobles and their soldiers. Made nobles lost a lot of their power. Increased the prestige of the guild. And I am sure guild will soon come forward to clear his name. Hogni, dangerous. Very dangerous. He manipulated the entire mass with just few words. I hate to admit it but if Lady Freya wanted to do the same, then she needs some time to prepare all of this. Hayden and Hogni, we can't afford to become his enemy. Asterisk. Asterisk. Lissos took the advantage of the commotion and ran away with Hyacinthos Cleo. Premies, I know. Let them be. They both are still used to me. Premies then turned his gaze away from the ongoing brawler to Hayden and Hogni. Premies, now then. It's time to take care of other matter. Premies looked at Hayden and Hogni before smiling. Seeing this smile both felt a chill down their spine. Premies smiled clearly saying, do you really think I forget about you? Then he walked towards them. Step. 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 Every step sent a tremor in their heart. Has Freya lost her mind? Why did she send Hayden Selland, an elf to guard Ina who is a half-elf? Everyone knows how much elves hate half-elf. Well, if you ignore exceptions like Riveriel Joe's Alf, Lafia Voridis, and Rio Lion. Premies, she sent them on purpose. I guess that. But which purpose? Premies, she must have realized that there's gonna be a cooperation between us. And Premies, cooperation only occurs between those who are on equal standing. I see. She sent them to test your strength. Well, hearing or witnessing things by your own eyes are different. Premies, yes. She is currently witnessing everything with her artifact. Asterisk sigh asterisk truly a fool. Premies, yes. Since she wants to test my strength, then I will oblige and play along. Though, the hard way. I hope she will have many elixirs in her Familia because her Familia members are gonna need them soon. Preemie's right hand then went behind and grabbed Elucidator handle before pulling it out. SSH. Hayden and Hogni hairs stood on the end. They both gulped. Hayden then hurriedly adjusted his spectacles and showed a calm expression. Of course, he was trying his best to keep the fabricate. Hayden, the black swordsman, why do you want to fight us? Preemies, fight you. Do you both really think with your meager power it will be called a fight in the first place? Hayden. Hogni. They both don't have any words to argue with. But it still made them both gloomy. They are the members of the strongest Familia, Familia. No matter where they go, they receive respect. No one look down of them like Preemies is doing right now. Preemies, as for why I am going to give both a good beating. Didn't I said, you shouldn't show killing intent towards the one you are guarding? Hayden and Hogni eyes opened wide. They clearly understood Preemie's meaning. Hayden and Hogni, FUCK. No wonder Lady Freya wanted us to guard that half-elf. She was clearly related to the black swordsman. Preemies, here I come. Whoosh. Preemies appeared in front of Hayden in an instant. Hayden hurriedly brought Desaria in front. Desaria is a double-edged rumfea that's taller than Hayden. It is a first-class weapon whose upper half can be used as a magic staff often used by elves to channel their magic power, and the bottom half is a long blade that Hayden uses in physical combat. Just like now, Hayden used the blade part of Desaria to receive the attack. Clang. Hayden, August. Whoosh. The force behind the attack threw Hayden back with great force. He didn't even have time to stable himself before he collided with the house behind. Bang. Preemies didn't even glance at Hayden when his elucidator met with Desaria before appearing in front of Hogni. He attacked Hogni at head level. Hogni brought his sword, Victim Abyss, on top of his to block. Victim Abyss is an ominous black longsword, which is actually a curse weapon. Its curse extends the length of the blade invisibly in exchange for consuming more of Hogni's stamina, so that its victims are unable to tell the blade's true length. Clang. Bang. Even after stopping Elucidator with his Victim Abyss, Hogni fell on his knees. The ground under his feet carved in and was destroyed. His hands have already become numb after receiving the attack. He raised his head while still holding Victim Abyss, which is grinding with Elucidator. Grind. Grind. Hogni, too strong. When he looked at Preemies, a fear started to rose in his heart when he noticed his blood-red eyes in which 3 tomos were rotating. Preemies looked at Hogni with indifferent expressions as the force behind Elucidator kept on increasing. Crack. Crush. The ground underneath kept on breaking more and more. Hogni, if this keeps up, I won't be able to hold for much. He is just too strong. Crack. Crush. As more and more ground kept on breaking, Hogni also started to reach his limit. By now, he had also given up fighting Preemies when he realized the disparity between them. Hogni, I can't hold any longer. Then. Shine. Hogni body started to shine, and not only his strength stopped falling but it also started increasing. Hogni. Hogni turned and looked at adventurers who were fighting among each other. They had already stopped fighting and drew their weapon while looking at him and Preemies. Behind them many mages and magicians were chanting magic to buff him. Hogni, you guys. Preemies, interesting. But do you really think it will work? Crack. Crush. The force behind Elucidator increased, which overpowered Hogni again. Hogni, GUH. Preemies, trash will always be trash. You all are still just show, no substance. Is that so? Preemies stopped overpowering Hogni and jumped back. Whoosh. Boom. The place Preemies was standing exploded. At that place now there's a short spear which was emitting lightning. Crackle. Crackle. Preemies ignored the spear for now and turned to the one who threw it. The person has medium-length scruffy blonde hair and blue eyes with a fair skin tone. He was wearing a yellow vest over purple long-sleeved shirt and trousers. Behind him stood 6 people. Preemies, Finn. Do you really think if Loki Familia came in equation, it will change anything? Finn, maybe not. But you are not fighting with Loki or Freya Familia. You are fighting with Orario Rumble. 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 Many rushing voices were heard. Preemies looked around and saw countless adventurers from all over Orario arrived here. Many were standing on the ground, and many were standing on the houses and building. All their eyes are full of determination. They held their weapons tightly while looking at Preemies, who was in center. Preemies chuckled seeing this. Preemies, hey. Fine then. Show me the power of Orario. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Black Swordsman, Final. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 2. Premies looked around at everyone around before turning his attention to Hogni. By now, he had returned to his peak. Let alone him, even Haydeen who was thrown at the house came out of the debris and returned to his peak state too. Premies, Ophis. Make sure that Ina, Misha, and Rose will remain safe inside. Ophis, Amen. Premies nodded inwardly before disappearing from the spot. Finn's countenance changed when he noticed Premies' speed. Finn, everyone, be on guard. Bang. Haydeen, GRGH. Boom. Haydeen was the first one to receive Premies' kick again on his chest, and he returned to the debris he came from. Putting his leg down, Premies attacked Hogni. Whoosh. Clang. Hogni, GUH. Hogni was able to stop to handle some of the attack foes because of the buff he was receiving. But it was not enough. Premies then took a whole 360 degrees turn and attacked with momentum. Swish. Clang. Hogni, Ga. This time Hogni was unable to stop it and was thrown back. Fwoosh. 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 Many arrows penetrated through the air and reached Premies. Premies moved casually while dodging them with the breadth of hair. Then rushed towards Hogni again. Hogni's hands were still numb, and he was still trying to decrease the force of the impact. Hence, he was at his vulnerable state. However, when Premies appeared in front of him, a shield appeared to protect Hogni. Premies still swinged Elucidator at the shield regardless. Ding. Adventurer 4-0. Shield failed to stop Premies' attack, and that adventurer stumbled back. Even though shield was pushed away, Hogni no longer present behind it now. At this time, many adventurers rushed and appeared at his side. Whoosh. 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 With their speed, weapon, and appearance, anyone can tell that they are assassins. All those assassins attacked Premies' weak spots at the same time. Just when their attacks were about to hit Premies, he suddenly disappeared again. All assassins opened their eyes wide. But before they can find his location again, Premies appeared in the next instant and punched at the face of one of the assassins. Pow. Assassin 1, ORH. Premies didn't stop there. He then swinged his leg and kicked the face of another assassin. Twisted his body and kicked another assassin at his throat. Using the momentum of the second kick, he flipped in the air and appeared behind another assassin. His elbow fell on that assassin back and then he used his right hand to attack behind the head of the next assassin with Elucidator handle. Pow. Thud. Thud. Their bodies hit the ground. Since Premies had no intention of killing them, they all are still alive. Though, they will remain unconscious for a week. As for why Premies didn't want to kill them, it's because many of the presented adventurers will work as a meat shield in the battle with Behemoth. Useless adventurers will die, and strong ones will remain. When Premies' feet landed on the ground, he dashed at the adventurers. Because this time he didn't disappear, everyone could see him. Adventurers seeing him rushing towards them gave a battle cry before they also rushed at him. If someone will look from bird-eye view, they can see a single dot and a cluster of dots rushing towards each other. When adventurers were still away from contacting Premies, all their bodies started to shine. 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 Their strength increased a lot. With more strength all adventurers became more enthusiastic. Premies looked at them getting buffed with stoic expression. Then just before they will contact each other, Premies stomped hard on the ground and accelerated suddenly. Before the adventurer in the lead could realize what's going on, Premies gave him a shoulder tackle right at the center on the chest. Bang. Adventurer mouth open wide and the armor he was wearing on his chest carved in. But that's not all. Tackle didn't stop there. Premies dragged that adventurer and collided with other adventurers behind him. Boom. Adventurer 7, Arg. Adventurer 8, Ow. Adventurer 9, Ah. Adventurers behind were thrown away in different direction after being hit. The power behind the tackle stopped when it reached the very middle of the adventurer's encirclement. The adventurer who was dragged all the way in, had his eyes rolled back behind his head. When tackle stopped, his body fell backward. However, just when it was about to touch ground, Premies grabbed his leg, pulled him, and threw him at where the magicians and mages were standing and using magic. Fwoosh. The unconscious body was thrown at them with great speed. Mages and magicians can only see the body reaching their location without being able to do anything. Boom. Magician 1, Ah. Mage 1, GUH. Magician 2, Org. Mage 2, AO. It was all done in an instant. No one had time to react. It happened just too fast. Whenever someone executes a powerful attack, your body freezes even for a moment. It's because powerful attack or skill is like outburst of power. After outburst, your body needs some time to return to normal. The time it will need can be decreased with practice or experience, but it can't be removed. And the more powerful your attack, the more time your body need to return to formal. Everyone faces this issue. Even 9th level existences, let alone gods who are 3rd level existences or those lower than them. Even when 9th level existences tried their best, at most they were able to decrease the delay time to 0.000000000000000000000000000001% or so. But they still failed to completely remove it. However, Premies was able to bypass this anomaly. Why? Because Aincrad Supreme provided one of the most broken things. Skill Connect. It allowed Premies to bypass this delay time and continue with follow-up attack. After reaching Grandmaster level, Premies can now use Skill Connect even when he was not using sword skills. The magicians and mages who received the impact from the thrown body were now lying on the grounding while groaning in pain. Considering the bodies of mages and magicians are weaker than normal adventurers, that throw really did numbers on them. As all others stopped on their spot and were looking at what happened to mages and magicians, Premies didn't waste time on such things because he can witness everything at the radius of 5 kilometers with his elemental sight. He appeared in front of the adventurer who was close before grabbing his collar and smashing him hard on the ground. Boom. Adventurer 21, GRH. As the adventurer was still screaming in pain, not only him but everyone present heard Premies' voice. Premies, one should never get distracted during fighting. Or the consequences will be dire. Whoosh. Pow. Adventurer 22. At the end of his words, Premies kicked at that adventurer abdomen and threw him on other adventurers like a football. Whoosh. Boom. Adventurer 23, GA. Adventurer 24, ooh. Adventurer 25, coo. After kicking, just like before, Premies didn't wait to see where that adventurer will go and moved towards his next target. Premies swinged his elucidator at the next adventurer. That adventurer was a tank of some party. He was covered head to toe in heavy armor. On top of that, he was also carrying a big shield. Elucidator collided with that shield. Ding. Boom. Premies easily overpowered him and plastered him on the ground. He then continued beating others. Kick, punch, elbow, knee, headbutt and so on. More and more adventurers kept on receiving beating and fell on the ground one by one. Some mages and magicians who survived the throw wanted to use magic, but since Premies was between the encirclement they can't do it because it will hurt other adventurers. However, there's exception to everyone. Some mages didn't care even if other adventurers also came in between. Mages and magicians, arise, flames. Rage, rage, rage. Vortex of fire. The crimson wall. Hellfire's roar. May the ardor of the gale plunge the world into grief and misery. These mages and magicians were standing at the very behind adventurers. Almost 30 of them were chanting together as many magic circles were appearing one by one. Mages and magicians, the sky shall burn. The earth shall ignite. The seas shall boil. The fonts shall churn. The mountains shall erupt. All life shall turn to ash. This super long chant kept on resounding more and more. By now, Riveria and Lafia, who were watching Premies fight along with other Familia members in astonishment, suddenly had a change of expression. As an elf, they can already sense and see many fire elements were concentrating and condensing. Riveria, Finn. We need to stop them. The power of magic will kill many adventurers here. Finn countenance also changed. Finn, Tiona, Tioni, and Bet. Stop them. Tiona, okay. Tioni, yes. Bet, Roger. They then used their full power to reach the location of mages and magicians to stop them. However, before they could reach them, some adventurers appeared in front to stop them from proceeding forward. Tiona, hey. Tiona, what are you doing? Bet, move aside. But those adventurers didn't respond and kept on blocking their way. Bet, you bastard. In the end, all 3 of them had no choice but to use force. Even though Tiona, Tioni, and Bet are stronger than those adventurers still succeed in delaying them until chant reached its end. Mages and magicians, may the lives of the Great Ones serve as atonement for the coming choler and grief. Your envoy beseeches you, Salamander. Incarnate of fire. Queen of flame. By now countless magic circles are on the sky. Other adventurers also realized something's wrong. Tiona, Tioni, and Bet face turned ugly. They can tell that it's already too late for them to stop. At this time, they received a voice transmission. Premies, retreat. It's too late for you three to stop them. Tiona. Tioni. Bet. All three turned to Premies. Premies right now was standing on his spot with the elucidator in his right hand as his midnight coat was flustering in air. He was looking at the countless magic circles in the air with indifferent expression. Premies, retreat. One more thing. Bet at an alley 2 blocks behind you, someone's hiding there. Catch him and bring him with you when you will return to Finn's side. Bet, what do you mean? Premies, go. Tiona. Tioni. Bet. Seeing that Premies had no intention of answering, they could only sigh in defeat and retreat. Adventurers around Premies saw the magic circles in horror. You did it. Just like you predicted. After killing the god, it's obvious that every adventurer will rush at the scene. How could they let this chance of killing so many adventurers go like this? Premies, remnants of Evelus. Since I bring them out in open, our arenas owe me now. Even though they are not all of them, you still succeeding in bring them out when everyone in Orario failed to do so. So, of course now he will have no choice but to owe you. Premies, get up and retreat. Premies' words were heard by all the adventurers around him. Then a ripple of magic released by him which healed all of them. Adventurers looked at how their injuries were healing at speed of naked eyes in astonishment. Premies, carry those who have fallen unconscious. Adventurers 65, why yes. Thank you. One by one all adventurers picked the unconscious ones and retreat far away. After running to some distance, they stopped and looked at Premies' tall back. Because of the aura of ruler, they felt like they were in the presence of the ruler. All adventurers, the black swordsman. That's the only thought they had in their mind. Premies didn't turn. He just kept on looking at many magic circles in the sky. His eyes are radiating red light as 3 tomos were revolving in them. Premies, too bad, I thought they will at least send level 5 and level 6 of their members. Well, forget it. I will find you all one by one. Magic then started to condense in Elucidator. Mages and magicians, firestorm. Premies, hex rend. A huge firestorm was released from those magic circles while magic attack in the shape of crescent moon was released from Elucidator. Soon they collided with each other. Boom. *A/N, hello readers. I tried my best to create this. I hope you won't mind any mistake since I am complete amateur in this. Pick, Premies Rigla, the Black Swordsman. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Hattie. *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 3. Before Firestorm and Hexrend collision. Just like Premies said, Freya was really monitoring everything happening in front of guild headquarters with her artifact. Behind her stood Otter as well, and at the side Alan was on one knee while looking at the scene in artifact. At this time, Premies just manipulated all the noble soldiers or returnee adventurers to start infighting among themselves. Seeing this, a glint passed in Freya's eyes as she smiled seductively. Freya, how dangerous. Otter. Alan. Otter only narrowed his eyes watching this while Alan shivered slightly. They both were also having the same thoughts as Hayden and Hogni. Then Premies moved. He threw Hayden away with just one attack and started to overpower Hogni. Both had a change of expression witnessing this. Alan, fast. Otter, strong. Freya, what do you think, Otter? Can you defeat him? Otter took some time before replying. Otter, it will be hard. The speed and strength he displayed just now was that of level 7. But. Freya, but. Otter, this, the Black Swordsman, is weird. I can't see any aura or any feeling of expert from him. He looked normal. The reason I came to conclusion that he is level 7 is by looking at his speed and strength. If he is hiding more of his strength, then I don't know until I will fight him myself. Freya nodded, not denying that. She also felt the same. Even she would have thought that Premies was a normal human with heavenly handsome face if she hadn't failed to look into his soul. It's like endless abyss that will devour you. While Freya was in deep thought, she heard Otter's serious voice. Otter, Lady Freya. Freya, HM. As Freya was about to ask what happened, all her hair stood on end. She hurriedly returned her gaze at her artifact and a cold sweat appeared on her forehead. In the artifact, she can see Premies was still overpowering Hogni, but his eyes were looking at her. Yes. He was looking at her from the very artifact she was using. It appeared that she was not the only one who can monitor Premies. At first, she might have ignored it without giving it too much thought, but the chill made her realize that Premies was really looking at her. Otter, I take back my previous words, Lady Freya. He is a lot stronger than I thought. At this time, Finn joined the fray and adventurers from all over Orario rushed towards the guild headquarters. Asterisk. 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 Aina, what's going on? Aina was moving to and forth around the room in worry. She already heard adventurers outside shouting, "The Black Swordsman." So, it's obvious that Premies had brought himself in open. That's what worried Aina a lot. Since currently, the Black Swordsman, the most hated existence in the entire Orario. Misha, see, calm down, Aina. Aina, calm down. How can I calm down? He is currently in presence of not only adventurers but nobles also. And they won't hesitate to attack him. Misha, that's Rose. Aina, just what is he planning on doing by appearing in open like this? Misha and Rose didn't reply because they also didn't know themselves. At this time, they heard many voices and shouting of adventurers from outside. Instead of shouting at Premies, it appeared that they were shouting at each other. Aina. Misha. Rose. All three looked at each other in confusion. Now they can even hear the sound of fighting. Misha, do we take a look? Rose, no. The Black Swordsman told us not to leave this room until we himself come. Misha, come on. We will just take a quick look. Rose, no. Misha, tch. What about you, Aina? Aina, huh? Me. Misha, yes. Aren't you worried about him? Come on, we will only take a single look and hurriedly return before he will even realize. Aina, that's. Rose, stop, Misha. Misha, but Rose. Rose, if you go out and by chance anything happens to Aina, do you think he will let it go? And you will the first one to face his wrath. Misha, that's. Misha became silent and didn't continue. She forgot that the reason they were still alive is because Premies didn't want Aina to become sad of their death. Otherwise, he would have killed them last time already. However, there will be no second time. Aina, let's go. Misha. Rose. Then without wanting for Misha and Rose reply, Aina hurriedly walked to the door. Though, when she tried to open it, she failed. Aina, huh? Aina put more force but still failed to open it. Aina, Misha. Rose. I can't open the door. Misha, what? Rose, are you sure? They then also walked to the door and tried to open it but failed just like Aina. Then all three tried together and still failed. Misha, is the door locked from outside? Rose, not possible. It didn't even budge with our combined strength. That's not possible even if it was locked from outside. They both become silent again. Misha, huh? What are thinking about Aina? At this time, their gaze fell on Aina who didn't join their conversation and appeared to be pondering about something. Misha's question brought her out of her thoughts. Aina, Misha. Rose. I can't hear the voice or sound of commotion from outside anymore. Misha. Rose. They both also realized it by now. It's too silent. This was Ophis doing. When Premies told her to make sure Aina and others remain safe inside, Ophis isolated the entire room. Currently, this room became its own independent dimension. That's why the sound from outside can't enter inside. Asterisk. 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 Bet, Tiona, and Tioni were retreating after failing to stop the spell. But since Premies told Bet to catch someone before returning to Finn's side, he moved to that alley. Tiona and Tioni also decided to tag along. After entering the alley, they looked around but failed to find anyone. They searched some more but still no result. Tiona, there's no one. Tioni, the Black Swordsman, must have lied to us. Bet, be quiet for a second. Bet silenced Tioni for now and started to concentrate. Since they can't find the person with their naked eyes, he decided to use his other senses. As a human beast, Bet has very keen senses far better than most people. At first, he smelled an unfamiliar scent in the alley. He then followed the scent. He reached at a corner of the alley and punched at the wall. Bang. Boom. The wall broke and behind it was a magic barrier. With his keen scenes, he heard someone breathing inside the barrier. That person's breathing became rapid when he realized that the wall hiding its barrier broke. Bet, hey. Come out. Bet punched the barrier few times. However, neither did the person inside came out nor did he remove the barrier. On the contrary, he used even more magic to strengthen the barrier. Bet, bastard. Bang. 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 Bet kept on punching and kicking the barrier with his full strength, but barrier remained standing. Bet, damn. Tiona, we will help too. Tioni, yes. I don't want to spend more time here and return to my Finn side. Tiona and Tioni also joined Bet and started attacking. Soon, the power of barrier started to decrease. All took a sigh of relief witnessing this. However, their happiness was short-lived as barrier became even more stronger in the next instant. Bet. Tiona. Tioni. They all stopped on their tracks when they saw this. Bet keen senses again came into play as he heard stones being placed one by one on the ground in the barrier. Bet, that bastard is using magic stones to power up the barrier. Tiona and Tioni, what? No wonder all three became shocked. Magic stones that were dropped after killing monsters and magic stones used to cast spell and barriers are different. There are three types of magic stones. First, dropped by monsters. Second, used in magic swords. Third, can be used by anyone. To create second type of magic stones, you need to refine the magic stones of monsters again and again so that impurities can be removed. It's very time-consuming task. And the result, 3 inches magic stone will reduce to less than 1 centimeter after refining. And you need at least 10 of these refined magic stones to create a single core for magic sword. That's why magic swords are so expensive. And to create third type of magic stones, you need 10 cores of magic sword and compressed and merge them together to make a single magic stone. One of the most important things while creating this is that all 10 cores should be of same type. You can't merge different type of cores, or it will explode and kill you. And since it didn't need a medium-like sword to release its power, it's even more expensive. It's so expensive to the point that even Loki Familia only have 7 of these stones themselves. 2 of them are with Reveria right now to be used during life-threatening threat and other 5 are in their Familia residence. Even though they contain tremendous power, but they can only be used once. To survive this one need to be max level 6 strength-based adventurer. And now someone's using such expensive stuff to power up a barrier. It's a good example of wasting resources. Bet, he is using at least 3 these magic stones. Tiona. Tioni. Tiona, looks like he is delaying us so that others will came to his rescue. Bet, not again. They failed to stop the magic spell before because they got delayed. Now, the same thing was happening again. Bet, TCH. No choice then. Tiona, huh? What are you planning on doing? Bet didn't respond. Bet, I never thought I will use it again one day. Bet took a deep breath before taking a stance. He started his chant. Bet, chained froze. The first wound, Jelgja. The second wound, Joel. The third wound, Viti. The ravenous slaver your only hope. May it form a river, mixing in the tide of blood, to wash away your tears. Never forget those irreparable wounds. This rage and hatred, thine infirmity and incandescence. Magic condensed around Bet as flames appeared on each of his fists and feet. This is Bet's strongest magic. This magic absorbs anything that uses magic power it comes in contact with, be it attack magic, curses, or even magic barriers. As the magic absorbs more magic power the flames grow, even burning Bet himself, which in turn increases its power even further due to its damage absorption property. And this magic has no limit to how powerful it can become. Bet, denounce the world, acknowledge fate, and dry thy tears. May the pain become your fangs, the lament your roar, and your lost companions your strength. Free yourself of the chains that bind you and release your mad howl. Despite how powerful it is, Bet refuses to use this magic due to the fact that doing so forces him to face the scars of his past, all his loved ones that he lost, and the pain that came with it. Bet, O lineage of enmity, pray use this vessel and devour the moon, drink greedily from its overflowing cup. Bare your fangs, and devour all. He never thought he will use this ever again. However, when Premies told him to capture the person, he felt that it was a ruler's order that he must complete. No matter what the cost. And that he will. Bet, Hattie. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Disparity. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 power stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 3. The flames on Bet fists and feet solidifies. He stomped hard on the ground as it cracked before attacking the barrier at rapid speed. Bet, let's see how long your tortoiseshell will last. Whoosh. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. As Bet fists and kicks hit the magic barrier, the flames started to absorb its magic. As time went by, flames started to intensify more and more. Their power kept on increasing. Soon they became so powerful that they started to burn even Bet. When that happened, flames damage absorption got activated which further increased its power. Bang. 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 Crack. A crack appeared on the barrier. A dangerous smile appeared on Bet face as cracks started to appear. The smile intensified when he sensed that the person inside was panic. Bang. Bang. Crack. Bang. Bang. Crack. Bang. Crack. Soon countless cracks appeared on the barrier. It was on the verge of collapse. Bet stopped and concentrated all his power for the last attack. His body already had many burnt marks by now because the intensity of flame had reached such heights that even Tiona and Tioni needed to keep some distance. But Bet ignored the marks and punched. Bet, break. Whoosh. Bang. Crack. Shatter. The barrier shattered and the mage behind could be seen now. Mage face had already turned pale as he was trying his best not to fell unconscious. Why? Since he had already used up all his magic, he was slowly falling into mind zero. *T/N, mind zero, is when you use too much magic and pass out due to the stamina drainage. *. That mage looked at Bet with ruthless expression. He was barely conscious. He used his remaining strength and pulled out a knife. He then jumped at Bet. Stab. Splurt. Bet. Tiona. Tioni. All three opened their eyes wide when they saw what happened. When Mage pulled out the knife and jumped at Bet, they thought it was his last struggle. However, in the moment he showed a bloodthirsty smile and stabbed his own heart. Flames on Bet fists and feet died down. Then he grabbed the mage from his collar. Bet, bastard. You wouldn't die until you will answer our questions. Mage, ha ha, I have no intention of answering anything to you, Loki, Familia. Then Mage used his remaining strength to turn his gaze at the direction of where the battle was still going on. The spell had reached its end by now. *A/N, if some of you are thinking that too much time passed since Bet, Tiona, and Tioni arrived here, then you all are wrong. In truth, merely 2 to 3 minutes have passed. Once you entered level 4, your speed already breaks through the sound barrier. Let alone Bet, Tiona, and Tioni who are max level 5. Hence, it was a very high-speed battle. *. Mage, you all will also die like them then. The entire Orario will be ou.rs, e.vil, Then the eyes of Mage became lifeless and he died. The knife he used to stab himself was also coated with poison, which hastened his death even more. Thud. His body fell from Bet hand. However, neither he, Tiona nor Tioni had time to look at it. Their expressions had already changed by now as a single word kept on repeating in their head. Bet, Tiona and Tioni, Evelis. Firestorm. Countless magic circles appeared on the sky as they released pillars of flames in front of guild headquarters. This sight brought them out of their thoughts as they saw these flame pillars in astonishment. Then another scene astonished them even more. They saw a magic attack in the shape of crescent moon was rushing towards these pillars of fire. Then both attacks collided. Boom. Asterisk. 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 Unlike others, Premies didn't have habit of saying the name of his skill, let alone loudly. He only used the skill name in his mind. That's why only Firestorm was sounded all around. The shockwave from the collision spread all around. Everyone was blown away. Even Loki was having hard time stopping themselves from being swept away. Dust had risen all around. No one could see anything. Not only that, even the houses and guild headquarters who were in vicinity of explosion got damaged. When Firestorm and Hexrend collided, Premies used his power to send extra power of the shockwave in the sky. That's why the damage was kept to minimum. Those mages who cast the spell had slumped on the ground. That spell used up almost all their magic. Adventurers who were guarding them walked towards them to help them up. Since their plan worked, they need to leave fast before other high-level adventurers caught them. They fully believed that their attack would have killed almost all the adventurers because none of them saw Premies' Hexrend colliding with their Firestorm. First, mages were busy chanting, and when their chanting reached the end and Firestorm was released, they instantly slumped down. Second, adventurers were guarding them from all direction, making sure no one used sneak attack. Hence, they also didn't saw the collision. They all thought that the smoke around them was from Firestorm. And since they all were mentally tired, they didn't try to give it much thought. Evelis Adventurer 1, we need to hurry. Evelis Mage 1, yes. But give us a second to catch our break. Shin. A flash appeared, and before the mage could continue, his head fell. Then his headless body also fell. Plat. Thud. All the hairs of Evelis adventurers and mages stood on the end. The attack was so fast for them to even see. Going somewhere? A voice was heard. They all turned towards the direction of the voice. Because of dust and smoke, they can't see the person. But his blood reds were glowing even in this environment. They can also see 3 tomos rotating in them as person step by step walked towards them. Step. 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 By now almost everyone in Orario knew who had such eyes. Even if some didn't, they will soon know when adventurers present in front of guild headquarters will release today's news. As Premies was walking towards them, their face kept on becoming more and more ugly. They witnessed how Premies dominated the entire battlefield single-handedly. So, they knew that they are not his match. Then Premies came in front of them, and they can saw him completely now even in smoke. However, all their eyes opened wide when they saw not a single scratch on him. All Evolus adventurers and mages, no way. Impossible. Not even a scratch. Premies, you know what? I was having so much fun playing with those adventurers. However, you all interfered and took away my fun. Hence, you all must pay the price. With your life, that is. Whoosh. BWAH. The Evolus adventurer who told the mage to hurry up, looked down and saw elucidator into his chest and out of his back. Then blood came out of his mouth. HRRGH. Premies then pulled elucidator upwards instead of pulling backward. As a result, his entire body was split in two. Then ignoring the spilt body, Premies moved and appeared in front of three Evolus adventurers who were standing together. Before they could react, Premies put the weight of his body on the right foot before moving elucidator back slightly, then lifting his left foot due to the inertial weight of the elucidator and shifting the weight to the left side of his body, he converted the strength in the swinging motion inside the legs and waist from the hands to the tip of the waist into power for the swing. Shin. Splurt. A flash appeared, then the body of all three were cut in half from their waist. That was the basic sword skill of Aincrad Supreme, horizontal. Premies moved again and kept on killing them one by one without any mercy. After 10 seconds, all the Evolus adventurers were dead, leaving only Evolus mages who were still on the ground and looking at the scene with horrified expression. After making sure all adventurers were died and no one was pretending, Premies swinged elucidator to the side to remove the blood from it. Swish. Once all the blood was removed, he walked towards the mages step by step. 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 With every step they can felt the death approaching them. In case there was another adventurer instead of Premies, then that adventurer would have tried to capture them. So, that she could make them spit out the information. Or they could hand them over to guild for interrogation. But Premies was not like them. He directly started killing them without any mercy. Just when Premies was 3 steps away from reaching them, a sound of air splitting was heard. Whoosh. Without looking at the direction of the sound, Premies just raised elucidator over his shoulder. Clang. Boom. A shockwave was spread around and the ground beneath Premies cracked. Premies, who was still looking at the mages, moved his eyes and looked at perpetrator. He was big man with lot of muscles. He was wearing heavy armor and was looking at Premies with killing intent in his eyes. He was trying to overpower Premies with his great axe. However, it was useless since Premies didn't even budge. Grind. Grind. Premies, level 6. Ha. Evolus high-level adventurer, you have already killed too many of our people, the black swordsman. He looked around and saw the dead bodies of those whom he once called brothers, but now his killing intent increased even further. Evolus high-level adventurer, I will make sure you will pay for it. Premies, hey. With just you. Evolus high-level adventurer, if it was before then I may not be your match. But after fighting with so many adventurers and killing my brothers, you must already be at your limit. Premies, ho. Is that so? Evolus high-level adventurer, yes. Then that adventurer jumped back and concentrated all his power on his great axe. He also knew that they are low in time. They need to retreat fast. Hence, he decided to end it in just one full power attack. Aura started to release from his body and his strength kept on increasing. Then he jumped at Premies with ruthless expression. Evolus high-level adventurer, die, the black swordsman. Boom. Another big explosion. That was the full power of level 6 strength-based adventurer. Even a level 7 adventurer like Otter can't take it head-on. If he did, even if he won't die, he will still become severely injured. Evolus high-level adventurer, huff huff asterisk asterisk huff asterisk asterisk huff asterisk, this is power of Evolus. Farewell, the black swordsman. I see. Truly a strength belongs to an ant. Evolus high-level adventurer. Evolus mages. Neither the adventurer nor the mages could believe that they were still hearing Premies' voice. Then the dust in front of them settled down and Premies again came in sight. But this time. Evolus high-level adventurer, I impossible. That's impossibly. Both adventurer and mage's heart trembled violently. Their eyes suddenly filled with fear, overwhelm, despair and helplessness. Let alone them, no one in entire Orario will believe the current spectacle. Premies stopped the attack of the adventurer, not with elucidator but a single finger of his left hand. With just one fucking finger. This is the difference between level 6 and level 20. Even if 4th dimensional god, i.e., level 16 pseudo-god, was Premi's opponent, Premies can also stop his attack with a single finger. After all, the disparity between their stats will still be 4,000. Premies, let me return your words. Farewell, insect. Premies then put his elucidator at the waist before twisting his body to the right. A horizontal slash came from right to left. Slash. Elucidator then rotated to 90 degrees and performed a vertical slash from bottom to top. Slash. Finally, Premies unleashed full-powered vertical slash from top to bottom. Slaws. Everything happened in a fraction of a second before anyone could see. The combined trajectory of the skill made Arabic number 4. Premies, Savage Fulcrum. *A/N. Hello, readers. Can you guys write your review of this novel so that more people will come to read it and of course to increase its rating? Thank you. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Bait. *A/N. Here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N. For every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 4. Evelys high-level adventurer, no. I need to warn others. Zeus and Hera Familia might be gone but now someone else has came to Orario. Against whom we stand, no, Chan, C.E. That was the last thought of that adventurer before his body spilt into pieces and fell. Thud. 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 After confirming his death, Premies turned towards the mages who were shivering in fear. He didn't waste time in useless gibber and just swung his elucidator. Shin. Splurt. Thud. 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 Once their bodies fell, Premies walked away. Dust started to settle down slowly, slowly. Because of smoke and dust even Freya didn't see how he grabbed that adventurer's attack with a finger. Bet, Tiona, and Tioni failed to catch that person. He committed suicide. Premies, I know. I was keeping my eye on them during the whole time. You already knew they will fail, right? Premies, yes. It was a predefined conclusion. After the dark period, Orario would have used all his forces to find the remnants of Evelys. But they failed. However, they might still have succeeded in capturing some members. Yet, there was no news of Evelys. So, it's obvious either they died by resisting or they committed suicide. Either way the information of Evelys remain hidden. Premies, yes. Anyway, even with death that mage still successfully passed the message to them. Evelys. Premies nodded then disappeared in the dust and smoke. Asterisk. 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 Finn, cough cough Riveria, Gareth, Lafia. Is everyone alright? Riveria, cough yes. Somehow. Gareth, yeah. Lafia, me too. Finn nodded and looked around. By now, a lot of dust have settled down. To the extent that they can now see other adventurers around. Finn took a sigh of relief noticing that there's no casualty. Finn, Riveria, Lafia. Check if some are injured and heal them. Riveria and Lafia nodded before they started approaching the adventurers to check their injuries. Meanwhile, Finn and Gareth looked at the destruction caused by collision of 2 magic attacks. Finn, to think he was able to counter that high-level spell of those mages alone. Then Finn looked at sky where the black clouds have started to gather. Finn, he even sent most of the force at the sky. Because of Finn's lifetime of fighting experience, he accurately saw through Premies' conduct. He then glanced at Gareth who was also looking at him. They both nodded completely aware of what other is thinking. Gareth, he really saved everyone this time. Finn, yeah. Otherwise, many would have died. As they started talking about other things that just happened, Riveria and Lafia were done checking on everyone and returned to them. Hayden and Hogni were following them behind. Riveria, everyone is fine. Those who got injured, just have some minor injuries. Finn, good. Then Finn turned to Hayden and Hogni. Finn, I wonder what Hildersleaf and Dainsleaf were doing here in the first place. Hayden corrected his spectacles before responding calmly. Hayden, this is Freya Familia matter, braver. You don't need to worry about it. Finn, you're right. But I was just curious what you both did to Angry, the Black Swordsman. After all, from what I have seen, he was giving you both a special attention. Hayden. Hogni. Hayden lips twitched but decided to remain silent. Hogni looked down, he also had no intention of answering. They knew that the reason they got special attention from Premies was because of the killing intent Hayden showed at Ina. Hogni, since I didn't show such killing eye intent at that half-elf, the Black Swordsman, went a lot easier on me. Compared to Hayden. Hogni hurriedly shook his head as remembered how Premi's merciless kicked Hayden at his chest 2 times. Even though Hayden was currently showing calm expressions, but in truth he really needed a good treatment since most of ribs got broken. Hayden, we need to report to Lady Freya about what happened. So, we will take our leave, braver. Finn, sure. Hayden and Hogni nodded at Finn before they hurriedly left. Finn and others looked at their retreating figure until they could no longer see them. Finn, I feel bad for him. Gareth, yeah. But still, I must praise him for showing such calm look even with those injuries. Lafia, eye injuries. Riveria, Lafia, Hildersleaf may look calm, but his injuries are very severe. Lafia, are really. Finn, if I am not wrong, most of his ribs are broken. Gareth, the black swordsman, really didn't show mercy. When he kicked Hayden, he just made sure that Hayden won't die. That's all. Lafia, what? Then Riveria, why didn't you heal him? Riveria shook her head. Riveria, he has too much pride. He refused to take any treatment from me. Finn, forget it. Everyone in Freya Familia is like this. Once Finn done talking, other adventurers approached them. Finn smiled while looking at them. Finn, looks like everyone's fine. Adventurer 1, yes. Thanks to you, Loki Familia. Finn, no. Thanks to the black swordsman. All adventurer. All adventurers showed weird expression. It's true that Premies healed them before the explosion. But in the end, isn't he the one who injured them in the first place? Adventurer 1, be braver. Finn, I know it's difficult for you all to accept this. However, if he didn't make the move to stop that spell, then all of you would be dead. Adventurer 2, but he had no choice but to stop that. Otherwise, he would be dead too. Gareth, you're wrong about that. I can tell even if he took that spell head on, he would still be fine. At most, he would have minor injuries. However, you all would be dead. Adventurer 3, then why did he saved us? Wasn't he fighting us? Instead of calling it fighting, it was more accurate to say that it was one-sided beatdown. Though, they were too embarrassed to say that. Finn also didn't correct them. Granting that news spread how a single person beat all adventurers of Orario, Orario will become a laughingstock in the eyes of all the other countries. It's true that Premies is strong enough to do this. Still, other countries won't believe that such person exists. Finn, it's true that he was fighting you all, and with his strength he can even kill you all too. Yet, he killed no one. Why? Adventurer 3, maybe he was afraid to make enemy of everyone. Finn, he killed a god in front of guild. And in front of you all. Can any of you do that? All adventurers. Adventurer 4, then why? Finn, don't know. Only the black swordsman himself can answer that. All adventurers. All adventurers became silent. They were also wondering about Premi's action. Maybe we know why. Everyone turned towards the owner of the voice. They saw Bet, Tiona, and Tioni walking towards. The one who spoke was Tiona. Finn, Gareth, and Riveria narrowed their eyes them. Because they can see that they had a gloomy expression on their face. Bet was carrying a body of mage behind him. When they appeared in front of everyone, he threw the body on the ground. Thud. Finn, who is it, Bet? Bet, don't know. When we were retreating after failing to stop those mages chanting, the black swordsman sent us a message to capture this person who was hiding in an alley behind 2 city blocks. Gareth, why is he dead? Tiona, he committed suicide. Riveria, suicide. Tioni, yes. He was hiding behind a magic barrier. When Bet broke it, he hurriedly committed suicide before we caught him. Finn frowned listening this. Since Premies told them to capture him means this person must be very important. And since he even committed suicide so that he won't get caught, it increased its value even more. Finn, anything else? Bet. Tiona. Tioni. Bet, Tiona, and Tioni's face turned even more gloomy. Everyone witnessed this and realized that there's more to it. Gareth, Bet. Bet clenched his fist in frustration before opening his mouth. Bet, at his last breath he said, asterisk. Asterisk. Mage, you, all, will, also, die, like, them, then. The, entire, Orario, will, be, ou.rs, e.vil, us, asterisk. Asterisk. Silence. Total silence. Everyone's countenance changed hearing this. Their face also turned pale in horror. Loki Familia was also the same. Finn's expression had also turned bad. Finn, are you sure he said Evelus? Bet, yes. Tiona, sure. Tioni, definitely. Finn took a deep sigh and started to rub his head. Finn, if what you said is truth, then it answers many questions. First, those mages who used that big spell and the adventurers guarding must belong Evelis. Second, the black swordsman also realized it. That's why he told everyone to retreat while he confronted that spell himself. Bet, what did you say? Tiona, the black swordsman, confront that spell himself. Tioni, really? Finn, yes. Bet, then this means that magic attack in the shape of crescent moon was released by him. Riveria, yes. Tiona, seriously. Tioni, T2 strong. As everyone were thinking about Premi's strength, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria exchange glances with each other. They can see fear in each other's eyes. This fear is not of Evelis but of Premi's. Finn, Gareth, and Riveria, using the very Orario as a bait to flush out the Evelis. This guy is insane. Not only them, even the Freya who was looking at the scene with her artifact, Arenas who was watching everything from the room of prayer under Guild along with Fells and some other Familia were looking from their hiding, all sucked a cold breath realizing this. All, what a lunatic. If even a single mistake occurred, then entire Orario would have to pay the heavy price for the losses. All of them shivered thinking about that. At first, they got shocked how Premi's manipulated adventurers to start infighting among themselves, then how he made nobles lost a lot of their power, then how it increased guild prestige. However, they thought it was the end. But now they realized there was more to it. Their previous shock had now turned to horror. They were thinking whether it was the end or there's still more to it. Lafia, by the way. Shouldn't we catch those mages and adventurers? All adventurers, huh? Oh. We forgot. Finn, there's no point. Lafia, what do you mean? Gareth, those mages and adventurers would have already left the moment they released the spell. Riveria, yes. They never had even turned to check the aftermath of their spell. Lafia, really? Finn, yes. That's how Evelis do things. They attack and hurriedly left so that others won't be able to catch them or find their tracks. Bet, TCH. Those bastards. Gareth, but still let's take a look. If luck will be on our side, then maybe we will at least find their tracks. Everyone nodded. Even though chances are less, at least it's not zero. Though, no need. They are all dead. Hence, you won't find anything. Everyone stopped on their tracks as Premies walked out of dust and appeared in front of them. They all tensed up seeing him. Premies ignored them and looked at the corpse of Mage. Premies, so, he died too. Bet clenched his fist in frustration and lowered his head. Bet, I failed. Premies, yes. You do. Bet. Bet body trembled when he heard Premies' cold words. It frustrated him even more. Other members of Loki Familia wanted to move forward to comfort Bet, but Premies' cold eyes swept over them. This made them shiver and they became silent. Premies, if you are so frustrated of the loss, then instead of keeping it bottled up inside, you should release them on monsters or your enemies. That way, it will make you stronger. Stronger so that you won't make such mistake again. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Orario will not fall. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 4. Bet raised his head and looked at Premies in astonishment. He clearly understood Premies' meaning. So, he nodded his head with solemn expression before turning back and walking away. Looking at Bet back, which was becoming smaller and smaller, Premies nodded inwardly. Premies, Gareth. Gareth, leave it to me. Then Gareth also followed Bet. Not difficult for anyone to guess that Bet was going directly to the dungeon. And since he will be going release all his bottled up frustration on monsters, someone need to keep an eye on him so that he won't went overboard and got injured. Gareth was the best person for this job. As said before, Gareth was like a father figure in Loki Familia. Even Bet respected him a lot. To the point he might lashed at other Familia members but not at Gareth. Finn and others didn't say anything in that aspect. They also agreed that Gareth's the best person to keep an eye on Bet recklessness. While this was going on, adventurers around can't believe what they were seeing. Loki Familia, one of the strongest Familia of Orario, was following the Black Swordsman order. When they looked at them more keenly, they realized that none of them were showing any disbelief or disapproval on their face. Their calm face as if saying that it's a natural thing to follow the Black Swordsman order. Premies' ruler's aura came into play again. Even though adventurers were showing shocked expression, they themselves forgot how they follow Premies' order without any question when he told them to retreat when the firestorm chant was going on. Premies next turned to Finn. Premies, don't tell Bet what I am going to tell you now. Finn, huh? Then without waiting for Finn reply, Premies took out a paper from the inner pocket of his midnight coat and passed it to Finn. Finn took the paper in his hand and started to read it. Since Premies gave this paper in front of everyone present around, it's enough proof that he won't mind if others will know about it. Finn read what written, and his expression turned grave. Finn, this is... Premies, yes. It will be useless even if Bet had captured this mage in the first place. Premies said while looking at the corpse of mage. Tiona, what do you mean? Premies, what I mean is that this mage along with those who used Firestorm, and the adventurers guarding them knew nothing about Evelys in the first place. Everyone, what? Lafia, how could it be? Didn't this mean that the news Bet, Tiona, and Tioni brought was false? Finn, no, there's more to it. Premies, let me explain. Everyone turned to Premies. Finn also nodded and let Premies continue. Premies, I found this paper after checking the corpse of one of the mages. The news Bet, Tiona, and Tioni brought was true, but things are more complicated than you all thought. Tioni, how so? Premies, these people were working for Evelys but they were not ones. Yet. Riveria, yet. Premies, yes. In other words, they want to join Evelys but how could it be so easy? Hence, they received the mission from Evelys to do what they did. If they succeed, they will be welcomed in their ranks. Everything clearly states that in paper. Tiona, what, seriously? Finn, yes. We had fought Evelys before and the emblem on the paper is the same that Evelys use. We tried to recreate such emblem but always failed to create one. After all the investigation, we found out that this emblem is made by God. Using his own divinity. That's why it's impossible for anyone to make one. Lafia, we can't make it even with the help of other gods. Riveria, we can't, Lafia. Every god has its own unique divinity. Hence it can't be fabricated by other gods. Lafia, oh. Premies also nodded, completely agreeing with Riveria. Of course, everything he said from the beginning till now was a lie. Those adventurers and mages were not soon to be Evelys members but were one already. It's true that no can fabricate Evelys emblem made on the paper, in that case Premies just need to buy the paper containing Evelys emblem from Twilight Shop. No matter how much powerful Premies is, no one will believe that he can do something that even the other gods can't do. Because if they believed it, didn't that mean they were basically stating that Premies was stronger than gods? Hence, no one got suspicious of the paper Premies present in front of them. Premies, if there are still such people who want to join Evelys then this means they will also receive such missions or some sort of from them. Finn, you're right. We need to think of next measure. Premies, one more thing. This time I may stop that spell, but I won't be here all the time. Therefore, you better find some way to counter it if it will occur again. Premies' eyes then swept over every adventurer. They all looked down in embarrassment. Granted that, the black swordsman didn't make his move, they would all be dead now. Tiona and Tioni also looked down disheartened. It was their job to stop those mages, but they failed because got delayed by those low-level adventurers. As a result, Premies had to take the matter on his own hands. It was really a blow to their self-esteem. To think low-level adventurers successfully stopped high-level adventurers. It's a slap their face. Premies' gaze returned to Finn and Riveria. Premies, Evelys had been staying hidden for so long. Looks like they are preparing something grand. It's better to be on guard for next few months. Finn, yeah. Riveria, we will. Premies didn't say anything else. He just gave them one last glance before walking away. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Now when Behemoth will attack in 1 month, everyone will think it's Evelys doing. How pitiful. Those Evelys must take the blame of something they didn't even do. No. They didn't even know themselves. Ha 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 ha. Premies, hey. Of course. On top of that, I stood in front of all adventurers and protected them from Firestorm all alone. When this news will spread, the people who hated me will decrease drastically. And the people who will hate nobles will increase exponentially. Premies, yes. Adventurer 27, the Black Swordsman. Premies stopped on his tracks but didn't turn. Premies, what is it? Adventurer 27, well. That adventurer then bowed his head towards Premies. Adventurer 27, thank you for saving us. Seeing this, other adventurers also bowed their head at him. All adventurer, thank you for saving us. The Black Swordsman. Premies remained standing on his spot for a few seconds before walking away. No one tried to stop him. Well, you all are the best meat shield. How can Premies let you die here when you all are destined to die at Behemoth hand? Premies smiled listening this, but none of the adventurers behind saw that since his back was at them. As for Freya and others who were keeping an eye on him thought Premies was just happy because received thanks from the adventurers. While this was going on, Lafia who was looking at Premies' back wanted to ask something. But in the end, she didn't find the courage in her herself to speak. Still, at that time she received Premi's voice transmission. Premi's, Ace is fine, and she is training very diligently to become strong. You will be able to meet her in 2 to 3 years. So, use that time to get as much knowledge as you can and become stronger. Lafia smiled hearing this and nodded her head while looking at his back. In the next instant, Premi's disappeared. Everyone got stunned. They tried to use their special abilities, skills, artifacts but still failed. Even Freya artifact failed. In the end, they can only take a sigh before returning to their respective familia or the work they were doing before. Asterisk. 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 Confirming that the black swordsman was gone, all adventurers raised their head. They then exchanged glances with each other before scattering in groups. They all had serious expressions of their face. This attack from Evelys really put a sense of urgency in their hearts. Even though those who attacked them were not Evelys themselves. According to what the black swordsman said. Still, it won't change the fact that they were following the orders of real Evelys. Hence, all adventurers had already put them on the same camp as Evelys. On top of that, the black swordsman said that he won't be here to save them all the time. To them this clearly means that he won't help them again if same thing will happen. Thus, they can only rely on themselves. And to prevent such things from happening, they need to become stronger. Now that they had a goal in mind, they no longer planned on taking things comfortably like before. They formed a party one by one. Even those solo adventurers decided to join a party so that they can venture deeper into the dungeon. Everyone put aside their pride and joined together for the first time after the dark period. Finn and other members of Loki Familia looked at everything with astonishing expressions. Finn and Riveria were also shocked before a smile appeared on their face. Finn, is that what your plan was all along, the black swordsman? Riveria, only by uniting together can we face upcoming danger. Finn and Riveria, the same way how Orario united to take down Evelys during dark period. Finn chuckled before speaking. Finn, let's return. We need to inform today's matter to Lady Loki. Once done we will go to dungeon. As one of the strongest Familia, Loki Familia can't be left behind. Loki Familia, yes. As Loki Familia was returning to their residence and adventurers were going towards dungeon, the name of the Black Swordsman was again sounded throughout Orario. This time at good side. However, with good side came a bad side. Along with the Black Swordsman, the name of Evelys was also sounded. This made the people who survived dark period to turn pale in horror. Some got so afraid hearing Evelys' name that they decided to leave Orario. They were not the only ones. Some adventurers also decided to leave Orario. However, to their disbelief the Familia they belonged to accept their decision. They didn't even try to stop them even once. Now every god in the Orario understood the message, the Black Swordsman, trying to pass them. They didn't live hundreds of millions of years in vain. Orario had already become weak after dark period. And now when the chances of such period returning increased, these adventurers decided to run away and abandon Orario without a second thought. If that's the case, then if Orario would have faced another dangerous situation, these adventurers would have done the same that time. It's true that running away to protect your life is not a bad thing. But these very adventurers when joining Familia clearly declared that Orario was their new home, and they will protect it at all costs. And now when the danger came to Orario they decided to abandon their very home. Truly ungrateful bastards. If it was before then all gods would have tried to stop them. Promised them various potions, weapons, armors, magic book and so on. But not anymore. Why? 2 reasons. First, current Orario is even more united than it was during the dark period. Since no one wants such period to return, their unity became even stronger. Second, because the Black Swordsman is here. They have a feeling as long as the Black Swordsman here, Orario will not fall. However, they have no intention of unraveling that to these ungrateful bastards. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Remembering Some People from Dark Period. *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 5. *A/N, there's too much appearance description in this chapter. It's because in future chapters these people appearance description will be decreased by almost 95%. Just like how Premi's full description was decreased to someone with black coat, heavenly handsome face and blood red eyes with 3 tomos in them. Freya was still looking at her artifact even after Premi's disappeared. Otter and Alan were also the same. Though, they all had a grave expression on their face. Freya, Evelys. Huh. Otter countenance changed slightly as he remembered the period. To be more precise, one specific person he respected a lot. The image of that person appeared in his head. The person had dark brown hair, gray eyes, and scars on his face. He wore a full-body black armor along with a dark red cape. In addition to that, he also put on a helmet when he and Otter fought. Otter, Zald. Zald was the former member of Zeus Familia and the one who sided with Evolus during Dark Period. He was also the one Otter defeated and reached level 7. But Otter was not proud of it because when Zald defeated Behemoth by eating its meat, he ended up being poisoned with Behemoth deadly venom, which continued to weaken him for the rest of his life. As a result, Zald had to retire as an adventurer after that battle because of it. Hence, when Otter fought him, Zald had already been weakened greatly. In other words, Otter defeated weak Zald. Otherwise, it had been impossible. Why? Because according to the plot, Zald alongside with Althea were the most powerful people in the entire Danmachi world after the sword champion, Albert Waldstein. Unbeknownst to Otter, he will be facing that very behemoth soon. Freya, Alan, go to Folkvanger and inform other Familia members to be on high alert for the next few months. Evolus won't let the opportunity to strike us go when our guard is down. Alan, yes, Lady Freya. Alan then hurriedly left. Freya then leaned back and looked out from the window. Since she lives on the top floor of the Babel, she was currently looking at the actions of adventurers. Now when Evolus was in the move again. Freya, what do you think? Otter, Lady Freya, for the last few days my instincts are warning me about something. This also happened just when Dark Period. But. Freya, but. Otter, this time at every passing day, it kept on increasing. I am having a feeling that this upcoming danger will be at a whole different scale compared to Dark Period. Freya expression even more grave hearing this. She kept on looking down from the glass window before her seductive smile returned. Freya, no matter what danger come, Orario will prevail like it always had. And especially now when he is here. He won't let the people he cares about die. Freya then poured wine for herself in a wine glass. Her eyes then darted at the red wine in the glass while thinking about her next course of action. Asterisk. 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 At this time, one of the adventurer who was looking at Premies from hiding also reached his Familia. He took a sigh of relief looking at it. Why? Because currently only his Familia appeared to be safest place for him. In front of him is a giant statue of man with elephant head. And the entrance located at its crotch. The name of the residence is, I am Ganesha. Yes. This is the largest of all the Familia of Orario, Ganesha Familia. And they also have the most first-class adventurers with a total of 11 level 5 adventurers. In Ganesha Familia there are many skilled tamers that participate in the monster feria which is held every year. Monsters from the dungeon are considered to be hard to tame, though the Ganesha Familia tamers have been known to be able to tame them. There is very big reason why Ganesha Familia held monster feria every year. And that is, Ganesha, the head of the Ganesha Familia, is one of the few people that know about the existence of Xenos. Hence, he works with Uranus to get the people used to the monsters by holding monster feria each year. The person hurriedly entered the residence. When almost all the adventurers rushed at guild headquarters to confront Premies, some Familia decided to first look at how the situation folds before joining later. Like how main members of Freya Familia didn't join at the beginning. Same's the case for Ganesha and some others Familia. He passed by many rooms while hurrying over. When he reached the door of the main room, he stopped and looked at the person in front. The person has scarlet crimson hair and brown eyes. She was wearing revealing clothing and golden hoop earrings. She is vice-captain of the Ganesha Familia and an Amazonas, Ilta Farna. Ilta nodded at the person before turning around and knocking the door. Knock. 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 Come in. Once they heard the confirming voice, they opened the door and entered. Creak. Inside their gaze first fell on the one that told them to enter. She was a beautiful woman which had beautiful azure hair, woman and eyes. She was wearing orange color clothes which had some golden straps. Down she was wearing black leggings with silver metal shoes. Her hands were also covered with metal hand guards. On her face there's a strict and collected look. She is the captain of the Ganesha Familia and a human, Shakti Varma. Shakti, explain the situation. The person nodded before he started recalling what he heard and witnessed. At first, Shakti was still calm, but then as time passed by her expressions kept on changing. First, her eyes went wide when she heard how Premies killed a god in front of the guild. Then it turned to shocked when she heard how he single-handed fought against the entire Orario adventurers with ease. Hearing that, both Shakti and Ilta shivered. They both were also planning on joining other adventurers to fight against Premies, but now they realized it would haven't changed the situation much. If it was battle of attrition then they might have chance, but according to the person, Premies didn't sweat a bit even when he beat down more than half of the adventurers. Next, when the name of Evolus came. Boom. Shakti released her entire aura. This pressure sacred the person as he hurriedly took few steps back. Ilta also had a serious expression on her face, but she didn't release her pressure like Shakti. After few seconds, Shakti took back her aura. However, she no longer had her cool, strict, and collected look which she showed even in a hectic and chaotic situation. Her eyes were filled with rage. Shakti hated Evelys the most. Not because they were responsible for Dark Period. No, it was also one of the reasons. But the most important reason was because they were responsible for her younger sister's death during Dark Period. She then told the person to continue. Once the person told the last thing, Shakti gave him his leave. Creak. Bang. The person then hurriedly left. Shakti returned to her calm look before taking a seat. Ilta, Shakti. Shakti, I want some time alone, Ilta. Ilta. Ilta became silent for some time before nodding her head. Then she also left. Creak. Bang. Once the door was closed, Shakti leaned back at her seat. After some time, she put one of her hands in her pocket and took out a picture. In the picture, there were two people. One person has a calm and cool look while another person was showing a cheerful smile. The person with calm and cool look was obviously Shakti herself. The other person was her younger sister. That person had short slate blue hair and cerulean eyes. She wore a pure blue top over a kind of short dress that was black in the center and dark gray on the sides of it, as well as a pair of black gloves that reached above the elbow. She wore two light blue straps around her waist and a smaller one with which she held a piece of pure blue piece of cloth that she carried on her side. She also wore a pair of metal and leather shoes, with the right one reaching higher than the other, and a pair of black stockings that reached above the knee. She was very identical to Shakti herself. But her personality is completely opposite of Shakti. Seeing her, tears started to appear at the corner of Shakti's eyes. Shakti, Ardi. Asterisk. 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 Returning to guild headquarters. From the top floor of the guild headquarters, someone from his window was looking down at all the adventurers that had formed a party and went towards the dungeon and those who were showing horror expressions while planning to leave Orario. Seeing this, he gave them disdained look. He was a fat elf with white hair, green eyes, and short legs. His fat also makes his height seem small. He was wearing a black suit that is of much better quality than any other guild worker. He is the head of the guild under Arenas, Royman Mardial. Royman is an arrogant elf that constantly looks down on others except for the gods and goddesses. He likes money, causing him to be known as the guild's pig by other elves. Royman also dislikes half-elves, believing that they are low class. However, even with so many shortcomings, he is still a hard worker. Otherwise, Arenas won't have let him manage the guild for so long. Royman, Orario has gave them so much. Yet now when danger is approaching Orario, they just turned their back on it and decided to run away. How pathetic. How ridiculous. You don't say. Royman hair stood on the end as he hurriedly turned around. There he saw someone sitting on his chair while looking at him. And that's someone he didn't want to meet. So, he tensed up. He then gulped before trying to calm himself. Royman, I wonder what I can do for the Black Swordsman. Premies didn't reply. He just kept on looking at Royman with indifferent expression. The room became silent. As time went by, sweat started to appear on Royman's forehead. As said before, Royman is someone who looked down on every except god and goddess. However, in front of Premies he had put away his arrogance. Premies is someone who killed a god. Not only in front of public but also in front of the very guild headquarters. Means in front of Arenas himself. Yet, Arenas didn't make any move, i.e., using his divinity to stop Premies. Instead, he remained silent. This was enough for him to understand that if Premies wish to kill him, then Arenas will put a blind eye on T. Because he is nothing compared to God. Seeing him sweating so much, Premies finally decided to open his mouth. Premies, go and tell Arenas that I want to meet him. Right now. Royman, why yes. I go. I go. Then Royman hurriedly left the room as if running away. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, True Experts. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 5. Creak. Bang. After closing the door with bang, Royman hurriedly left. If Premies want, he could have directly barged into room of prayer to meet Arenas. However, he wanted to give him some respect since he still had a lot of use. Premies then hugged Ophis, who was sitting on his lap with one hand, and his other hand started to caress her hair. She was sitting there all the time while Xingming and Ace were standing behind. Of course, Royman couldn't see them. Premies, what do you think? Xingming, I have to say all those adventurers were strong. But just like husband told me before, they fight with complete brute force. There are just too many flaws in their movements and attacks. There's no technique in them. However, that elf and dark elf can be called exception. Premies, Haydeen and Hogni. Shengming, yes, them. Premies nodded his head. Even though Premies didn't give them any chance and overpower them with a single attack. For the beings like him, Ophis and Shengming, glance is all they need to saw through someone's strength. Ace, my lord, even though I know that the main members of Familia very strong. But just where do they stand? Premies, even if the old you, Tioni and Bet join forces together, Hogni could still fight all of you at the same time without being in any disadvantage. Ace. Ace got stunned listening this. When she was still the member of Loki Familia, she could tell that she was not Hogni match. But she never expected him to be this strong. To be able to take on 4 level 5 adventurers on his own. Premies, before joining Familia, Hogni used to reign over the Dark Elves as a foolish and fearful king while Haydeen used to reign over the White Elves as a clever and tyrant king. Since that time, they weren't adventurers and can't just rely on brute force. They created their own swordsmanship. And while fighting among each other, they kept on sharpening them. Yes. Because of that their foundation was a lot better than other adventurers. That's also why they were able to level up at accelerated rate when they became adventurers. Premies, yes. Premies, anything else? Shengming, it appears that many of them became strong quite easily. They didn't have full control over their strength. Premies, exactly. They depend on the other high-level adventurers of their Familia to carry them in dungeon. Shengming, that's also the reason. They are leaving Orario now. Premies, exactly. Ace, Sister Shengming, what do you mean by that? Shengming. Shengming became silent. She didn't want to say the main reason for it were gods themselves. Though, Premies had no intention of hiding this from Ace. So, he spoke on Shengming's stead. Premies, Ace, becoming strong is not as easy as it appeared to be. Ace, Lord, I know. You must put your life on the line to become strong. That's why many died in dungeon. Premies, you're only half right. Ace, half? Premies, yes. It's true that to become truly strong one needs to put his or her life on the line. But if you think only by putting your life on the line for once, you can become stronger, then you are wrong. Shengming continue. Shengming nodded. Since now that her husband had told her to continue, she won't hesitate. Shengming, little sister, as you kept on putting your life on the line, you understand many things. Like your shortcoming. Enemies or opponents' weaknesses. You understand things that you are good at and bad at. Not everyone is good with swords. They might be good at other weapons. Premies, some are not even good for close combat but for long-ranged one. And like how some are good at magic while others don't. Shengming, not as time went by, more and more doors kept on opening for you. The more you put your life on the line, the more you know about yourself. As you kept on receiving baptism of blood during your journey, you started to change. Your whole demeanor changed. Ace. Shengming, you stopped looking at the things same way as before. You unconsciously released an aura that intimidate others. Your personality also changed in a good way. And most of all, your heart also becomes strong. Then Shengming turned and looked at adventurers who were thinking of running away. She looked at everything from window before sighing in disappointment. Shengming, you won't behave the way these adventurers were doing. You won't be like these adventurers who are emotional weak. Ace. Ace didn't reply. She was also disappointed on these adventurers. Disdain was visible in their eyes. Premies, that's how you became strong. Step by step. However, everything changed when gods came to this world 1,000 years ago. As they started to give blessing, adventurers became lazy. Unlike before, when you need to put your life on the line to become strong, you can do that just by killing some weak monsters, and so. As a result, people stopped putting themselves in danger. Hence, that's what led to current predicament. Ace. Shengming. Ace remained silent while Shengming took another sigh. This is what happened if you get your hand on power quite easily. Premies, from what I have seen so far, in the Orario only the members of Familia can be called true experts. Because Freya put them in danger situation again and again. As a result, it drew out all their potentials. I am sure Zeus and Hera Familia were the same. Because once you reach high level, you can't increase your stats just by killing monsters. You need to go through the very path which I and Shengming described just now. Hearing this, Ace now fully understands how strong her father Albert Waldstein truly was. He was the strongest level 9 adventurer. He won't have been called hero and be given the nickname Sword Champion in case he would have just relied on killing monsters to increase his strength. Ace clenched her fist tightly, thinking that. Ace, no wonder I felt it was becoming more and more difficult for me to become stronger while I was in Loki Familia. I can't just rely on killing monsters to become strong. I need to put my life on the line to understand more about my shortcomings and the path that I need to take in future. As if a stone was lowered off from her chest, Ace's heart relaxed and an impulse of magic was released from her body on its own. Corner of Preemie's lips curved up a little as he kept of caressing Ophis. Shengming also showed a knowing smile looking at Ace. Preemies, with this, Ace will improve a lot faster than before. Agreed. When Ace Wallenstein reached level 5, the rate of her improvement decreased drastically. It really affected her a lot. To the point that she gave up improving and decided to rely on others. The same was the case when you made her your permanent member. Preemies, I know. Even though she didn't show it on her face, I already knew she was still worried whether she will become strong or will still stagnant after reaching a certain level like before. Yes. However, now she knew the correct way. A new door has been opened for her. Preemies, true. Ace, my lord, you said only the members of Freya Familia should be called true experts. Then what about Loki Familia? As you know, I have been with them from since I was little. From what I have seen, they also possessed such demeanor. Preemies, they do possess the demeanor of the expert, but compared to Freya Familia, they still fell short. Ace, is that so? Preemies, as I have said before, Freya made all her Familia members to go through life and death battle again and again, which drew out all their potential. That's why they are true experts. However, Loki Familia only go through such things during dark period. Anyway, you will know what I mean when you will reach level 2. Ace, level 2. Isn't it around the corner? My stats have already reached the max of level 1. I only need to increase the grade of my skills to F. Preemies, yes. Ace, alright. Ace pumped her fists in confidence. Preemies showed a small smile while shaking his head. Ha ha ha. She made it sound so easy. Her current skill ranks are at H. There are still 2 ranks to go to reach F rank. She still thinks it will be easy. Preemies, let her be. She will soon realize the difficulty of increasing the proficiency of one's skills compared to one's stats. Indeed. Not only it's difficult, but it also required time. On top of that, the time needs to increase. Its proficiency kept on increasing with each rank. That's also one of the reasons why adventurers prefer to increase their level so that they can increase their overall stats and put aside their skills. Preemies remained silent and didn't reply. He also agreed with Twilight. That's the very reason why he became angry when he saw how Lily and Haruheim's skills reached F rank in just 1 month when he was away. Preemies then shook his head. Preemies, anyway. Stopping here, Preemie's gaze fell on the door which opened. Creak. Royman, Lord Arenas, is ready to meet to you. Preemies then get up from the chair and walked towards Royman. Royman kept on sweating while looking down. When Preemies walked past him, he heard his voice. Preemies, you don't need to follow. Remain here or do whatever you were doing. Royman, why yes. 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 Royman nervously nodded. In truth, he also didn't want to follow Preemies. Even though Preemies didn't release any aura and appeared to be normal human, it still took everything Royman had to stay in his presence. Once he could no longer see Preemies back, Royman hurriedly entered the room and shut the door with a bang. Bang. Then he approached his chair on which Preemies was sitting before slumping on it. His shoulders dropped as all the nervousness and fatigue left his body. He then wiped his sweat and took a deep sigh. Royman, that was way too much pressure. I felt that if I was rude to him or did anything he didn't like, I will be dead. He then took another sigh. Royman, I really don't want to meet him again. Though, I know it's just my wishful thinking. Then Royman's eyes fell on the documents at the side. He really wanted to do something to keep this mind off from the Black Swordsman for now. Asterisk. 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 You really scared him there. Preemies, first impression is the last impression. He only saw me from afar when I was fighting. In this meeting, if I hadn't showed him who is in control, then he won't have taken me seriously. He would have just thought of me as some strong adventurer, that's all. Can't deny that. He is very arrogant inside. Preemies then kept on walking for some time before reached the room of prayer and entered. Then after walking some more, he reached his destination and stopped. In front of him were stairs which led one on top. On top there were 2 standing torches. They were the only source of light that were illuminating the room. In the very center of those 2 torches, there was a throne. The one sitting on the throne was the one Preemies came to meet. He had white hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a white robe with a black hooded cloak and sandals. The very first god who came to this world and gave his blessing. The head of the guild as well as a primordial god. God of Sky, Arenas. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, First Meeting with Arenas. Asterisk A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Asterisk A/N, for every 100 power stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 6. Both Premies and Arenas looked at each other without saying anything. No one want to back down in front of other. One was the chief god, the primordial god, while other was the strongest adventurer so far. Time went by, still no one said anything. In the end, Arenas had to step back. Because as he kept on looking into Premies' Sharingan, his vision started to blur. He then closed his eyes to calm his mind before opening them again. Arenas, it's our first meeting, the Black Swordsman. Premies, yes. And you really deserve to be called Chief God since the aura radiated from you can make anyone to bow their head in your presence. Arenas, indeed. Even God and Goddess got affected by it. Yet, you remain unfazed. I never thought that one day I will meet a mortal you can look eye to eye with me. Premies, life just finds its way to surprise people, no? Arenas, agreed. Arenas said and showed a smile. So did Premies. Both became silent again. If someone else saw them, they will think them as friends. Arenas, so, what can I do for you? Premies, few things. First, Hestia had already started her Familia. However, because of some reason she can't register it for now. I want you to delay it for 1 month and let her members enter the dungeon freely during that time. Arenas, easy. Premies, second, I want you to come to Hostess of Fertility 5 days from now on. Many other Familia will also join in that meeting. Arenas thought for some time before nodding. Arenas, no problem. Premies, third, when you come bring Ina along. She will work as your representative that time. Arenas narrowed his eyes, fully aware what it means. If Arenas will bring Ina along, it clearly indicates that she will be next head of the guild after Royman Mardial. Arenas remained silent. Premies' gaze moved from Arenas to the darkness behind him. Premies, how long you planned on hiding, Fells? After Premies' words fell, a movement occurred in the darkness. Then someone walked out. The person was wearing black robes that cover their face, making it impossible to tell their gender or any other features. Though, Premies knew that Fells is skeleton underneath all his robes. Once Fells came out, he spoke. Fells, I was not hiding. I just don't want to disturb the conversation between you and Lord Arenas. Premies, ho. Is that so? My bad then. Premies then showed a gentle smile which almost scared Fells to death. Fells, I am sorry. Hearing his apologize, Premies decided to let go of the matter. The cloak Fells was wearing was not a normal cloak. It can block curses and allows Fells to become invisible. That's why Fells was able to roam around the entire Orario freely without being noticed by anyone. He also used its invisible function here. Too bad, it's useless in front of Premies' Sharingan and Elemental Sight. Premies, speak what you want to say. I am sure Arenas is also thinking the same thing. Fells turned to Arenas, who nodded in response. Getting his confirmation, Fells spoke. Fells, Ina. If I am not wrong, Ina Tool is the half-elf who you asked us to protect. Premies, I didn't ask you but told you to protect her if you want my help. Fells, my mistake, let me continue. Premies, go on. Fells, by taking that half-elf. Premies, Ina. Fells, yes, Ina. If Lord Arenas will take her with him as his representative, it's basically saying that she will be next head of guild. Premies, and Fells, even though we don't mind, other people in Orario won't accept this. Especially elves. They won't let a half-elf be the head of the guild. Premies, tell me the name of these people and elves who have problem. I will give them all a personal visit. Fells shivered listening this. Even Arenas narrowed his eyes. They both completely understand what Premies meant by giving them a visit. Fells gathered some courage in himself before continuing. Fells, K-killing is not the good solution to everything. Premies, true. But still, it's the best, simple, and straightforward solution. Fells. Premies, one should judge person by his or her capabilities, not their race. Fells. Premies, because of this discrimination between races, many talented people took their step back before they can even step forward. The reason for this is people who discriminated between them. And this is biggest problem of not only Orario but the entire world. Once you will solve this and treat every race as equal, then it won't be long before Orario will prosper. Arenas nodded his head listening this. Fells also agreed. If the discrimination will be gone, then Orario will keep on prospering non-stop. Still, it felt good in hearing but not easy to accomplish. Fells, it's not easy to remove such discrimination. It will take hundreds of years. Premies, what about only Orario? Fells, it will still need decades. Premies, too bad, I don't have that much time. I will solve it in 1 to 2 years. Fells, what? That's impossible. Premies, I have my own way. Fels fell silent. He felt like Premi's way won't be good one. But the one covered in blood. Premies then returned his gaze at Arenas. Premies, so, what do you say about taking Ina with you as your representative? Arenas, I agree. Premies, last one. When you will come, also bring that cunning fox Hermes along. Arenas, you knew even about him. Is there something you don't know? Premies didn't reply. Hermes is also needed for his plan. Even though, Hermes appeared to have casual and playful personality and behaved casual and relaxed most of the time, presenting himself as a sociable and open god. In reality, he is very sharp, shrewd, and cunning. He is eloquent in speech as he is skilled in holding his own when it comes to sounding other people. Not only that, but he is also a skilled manipulator capable of outwitting both mortals and gods into acting according to his plans. Like how in plot, he cleverly manipulated both Ishtar and Freya so that the latter would destroy the former. He is a very good tool in Premi's hand. So, Premies don't want to let him go. However, if he disagreed to come under him, then Premies won't mind sending him back to heaven so that he can give company to Soma, Ishtar, and Apollo there. Premies, so. Arenas, okay. Premies, nod all right. That's all. Premies then turned and walked away. Arenas and Fels became dumbfounded seeing this. He just came, said his words, and left. What the hell? Arenas, ahem. Isn't there something you want to ask? About guild or so things? Premies, no, I am good. See in 5 days, old man. Then Premies left. Even when they can no longer see Premies, Arenas and Fels remained stunned. Arenas blinked his eyes few minutes. He still can't believe what he just heard. Arenas, old man. To think someone will call me that. And right on my face. After some time, Arenas smiled and shook his head. If it was someone else, then it would have meant that he was looking down on him. But he can tell that Premies has no such intention. Arenas, I wonder when the last time was since someone didn't lower himself or herself in front of me and talked on equal standing. Arenas then closed his eyes and continued using his divinity to keep monsters from coming out of the dungeon. Arenas, do what he asked for. Fels, why yes. Fels was still amazed by what he had just witnessed. Someone came, told his demand and left. While leaving, he even called Chief God an old man. On top of that, Arenas didn't seem to be offended. On the contrary, he seemed happy. Fels in the end decided to put the matter at the back of his head and do what he was ordered. Asterisk. 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 How does it feel like making your first friend? Premies, friend. Yes. Unlike others who you look down on and doesn't give much thought. You treated Arenas as someone on equal footing. Premies, friend. Huh. Truly a foreign word. Premies then chuckled before continuing. Premies, not that I hate it though. Then after some walk, he left the room of prayer. While he was walking towards his next destination, Sheng Ming and Ace who were following behind had their mind preoccupied by other things. Sheng Ming, so, that was a primordial god, Arenas. Unlike other gods I have seen so far, I can't through him even when he was using a mortal body. Sheng Ming then looked at Premies who was walking in front and Ophis who was sitting on his left shoulder. Sheng Ming, just like husband and eldest sister Ophis. Ophis is 4th level existence. It's impossible for even gods who are 3rd level existences to saw through her, let alone 2nd level existence like Sheng Ming. Sheng Ming didn't know that. Premies didn't tell Sheng Ming about Ophis' strength and what existence levels are yet. Hence, she only knew Ophis is strong but not that she is 4th level existence. As for Premies, even though he is still 2nd level existence, he became complete after killing and absorbing his dark self. So, currently his soul is of higher order and is being covered by the power of chaos. That's why Sheng Ming also can't even saw through him. While Ace was also thinking about something. Ace, that was the main head of the guild and a chief god, Arenas. And that was the room of prayer where no mortal is allowed to enter. Even gods and goddesses need to ask for permission first to meet him. Never thought I would see him one day. It is known that Arenas never made any public appearance. From what I have heard from Loki, Arenas only showed his face in Donatus. Asterisk. Asterisk. From the conversation with Arenas, I can tell that you seriously want Ina to become the next head of the guild. Premies, I do. But is it okay? I am sure she doesn't want to. Because of you more and more workloads kept on falling on her shoulders. Now you are even throwing more responsibilities on her. Premies, once huge pressure fell on someone's shoulder, it led to 2 results. First, that person will crumble from that pressure. Second, that person will reborn from it. In your opinion, Ina is the later. Premies, yes. She may whine at first, but she will neither crumble nor run away from responsibilities. Then Premies put his attention on Royman, who was still in his room while doing the documents. Even though current distance between them is some tens of meters, elemental sight inner range is 5 kilometers. Premies, hey, you. Royman, who was doing the documents, tense up when he received Premies' voice transmission. He then looked around but failed to find anyone other than himself in the room. Premies, stop looking around. I am talking with you from distance. Royman gulped nervously before a forced smile appeared on his face. Royman, what can I help you with, sir? Premies, do you know the Ina tool of your guild? Royman, Ina tool, oh, I remember, it's that brow-haired half-elf. Premies, yes, her. Royman, did she offend you or something? Don't worry, I will fire her right away. Royman then hurriedly stood up. However, he received Premies' voice transmission again. Premies, don't come to conclusion on your own. Royman, that's, I am sorry, sir. Premies, forget it. I want you to train her well. As your successor. Royman, my successor. Royman became dumbfounded hearing this. Premies, yes. You are already old. It's about time for you to retire your position as the head of the guild. Be rejoiced. I found a perfect candidate that you can train before retiring. Royman, but sir. Premies, don't worry, I believe you. I am sure someone as broad-minded as you won't look down at others from their race and will train her wholeheartedly without making things difficult for her. Royman. Premies, oh, yeah. There had been many cases of civilians and adventurers being killed in an alley nowadays. I just hope something like this won't happen to you before your retirement. Royman started to sweat bullets. Completely understanding what premies mean. Premies, oh. By the way, what were you saying before? Royman, leave it to me, sir. I will train Ina Tool as my successor and as the next head of the guild. Premies, good. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Expectations. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 6. Premies, one more thing. There are 2 more people, Misha Flott and Rose Fanet. Train them as Ina's assistants. Royman, oh okay. I will do that. When can I start their training? Premies, right away. Royman, all right. First, I need to take out the documents that they need to go through before I will start their training. I think I will need 5 to 10 minutes. Then I will notify them. Premies, sure. Take your time. Then Premies cut the transmission and continue walking towards the room where all 3 were currently residing. After few seconds of walking, he now stood in front of the door. The room may appear in front, but in truth it's several planes away. Knowing what Premies want, a glint passed in Opha's eyes before she nodded her head. Premies then opened the door and walked inside. Creak. Ina, Misha, and Rose, who were wondering what's going on, heard door opening sound and turned towards it. When they saw who it was, Ina relaxed her shoulders as a smile appeared on her face. Though in the next second it turned to pout. While Misha and Rose tensed up seeing him. Ina, I think you have an explanation to give, Mr. Premies, that's the first thing you said after meeting a month ago. Ina, I was always here. It was you who disappeared. Premies, Maybe you're right. Ina, it's not maybe. I am right. So. Premies didn't answer. He just appeared in front of Ina in the next instant. His one hand grabbed her waist while other touched her face. Then he bent down and took her lips. Ina. Ina eyes opened wide before she closed them to savor the kiss. Ina, MMPH. Ophis, Sheng Ming, and Ace didn't show any change in expression while the jaws of Misha and Rose dropped down on the floor. Premies then picked Ina and took a seat. Then they separate. Ina had a flushed expression before she buried her head in Premies' chest in embarrassment, since she remembered that Rose and Misha were still present in the room. Though, if she realized that she was sitting on Premies' lap right now, then she would have been even more embarrassed. Premies, was I forgiven? Ina, F.A.ir. Ina answered in mosquito voice. Premies heard it but still pretended he didn't. Premies, I didn't hear that. Can you speak loudly? Ina, I am saying that's not fair. Premies, I see. Ina. Ina, what kind of answer was that? Premies, looks like you are doing. Ina raised her head, looked at him with angry expression. Ina, doing fine, my foot. Do you know how much work I need to do because of your stunt of not only destroying Ishtar Familia but also killing Goddess Ishtar? Premies, nope. I don't. Ina. Veins appeared on Ina's forehead hearing Premi's lukewarm response. Ina, 5 days. I have to work on extra shift for 5 days per week. Premies. Ina, and just when the workload decreased, you killed another noble lineage 2 days ago. And now it increased again. Premies, wait. 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 I didn't destroy any noble lineage 2 days ago. Who told you? Ina, no one. Premies, then. Ina, women intuition. Premi's lips twitched hearing this. Not only he heard Xingming chuckle from behind, but Twilight also burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Premies. Ha 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 ha. Premies. Looks like you have found your nemesis. No matter how much you try to erase or eliminate clues, it's all useless against women intuition. Ha 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 ha. Premies, TCH, damn this women intuition. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, you should get used to it. Because not only Ina but Ophis, Xingming, Lily, and Haruheim also possess this. Any women who care about you the most in their life will all be able to sense it. As for Ace, well, she lacks common sense, so she will just ignore it as a passing thought for now, that is. Premies, oh boy. Doesn't this mean Hephaestus will also sense something when I will ask her to make those weapons for me? What a pain. I need to think of a way to counter it. Premies then turned his attention back to Ina. Now, there's a worried expression on her face. When she saw Premies fell into trance, she got worried. She then raised her hand and his face gently and lovingly. Ina, are you okay? Premies grabbed Ina's hand, which was caressing his face, before a gentle smile appeared on his face. This was not the smile which sent chill to other back, but a genuine one. And this made all who women present in the room to fell into daze. The only exception was Ophis, though. Not only because she is emotionless but also because Premies showed her this smile constantly. As a result, she already got used to it. Premies, I am fine. Premies' words brought everyone back on the earth. Ina hurriedly hid her face in his chest again, since it's completely red like tomato now. Rose and Misha looked away to hide their face. A slight flush also appeared on Ace's face, while Xingming only showed a smile. Since Premies was already her husband, why did she need to feel embarrassed about it? Premies caressed Ina's hair for a little longer before he got up and put Ina on her feet. Premies, I have to go now. Ina, what already? We only meet now after a month. Premies, I know. But I also know how much you are serious with your work. Aren't you still on your shift? You can't slack off. Can you? Ina, that's. Premies, anyway, I will quite busy in the coming days. So, I won't be able to come and meet you regularly. A sad expression appeared on Ina's face as she started to feel disheartened. Premies, don't worry, I will come to meet you when I have free time. And we will be going to meet each other in 5 days. Ina, 5 days. Premies, you will know. Ina, nod. Premies, I also realize that your hairs have grown longer. And they are well maintained too. Looks like you are really taking a good care of them. Ina, do you like them? Premies, I do. Ina smiled sweetly hearing this. Premies then turned his attention to Misha and Rose. They straightened up when they witnessed Premies' gaze. Premies then appeared in front of them in the next instant, like how he appeared in front of Ina. Then he raised his hands. Both closed their eyes, thinking he wanted to slap them or something. However, on the contrary, instead of slapping them, Premies put his hand on their head and patted it. Rose and Misha got stunned and raised their head. Rose. Misha. They got shocked when they saw that Premies was smiling at them. It was genuine gentle smile like before. Premies, thank you for taking care of Ina. I leave her to you both again. Both nodded and looked down to hide their embarrassed face again. Then Premies removed his hand and gave one last look to Ina. Premies, later then. Ina, amen. Next, he disappeared from the room like he was not presented here in the first place. Ina took a deep sigh. They meet again after 1 month, but for only 5 to 10 minutes. She then shook her head and decided to concentrate on her work. Though what she didn't know is that Premies didn't left, but he instead ran away. Soon she will know what Premies did, and if he will be here that time, then she would have lashed at him for sure. Ina, Rose, and Misha then returned to the hall and went to do their own work. Ina returned to her desk and started to sort out the documents. By the time she was done, Royman Mardial approached her. Royman, Ina Tool. Ina hurriedly stood up from her seat and bowed a little at him. Everyone presented in the hall became silent and turned towards them. If Royman want anything from them, then he always called them on his office. He never took the initiative to approach any of them himself. Ina, Sir Royman, what can I do for you? Royman nodded his head before moving his gaze around the hall. Then his gaze fell on Misha. Royman, Misha Flott. Misha, why yes, sir. Misha also hurriedly stood up. Royman didn't reply to Misha and turned to the last person. Royman, Rose Fanet. Rose, yes, sir. Rose also stood up. However, unlike Misha, she was still showing calm look. Royman, you three follow me to my office. Aina. Rose. Misha. After saying his words, Royman didn't wait for their reply and walked towards his office. Aina, Rose, and Misha exchanged glances before following behind. Step. 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 Only the sound of their footsteps was heard in the current silent hall. Once they left the hall, everyone started to talk among themselves. Knowing Royman Mardial's personality, it can't be anything good. So, they all came to conclusion that Aina, Rose, and Misha did something wrong and will be fired since Royman himself came to take them. Asterisk. Asterisk. Soon they reached the office and entered inside. Creak. Once inside, Royman took his seat and looked at the three. Aina, is there something wrong, sir? Royman first picked the document from his table and passed it to Aina. Then he did the same for Rose and Misha. Aina looked at the document, in which many works were written. At the end, there's also a salary. The salary on the document was 10 times of what Aina earned per month. The same is the case for Misha and Rose. Though, the salary written on it was not 10 times like Aina but was 5 times. Aina frowned as she suddenly had a bad feeling. The same games for Rose and Misha. Aina, sir, this. Royman, Aina tool from today onwards, no, from now onwards, your training to be next guild head will begin. While Rose Fanet and Misha Flott will receive training to be your assistant. Silence. Total silence. The entire room became silent. No one spoke. They were just too shocked to speak. Aina, Rose, and Misha's face became pale. The documents in their hand fell altogether. Aina, yes sir, we can't accept this. Misha, why yes, we still need time to get used to our current work. Let A alone this. Rose, sir, please reconsider. It's not that they hate the additional salary. No one decline additional money. But the problem here is responsibilities. The responsibility that the guild head and his assistant had to shoulder is just too much. Not only that Aina and Misha are currently just 19 while Rose is just 28. Compared to Royman Mardell, who is more than 150 years old and have so much experience, these three are just like newborn child. Royman, I think you all mistaken something. I am not asking whether you agree or disagree. I am telling you what you three will do. Aina. Rose. Misha. Royman said with a single stern tone. All three become silent before angry expression appeared on their face. They really want to beat this fat elf. Though they didn't act on impulse. Aina, yes sir. You can't force us like this. Aina said every word in anger tone. Royman didn't answer for now. He walked to one of the cupboards on the right, opened its door and brought out a stack of documents before placing it on the table. Then he closed the cupboard door and returned to his seat. Royman, sorry. None of you can deny. Aina, why? Royman, because it's order from the Black Swordsman himself. All three, what? Royman, yes. At least 20 minutes ago, the Black Swordsman came. When he noticed how age is catching up to me, he said to train you Aina Tool as my successor and Misha Flott, Rose Fanet as your assistants. I told him that you all are still too young, but he said you all will be perfect candidate and will be able to handle it. It's true that it might be difficult for single person, but if you three works together it won't be a problem. Since Premies didn't tell Royman to not say his name, Royman decided to put all the blame on him. Though, Royman was not aware, but he was just dancing on Premies' palm. If someone else had told Aina to be next head of the guild, then she would have outright declined no matter what. However, since it's Premies who want her to do it, she won't do so. Royman, since he himself said that you have capabilities, then I also have great expectations from you. Aina Tool. Saying till here, Royman showed a smile which none of them liked before he moved the giant stack of documents towards them. Royman, you three can start by reading these documents. Lips of all three twitched while veins again appeared on Aina's forehead. Aina, Premies. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Fate, Karma, Destiny, Luck. Asterisk A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Asterisk A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 7. Before Aina, Misha, and Rose followed Royman to his office. Premies, after leaving Aina and others, instead of returning to Raven's sight, appeared out of the room and in front of a shadow. Seeing Premies standing in front of it, the shadow took a shape of a person. The person was a level 6 assassin who had been guarding Ina from shadows till the last month. Looking at Preemi's emotionless face, the assassin gulped nervously before opening his mouth. Assassin, yes sir, I have really been guarding Miss Ina Tool for the last month even when you disappeared after destroying Ishtar Familia without fall. Preemies, I know. It's impossible to lie in front of Preemi since his elemental sight helped him see things at micro level. When someone lie, their nerves showed a slight moment. Even if you have full control on your nerves just like Loki while she was lying about something, she can't control them at the atomic level. Just a slight moment is all he needs to see through someone's lie. That's how broken elemental sight is. The information at the atomic level is not something your brain can handle unless it's like Preemi's who kept his Sharingan and elemental sight activated all the time. As a result, his brain just kept on receiving more and more information and kept on become stronger with time. And as his brain will become more stronger, the range of elemental sight will also increase. Assassin took a sigh of relief after hearing this. Preemies then continued. Preemies, what's your next plan? Assassin, next plan. Preemies, because of the re-emergence of Evelus, many civilians, merchants, and adventurers are leaving Orario. Elemental sight core range has the radius 500 meters, inner range is 5 kilometers, and outer range is 50 kilometers. After 5 kilometers, its range work like a radar which can not only tell the location of people but also distinguish them with color. Like how when that adventurer party sent by Noble to capture Haruheim and Lily entered his 50 kilometers range, they appeared in red color which indicate that they were his enemy. While Ryu and Mikoto appeared in green color which means they were allies. *A/N, you can check chapter 105, future plans, if any of you want to refresh his or her memories. Asterisk. Because of that, Preemies could see many dots of different color in his outer range leaving Orario hurriedly. Even inside his core and inner range, he could see many people packing their stuff. Preemies, so, what's your plan? Assassin. Assassin remained silent for some time before answering. Assassin, Orario and Guild have given me too much, so I don't want to abandon it and fight for it. But. Preemies, continue. Seeing that Preemies didn't feel offended when he said but, he continued nervously this time. Assassin, since the situation in Orario will become more chaotic, I still want my family to leave. Preemies nodded his head hearing this. Preemies, how many members are there in your family? Assassin, huh? It's just me, my wife, and my little son. Preemies, is your wife an adventurer? Assassin, no. Preemies, does your son want to become adventurer? Or do you want your son to be an adventurer? Assassin, no. Neither I want nor he wish to be an adventurer. Preemies, I see. Then Preemies took something out of the space. They were 2 simple bracelets. He gave them to the adventurer. Preemies, give one to your son and one to your wife to wear. As long as they don't want to be adventurer, then no matter what danger Orario face, their life won't be in any danger. Assassin. Assassin's hands which were took those bracelets trembled. He never thought such a thing to even exist. He still can't process what he just heard. Assassin, sir, this. Preemies, as long as they won't embark on the journey of becoming adventurer, they will be fine. Assassin, thank you for such a generous gift, sir. Assassin hurriedly bow his head towards Preemies. If what Preemies said was true, that he won't have to worry about them all the time. Preemies, I just hope you won't slack off during the time you will be protecting Ina. Assassin, don't worry about it, sir. I promise to keep Miss Ina Tool safe even if I die. Confirming that the assassin's words came from his heart, Preemies nodded and disappeared from his sight. Assassin was stunned at first before he again merged with the shadow. Now that it's guaranteed that his wife and son will be safe, a huge load was lifted off his chest. He then swears to protect Ina completely and wholeheartedly from any danger. Asterisk. Preemies appeared outside the guild. Ace, who had been curious about those bracelets, decided to ask. Ace, my lord, what were those bracelets? And how will they keep that assassin family safe? Shengming, yes, husband. I also can't saw through those bracelets. Preemies, Shengming, you must have known about the things like fate, karma, destiny, and so on, right? Shengming, yes. They play a very important role in the working of the world. Preemies, true. And Ace, have you heard of luck? Ace, no. Preemies, just like fate, karma, destiny, there is also luck. It also plays a great role in the working of the world. And if the luck you possessed reach a certain threshold, then it turned into a development skill. Shengming, luck is a skill. How is this possible? Preemies, it's possible. Preemies, well, every hero and heroine of different worlds possess this. Preemies, anyway. Luck is close to divine protection. Overall, it improves the luck a person possesses. It got triggered and helps you when your life was in danger. Or helps you in finding resources in the dungeon and getting drops more frequently. And so on. It has many uses. Ace, amazing. Do I possess it too? Premies smiled at this. Premies, no. Once you came under me you all are way away from things like fate, karma, destiny, luck and so on. Ace, away. What does that mean? Premies, you don't need to go too deeper into such stuff for now. With time, you will understand. Ace, nod. Shengming, so, husband. Those bracelets possess this luck. Premies, yes. Even though we are away from such things, others are not. Hence that bracelet will improve their luck. Ace, then why did Lord said that assassin's family will be safe as long as they won't become adventurer? Premies, Ace, even though those bracelets provided and improved their luck, it's not their own personal skill or something. It's like a borrowed skill. Hence, there's limit to how much it can improve their luck. It can protect them if they are normal civilians, but if they ventured into dungeon where there is danger at every corner, luck won't help them. Ace nodded her head. However, Shengming was still shocked about Preemie's previous statement about they are away from fate, destiny, and stuff. It's impossible. Every being in the world must follow the rules and laws made by the universe. If they are away from it, this means they are beyond the control of universe. And she can tell that Preemies was not lying to her. Shengming, husband. Preemies, later. Shengmind nodded her head. It's the most shocking thing she heard. In case you were away from such things, this means that the cause and effect won't apply on you. One of the example is, the more you will interfere with the business of others, the more karma you will accumulate. And once the karma reached a certain threshold, you must pay the price for it. That's why higher beings like dimensional gods won't interfere with the life of mortals. The more they will interfere, the more karma will accumulate. Once too much karma was accumulated, there's high chance about the very laws of universe making its move to erase you. However, if they are away from it, this means no matter they do, they don't have to pay any price for their actions. Preemies, we are done here. Let's pick Lily and Haruheim from Raven's sight, and went into dungeon. They all nodded before walking towards Raven's sight. Since they were going to rush again after picking Lily and Haruheim, Preemies decided to take a stroll till their location. He told Lily and Haruheim to wait for at least 2 hours, and there's still some time. During the way, he saw many adventurers and civilians packing their stuff to leave. Preemies, how pathetic. Indeed. Aina, Preemies. The angry voice of Aina sounded from distance. Preemies just chuckled, completely aware that Aina pissed. Preemies, good thing I leave fast. You ran. Preemies, whatever. I more and less have guessed what's your plan. With Freya Familia, Loki Familia, and Hephaestus Familia on your side, you have almost half the Orario in your hand. The remaining half is under guild. Once Aina will become guild head, even that will be under your control. Means the entire Orario will be under you. In case other familias disagree, the 3 strongest guild will take care of them, and if civilians disagree, guild will be there to stop them. Preemies, well done. Ha ha ha. I was wondering what's more are you planning? Preemies only showed a small smile and didn't answer. Soon they reached Raven's sight and entered. The sound of gate opening was heard as Preemies walked inside. Hearing this voice, others inside came out one by one. Preemies, You 4 didn't leave for, hostess of fertility. Rio, we would have if you hadn't killed the god right after leaving. Chloe, seeing how many adventurers were rushing towards the direction of guild headquarters, someone need to stay behind to keep Lily and Haruheim safe. So, we all decided to stay, meow. Anya, yes, meow. On top of that, even though this place is good, it's still an area where assassins and thieves hide, meow. Lunwar, we don't want them to get hurt if some high-leveled adventurers entered. Lily and Haruheim remained silent with their cold face. Though, a small smile still appeared on their face and the coldness in their eyes decreased too somewhat. Preemies, I see. And why did you said it's me you killed a god? It's true that the news of him killing a god again will soon spread throughout the Orario. But since the distance between guild headquarters and Raven's sight too far, it will take time. On top of that, since none of them left the walls of Raven's sight, they didn't have heard of it. Preemies just hope that they won't say the same thing as Aina. Women intuition. Though, looks like his prayer was heard. All 4, because no one in the entire Orario have guts to kill a god this early in the morning like you. Preemies. Agreed. Shengming, I agree, husband. Ace, I also agree, my lord. Preemie's lips again twitched hearing this. Chloe, not only that, whenever you disappeared alone, something will bound to happen, meow. Anya, and all those who died somehow in one way or another related to you, meow. Preemies, it's as if you are saying that everything that happened in Orario was done by me. Rio, Chloe, Anya, Lunwar and this time even Lily and Haruheim joined them and showed Premies a weird expression. As if saying, "All six, is it not? Premies." Premies decided to ignore that look for now. "Premies, anyway, you four should leave for, hostess of fertility. Mia might forgive your lateness before since the situation in Orario became delicate. But now that it had returned to normal, you better not make her wait." All four waitress nodded their head. Premies then turned his attention at Lily and Haruheim. "Premies, are you both fully prepared for your dungeon expenditure?" Lily and Haruheim, "Yes." Premies, "Good. Then let's go." Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Rivera. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 7. Premies then turn to Ryu and others again. "Premies, no need to worry about someone entering when we are not here. I have already put a magic formation around Raven's sight. It will trigger if any assassin or thief try to sneak in." They nodded their head hearing this. Premies then turned and left with Lily and Haruheim. While Ryu and others went inside to do one last preparation for the dinner, they will cook after returning tonight before hurriedly leaving too. Asterisk. 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 Premies took Lily and Haruheim to the Babel Tower. He bought a simple dagger and folding fan from Twilight Shop before giving it to them. Only Lily and Haruheim were visible while no one could see Premies as usual. When they were about to enter dungeon, they were stopped by a guild employee. But when he heard Haruheim and Lily belonged to Hestia Familia, he let them pass. He had already received the order from guild to not stop any member of Hestia Familia from entering. They continued walking and reached the entrance of the dungeon. And they both became shocked. This is the first time Haruheim saw a dungeon. Hence, she was shocked by what she saw. In the very center of the room there was a 10-meter-long hole that leads straight into the labyrinth. Within the circular room were multiple columns at equal intervals and above was a beautiful azure painting of the sky that resembles the real sky. Along the circle are gentle stairs that spiral down into the dungeon. Haruheim got fascinated witnessing this, while Lily was shocked by the sheer amount of the adventurers. In her whole life during dungeon expenditure or exploration, she never saw so many adventurers sticking together. To the point, they were walking merely 1 or 2 steps away from each other. If even one adventurer stopped, then all the line behind him will collide. "Lily, just what is going on?" As they were standing on the spot because of the shock, Premies suddenly grabbed both. Then before they could understand what he planned on doing, Premies directly jumped in long hole. "Lily." Haruheim. Once he reached down and his feet touched the ground, Premies let them go and continued walking. Lily and Haruheim were surprised somewhat, but then they continued following him. The upper floors, i.e., from 1st to 12th floors, are for level 1 adventurers. Since Lily and Haruheim just became adventurer again, this place is suitable for them. Too bad, Premies has no such intention. He planned to take them deeper. Since many adventurers had entered before them, they didn't even see a single monster on the way. The structure of the floors changed after they passed 4th floor, 7th floor, and 9th floor. 10th to 12th floors have the same structure as the 8th to 9th floors, however the light from above becomes reminiscent of morning mist. Even though upper floors, 1st to 12th floors, are good for level 1 adventurers, but the limit of level 1 adventurer is 10th floor. From 11th floor, large category monsters such as orcs, infant dragons, silverbacks, and hard-armored start to appear. Infant dragons are categorized as level 2 and considered as floor boss of the area, though they rarely appeared. In other words, one need to be level 2 from 11th floor onwards. Some exceptions can be Bel Cranel and Freya Familia, since they all level up only when their main stat reach S999 or above. Soon they reach 12th floor, the last upper floor. The mist on the 12th floor becomes much thicker than on the 10th and 11th floors, though it's not a problem for them. And just like before, they didn't see a single monster. These idiots. If they kept on killing all the monsters like this in each floor, then the security mechanism of the dungeon will activate. Till middle floor, it would only summon monster party, but in lower floors it will be Premies, Juggernaut. Yes. Premies, let it be. It may appear easy to say, but dungeon won't summon Juggernaut unless the large amount of damage will be done on dungeon walls, environment, and monsters. After all, it's a security mechanism dungeon used to protect itself. That's true. But let's just hope some idiot adventurers don't throw their trauma on the dungeon walls just because they couldn't find any monsters to kill. Premies, yeah. I also hope so. Soon, they reach the entrance of the 13th floor. It is called the first line. From 13th floor, 24th floor are called middle floors. A level 2 party is needed at 13th floor. First 5 floors of middle floors, i.e., 13th to 17th floors, are known as the cave labyrinth. Starting from the 13th floor, the walls, ground, and ceiling become made of bedrock. While the upper floors are just flat, circular maze, the middle floors have more complex layout which include intertwining upper and lower tunnels. The light became darker, and the air seemed to be moist. Vertical holes leading to the deeper floors appeared randomly. The layout became more complex and monsters spawn at faster rate in the middle floors than in the upper floors, so it is very difficult for level 2 adventurers to solo these floors. And behold, still no monsters in this floor. They continued walking and passed by other 4 floors and reached 17th floor. On the 17th floor, there's huge wall that appears in the big room time to time. It's called the Big Wall of Grief. It spawns the monster Rex Goliath. And currently, many adventurers are standing in front of it. Lily, they are waiting for the monster Rex Goliath to spawn. Haruheim, monster Rex Goliath. Huh. Lily, yes. The Big Wall of Grief spawn it often. Once you kill it, a new one will spawn in the next 5 days. Haruheim, this means only one monster Rex Goliath spawn per 5 days. Is there anything special about it? Lily, it's the strongest monster in middle floors, that's what I have heard. And its magic stone is very pure. It always fetches for high price. Haruheim, oh. Preemies, let's go. Even though adventurers won't start fighting among themselves for the kill since they have joined forces, they still need to divide the magic stone equally among themselves. With their sheer number, they will barely get a piece in the end. They nodded their head before continued walking towards next floor. The 18th floor was a safety point where no monsters were born. Though sometimes monsters from lower floor came here. This floor was called the Under Resort. The floor was filled with crystals and nature. Large forests and lakes covered the floor. Within the forest were blue crystals of different sizes that reflect the light from above, causing the forest to be filled with a pale blue glow. The exceptionally high ceiling was filled with brilliant shining crystals of 2 colors, white crystals in the center that resemble the sun, and blue crystals surrounding it that resemble the sky. The amount of light from the crystals depends on the time and cycles through the day. Lily and Haruheim got fascinated seeing this. Even though Lily had heard of and have information about this floor, she never went such deep in dungeon even as a supporter. Ace also liked this place and Xingming also became happy when she sensed how happy the nature and life here is. On the eastern side facing the lake stood a city called Rivera. The city was located 200 meters above the lake on a cliff. Rivera was named after the female adventurer Rivera Santilini who founded the city. It's a town made by and operated by adventurers on this floor. Item trades were common, and there was also an inn and bar located here. The inn and bar were overpriced but adventurers still used them. And guild isn't affiliated with Rivera. Hence the items banned on the surface were common here. It had been said that Rivera was rebuilt 334 times after monster attacks. They took some time and walked to Rivera. Wooden fence stood all around the Rivera as walls. In the front were 2 long poles on which there was a wooden board. Rivera was written on that board. Preemies didn't move. He just remained standing on the spot while kept on looking at the board. Haruheim, what happens, husband? Preemies didn't answer Haruheim for a few seconds. His mind was preoccupied with other things. But he still answered to prevent her from getting worried. Preemies, it's pretty bad. Haruheim, oh. Lily, it is. But it's still better than nothing. After all, it's not easy to build a stronghold in a dungeon. Preemies didn't reply. The city was full of adventurers. Their shouting could be heard as they were bargaining about the price of staying in the inn, the price of the items they wanted to buy, and so on. Preemies could even see some fighting in the bar for the seat or so on. Even though he was just standing at the entrance, he could see everything going on inside without exception. He even saw some strong adventurers bullying and beating weak adventurers for their equipments and money. Even though adventurers were more united now, but the adventurers living and running Rivera stayed here almost all the time. Hence, they didn't know what happened on the surface. Even if they told such things to these adventurers, they would just shrug it off by saying they were lying or spreading false rumors. Well again, no one will believe that a single person can held his own against almost all the adventurers of Orario. Preemies, what a disappointment. This is what happens when an adventurer were told to run a town or a city. He is just here to earn the tax from the residents of the city while enjoying his life. Not caring about anything else. I agree. They have no knowledge what running a city means in the first place. By the way, why is it called a city? It's more like a town or a village. Preemies, indeed. Ho. The adventurers who were being bullied or bullied by were approached by a new adventurer party. That party then started helping the bullied adventurers and started shouting at the bullies. This dumbfounded the bullies. Ever since they were living the Rivera, they bullied many adventurers and took their stuff. Other adventurers often saw this, but they always ignored them like they didn't even know what's going on. No one tried to go against them because if they did then they won't be able to live freely in Rivera. Like the price of staying in inn, bar, or items will increase drastically for them. So, this really surprised them. In the end, these bullies left leaving a word that they will make these adventurers pay for their folly. Premies, well. Impressive. Now this is what we called unity. Not bad. Even though all of them are just meat shield against Behemoth, if they do survive in the end then they will definitely become veteran and be a force to be reckoned with. It will bring a great profit to Orario. Premies, yes. But that will be if they do survive. I know. Premies then ordered Lily and Haruheim. Premies, Lily, Haruheim walked to the side and stand in a distance. Lily and Haruheim got confused by Premies' order but still followed. Premies, now then, on to the next step. And there he is coming. Premies saw a person who came out of the inn. Even though he was trying hard, Premies can still see through the lecherous side of his that he was hiding. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Bourse Elder. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 8. The person had black hair with black cat ears and tails. He was wearing cleaning casual clothes. He was the owner of the only inn located in Rivera as well as a cat person, Villi. Villi was very happy right now. He never thought that one day his work will flourish like this one day. So, he increased the price of staying in his inn even further and only gave the room to the one who spent the most money. And since Rivera's not under guild management, adventurers had no choice but to accept. Villi was also looking at every woman who came to his inn with lecherous expression and was thinking whether he could spend night with them, if he offered them a room for their body. While he was planning what to do, his eyes fell on Haruheim who was standing at the entrance. He never thought he will see a Renard here. So, he became very excited and decided to approach her himself. By now Lily and Haruheim had walked to the side and watched at the entrance from the distance. This was also the time when Villi approached them. He completely ignored Lily and showed Haruheim a gentleman-like smile. Villi, miss, why are you standing at entrance like this? I run in inside. If you are waiting for someone then you can wait inside. There's no need for to stand here all alone. Haruheim didn't reply. She just looked at Villi with cold face and now even a disgust could be seen on it. Haruheim, no need. We are fine. Villi, we. Villi at this time realized that Haruheim was not alone. He turned and looked at Lily. Lily was also looking at him with cold and disgust expressions. Even though Villi ignored the disgust look given to him by Haruheim, he can't accept the same from Lily. Palams were the race which were being looked down by all other races. Their value was as equal to slave in other eyes. That's also why Finn's goal was of becoming the light of the Palams so that they can't be looked down by others. But still Villi used his everything not to shout at Lily because he wanted to have good impression in front of Haruheim. Though, it's useless because in both their eyes Villi was just a degenerate person now. While Villi was showing forced smile someone tap on his shoulder. Tap. Tap, hey you. Yet, Villi didn't turn and just waved his hand at him. Villi, I am busy. Ask someone else. Saying this, Villi decided to ignore Lily and turn to Haruheim again. Villi, miss, your answer. Haruheim. Haruheim didn't reply like before. Though, there was no longer any disgust in her cold eyes, just a pitiful look. Lily was also giving him the same look. Even mocking look had appeared on her face this time. Villi felt another tap. Tap. Villi, didn't I say I am busy? Villi still didn't turn like before. But he spoke in harsh voice compared to before. Villi was so immersed in getting Haruheim attention that he didn't realize something was wrong. The whole lively place had turned silent. All adventurers were looking at the person standing behind Villi with wide eyes. They never expected to see the black swordsman this soon. Premies tap on Villi's shoulder again. Tap. Villi finally snapped. All the gentleman demeanor was now gone. He was already getting irritated when Haruheim just kept on looking down on him even when he was trying his best to get her attention. And with Premies tapping him again and again, his anger exploded. Villi, you bastard. Too bad, he didn't get to finish his words because Premies grabbed the back of his before he could turn and smashed it hard on the wooden fence to the side. Bang. Villi, arg. Crack. Crack. The force at which Premies smashed Villi on the fence made cracks appeared on it. Premies then turned Villi face towards him. Villi's nose was broken as blood and snort was flowing out it. Even the tears appeared on his eyes. Because of tears his vision became blur. Hence, he can't see Premi's face clearly, though he could still see Premi's Sharingan, which sacred him, and his body started to shiver. All adventurers looked at the scene from the side. They didn't show a least bit sympathy for Villi. They knew what kind of greedy person he is. Some adventurers even showed happy smiles seeing this. Excited look appeared on the face of female adventurers. They also wanted to beat Villi because of the lecherous way he looked at them. But the only thing they can do was accept it. In past, something like this had happened. At that time, a female adventurer beat an adventurer living in Rivera because of the way he was looking at her and approaching her. As a result, she was captured by adventurers of Rivera and she became their playing thing. And one day, she took the advantage of when all men fell asleep after playing with her body and escaped. Everyone thought she will notify this to guild, but to their horror she didn't do such thing. Unable to live in humiliation, that woman threw herself at the monsters to kill herself. Some adventurers still trembled when they saw how those monsters ate her piece by piece. But even when she was being eaten alive, that adventurer had a content smile on her face as if she can finally rest in peace. Those adventurers wanted to help her by killing monsters, but seeing her peaceful look, they couldn't bring themselves to move from the spot. So, what if they saved her? After experiencing so much, that woman no longer had any will to live. So, what's the point? And guild can't make a move either because this area was not under its jurisdiction. No matter that will happen inside, guild won't be responsible for it. One should enter dungeon on their own accord. By now, sensing how everyone were silent, adventurers of Rivera started to push away the adventurers standing in their way to approach the entrance. There they saw a heavenly handsome which stunned them, but later jealously appeared on their face. Then there fell on the Premi's hand, which was still holding the bloodied face of Villi. Rivera Adventurer 1, you bastard. How dare you attack the people of Rivera? Rivera Adventurer 2, you really got guts. Rivera Adventurer 3, let him go. As more adventurers of Rivera started to gather and shouting at Premi's, other adventurers gave them mocking look from the side. Because they didn't know what of existence the black swordsman is. Premi's didn't even glance at them and answered with his own question. Premi's, who is the current leader of Rivera? Everyone became silent listening this. Adventurers of Rivera also got silent at first before they gritted their teeth in angry. No one had blatantly ignored them like some air. Especially in front of such crowd. But before they could attack Premi's, a voice stopped them. Stop, boys. All of them stopped hearing this voice. They turned as the adventurers behind them parted and made away. A person followed the path and walked at the front. He was a well-built, muscular man with black hair and teal eyes, with an eye patch covering his left eye. He was wearing a sleeveless open jacket that showed his muscular body, arm covers and gloves, blue pants, boots, and a belt with a red monster face carving and fur. Premi's at this time let go of the Villi in his hand as his body fell. Thud. Premi's, so, it's you. The person frowned before an anger look appeared on his when he saw how Villi fell on the ground like he was some kind of garbage. Yes. I am the leader and the city representative of Rivera. Boris Elder. Premi's, I see. Boris, I hope you have a better explanation of what you did to one of my city residences. Boris said while pointing at Villi. Boris, before he will go to further explanation, pay the medical bills and compensation for hurting him. Villi completely understood what Boris was trying to say since they have done such things many times before. So, he started to cry loudly. Villi, a-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h. My nose is broken, and I can't breathe properly. Even my head is paining. And just now when I fell some of bones are broken. Boss, you must give me justice. Rivera Adventurer 4, don't worry, our boss will definitely bring you justice. Rivera Adventurer 5, yes. Leave it to boss. Boss. All Rivera adventurers turned to Boris, who showed a smile before nodding. Boris, yes. I will. Now then, as a compensation please take out 100,000 valis. Then we will go and talk. All adventurers started to talk among themselves listening to such excessive demand. Even the best potion of healing only cost at least 10,000 valis. Yet. Boris was asking 10 times the amount. It's very shameless. Villi, my clothes also got dirty. It was given to me by my grandmother before she died. Aya. Rivera Adventurer 6, why didn't you say that before? The last gift from your grandmother. It must have really held a great position in your heart. Rivera Adventurer 7, boss, he must pay more so that it will at least decrease the pain in his heart for the loss of his grandmother clothes. Boris, you're right. Pay 10 million valis because of clothes and emotional damage you did to him. Boris said with a smile. His men also started to show smile. While adventurers looked at them in disdain. It's impossible for an adventurer to carry 1 million valis with them during dungeon expenditure. Let alone 10 million valis. How shameless. Boris was clearly making things difficult for Premi's. Villi, AAAAAHHHHHH. My head is hurting more and more. Rivera Adventurer 8, how could this be? Boss, because we are delaying, his condition is becoming more and more delicate. Bors, not good. Because of your delay his condition became even more serious. Now you must pay 11 million valis. If his condition will get even more serious then you must pay even more. Everyone looked at Boris and his men with even more disdain. It's just too shameless. At this time all the residents of the Riviera came out of their house one by one and looked at everything with smile. They really loved to look at the face of these adventurers as the only thing they can do was watch and accept all their demands. Villi, AAAAAAHHHHHHH. My chest is also her. Primi saw their drama enough. This time before Villi could even say anything more, Primis raised his leg and stomped it hard on his head. To the point that Villi head exploded like a watermelon. Explode. Thud. Primis, noisy. Everyone aghast seeing the headless body at Primi's feet. Then all adventurers showed delightful expression. They also wanted to do it what Primi did a lot, but they can't. Now seeing this, they became very thrilled. While they were happy, the residents of Riviera, its adventurers and Bors got angry. This was clearly a slap on their face. However, before they can do anything, Primi spoke. Primis, I heard enough of your gibberish. Now it's my turn. From now on, I am the leader of Riviera. So, take all the people of Riviera and get out of here. You got to 3. Now these words of Primis shocked everyone present. Residences and adventurers along with Bors were shocked the most. They never thought Primis want to rule Riviera. They all filled with rage. Bors, how dare you say such word? Primis, 3. Kill them. Whoosh. A gust of wind passed by Primis and in the next moment. Slash. Plat. A head rose in the sky. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, New City Head. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on October 31st equals 8. The head that rose in the sky didn't belong to Bors but one of his men who attacked before Bors could give order. Plat. Thud. A head and headless body fell on the ground. Blood was gushing out non-stop like a stream from the headless body. Everyone appalled witnessing this. Though when they saw the person who killed the adventurer, they started to rub their eyes as if they can't believe what they were seeing. A blonde heavenly beauty with sword in her hand and wind around. There's no one who didn't know her. Everyone, Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein. Seeing how her beauty transcended compared to before shocked them. Then they realized how Sword Princess appeared out of nowhere and killed the adventurer on the Black Swordsman order. In other words, Sword Princess is now under the Black Swordsman. Almost every Familia had been looking for Sword Princess ever since her news of leaving Loki Familia was spread. They were ready to go extreme length just to get their hands on her. But now they had to give up. They all sigh inwardly. Who didn't want Sword Princess in their Familia? As for Bors, his face had turned pale already. Loki Familia always went deeper in the dungeon. Hence, he had seen Sword Princess many times and know how strong she was. In front of level 5, he as a level 3 won't stood a chance. Bors, Sword Princess. What are you doing? Do Loki Familia really want to attack the Riviera? Ace pointed lambent light at Bors before speaking. Ace, I am no longer part of Loki Familia. So, whatever I do have nothing to do with them. Bors, what? You no longer belong to Loki Familia. Then who? Ace didn't waste time answering again. She rushed at Bors directly. Bors also realized that he had no choice but to fight because he was afraid. Even if he had met Sword Princess before, he never saw such coldness in her eyes. This sacred his very soul. Because the situation demands, he punched at Ace with his full strength. That's all he could for now to delay her even a bit. During that time, he just hoped that his men charged forward to protect him. Too bad that this tactic to delay Ace didn't work. She just tilted her head slightly and dodged his attack without any decrease in her speed. Then. BWAH. Azure-colored lambent light penetrated his chest and came out from behind. Bors looked down at his penetrated chest as blood came out of his mouth. HRRGH. When his eyes met with Ace, he became even more sacred. At the last second, he turned and looked at Primis. His eyes this time met with Primis. The way Ace was looking at him and the way Primis was looking at him were the same. They didn't even have the slightest change in their expressions. It felt as if they were just looking at the ant. Ace then pulled out her lambent light from his chest and severed his head. Slash. Plat. Thud. Thud. Roll. Once both head and headless body fell, the head rolled towards the residents of the Rivera, who were looking at the scene with pale look. They shivered when they saw the old head of Rivera. Even in the end, Boar's eyes were opened wide as he can't believe he died like this, without being even able to fight back. As they were lost in their thoughts, Ace moved and rushed at them. Then she started her killing spree. Slash. Splurt. Thrust. Thud. Roll. Wish. This kept on going for few minutes. All adventurers looked at scene with terror. They never thought Sword Princess had such a ruthless side. She was sparing no one. Adventurers and residents alike. All the people of Residence were shouting and begging for mercy, but Ace didn't show them any since Premies told her to kill everyone. As his sword, she can't let her emotions interfere in between his orders. Unbeknown to Ace, since Premies was always using the connection of their heart to influence both her and Xingming all the time, they both were becoming more and more like weapon. As for Ophis, no need for that. She was emotionless in the first place, and now Premies is the only thing she care about and no one else. To the point, if she will find that Xingming or Ace was even thinking of hurting Premies, she will erase them without hesitation. Slash. Splurt. Last slash, and the last residence of Rivera was dead. Now everyone who once belonged to and lived in Rivera was dead. Swish. Splash. Ace swinged lambent light once more to remove any blood on it before putting it back into its sheath. Then, without looking at the bodies on the ground, she walked over to Premies again. Wooble. The bodies of every adventurers at scene started to tremble when they look at such massacre, such carnage. Almost every house now had a splash of blood on it. Some weak adventurers started to vomit on the spot as they saw intestine coming out of the severed body or organs all around. Some organs were still wiggling. This was just too much. *A/N. I know some of the readers don't like the gusty and extremely scene, but let me remind you, this is a dark novel. Such scenes will be common and will appear more and more. On top of that, they will become even more cruel. If your heart is not strong and can't take it, I hope you reconsider before continuing reading this novel. Asterisk. Asterisk. Squish. Ace's foot stepped on the corpse of Boris before she reached Premies. Premies stretched his hand, touched Ace's face gently and wiped some drops of blood which fell on it before letting you. Ace showed a beautiful smile before she walked and stood behind him again with a cold face. During the whole ordeal, Premies was also keeping an eye on Xingming. As the goddess of life, as the kindest goddess, she won't have liked such thing. But Xingming remained unfazed all the time. Like these things were not enough to faze her even a tiny bit. Premies smiled inwardly witnessing this. Premies, now then. Premies turned at every single adventurer present around. The three tomos in Just Eyes started to move as every single adventurer fell into trance. Even those standing at the far also fell into trance. In the next second, they all came out. They could no longer see Ace behind Premies as Xingming hid her presence again. What Premies did just now was that he put them all into an illusion and manipulated their memories into thinking that it was Premies who killed all residents of Rivera, not Ace. They even forgot that Ace was under Premies. If Premies hadn't done that, then this news would have known to Loki Familia too. It's merely 2 to 3 days since Premies took Ace from them. Once they knew how merciless Ace became in such short amount of time, then things will become more complicated between them. So, it's better to keep Ace hidden until they will return from their world travel. Premies, all right. Does anyone have problem with me being the head of Rivera? Premies' eyes swept on all of them as adventurers shook their head. They just now witnessed the Black Swordsman, merciless slaughter. They really didn't wish to become the next one by disagreeing. Premies, I see. Then from now on, I am the head and the ruler of Rivera. Now all of you get out. I need to start the entire reconstruction of Rivera. All adventurers hurriedly left Rivera. They also didn't wish to stay in the bloodied city. Once Rivera became devoid of any people, Premies tapped his foot on the ground 2 times. Tap. Tap. As adventurers who were now standing at some distance behind Premies started wondering why Premies tapped the ground started to tremble. Godo. 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 Earth walls rose from all around the Rivera one by one. Then under the astonished eyes of everyone, these walls hid the entire Rivera in a dome. No one could see what's going on inside. Premies, the construction of New Rivera has started inside. It will be done in 5 days. By then you all adventurers will be able to enjoy living here. Peacefully this time. Still, since Rivera is in dungeon, the price will be higher compared to surface. However, it won't be as overpriced like 10 times or 20 times like before. They will at most 5 times. And it will be fixed. You all don't have to worry about the price being increased in future. Hearing this, all adventurers became happy. Not only it was because Premies said that the price will be 5 times fixed, but also because they will be able to live peacefully. At this time, one adventurer couldn't control himself from asking. Adventurer 1, the Black Swordsman, do you wish to create city on other floors of dungeon? Premies, I have such plan for 28th and 39th floor. The prices on 28th floor will be 10 times the normal and the prices on 39th floor will be 20 times the normal. You all should already know how difficult it is to create city in a dungeon. The deeper you went, the stronger the monsters. So, these prices will be reasonable. Along with that adventurer, all other adventurers also nodded. Compared to 18th floor, they won't mind least bit to spend 10 times or 20 times on 28th and 39th floor if they could rest peacefully there. Premies, anyway, that will be for later. Premies then turned and disappeared from everyone's sight. Adventurers got shocked at first before they decided to not give it much thought as they had started to get used to the Black Swordsman disappearance. They turned their attention to the dome that was hiding Rivera inside. They really can't wait to see what the new city will look like. Premies was walking deeper into the dungeon with Lily and Haruheim. Though, Lily and Haruheim's mind was preoccupied with other things. They didn't know that Sword Princess Ace Wallenstein was now under Premies. Unlike others, Premies didn't make them forget about Ace. So, they remembered everything. Especially the strength she displayed. They also wanted to become as strong as her. They were currently in 19th floor. From 19th to 24th floors are known as the Large Tree Labyrinth. The walls, ground, and ceiling are made from wood, making it seem like the inside of a giant tree. Instead of phosphorescent light, radiating moss grows across the floor and give off blue light. These floors contain many unexplored areas and a large variety of insect-type monsters. The plant diversity on these floors often provides ingredients used to make healing items, which result in many resource-gathering quests being issued for this area. The 24th floor is at least half the size of Orario, and there are rare trees that produce valuable gems which are guarded by green dragons, the strongest monsters on the floor. The Large Tree Labyrinth was filled with monsters with base potential exceeding minotaurs and others that inflict poison. Even with a large party, it is difficult to explore the region with only level 2 adventurers. It is also very difficult for level 3 adventurers to solo the region. Adventurers are recommended to have above average level 2 status and abnormal resistance development ability to explore the region. The standard for 24th floor is level 2 with basic abilities of at least C. So, on which floor do you plan on training Lily Ruka Arde and Senjuno Haruheim? Premies, 25th floor. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Water City. *A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month, January 9th. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. 25th floor. The minimum requirement of entering this floor is level 3. It will be extremely difficult for them to even kill a single monster there. Premies, difficult but not impossible. Yes. But I hope you didn't forget that monsters there mostly remain in group. Finding a lone monster won't be easy. Premies, I know. Then they both became silent as everyone continued walking down the floor. In this floor, there were so many adventurers. Though, compared to previous floors, they were still able to find some monsters. Whenever a monster or monsters saw them and rushed at them, Ace always took care of them. Lily and Haruheim could see Ace while other adventurers on the floors can't. That's Premies doing, obviously. And then they finally reached the very first, lower floors. Upper floors. They consisted of the 1st to 12th floors. These floors were perfectly suitable for adventurers who have just started their exploration. Though 11th and 12th floors are extremely dangerous for level 1 adventurers. Middle floors. They consisted of the 13th to 24th floors. Because layout is more complex and monsters spawn at faster rate in the middle floors than in the upper floors, so it is very difficult for level 2 adventurers to solo these floors. From 19th floor it is difficult to explore the region with only level 2 adventurers. It is also very difficult for level 3 adventurers to solo the region. Lower floors. They consisted of 25th to 36th floors. The standard for adventurers exploring this floor onward is level 3 since the region is filled with monsters that level 2 adventurers could barely handle, and the terrain is more difficult than in the floors above. Even level 4 adventurers would have difficulty to solo the region. Deep floors. All floors from 37th floor onward are considered as deep floors. Minimum requirement to explore this floor is level 4 party. It's impossible for a solo level 4 adventurer to reach here. They all put their first foot on first lower floor. The entrance to the 25th floor is known as the second line. The 25th through 27th floors are known as the Water City. Churn. Crash. Splash. Everyone turned towards the sound. There they saw a huge waterfall. The size of such huge waterfall estimated to be 400 meters wide and twice that in length. The 25th floor marked as the beginning of the Great Fall. This huge waterfall which lasts until the 27th floor. This floor was also described as being a paradise of water. To move on to the next floor, adventurers must navigate through a series of passageways varying in elevation around the waterfall to reach the passageway at the bottom of their current floor. Lily and Haruheim saw the waterfall with fascinating look. Preemies walked to the one of the cliffs which was nearest the waterfall. Others also followed. After some walking, they reached the end of the cliff and can now see waterfall very closely. There they saw a beautiful rainbow. Ace gazed down the cliff where the waterfall was going. In the next moment, she started to shiver. Just when she was about to step back, Preemies grabbed her hand. Ace turned and looked at Preemies, who was still looking at the rainbow along with others. Preemies, don't worry. I will make sure that your fear will disappear. Ace, amen. Ace responded cutely before raising her head and looked at the rainbow too. She squeezed Preemies' hand tightly as if to not let go no matter what. Ace was not afraid of heights but from water itself. Ace can't swim. That's because when she was 7 years old, Reveria punished Ace for calling her an old woman. She tied an adamantite on Ace and threw her in water, calling it swimming training. This later became a traumatic experience for her, making her avoid water in general while in the dungeon, and if she has to bath, she tries to stay in areas where her feet reach the bottom. Whoosh! Suddenly everyone heard the sound of air splitting. Lily, Haruheim, and Ace hurriedly became alert. Ace already knew what this sound was, but before she could move, Preemies squeezed her hand as if telling it's all right. Then his other hand moved and caught something that appeared in front of Lily's head. Lily and Haruheim hair stood on the end. They barely heard the sound, and it was already in front of them. Preemies brought his hand in front, showing others what it was. It's a crimson swallow monster. Ace, Iguazu. Haruheim, Iguazu. Ace, nodded. Is referred to as an invisible monster because of its astounding speed, which is the fastest in the lower floors. It lives in the cliff behind the Great Fall. As it travels at high speeds, it dies on impact. These Iguazu always keeping on attacking until they destroy the enemy regardless of losses. Lily, from what I have heard, it is the most feared monster other than Amphisbaena in the Water City. Haruheim, feared even among high-level adventurers. Lily, yes. Even high-level adventurers prefer to drop their belongings and run away after encountering it. Haruheim sucked a cold breath hearing this. Feared even among high-level adventurers. Compared to them, they both are just amateur. Preemies, anyway. Lily, Haruheim. Take out your weapons. You both will fight in this floor. One more thing, no matter which monster or situation you both encounter. I won't interfere as long as I know that your chances of surviving are more than or equal to 50%. If you can't even handle this, then I won't mind even if you both die here. Look at the situation from different angles before proceeding. Lily and Haruheim both nodded with serious expressions. As long as their chances are 50-50, Preemies won't help. So, they need to extremely caution at every step they took. Preemies nodded and then disappeared along with Ace. Now only Lily and Haruheim were present on the scene. Lily drew out her dagger while Haruheim drew out her folding fan. Asterisk. They both then walked down the cliff while being extremely cautious. They didn't want the same situation as Iguazu occur again. Haruheim, even though I don't much knowledge about dungeon and its monster, I still read some basic information in the morning. And if I am not wrong, one need to level 3 to enter this floor. Lily, you're right. The monsters here can barely be handled by level 2 adventurers. And they are mostly in group. Haruheim, and since we just became level 1, it's impossible for us to handle them. So, our only way is Lily and Haruheim, one monster at a time. Lily, even fighting one monster of this floor will be very difficult for us, but it's not impossible. Haruheim, yeah, let's do it. We first need to find lone monster. Lily nodded her head and walked to some distance. Then she stood on a spot and closed her eyes. Haruheim walked behind Lily to protect her. While doing so, her eyes moved at every direction one by one. Even her ears twitched in between as she tried hard to listen anything unusual. Though it was also extremely difficult because of the sound of the waterfall. After few minutes, Lily opened her eyes and looked at Haruheim. Lily, let's go. Haruheim nodded as they both hurriedly rushed at the location where Lily found something. Soon Lily stopped and hid at the corner along with Haruheim. They then peeked at the other side carefully. There they saw a group of 5, a metal-like crab monster. One of their claws were abnormally developed. Lily, they are called blue crabs. Those claws of theirs are dangerous. Their defense is also very strong. Haruheim, nod. They were together, so it's impossible for us to handle them. Did you find a lone one? Lily, give me a sec. Lily then again closed her eyes. Those 5 blue crabs moved towards other direction by now. After some time, Lily opened her eyes and shook her head. Lily, no luck. Let's check another direction. Then they both went from one direction to another but with no luck. All monsters they found were all in group. So, they decided to take a short rest. After all, they just became adventurer. Their physique is still at that of civilian. Haruheim, it's hard. Lily, yes. The reason for many adventurers' death from here on is not only because monsters are strong but also because their quantity. Haruheim, how about this? Since we can't find lone monster, why don't we try to separate one? Lily shook her head. Lily, not possible. Monsters from here on are not as mindless monsters of previous floors. They have this basic instinct of remaining together. If we try to attract one, then others will also follow. Then they both became silent again. If this keeps up, then coming here will be waste of time for them. But they know that preemies won't have bring them here if their chances of killing monsters here is impossible. As they were thinking about their next course of action, suddenly something struck Haruheim in her mind as her eyes started sparkling. Haruheim, Lily, what if separate the monster who were already engaging in battle with other adventurers? Lily, huh? Lily stunned and started pondering about what Haruheim questions. Then her eyes also started sparkling. Lily, it can work. In case we attract its attention like this, then that monster will think we are also member of the adventurer party they are fighting. It will definitely separate from its other fellow monsters. Let's go with this. Haruheim, nod, let's go to where we first saw those blue crabs. That time they moved towards another direction. Maybe they heard something there. Like the sound of their other companions. Lily, yeah. Let's just hope they were not done yet and are still fighting with other adventurers. Then they both proceeded towards that location. After some time, they reached the location where they first saw blue crabs. They then followed their trails. As they were approaching their destination, they heard the sound of fighting. They hurriedly hid and looked at the direction cautiously. They saw a party of 8 adventurers being surrounded by 30 blue crabs. More than half of them were severely injured while the remaining were having hard time. Haruheim, they are already a spent force. Even if they continue to struggle stubbornly, their death is already imminent. Lily, yeah. Let's hurriedly grab the attention of one of blue crabs. Once they done killing those adventurers, they will directly attack us thinking we are different adventurer party. Haruheim nodded, totally agreeing with Lily. During the whole time, none of them had any thought of helping those adventurers. It's still hard to believe someone as gentle, timid, well-mannered, and extremely kind like Haruheim didn't give a damn whether those adventurers live or die. She didn't even feel sad that she can't help them. She was completely indifferent to their well-being. That's how much Haruheim had changed after preemies made her kill many people when they were in the residence Ishtar Familia and with what she went through last month. Lily then grabbed a stone and threw it distance. The sound of stone hitting the ground was heard by the blue crabs. They turned towards that direction before ignoring it and putting their attention back on the adventurers. Haruheim, they are really not a fool. Lily, nod. Haruheim, Lily, I have a plan. Throw another stone. Lily threw another rock. It again attracted blue crab's attention again, but then they ignore it again. But just when the last blue crab was also about to turn back to adventurers, Haruheim came out of her hiding and ran at the opposite direction. That blue crab saw her and hurriedly followed. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Blue Crab. *A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month, February 9th. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. Since Blue Crab's speed was faster than Haruheim, it soon closed the distance. Haruheim glanced back and frowned. Haruheim, not good. This place is still too close to its group. Granted that we fight here, the sound of our fighting will be heard by them, and they will also rush over. Crackle. A thin layer of ice was then released from Haruheim's feet as she was running before it surged towards the blue crab behind and covered it with it. With Haruheim's current strength, it's impossible to freeze the blue crab, but it's still enough to decrease its speed somewhat. And as expected, it did decrease its speed. Then Haruheim ran to the place where there was no other monster, and their fighting won't be heard. Once she reached the location she wanted to, Haruheim turned around and threw shards of ice at blue crab. Fwoosh. 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 Ding. 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 Though it didn't do any damage to it. Seeing this, Haruheim frowned again. By now blue crab was already in front and attacked Haruheim. If it was another person than she would have to take it head on, but Haruheim moved nimbly and succeeded in barely dodging it. Using her ice manipulation, Haruheim covered the area of 1 meter around her in ice. Then using her other skill, Glacie's dance, she was able to move very quickly and lightly in that area. Not only that, it also decreased the speed of her enemies who entered the area. This was the one of the moves she created by combing both of her skills. Though, she didn't want to use it much because its magic consumption is too much. And currently her magic reserve is also very small. But still, she knew that she can't hold back here and decided to go all out from the very beginning. After barely dodging that attack, Haruhime brought out her folding fan from her sleeves. Then she coated its edges with her ice magic again to increase its sharpness before attacking. Swish. Ding. Haruhime, TCH, hard. It's like I am hitting a hard metal. Haruhime hand numbed a bit because of rebound force behind her attack. The ice she coated at her folding fan also started to crack. Blue Crab turned at this moment and attacked again. Because her body was also a little stunned because of rebound force, she didn't have time to dodge. However, when the attack was about to hit her, she created an ice shield in front. Bang. Crack. Shatter. Although it shattered in the next second and the attack hit Haruhime. Pow. Haruhime, URG. Because of the attack, Haruhime was thrown few meters away before she hit the wall. Haruhime, GRH. Haruhime started to cough blood from her mouth. She could tell some of her ribs were broken from just that single attack. If the ice shield didn't decrease the force behind the attack even slightly, then she would be on the verge of death by now. This showed very the disparity in strength. Haruhime, cough cough HRRGH. Haruhime violently coughed few more times. Blue Crab, seeing that Haruhime was not dead yet, rushed towards her again. By now Lily had also caught up. She was merely 5 seconds behind Haruhime, and Haruhime condition already became like this in those 5 seconds. So, she coated her dagger with her earth magic and jumped at Blue Crab. Blue Crab was as sensing someone behind and turned. Then it used its claw to deflect Lily's attack. Ding. Lily, HNNGH. Lily gritted her teeth trying to overpower Blue Crab with her earth magic, but to no avail. In the end, she was pushed back. Step. 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 After Lily took 3 steps back, Blue Crab moved hit her. Lily, URG. Just like Haruhime, Lily was thrown few meters away before she also hit the wall. Lily, GRH. She also became severely injured like Haruhime. As she was coughing blood, Blue Crab approached Lily this time to end her. Though. Fwoosh. 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 Ding. 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 Shards of ice again hit it. Blue Crab stopped and turned towards Haruhime, who was on her feet again while breathing heavy. Haruhime, huff 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 cough cough. Haruhime moved towards Blue again. Crack. Crack. Lily also used her full strength to come out of the wall. She then also moved towards Blue Crab. Step. 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 They both walked towards Blue Crab step by step before dashing at him. Since Lily was near the Blue Crab, she reached it soon. She raised her dagger coated with earth magic again and stabbed at Blue Crab. Blue Crab stopped it again with its claw. Clang. But before it could attack, Haruhime reached it. She first used her ice to cover the crab to decrease its speed, then attacked with it with her fan coated with ice magic again. Swish. Ding. The same result happened. Haruhime took a step back because of her numb hand and stunned body. Blue Crab decided to change its target to Haruhime. But before it could attack her, Lily stomped on the ground and an earth wall came out under the Blue Crab. Goundu. Bang. Crumble. Nevertheless, it crumbled after hitting it, but still it succeeded in changing the direction of its attack a little. Because of that, Haruhime was able to dodge it. Yet, it injured her arm. Bwish. Blood came out of her injured arm. Haruhime frowned because of pain but still didn't scream. Next, she used more of her ice magic to cover the Blue Crab, decreasing its speed as much as she can. Taking advantage of this, Lily attacked again with her dagger. This time Blue Crab failed to stop it. Her dagger stabbed into its head. Stab. BWAH. It's impossible for a normal dagger to penetrate the metal body of Blue Crab. But Lily earth magic increased the hardness of the dagger. Hence it didn't break when it hit the Blue Crab. On top of that, with the strength provided by earth magic made it possible for the dagger to penetrate into its skin. Still, it only entered 2 centimeters before stopping. Blue Crab made a fast turn and threw Lily off him. Lily fell on the ground and rolled a few times from establishing herself. Haruhime attacked the moment Blue Crab threw Lily off. She attacked the injury done by Lily. Swish. Ding. BWAH. Even though it was deflected again, it still increased the size of the wounded. Blue Crab moved again and attacked Haruhime with its claw. Haruhime took a step back to dodge it, but she got injured on her right waist as blood gushed out of it. Swish. BWAH. Splurt. Haruheim, GRH. This time injury was deep. Lily attacked before the blue crab could continue with attacking Haruheim from distance. She threw stones coated by her earth magic to increase their power however much it can. Bang. 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 Blue crab stopped again and turned to Lily again. Haruheim attacked when blue crab turned. She also attacked with her ice shards at the injured part. Fwoosh. 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 Ding. Ding. BWAH. Ding. BWAH. It also injured it more. Lily and Haruheim rushed again. First, it was Lily who attacked with her dagger and blue crab stopped it like before. Clang. Then Haruheim attacked from other direction with her fan. Swish. Ding. BWAH. Blue attacked Haruheim but Lily again interfered and attacked. BWAH. This kept on going for few minutes. The injuries on blue crab kept on becoming more and more severe. As a result, its movement began sluggish with time. However, it was not the only one. Lily and Haruheim had also reached their limit. They were barely keeping up with their synchronized attacks. By now even blue crab instinct started screaming. It realized that if it keeps up then it will die. So, it decided to take drastic measure. When Haruheim attack fell on it, it attacked her. Lily used the old tactic of attacking it to grab its attention like before. But this time it chose to ignore it and continued its attack on Haruheim. Haruheim also sensed the danger. So, she tried to make ice shield again. However, to her horror she didn't have magic to make one. Hence, the only thing she could do was bringing her left arm in front. Bang. Crack. Plat. Haruheim, ARGH. Haruheim painful scream sounded as her left arm was completely severed from her shoulder. Then she was also thrown away by the remaining force and hit the wall again. Crack. Crack. Haruheim, AH. Haruheim screamed again as not only her almost all of her ribs but even the bones in her tail broke when she struck wall second time. As tail was one of the sensitive parts of her, the pain she experienced from it was also enhanced to great degree. Drip. 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 Blood was flowing from all part of Haruheim body. Her body, her tail, and her now missing arm. Splat. Hearing this, she turned and looked at her left arm on the distance. Bang. Lily, GRGH. Arg. At this time, Lily was also thrown at a distance and struck the wall. She also screamed loudly as there was a huge slash mark on her chest. From her left shoulder to her right waist. All her bones were broken, even her shoulder broke. Drip. 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 Blood was also dripping from her body. Both Lily and Haruheim were covered in blood from head to toe. They were barely controlling themselves from falling unconscious. At this moment, Blue Crab moved towards Lily to end her. Before throwing Lily away, it was struck hard by her. Its movements were very sluggish too. It was also covered in blood like other two. Haruheim, just a little more. Haruheim tried to move but it didn't work. No matter how much she tried, her body just won't listen. Since she was unable to move her body, she decided to put her strength on her remaining right arm. She used all her remaining strength and raised her right arm. Then she pointed her right hand towards the blue crab. Her last remaining magic gathered and condensed into a last shard of ice. Then she threw it at blue crab. Fwoosh. BWAH. Since the condition of blue crab was also not good, it failed to stop it and the shard stabbed into its injury. Just when Haruheim thought it was over and her right arm lost its strength fell, blue crab turned towards Haruheim and rushed at her with full strength. Haruheim eyes opened wide in terror as she saw this. Yet, no matter how much she tried to move, her body just won't listen. Haruheim, move. 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 Movie. But it's useless. By now blue crab reached in front of her and raised its claw. Haruheim witnessed as the death approaching her. Fortunately, when its claw was about to end her, a stone came with full speed and hit the shard of ice which was still embedded in blue crab wound. Fwoosh. Ding. Thrust. As a result, the shard entered even deeper. Blue crab who raised its claw to end Haruheim stopped all its movement. Then, it dispersed into dust and a magic stone fell. Ding. Haruheim used her willpower to turn towards the location from where the stone came. There she saw Lily pointed her right hand towards her direction before her arm also fell. That was also her remaining magic. If it had failed, then they both will be dead by now. Next, both of their gaze met, and they smiled. Preemies, well done. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Determination. *A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month March 9th. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. Before the end of Blue Crab. After leaving Lily and Haruheim, Premies and others appeared in the sky while looking at Lily and Haruheim next course of action. Since Ace can't fly, Premies was hugging her waist with one hand like before while his other hand was playing with the guaza he caught before. It was trying hard to free itself from Premies' grab but failed to do so. Premies had already read all its information a long time ago. So, he knew how it was made by Dungeon and the purpose implanted in its mind. Then he squeezed his hand and killed it. Disperse. Now there's a magic stone in Premies' hand. Once he put it into its inventory, Ace spoke. Ace, my lord, do you really think they can kill even a single monster here? They just became adventurer a few hours ago. I don't they even have 5% chances of success let alone 50%. Premies showed a small smile before speaking. Premies, just wait and watch. Ace showed a confused expression before nodding her head. Premies, what's your say on this? Shengming, I also agree with little sister Ace here. Their chances of killing even a single monster are less than 50%. Premies, however, that will be on normal scenario. Shengming, yes, in normal scenario. But the skills they possessed are not only high level but also their understanding over them had already reached the limit of what their current body can handle. Premies, in other words, they can draw out the power of their body to the limit. Shengming, indeed. That's what makes them different from others. This is also the reason why husband said their chances of success will be at least 50% when fighting monsters of this floor. Premies, correct. It's very easy to say to draw out your full power but it's not that easy. That's what skills are for. And since they have increased their proficiency to the limit of their current body, these skills draw out all their potential. Shengming, MN. Then they turned their attention back to Lily and Haruheim. By now they have come down from the cliff. After walking to some distance, Lily closed her eyes as if trying to sense something. Premies, ho. She has really improved a lot. Shengming, MN. She has. Ace. Ace didn't understand what they were talking about. So, she decided to ask directly. She felt like no matter what she will ask Premies will always answer unless it's something beyond her to know. Ace, my lord, Sister Shengming, what do you mean by they improved a lot? Aren't they standing on the spot and trying to listen the sound of monster to find their location? Shengming chuckled before speaking. Shengming, little sister, you are right about them trying to find the location of monsters by hearing the sound they made. But the way they were doing it is completely different than it appeared to be. Ace, really? Premies, Ace unlike you who have the skill of wind manipulation to control wind. Lily has earth manipulation to control earth while Haruheim has ice manipulation to control ice. Shengming, nod little sister, whenever someone walk, run, or step on the ground, our steps send vibrations into the ground. And this is the case of even monsters. Premies, and as an earth manipulator, Lily can sense those vibrations and find the location of where those vibrations are coming from. Premies, Her primary range is 30 meters. In that she can tell everyone's location perfectly and how many people and monsters are there too. Beyond 30 meters her range worked like a sonar. Yeah. Beyond that she can only make a rough guess from where those vibrations are coming. Premies, anyway, that's how it is. Ace eyes opened wide hearing this. She never expected Lily to be doing this. Shengming, some of the ways to prevent your location from being found out is by having extreme control over your strength like husband, eldest sister Ophis, and me. Whenever we walk or run we don't release any sort of vibration. Premies, another way is just like how we are flying right now. Since we are not touching the ground, we are not releasing any vibration. Ace, then what if we are standing on the wall or ceiling? Shengming, even in that case vibrations are released. Though by the time they reach ground, they decrease a lot. Premies, once Lily's proficiency in her skill increases, she will be able to distinguish between the vibrations coming from the ground or by walls and ceilings. Ace nodded again. Then she asked another question. Ace, what about Haruheim? I don't think her ice magic can help her here. Premies, Ace, haven't you realized that the air is a bit chilly? Ace, huh? Ace then released a breath. A cloud was made. Ace, this is. Premies, it's Haruheim's ice magic. She used it to create chilly atmosphere around. Ace, why? Shengming, just like we said before. You can hide vibrations generated by you steps by flying in the air. Premies, and current Lily can't find the one hiding in the ceiling. That's where Haruheim came. Shengming, there are many monsters who can fly and hide in ceiling in dungeon. So, finding their location is impossible by relying on it. Preemies, ice is very sensitive to heat. And the heat radiated by monsters are higher than humans. So, once this ice touched monsters' body or their breath, Haruheim can find their location because of heat source. Preemies, Haruheim must have created his technique to find the location of assassins in the last month. Since assassins mostly hide in the ceiling, lilies can't find them, but this technique of Haruheim do that thing. Indeed. No matter how much assassins try to hide their breath, they still need to breathe even a little. And since ice is sensitive to heat like you mentioned before, it will give in their location. Preemies, even if they try to hold their breath to hide it, they can't hide their body temperature. Agreed. The only to counter it is by hiding in underground. Preemies, yes. And unlike Lily, Haruheim doesn't have any primary range. That's why her icy atmosphere range is bigger. Almost 100 meters. Preemies nodded, completely agreeing with Twilight. Ace, does this mean Haruheim know our location now? Preemies, don't worry. She doesn't. Preemies, with my control on ice magic being higher than Haruheim, I already took the control of her magic from her in the area where we are currently flying. Ace nodded but didn't ask how. She didn't feel like asking either. Then they saw how Lily and Haruheim found blue crabs and left to find other monsters. After not finding a lone monster, they separated a blue crab from its group to fight. Preemies, wrong choice. Shengming, yes. They should have chosen a different monster. Blue crab defense is just too strong for them to penetrate through. Then they saw how Haruheim was hit by it and struck in the wall. Her injuries were very severe. Then Lily also joined in. Ace, my lord, how a normal dagger in Lily's hand was able to penetrate in blue crab body. Preemies, earth magic provide you weight and power. You're right that it's impossible for a normal dagger to penetrate the body of blue crab since it's metal-type monster. In normal case scenario, the dagger would have broken. But Lily Increase used her earth magic to increase its hardness as much as she can. Because of that it didn't break when it touched the metal body of blue crab. Then she increased its power and increased her own power to thrust. That's how she was able to penetrate its body with the help of normal dagger. Ace, amazing. Ace, to think she can use her earth magic to do different things simultaneously. And that Haruheim, her movements are very nimble. That's why she was able to barely dodge blue crab again almost every time while still being a rookie level 1 adventurer. Preemies, unlike Lily, Haruheim ice magic increased the sharpness and decreased the opponent's speed. Like how her fan is coated with ice magic which increased its sharpness further. Then. Haruheim, ARGH. Haruheim painful scream resounded all around as her arm was severed of her shoulder. Bang. Haruheim, AH. Haruheim screamed again when she hit the wall and the bones in her body and tail broke. Ace, my lord, we need to help her otherwise she will die. Preemies, no. Ace, but my lord. Preemies, no. This time Preemies said with a stern voice as his blood-red eyes pierced through Ace's very soul as the 3 tomos kept on rotating. Ace shivered and became silent. Her gaze turned back to Lily and Haruheim battlefield again. Preemies, Ophis, and Shengming were also looking at them. Bang. Lily, AH. Lily's scream sounded this time as she was also plastered in the wall too. Both were covered in blood head to toe. They were barely alive and trying their best to not lose conscious. Ace clenched her fist seeing this. She really wanted to help them, but she can't because Preemies won't let her. Ace turned to Preemies again while speaking in begging tone this time. Ace, my lord. We must help them, or they will die. After seeing the way Lily and Haruheim control over their power, how they fight, and so on. Ace already looked at them as someone on equal footing. And since Preemies was training them, it obviously they will also become his swords and Ace comrades in future. She just can't bear to see her fellow comrades to die like this. Shengming, little sister, calm down and look into their eyes. Do those eyes look like of someone who gave up? Ace. Ace turned her gaze back at them. Then her eyes opened wide. Even at the end, the determination and will in Lily and Haruheim eyes didn't diminish one bit. On the contrary, it had increased. Preemies, when situation like this occur, mostly people gave up fighting and decided to accept their fate. But only with the willpower and determination of not giving up and kept on trying, can you go further in your journey. Otherwise, even if someone save you, that helplessness will become a trauma and you won't be able to go on. The next scene shocked Ace even more. She still can't understand how Haruheim gained the strength to move and point her remaining right hand towards the blue crab before releasing one more shard of ice. The shard then struck the blue crab. Blue crab as if enraged turned and rushed at Haruheim which didn't have any strength left. Ace, oh no. Just when Ace thought it's over for Haruheim, Lily also raised one of her hands and used her remaining magic to create and throw a stone. The stone moved fast and struck the ice shard embedded in the blue crab with force. Then Blue Crab stopped all its movements before dispersing into dust and leaving a magic stone behind. Ding! Ace looked at Lily and Haruheim with awe expression. She had never expected this outcome even in her dream. To think someone who barely became adventurer killed a blue crab which was almost level 3. No one will believe this. Even she needed to rub her eyes a few times before finally believing that it's not a dream but reality. Premies and Xingming showed a smile while even Ophis nodded her head seeing the determination showed by them to the very end. Then they disappeared and appeared where Lily and Haruheim were. Premies, well done. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, asterisk title at the end asterisk. Asterisk A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month April 9th. Please enjoy. Asterisk A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. Haruheim's and Lily's heart relaxed completely when they saw Premies. When they did, their mind blanked out and they fell unconscious. They were trying their best to remain conscious all this time with just their willpower. Now that they had relaxed, all the accumulated fatigue struck them and they became unconscious. Premies walked towards Haruheim as her severed arm which was thrown away rose in the air and reached Premies. He then grabbed that severed arm, appeared in front of Haruheim before placing it on her shoulder. Then he used his power and reattached that arm. Once confirming that her arm had been successfully reattached, not just from outside but also from inside like the nerves, tissues, bones, and so on. Premies nodded his head. Then his magic also healed her completely and returned her to her top condition. He then took out Haruheim from the wall and made her sit on the ground while leaning her body against the rock. Once done, he turned his attention to Lily which had been completely healed by Xingming at this point. Next, he arrived at Lily, took her out of the wall and made her sit on the ground while leaning against the rock like Haruheim. During the whole procedure, Ace's eyes were constantly looking at both Lily and Haruheim. She still remembered the determination they saw even to the very end. It really shocked her to the core. By now Premies used other type of magic to get rid of physical and mental fatigue of Lily and Haruheim. When he was done, he used another magic to put them in deep slumber for 30 minutes. Once the 30 minutes will be over, they both will wake up and will continue the hunting. Asterisk I thought only Freya made her Familia members and those who she saw potential in, to go through hardship. But you, asterisk now I feel that her way of doing things is a lot better than you. No. The difference between you both are that of heaven and earth. Premies, Twilight, I think you are misunderstanding something. Misunderstanding. Premies, yes. What I am doing now is making a solid foundation for them. I can't be help or guide them all the time. I can only do this at the beginning. The rest they must do themselves. The same is the case with my permanent members like Ace. At most I will help her reach level 4. Beyond that, she needs to rely on herself. But don't you think, it's still a bit harsh? Premies, it's true that there is easy way to gain power but that way their power will be unstable, and they won't have good grasp at it. I guess you are right. Anyway, you are the boss. Do whatever you see fit. No one speak. Everyone became silent as they wait for 30 minutes to pass. Suddenly, Premies moved his gaze towards a certain direction. He was looking at the adventurer party that was still struggling against the horde of blue crabs. The distance between them was too big but Premies didn't have any problem with it. Next, a glint passed in his eyes and in the next second all the blue crabs exploded. Boom. 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 Ding. 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 Many magic stones fell. All those adventurers looked at the situation with awe. They didn't understand what just happened. In one moment, they were struggling for their lives and the next all the monsters exploded. As they were still rooted on the spot, they heard Premies' voice from all around them. Premies, take the magic stones and leave. Your fellow adventurers need healing and rest. They realized whose that voice was in an instant. To be more exact, there's no one in the Orario who can't recognize that voice. They all became exited and bow. Even though they didn't know the specific location of Premies, bow was enough to pass their message. All adventurers, thank you for saving us, the Black Swordsman. They didn't receive any reply. Still, they didn't become disheartened. One of them started to collect the magic stone while other magician used healing magic on the injured ones. Even though he didn't have enough magic to heal every to the top condition, it was still enough to make them heal enough so that they could walk and leave the floor without much problem. Asterisk. Asterisk. Premies removed his gaze from them and just closed his eyes. Premies, Ophis, see if you can contact the will of the dungeon. Ophis, Amen. Ophis replied before she tried to do so. Few seconds later. Ophis, I found it, but it just kept on severing the connection. Premies, you know what to do. Ophis, Amen. An intimidating aura started to get released from Ophis in the next second. She made sure that it was pointed only towards the dungeon. But since Xingming and Ace were near, they also sensed it and started to tremble. Their eyes were full of fear as they looked at Ophis sitting on Premi's right shoulder. They had never felt just feeling of helplessness before. Lily and Haruheim, who were in deep slumber, started to tremble too. Easy to guess that we'll be awake soon. Godo. 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 Now even the entire dungeon started to tremble. Adventurers presented in different floors also witnessed this. Since this was the first time dungeon had behaved like this, they all became sacred. Soon, Ophis stopped. Xingming and Ace took a sigh of relief. They both gulped while looking at Ophis's horror. They never thought that the mere aura of Ophis was this terrifying. Then they looked at Premies, who was completely unfazed by Ophis' aura. Xingming and Ace, both husband/lord and eldest sister Ophis, are amazing. They stand on a whole different stage. Premies, so. Ophis, connection has been made again. But it's not responding. Premies, Crack. 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 Premies, I guess I got its answer. Everyone turned towards the noise. There they saw countless cracks appeared on the walls. Soon, they became even more, and the wall exploded with a boom. Boom. A hole was made in the wall. Ace, who was looking at the wall, suddenly turned serious as all her hair stood in the end. A pair of red eyes shone were seen in that hole. And then the monster came out. It was a big skeleton-like monster. Its razor-sharp claws and teeth along with its pointed sharp tail made it even more menacing. Its glowing red eyes were looking at Premi's group as if they were ants. It was the strongest defense mechanism of dungeon, which it released every time when excessive damage was done to dungeon itself. Juggernaut. Even though Premies didn't do such thing, dungeon already thought of Premies as the one dangerous for its survival. So, it wanted to end him. Premies looked at Juggernaut as it was about to attack. Premies, Ace, go all out from the beginning. Otherwise, you won't be its match. Ace nodded before walking in front of Juggernaut. Lambent light had been drawn out as she took the stance. Ace, Ariel. Wail. Whiz. Woo. Hurricanes appeared around Ace again before it covered her. Though this time those hurricanes were more controlled. It's because she completed first part of magic control training. Then she moved. Whoosh. Because Ariel increased her speed a lot, she appeared in front of Juggernaut in the next instant and attacked. The sound of air penetrated was heard when Lambent light moved extremely fast towards Juggernaut. Still. Swish. Clang. Juggernaut brought its claw in front and stopped it. Ace widened her eyes slightly before jumping back. Boom. The place she was before was attacked by Juggernaut, another claw. She just narrowly dodged that attack. Even though she dodged at the last moment, a cut still appeared on her cheek and a trail of blood was made. Ace wiped the trail of blood with the thumb of her left hand before glaring intensively at the Juggernaut. She had already put Juggernaut as the strongest enemy she faced so far. One of the reasons was because when she was in Loki Familia, the Familia worked as a team to exploit their individual abilities to the fullest and keep an eye on each other back. However, that's no longer the case. There's no team and no one will keep an eye on her back. She must depend completely on herself. Ace took a deep breath and readied herself again. Second, it's because her Ariel, being the upgrade version of her previous skill Ariel, give her a greater boost in strength and speed than before. Yet, Juggernaut stopped her. Premies, level 6. Level 6 strength, dexterity, and agility. Neither do it has physical defense nor it could use magic. Premies, yes. But magic is still useless against it since it's armor that can reflect magic. Yes. Good thing Ace is more proficient in physical damage than magic one. Premies, true. Though, I will also make her magic damager dealer later in the future. Ace again moved and attack. Juggernaut stopped her again. Although, this time she didn't stop and kept on attacking. Trying to not give Juggernaut any change to counter. Swish. 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 Clang. 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 However, none of her attack made any contact. Juggernaut just kept on blocking them. Clang. After another attack which was still blocked, Ace twisted her body and jumped. Because Juggernaut expected Ace to continue her attacks, it let go of the perfect opportunity to attack her. While in the air, Ace concentrated all her magic into Lambent Light. Wind revolved around Lambent Light, and Ace launched herself at Juggernaut from the air. Ace, Le Souffle. Le Souffle, upgraded version of Ace's previous strongest attack, Lil Rafaga. The power it contained is tremendous. Swoosh. Boom. A giant explosion occurred and the entire 25th floor trembled because of the power behind it. All adventurers, who were still on this floor, turned pale. They all thought that something was wrong with the dungeon. Now, they really wanted to leave. A huge cloud of dust was raised where the explosion happened. Premies had already taken Lily and Haruheim far away and was looking at Ace and Juggernaut fight. Soon, dust started to settle down and Ace was first one to came into sight. She was looking at front with serious expressions. That was her strongest attack. It was impossible for Juggernaut, who had very poor defense against physical attacks, to survive. But when dust settled down, everything became visible again. Ace's eyes opened wide. There was a huge crater in front of her. Yet, no sign of Juggernaut. Ace hurriedly looked around. Then, as if sensing something, she raised her head. There she saw Juggernaut looking at her with its red eyes while standing on the ceiling. It's true that if attack hit Juggernaut, it should be over for him. However, that will be if the attack did hit in the first place. When Ace concentrated her magic in lambent light for le souffle, Juggernaut already sensed the incoming doom. Hence, it concentrated of its strength into its claw and dodged just when the attack was about to hit it. Premies, who witnessing the whole situation, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Premies, it's not a fool. And it fights by completely relying on its instincts. That's also what saved it. This monster. Then a smile appeared on Premies' face as he looked at Juggernaut. Premies, change of plans. I want it. Chapter 164, Juggernaut. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Fear of Dungeon. *A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month, May 9th. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones, extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. You want Juggernaut? Huh. Premies, yeah. I planned on getting my hands on the primordial beasts first. Then using their power to create another pocket world for myself. In that world, I can put all types of monsters, beasts, or beings that will be useful to me. And in this world, I only had Antares in mind. But now seeing Juggernaut, I change my mind. I want it. Such a great weapon. I can make it even stronger and erase its weakness. Making it almost perfect weapon in my arsenal. Alright. But where will you keep it? You haven't gotten primordial beasts yet. So, you don't have the pocket world. Premies, don't worry. I already have a solution for that. At this time, Juggernaut, who had been gawking at Ace from ceiling, jumped at her and attacked her with its razor-sharp claws. Ace hurriedly backflipped and dodged it. Boom. Next, she brought lambent light to her left. Bang. Because of that, she stopped the tail attack of Juggernaut, which was coming from the left. However, it still threw Ace towards the wall. Ace then again backflipped in the air. And just when she was about to hit the wall, she got rid of the force behind the Juggernaut's tail attack and landed with her feet first on the wall. She put strength in her legs and launched herself at Juggernaut again. Swish. Clang. But Juggernaut blocked her attack yet again. And it just kept on going for some more time. No matter what way or what method Ace used to attack, Juggernaut always stopped her. After few more minutes, sweat started to appear on Ace's forehead. She had been using Ariel all this time. Hence, her magic was draining fast. Even if she completed the first part of her magic training and can now remain in Ariel longer, it's still not enough. On top of that, she also used her strongest attack, Le Souffle, which directly used up 80% of her magic. So, she was only left with 20% of her reserve. Before completing the first part of magic training, Ace can only use Le Souffle once, and at that time it would have used up all her magic. But now it only needed 80% of her magic. It may not look much improvement, but still compared to before, she could still fight after using Le Souffle. Unlike last time, when she wouldn't even be able to use enhanced mode, and had to depend completely on her basic stats after using it. As more time went by, Ace's face was now completely covered in sweat. She was reaching her limit. And at this moment, Juggernaut glowing red eyes flickered and it put all its everything on defending itself. Unlike before when it was also thinking of a way to attack her. Now, things became even more difficult for Ace. Premies smiled a little witnessing this. Premies, it realized that Ace can't keep on using her power. Shengming, yes, husband. Now it was just delaying until little sister use up all her magic. Premies, and she is already at her limit. Clang. Another clash, and just when Ace was about to continue, the hurricanes around her disappeared. Even her enhanced mode wore off. And her strength dropped to max level 2. Juggernaut also realized that and attacked. The attack was so fast for the current Ace to even react. She could only see as the razor-sharp claw of Juggernaut approaching her to claim her life. However, in the next moment, Premies appeared in front of Ace and casually caught Juggernaut Claw with his bare hand. Boom. Even though Premies stopped it, the force behind the attack still passed by him and hit the area behind. Current Ace can't handle such shockwave released by level 6 Juggernaut. Hence, Premies protected her with his energy. Seeing Premies saved her, Ace took a sigh of relief. But she didn't appear happy. She clenched her lambent light tightly while looking down on the ground. Ace, I am sorry, Lord. I failed. Premies, forget it. You were able to hold your own against Juggernaut whose current strength is max level 6 without getting injured. It's already an improvement. Ace. Ace raised her head and looked at Premies who was looking at her with smile. Seeing this calmed her a lot. Premies, don't worry. It's just a matter of time before you will surpass it. Ace, Amen, Ace nodded with serious expressions. Premies then turned to Juggernaut which was trying to free its claw from Premies' hold. It can tell that Premies was extremely dangerous as its instincts were warning it. So, for now it hurriedly wanted to free itself and took some distance. Though, it failed to free itself. In desperation, Juggernaut attacked Premies with its other claw. Premies answered by raising his other hand and caught it too. Boom. Another shockwave and that's all. Juggernaut didn't give up yet. Its tail moved and attacked Premies. Ace, my lord. Ace shouted in worry. Since both of Premies' hands were occupied, he can't catch it. Ace was about to move and to block it with her body, even when she knew she will die, she didn't care. But Premies stopped her. Premies, don't worry. Hearing this, Ace stopped on her spot, and it was also when Juggernaut tail hit Premies' defenseless body. Boom. Another shockwave but Premies didn't even budge from his spot even when the tail struck his body. Juggernaut got shocked seeing this. Yet, it kept on attacking Premies with its tail again and again and again to no avail. Boom. 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 After attacking Premies for a few more minutes with its tail, Juggernaut stopped again. This time, it opened its big mouth. There were many sharp fangs in it. Then it chomped at Premies. However, Premies disappeared from his spot. When Premies disappeared, Juggernaut got free from his hold. Using this opportunity, Juggernaut was about to retreat. But a hand appeared out of nowhere and touched Juggernaut head before slamming Juggernaut hard on the ground. Bang. The ground beneath Juggernaut cracked as many spider-like webs spread all around with Juggernaut in center. Juggernaut who was slammed down felt its head dizzy. It can't process completely what just happened. After few seconds when Juggernaut came out of its dizziness, its eyes moved and it saw Premies standing on his head while looking down on it. Premies, I think that's enough playing around. Next Premies squat down and placed his hand on its head. Some sort of power was released from his hand and entered Juggernaut head. Juggernaut felt an extremely danger it had never felt before and started to struggle. Juggernaut, roar. Premies, be quiet and stay still. Chirp. Crackle. Roar. Sound of thousand birds were heard with a roar as Weiss lighting appeared in Premies' free hand. Then that Weiss lighting changed its shape into Weiss chains in the next moment and completely bound Juggernaut. Clank. 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 Not only it bounded Juggernaut body but it also closed its mouth. Even though Juggernaut armor can reflect any magic. The Weiss lighting of Premies is the power of nature and the combination of all 5 elements. It's not something Juggernaut armor could reflect. And these Weiss chains were the new attack Premies created by changing the shape of his Weiss lighting. And these were not normal lighting chains. Since Weiss lighting is Premies' main skill, the strength, durability, and speed of these Weiss chains are equal to Premies' strength. Means since Premies' current strength is that of level 20 so did these chains. And that's not the only thing. These chains also sent electric current in the person's or monster's body and numbed their nervous system. If Premies want, he could even use it to directly cut the connection of brain with the nervous system making the person completely handicapped for the rest of her life if he wants. But since it's not needed here, Premies didn't do that. Juggernaut could no longer move. Its eyes were looking at Premies with fear for the first time. It didn't know what Premies was doing but it can sense that it wasn't anything good. As Premies' power kept on entering Juggernaut head, Premies started to erase the information inside its brain. Premies already knew that Juggernaut was like machine. It didn't have its own consciousness or something. Like a robot whose only work is to follow the command implemented in the CPU. He knew about it because not only he is omniscient but also because he read all its information thanks to his elemental sight. That's also why Premies didn't have any intention of getting Juggernaut first. However, he changed his mind when he saw that this Juggernaut gave birth to survival instincts. Something machine was not capable of. Unless it moved towards the direction of evolution. Yes, this Juggernaut has taken its first step towards evolution. Premies, and if I am not wrong then it had something to do with the fear of dungeon. Fear of dungeon. Premies, yes. the intimidating aura released by Ophis was at a whole different level. So, when Dungeon released this juggernaut, by coincidence the fear and the survival instincts of Dungeon were also felt by Juggernaut. That's why this juggernaut is moving faster towards its evolution. I get it. Just like how it sensed Ace, Lusufel, was dangerous and decided to dodge it. Like how it realized that Ace can't keep her, Ariel, for so long and decided to put itself completely in defense to delay her, the hell. It's giving birth to its own consciousness. Preemies, yeah. It also learning while it was fighting. And not only that, when I stopped its attack, it sensed that I am dangerous and was planned on retreating. No wonder. In case it was just like a machine whose work was to just follow order, then it won't have care about such stuff. It would have just kept on fighting even if it was destroyed in the process. Preemies, correct. I can't let such thing remain here. Once Dungeon sensed that this juggernaut was giving birth to its own consciousness and is improving, it would definitely destroy it. Of course, it will. Juggernaut is the strongest security mechanism of Dungeon. Its only duty is to protect Dungeon and follow the command its command. If it has its own consciousness, then it means it's a deflected piece. A failure which needs to be eliminated. Preemies nodded and kept on sending more of his power to override Juggernaut commands and orders, implemented by the Dungeon. Even though it started to give birth to its own consciousness, it's still at the starting phase. As a result, it's still under Dungeon control and will only follow its order. This went on for a few minutes. And the light in Juggernaut eyes disappeared. It just remained slumped on the ground like a computer whose plug has been taken out. With this, Preemies finally cut all the connections between Juggernaut and the Dungeon. Next, he started to rewrite everything. All the basic information like how to move, run, fight, and so on remained untouched. Though, Preemies still made sure that there wasn't any kind of backdoor or something. Then new orders were implemented about how to completely follow what Preemies told it to, and so. Preemies planted this information to the very depth of Juggernaut consciousness, body, and soul. Why soul? Because Juggernaut started to give birth to consciousness, this means a new soul was being born too. Finally, Preemies established a permanent connection between him and Juggernaut. Once that was done, light returned in Juggernaut eyes. It then looked at Preemies without any show of fear. As if waiting for his orders. Clank. 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 The Weiss chains bounding Juggernaut released it and Juggernaut regained its freedom. Preemies then released his power again and completely covering Juggernaut. The light produced by that power was so bright that Ace had to close her eyes. And when light disappeared, Juggernaut also disappeared and only left a transparent white cube which can easily be held in one hand. Preemies grabbed the cube and looked at Juggernaut inside it. Preemies, once I will modify your body and give you a new strength, that's when you will come out. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Extreme Image Training. *A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month, June 9th. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. Ace and Xingming approached Preemies at this time. They saw the white cube in his hand which was holding Juggernaut within. Ace got astounded witnessing this. Ace, my lord, just what? Preemies only smiled but didn't reply. Then he sent the cube in his inventory and put his head on Ace's head. Just when Ace thought Preemies wanted to pat her, wisps of magic was released from his hand and entered Ace's mind. It not only got rid of her mental and physical fatigue but also filled her magic reserve to the peak. Once done, Preemies removed his hand. Ace checked herself and confirmed that she had restored to her peak state. Ace, thanks, my lord. Preemies nodded and walked to Lily and Haruheim. Because of the commotion, they will wake up soon. But he still wanted them to rest a bit more before continuing. Hence, once he reached them, he sent them back into deep slumber. Next, he called Ace. Preemies, come here, Ace. I will teach you a way which can help you train yourself even when you are resting. Ace, really? Ace became excited hearing this. If she could train even while resting, then she can become stronger faster. Seeing her excited Preemies shook his head. Preemies, don't get overexcited. The current you can only use this once a day. And that time too you need a catalyst which I will give you now. So, come here. Ace obeyed and came in front. Preemies' eyes then directly looked into Ace's eyes. The 3 tomos started rotating fast as boundless power released from them. Since Ace didn't put a least bit of guard against Preemies, in the next second, her eyes turned blank and Preemies got full control over her brain. Well, even if she had tried to resist, nothing would have changed. Anyway, that power completely covered every part of Ace's brain, leaving not a single spot, and merged with it completely. Then he also put the information of the technique in Ace's mind using his power as a bridge. Since this is not a skill or something, Ace can use it without much problem. After 2 minutes, Preemies was done and gave the control back to Ace. Light returned in Ace's eyes as she held her head. She can tell that a foreign power had merged with her brain. No. Not foreign. But Premi's power. The power had completely merged and it can't be removed ever. But Ace didn't mind. Then she sensed a new information in her brain. She read it and awe expression appeared on her face. Now she understood what technique Premies was talking about. Ace, my lord, this is Premies, extreme image training. That's what I was talking about. It's a completely new version of Imagine training. You created it by using your elemental sight. Premies, yes. Premies, as I said before, the current you can only use it once a day and for 1 minute. But that 1 minute in the outside world will be 10 days inside your mind. All the experience you will gain in those 10 days will be real. Not only that, but you will also experience the pain you feel when you get injured. So, don't think of it as just some image training. Ace nodded her head with serious expressions. Premies, one more thing. You can also die during in this. Even though you will revive in the next second. The experience of death will still remain vivid in your mind. Don't let it break your spirit. You can start now. Ace nodded again and sat down on the ground. Next, she closed her eyes to initiate image training. The power of Premies which was merged with Ace's brain released its splendor and worked as a catalyst to help her. Ace opened her eyes. She found herself present in the dungeon with no one in sight. The area was a lot bigger than before. Then suddenly in front of her, Juggernaut appeared. It looked same as before, but when Ace looked around the area again, she realized this place was made to give more advantage to Juggernaut. Understanding this, Ace put extreme serious expression on her face and drew out her lambent light before pointing it towards Juggernaut. Ace, this time, I won't lose. Premies looked at Ace who was sitting on the floor and had already initiated her extreme image training. While he was doing that, Xingming approached him. Xingming, husband, can you teach this technique to me too? Premies raised his eyebrow a little before speaking. Premies, I can. But why do you need it? Unlike Ace, you have a whole different level of experience, and you are already level 10. Xingming, that's true. But husband, this technique can't be used just to gain fighting experience. It can also use for other training. Like, I can use it to improve my cooking. Premies chuckled listening this. What Xingming said was not wrong. So, he felt no need of denying her request. Premies, come here. Xingming, yes. Xingming stood in front of Premies. Both their eyes met as 3 tomos of Sharingan started rotating again. And since Xingming also never put a single guard against Premies, she also blanked out like Ace. Control of her brain fell on Premies' hand as his power started to merge with it. After some time when the merge was complete, Premies withdrew his power from her mind as Xingming regained control. She also held her head before smiling at Premies. Ace, arg. At this time, Ace's painful voice was heard. They turned their gaze at Ace who came out after completing her training. She was very tired after doing it. It was as if she didn't sleep for days. Premies appeared in front of her and started healing her. Once done, Ace stood up again. Premies, so, how times you win? Ace, 10. Premies, how many times you died? Ace, more than 300 to 300 times. Premies. Xingming. Both Premies and Xingming looked at Ace who was trying hard to hide her embarrassment. Premies then rubbed his forehead and Xingming showed a wry smile. Premies, so, you died at least 30 times and barely win 1 time per day, during those 10 days. Ace, why yes. Premies took a deep sigh before shaking his head. Premies, forget it. I can tell you are stronger than before. That's all that matter for now. Xingming, yes. You don't need to feel too dejected, little sister. Seeing that they were not angry, Ace took a sigh of relief before agreeing with them. Ace, MN, Premies, now then. Premies, how is it? Ophis, I am still connected but it's not responding like before. Premies frowned hearing this. Premies, what's going on? Why the will of dungeon still didn't respond even when I took away the juggernaut? Premies, anything else? Ophis, no. Premies, I see. Premies, looks like something is wrong with dungeon. I need to take a look at it in future. Everyone became silent again. They were waiting till Lily and Haruheim wake up. Xingming didn't initiate her extreme image training because compared to Ace, she can use it for 10 times a day and for 15 minutes each. Means 150 days for every single use. Or 1,500 days for all 10 uses per day. However, since she wanted to use it to improve her cooking rather than fighting, she didn't need to use all of it or practice every day. She could take her time. Soon time went by and it's finally time for Lily and Haruheim to wake up. Realizing that they will wake up any minute now, Premies took others and left again. Haruheim, Moo. Lily, oh. When they woke up, they rubbed their sleepy eyes and stretched their bodies. It felt like they had been sleeping for ages. Then they looked around. At first, they were confused before they remembered what happened before they fell asleep. All their drowsiness disappeared in an instant and serious expression returned on their face again when they realized that they were still in dungeon. Then they looked at themselves and confirmed that they were completely healed now. Haruheim also checked her arm, which was reattached to her shoulder by preemies. Confirming that she wasn't feeling any discomfort from it, she nodded. Next both their gaze fell at the side where a new dagger and folding fan was placed. Since the last ones got chirped and cracked after their fight with Blue Crab, preemies replaced them with new one. Though they were still normal dagger and folding fan like before. Lily and Haruheim picked them and moved to find another monster. They already knew that it's preemies who healed them and now they can continue. Preemies others again watched Lily and Haruheim from the sky. Their next target was again another Blue Crab. Though they took care of it better than before. They still got very injured, but it was not to the point where Haruheim had to lose her arm again. When they were done, preemies appeared in front of them again. Healed them both mentally and physically and gave them new weapon again before leaving again. This kept on going till it was the time to end their today's expenditure. Lily and Haruheim fought different monsters aside of Blue Crab. Like Aqua Serpent. A monster with a snake head and light green scales that can reach 10 meters long. Killing it was slightly easier than Blue Crab because Aqua Serpent defense wasn't as strong as Blue Crab's metal body. They fought Devil Mosquitoes. A monster that attached itself to adventurers' body and sucked their blood. They were mostly in colony. Haruheim first used her ice magic and frozen them for a minute. Lily then threw giant rocks on them and killed them. That fight was difficult because those devil mosquitoes just kept on coming whenever they killed some. Sometimes they even needed to run because they were out of magic. They also encountered a monster which almost killed them on the spot. Light quartz. Purple crystal monster in the shape and size of a buckler with a yellow eye in the center. It attacked them with beams of light from distance. By using their brains and strategies, they succeeded in finding an escape route. Last but not the least, Kristaroth urchin. A blue, ball-shaped monster with sharp needles growing from it. It spined towards them at high speed, destroying its surroundings with its needles, and to eat its prey with its round mouth which is full of fangs. That was not something Lily and Haruheim Kaul fight against and escaped from. So, preemies told Ace took care of it, who had killed in an instant. Now that they were done, they were leaving. Preemies was walking in front while Lily and Haruheim were following behind. The aura radiated from their body and their gaze had become a lot sharper than before. Preemies, so, how did you feel fighting in this floor? Lily and Haruheim narrowed their eyes and thought about the best way to describe it. Lily, it's like we were walking on a thin rope all this time. Haruheim, yes. The very rope which could snap at any moment. Preemies smiled hearing this. They really explained their situation perfectly. Sheng Ming and Ace glanced at them with corner of their eyes. Sheng Ming and Ace, at least they are completely aware about their situation. In the last month of struggle, not only did they become stronger, but they also matured a lot. Preemies, they do. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Desperate. *A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month, July 9th. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. By now they returned to Rivera. And there was a big commotion going on there. Many adventurers were going to and fro with nervous expressions while muttering Dungeon was angry and wanted to kill all adventurers. So now all adventurers had made a huge group and were sitting on the ground thinking about their next course of action. The best solution was to leave, but today when they entered the dungeon in the morning, they decided to become stronger. Hence, they didn't feel like leaving like this. Preemies even saw Loki and Hephaestus Familia in between the group. They both were saying that they should check what's going on, but majority of adventurers were against it. So, 80% were in the favor of leaving the dungeon. Preemies, what a pain. Truly a best example of weak-minded people. Now even if Loki and Hephaestus Familia said something, their words fell on the deaf ears. Quiet. A single word resounded, an entire place became silent. They turned towards the location of voice and seeing who it was, neither dared to speak. Loki and Hephaestus Familia took a sigh of relief seeing Preemies. Preemies, is this a pub or something? Can't you all discuss quietly? Why the commotion? No one dared to say anything. They might get the guts to ignore 2 strongest Familia words after joining force, but that's not the same case when they were in Preemies' presence. Preemies, bunch of cowards. Just because you sensed a slight odd behavior of Dungeon, the first that came to your mind is run instead of finding out the reason. How pathetic. You should all commit suicide by banging your head on the wall. At least with this you all be able to keep a little bit of your small pride. All their heads were down, even they heard Premies' insulting words. Because they knew Premies was right. At this time, one of the adventurer collected his courage and spoke. Adventurer 1, B but D dungeon was behaving odd. Premies, and. Adventurer 1, and. Premies, did it affect any of you? Were there any casualties? Adventurer 1, that's. Premies, stop making excuses to hide your cowardness. You are only dropping yourself more and more. Adventurer 1. That adventurer no longer had any words to refute, and he also to look down. Premies ignored him and turned his gaze at Loki and Hephaestus Familia. Premies, nothing is wrong with dungeon. It was just the aftermath of my fighting with a monster. You can continue your expenditure. They nodded before Tiona come forward to ask. Tiona, by the way, who were you fighting, which made almost the entire dungeon tremble? Premies, Juggernaut. Then he turned around and walked away, completely ignoring all the shocked looks of those present in the scene. After 2 hours, Premies and others finally returned to the surface. When they left the area of Babel Tower, they realized that the people in Orario had decreased by quite a lot. They barely saw a pedestrian in the way. Then after some walking they reached the Hephaestus workshop, where she was currently making the weapons for Lily and Haruheim. Haruheim and Lily waited at some distance as told by Premies while he walked past the guards guarding at the door and entered the workshop. Like before, they didn't see his figure at all. Ting. 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 Inside the workshop, Hephaestus was hitting a metal with her hammer while Hestia was standing at the side and looking at her with serious expression, even when she had no idea what method Hephaestus was using. When Premies entered, he made sure that only Hestia could to sense him while Hephaestus won't get distracted. Then Hestia sensed him, in the next moment turned to him. Seeing him, she understood it's time to update Lily and Haruheim's status. So, she quietly left the Hephaestus and came out of the workshop. Guards at the door nodded at Hestia before returning to their work again. Then after walking to some distance, Hestia saw Lily and Haruheim and smiled. Hestia, good to see that you both are okay. Lily and Haruheim, sorry for making you worry, Miss Hestia. Hestia, it's okay. And I told you, just call me Hestia. Lily. Haruheim. Getting their silence response, Hestia didn't feel dejected. She understood that it will take time for them to open to her and treat her like family. She then looked at them keenly, since she also realized that their aura and presence had a huge change, and it became sharper than before. Next, Premies waved his hand. A barrier was erected around them. Premies, all right, with his no one could see or hear what's going on inside. Hestia, you can start. Hestia, huh? Can't we do it in a place at least where there is a couch so that they can lie down, making it easier for me to update their status? Premies, no. You need to return to Hephaestus, and I need to take them back to Raven's site so that they can rest for the day. Hestia took a sigh hearing this. Hestia, fine. Lily was the first one. She lowered her clothes so that her back became visible and Hestia could update her status. A globe of white light appeared between Hestia's hands before she placed it on Lily's back, and that globe entered. After some time, a new status appeared. Hestia got stunned at first, then shocked, and then she became angry. However, she just took the paper from Premies' hand, copied the status on it before giving it to Lily. Next, she did the same with Haruheim, and her anger intensifies. After copying the status on paper and giving it to Haruheim, Hestia turned her attention to Premies. She was extremely angry this time. Hestia, Premies. What is the meaning of this? How could you do this to them? Status. Name, Lily Ruka Arde. Age. Level. Strength, I0F. Endurance, I0F. Dexterity, I0F. Agility, I0F. Magic, I0F. Skills. Terra's Pugio Art, F. Magic. Earth Manipulation, F. Status. Name, Senjuno Haruheim. Age. Level. Strength, I0F. Endurance, I0F. Dexterity, I0F. Agility, I0F. Magic, I0F. Skills. Glacis Dance, F. Magic. Ice Manipulation, F. Hestia got both stunned and shocked when she saw such increase in stats. However, when she read their fauna, she understood what they both go through to get such increase in strength. This really angered her to the extreme. Premies, I have no intention of giving any sort of explanation to you, Hestia. Hestia, you. Premies, and. Premies then glanced at Lily and Haruheim, who were looking at him and Hestia. Premies, do they look like someone who care what they just went through? Hestia also turned towards them, and all her anger disappeared in an instant. Because of her divine perception, she can saw through any fabricate or lie. Means if Lily and Haruheim had been hiding their true feeling behind some sort of mask, Hestia would have seen through them in an instant. However, she didn't find any such thing. As if they themselves didn't care what preemies made them go through. Hestia, just how desperate you both are for the power. Lily. Haruheim. Again, silence was the only answer she received. Ace, who was looking at them, could see herself in them. They both are just like her. If by going through some pain, they can gain power and become strong, then neither she nor they mind one bit. As Hestia was looking at them with speechless expression, she received Preemie's voice transmission. Preemies, Hestia, I told you before, didn't I? They both had suffered and gone through a lot since their childhood. So, they clearly understand the fate of weak. The powerlessness of not being in control of their own life. That time the only thing they could do was accept their fate. Hence, now that they have given chance to become stronger, they don't want to let go of this opportunity. They don't want to experience the same powerlessness again. That's why they are so desperate. Hestia's eyes turned sad hearing this. She knew that. But still she wanted them to take their time and enjoy their life, which they didn't before pursuing the power. After all, they are still just 13 years and 14 years old girls. Though, now she realized it won't work the way she wanted it to be. So, walked towards them. Once she was in front of them, she opened her arms, hugged them both. Lily. Haruheim. Both the bodies of Lily and Haruheim trembled. This hug brought a strange warmth with it which started to warm their slightly cold bodies. Hestia, I am sorry. I never thought you both are this desperate. However, I still wanted you both to relax and enjoy your life a bit when you are free, okay? Sensing the sincerity and care in Hestia's voice, they both could only look down while nodding their head. That's the only thing they could do for now as they let Hestia hug them. From this hug, they felt the same sense of security which they felt when Preemies was with them. Preemies smiled witnessing this. Preemies, even though they didn't raise their arms to hug Hestia back, they still didn't reject her either. It's better than nothing. Agreed. But still, I have to say, Hestia really have her way of reaching other people's heart. Preemies, because her feelings are genuine with no malice or any intention behind them. No wonder. Ace showed a slight envious expression witnessing this. Those three looked like a family supporting each other. This also made her remember her mother Aria and her father Albert Waldstein. As she was getting slightly emotional, Preemies appeared behind and hugged her. Ace got stunned and turned her head back. Only to see Preemies giving her the gentle expression which he showed during their fight. Preemies, you are also a part of family now, Ace. Ace-eyed then turned to Xingming, who was giving her knowing smile, and Ophis, who was even with her emotionless expression still looking at her. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Ace's face as she nodded and hugged back the Preemie's arms which were holding her from behind. Ace, MN. While hugging Ace, Preemie's eyes moved to the side where two twilight windows prompted. These windows were showing Lily and Haruheim's status in details. Status. Name, Lily Ruka Arde. Age. Existence level. Level. Strength, IF. Endurance, IF. Dexterity, IF. Agility, IF. Magic, IF. Per stats. Current level, 0. Overall, 0. Enhanced mode, 15%. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Terra's Pugio Art IF. Earth Manipulation IF. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, terra is a Latin word meaning earth. And Pugio is also the Latin word which means dagger. Status. Name, Senjuno Haruheim. Age. Existence level. Level. Strength, IF. Endurance, IF. Dexterity, IF. Agility, IF. Magic, IF. Per stats. Current level, 0. Overall, 0. Enhanced mode, 15%. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Glacies Dance IF. Ice Manipulation IF. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, glacies is a Latin word meaning ice. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Ace Magic Control Training 2. Asterisk A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month, August 9th. Please enjoy. Asterisk A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. Premies was laying on the roof of Raven's site while looking at the sky which had turned dark by now. After parting with Hestia, he returned with Lily and Haruheim. They both already returned to their room and had fallen asleep. Today was really taxing for them. Even though Premies healed them completely, a good sleep is still a lot better. Premies, did you get in touch? Ophis, no. It's still silent. Premies frowned a little hearing Ophis' response. He had asked Ophis to try and contact the dungeon again and again. Ophis always succeeded in establishing the connection, but dungeon didn't respond even once. It's like how you called someone on a phone. The other party picked it but just remained silent on its end. Premies, all right. You can stop contacting it now. Ophis, amen. Premies, looks like I need to go deeper into the dungeon to find the source of problem. Because I feel it's not a simple problem but the one on the whole different scale. Premies then shook his head and put it at the back of his head for now. Premies, I will take care of it later. Since it's not that urgent. Now then on the next thing. Shengming, husband. Premies, Premies turned to Shengming who was sitting at the side. Premies, what is it? Shengming, you are waiting for Ryu and others to return, right? Once they will return and fell asleep, you will start the next part of Little Sister Ace magic training. Premies raised his eyebrow a bit before speaking. Premies, yes. I do have such intentions. Shengming, then until they will return, why don't you take some rest too? Shengming patted her thighs saying that. Ophis who was laying on Premies' chest opened her eyes. Then she floated in the air and looked at Primid. Since the connection between him and Ophis was the most perfect, he could that Ophis was also saying that he should rest while she will keep an eye on him. Ace, yes, my lord. You should rest a bit too. Even though, it's not been that long since Ace came under Premies. She still saw all his actions. Ever since coming out from the home world, she never once saw Premies taking a rest. He was always doing something. Even last night when she was doing her magic training, he was still writing something on a notebook while also keeping an eye on Ophis and Shengming when they slept leaning on him. He was also keeping an eye on her all the time and guided her when she was getting confused. And even when she fell asleep after completing the training, he was still writing. He never rested even once while doing many things simultaneously. Premies took a deep sigh and shook his head. He found no point in arguing with them. Premies, oh well. I guess a bit of rest won't hurt much. Seeing how Premies was not denying their words, Shengming smiled before closing the distance. Then she raised his head with her delicate fingers and placed it on her almost soft and boneless thighs. Experiencing the softness and comfortableness of Shengming's thighs, Premies closed his eyes as his body relaxed somewhat. After a few minutes, Premies' constant breathing was heard. Premies, ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. Shengming showed a loving smile and started to caress his head to make him as much relax as she can. Ace put a serious expression on her face while standing at the side as a loyal guard. Since her lord was sleeping, she didn't want anyone to disturb his rest. Her head kept on moving here and there. Ophis who was floating in the air didn't show anything on her emotionless face. However, she was also alert and her senses had expanded a lot. She even destroyed the sound around Premies so that he could rest properly. Even for the time being. Time passed by. Finally, Ryu and others returned. After confirming that Lily and Haruheim had returned, they prepared the dinner. Once done, they waked them and told them to have dinner before returning to bed. Lily and Haruheim, even though sloppy, accepted that and went to sleep again once they had their fill. Since they didn't see Premies, they just put his food in the kitchen so that he could have it once he will return. Finally, they also returned to their room to rest for the day. More time went by. Suddenly Ace's gaze became sharp as she looked at a certain direction. There she saw some thieves and assassins trying to sneak into Raven's site. Though they failed to even cross the walls around it. Afraid that they will do something which will affect Premies' sleep, Ace decided to get rid of them. However, before she could make a move, all those thieves and assassins suddenly stopped all their movements. As Ace was getting confused about what's going on, the next scene made her dumbfounded. In a second, bodies of all those thieves and assassins disintegrated into nothing. As Ace got shocked by this spectacle, she saw Shengming pointing at Ophis and this answered all her questions. Once all of them were erased, Ophis turned and floated back to Premies. She could tell that he was about to wake up. And just like she thought, in the next second, Premies' eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Ophis, who already brought her face in front of eyes curiously. Seeing her such childish behavior, Premies smiled before picking and putting her in his embrace. Then he raised his body and stretched it a little. Shengming, you look rather refreshed now, husband. Premies, well, I guess a bit of relaxation now and then is still better for my brain. Since you have been using your Sharingan and elemental sight all the time, your brain has always been working to the limit all the time. This quick nape really let it rest. Premies didn't reply. He just turned to Shengming, lowered his head a little to give her a gentle kiss on the lips before parting. Shengming, MMPH. Premies, now then, Before he could finish, he saw what was going on inside. Next, he took a deep sigh before opening his mouth. Premies, I guess I need to tell Ryu and others to not make any portion of food for me. Then he disappeared and appeared in the kitchen. Waving his hand, Premies removed the cover from the food and reheat them in an instant. Premies, oh well, since they already made it, I will eat it for today. At this time, Shengming and Ace also entered the kitchen and saw Premies eating the food prepared by Ryu and others. Ace tilted her head in confusion and turned to Shengming. Ace, Sister Shengming, you say my tea and food didn't meet the standard to serve Lord. Then why is Lord eating the one made by those waitresses? I am not saying their food is bad, but I don't think it reaches the standard you specify. Shengming smiled before speaking. Shengming, you're right, little sister. Even though their food is good, it didn't reach the required standard. However, husband, don't want to let their goodwill go to waste. Ace, oh. By now Premies was done. He waved his hand again and all the plates got cleaned and were placed at the side. Then he got up and turned to them. Premies, let's go. They nodded their head in response. It's time to start next part of Ace magic training. After flying for some time, they left Orario and entered mountain area. Finally, they found the place that was perfectly suitable for Ace's training. It was huge mountain which was as long as 5,000 feet or 1,524 meters. Premies drew his elucidator and used Hex Rend to cleave the mountain into two. Gur. Then he used his power again to make a distance between those two halves. Now the distance between those two halves was at least 20 meters apart. They both almost looked like two high and steep cliffs. That's what Premies was trying to accomplish. Premies' action made all the animals in the area to wake up. Seeing how the mountain was divided into two, they all got scared thinking a new overlord had come to take over the area. So, they started running away as far as they can. Premies floated at the middle of these two new cliffs before landing at the feet of those cliffs. Premies, alright, it's time for your next training, Ace. Ace nodded her head. Premies, this training is called cliff climbing practice. Ace, cliff climbing practice. Premies, in this training, you must climb this high and steep cliff by just using your single arm. Ace, one arm. Premies, yes. Now what makes this difficult is that, can you see some cracks or spots which you can use as a hold in this cliff? Ace, yes. Premies, that's the only thing you can use as a support. In other words, the cliff should remain the same as it is looking right now by the time you will reach the top. You are not allowed to use your strength to create a new spot or crack that can help you. Ace narrowed her eyes hearing this. This made this training a lot more difficult. Premies cut the mountain very cleanly. There were barely many spots which she can use. Now Premies stopped her from making more. It really took the difficulty at a whole different level. Premies, so, what you need to do is the same you do while doing tree climbing practice. Instead of using magic on the soles of your feet, you need to do it on your hand. And that's not the only thing. The weight of your entire body will fall on your arm. As a result, you not only need to use magic on the hand to climb but also use it on your arm to raise your body. Ace. Premies, in case you will use too little magic, you won't be able to grab those small cracks of the cliff. And in case you use too much magic, then your magic will be used up before you could even reach top. And you also need to control your physical strength to make sure that not a single mark or spot will be made by mistake. Understand? Ace, yes. But does that mean Lord chooses this place on purpose? Premies, of course. If you will do it perfectly, then your magic will only be used up completely by the time you will reach the top. In case it will be used up before, then it means you are doing it wrong. Ace, oh, okay. Premies, alright. You can start. Once getting Premies' permission, Ace started her training. Meanwhile, Shengming created a swinging bench made of tree branches like Premies did. Then all three sat on it and bench started swinging to and fro. Premies, let's start with you today. Instead of taking out the notebook like before, Premies took out the white cube in which Juggernaut was present. He tapped the cube 2 times, and the transparent surface of the cube became pure white. Now no one could see what's going on inside. Premies' mind was sit inside the cube as he started to do the tweaking. He planned to not only make Juggernaut body more powerful but also gave it some skills to get rid of its weakness. Because he knew we will be going to use Juggernaut a lot in future. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Bathroom. *A/N, here goes 9 extra chapters of this month, September 9th. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 0. the morning came. As the sun rose, a shadow fell on the three people who were sitting on the swinging bench. Premies raised his head and saw Ace standing on top of the mountain while waving at him with excited expression. Because Sun was behind Ace, her shadow was the one that fell on them. After many failures and retries, Ace finally reached the top of the mountain and completed second part of her magic training. This was really difficult compared to the previous one. In this, not only did she need to control her magic and physical strength but also kept an eye on her magic reserve. Magic power to grab minor cracks on the cliff. Strength to make sure no new marking or cracks or spots were made. Magic reserve so that she could reach the top. It was the balance of these three things altogether. With the completion of this training, Ace now not only had better control over her magic but also, she now had perfect control on her physical strength. Even though she hadn't reached Premies level where all his movements appeared normal but still current only an expert can see through Ace's strength. Premies checked the cliff once again. Even if it appeared completely fine but only, he knew how many times he must return it to perfect shape whenever Ace did mistakes last night. Not that he hated it since it was guaranteed to happen in the first place. Office, ZZ. ZZ. Shengming, ZZ. ZZ. Premies glanced at Office and Shengming who were sleeping while leaning on him like the last time. Office was on his lap and Shengming on his left. Then he turned to Ace again who was still looking at him from the top of mountain. Regardless of her excited look, her eyes were showing tiredness in them. Her body was also shivering slightly. Since current was without any magic, her brain was entering mind zero state. She could fell unconscious at any second. But she was able to remain awake with her willpower. Preemy smiled and put the white cube which he was holding in his right hand into the inventory. Next, he waved his hand and an invisible force enveloped Ace completely. She didn't have the chance to even resist before space wrapped around her and in the next instant, she was sitting on Preemy's right. Ace. Premies put his hand on Ace's head, patted her gently before placing it on his right shoulder. Premies, you did well. Now rest. Ace, Ace nodded cutely and then closed her eyes. Because she was very tired, she fell asleep in a matter of seconds with a happy smile on her face. The sound of her constant breathing was heard along with Office and Shengmeng. Ace, ZZ. ZZ. Premies, Let's wait until Ace has rested enough. I need to go and meet some before taking Lily and Haruheim to the dungeon today. Takamikazuchi. Premies, no. I will give him the visit tomorrow. I see. Premies, now then, I am sure more than half of the civilians and adventurers would have left Orario by now. Said Premies as he observed sun rising slowly in the horizon. Raven sight. Since it's morning and the rays of sun were entering from the windows of the room inside, everyone started to wake up one by one. Despite not being a morning person, Chloe and Anya still forced themselves to get up. They then entered the big bath. Ryu and Lunwar also joined them. Splash. Chloe, H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A. That hits the spot, meow. Lunwar, yeah. I wonder when the last time I entered such a big bath. Anya, the temperature of water is also good, meow. Ryu, MN. It's great. Currently, all four waitresses were bathing in Raven Sight bathroom, showing the full display of their bodies. Too bad, there was no man present to appreciate the scene. At this time. Creak. The door of the bathroom opened. All four turned towards it and saw Lily and Haruheim coming inside completely naked too. Chloe started to wave at them. Chloe, good morning, Lily. Good morning, Haruheim, meow. Others also followed with the greeting. Lily and Haruheim showed a small smile before they also returned the greetings. Then they washed their bodies at the side and entered giant bath. Splash. When the hot water touched their beautiful bodies, they both also let a sigh of satisfaction. Haruheim, hoo. It's really comfortable. Anya, right, meow. Lily, MN. It is. Next, they all started a casual chat among themselves. Of course, their topic of conversation of preemies. Then all looked down at their bodies. Their clean white skin, their well-rounded and fine white chest that was currently floating on the surface of water. As they were looking at themselves, a thought suddenly developed in their mind which they had never thought of before. All, if any men saw us like this, they all would definitely regress into beasts that only act on instinct, no. One person might not. No. It wasn't just a might. He definitely won't become like that. They thought as the figure of preemies emerged in their mind. They had spent a lot of time in his presence. It won't be wrong to say, Preemy spent more time accompanying them than any other person in Orario. Of course, that's on equation if you will ignore Office, Shengming, and Ace's presence who remained by his all the time like they are his shadows. Then they sighed. Lily looked at her breasts then others before shaking her head. This Lily is completely different than the one in plot. She has a lot of confidence in herself. And even when she looked at her small breasts, she didn't give it much thought since she knew was the youngest of all present here and is still growing. Anyway, the reason they know preemies won't become like this is because they had experienced a lot and met a lot of people before. So, they could tell that indifferent and cold expression that preemies showed all the time was not fabricate or something. But his real feeling. He really didn't care whether someone live or die. Whether that person was good or bad either. As long as they won't get in his way, he will just ignore them like some air. And just like that their beauty didn't mean anything in his eyes. Thinking till here, they all sigh again. They felt like they took a huge blow to their self-esteem. Then they decided to put it at the back of their head for now. Anya decided to speak. Anya, by the way, you both went to dungeon yesterday, meow. How was your experience, meow? Rio, Chloe, and Lunwar also turned to Lily and Haruheim. Seeing this they exchanged their gaze before opening their mouth. Lily, it was good. We really learnt a lot. Haruheim, yes. It was really a good experience. Chloe, right, meow. And knowing both of your strength, I am sure you both would have at least gone to 5th to 7th floors right, meow. Haruheim. Lily. They became silent and didn't answer. Ryu and Lunwar frowned seeing this. The entire bathroom became silent. Ryu suddenly had a very bad feeling. She put a serious expression on her face and spoke. Ryu, Haruheim. Lily, on which floor did you both go yesterday? Haruheim. Lily. No answer. Now ever Chloe and Anya felt something was wrong. Lunwar, Lily and Haruheim, don't tell us you both went beyond 7th floor. Haruheim. Lily. No answer again. As the atmosphere in the bathroom started to more and more tense, a voice interrupted their thoughts. No need to force them. I will tell you all. Hearing this sudden voice, they all turned towards it. At first, they didn't find anyone but then they raised their head and saw Preemies who was sitting in air with his legs crossed, one leg on top of other. The same way, he sat on the chair. Though this time, there was no chair under him. They all got stunned seeing this. Preemies showed their shocked expression but didn't wait and continued. Preemies, what 5th to 7th floor? Since I am training them, how could it be pathetic upper floors? I took them to lower floors. At this he stopped and swept his gaze at all of them before continuing. Preemies, 25th floor. *A/N, hello readers. This is the last extra chapter of this month. From tomorrow new month will start. And one more thing, sorry to inform you all that there won't be any more chapter this week. Because of constant weather change my condition is not good and I need to rest. So, I am sorry about that. That's all. Thank you. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Powerlessness. *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 2. Silence. Total silence. All the waitresses of Hostess of Fertility got shocked hearing this. To the point they became completely silent. They felt that they were having hearing issue and started to rub their ears. Lunwar, I am sorry. Which floor? Preemies, 25th, Lunwar. Rio. Chloe. Anya. Hearing it second time, they became certain that they didn't hear anything wrong. Chloe, ha 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 ha. Come on, Preemies. This joke is not funny, meow. Preemies didn't answer. Seeing this Chloe stopped her laugh and turned to Lily and Haruheim who also didn't try to deny it. Silence appeared in the bathroom again. Ryu and others kept on looking at Lily and Haruheim who refused to say anything. As the atmosphere was becoming more and more awkward, Preemies spoke. Preemies, Lily. Haruheim. We are going to dungeon in 2 hours like yesterday. Prepare yourself till then. Nodding their head, they both stood up. Splash. Once they stood up, their whole naked body was in full display of preemies. They didn't shy away or try to hide it. They just walked back to the dressing room where they put their clothes normally. Creak. Door opened and they both left. Preemies didn't show any change of expression even when their whole body was in front of him. He turned his gaze at Ryu and others now. Still, he was indifferent even when he was looking at their naked bodies. After living for countless years, the things that can move him are very little. Preemies, you all must have already heard the news of Evelys, didn't you? Hearing this, grave expression appeared on all their faces. When they were doing their work in Hostess of Fertility yesterday, they realized the number of people who visit them had decreased drastically. Then they saw civilians and adventurers leaving Orario carrying their stuffs. Many shop owners closed their shops and were also leaving. That time, they heard the adventurers talk about the return of Evelys. It greatly shocked them. Rio, how much are you sure about Evelys' return? Ryu asked. Premies, 100%. Rage appeared on Rio's face as she clenched her fists tightly when she heard Premies' confirmation. The thing that she hates the most are Evelys. After all, they were responsible for the death of her entire familia. If any of them appeared in front of her, she won't hesitate to kill him or her even in public. Lunwar, Chloe, and Anya sighed noticing Rio's behavior. Suddenly, Premies suddenly appeared in front of Rio. Next, he put his hand on her head. Rio looked at Premies with surprised expression. Premies, Rio, I am not going to say that you should forgive them or instead of killing capture them so that they will get the punishment they deserve or something. What I want to say is, don't let rage control you. Otherwise, you will pay heavy for it. Rio. Understanding what Premies meant, all of Rio's rage vanished. Her clenched fist loosened as she looked down like a little girl who did something wrong. Even if her previous goddess Astrea would have said those words, Rio would have ignored it. But that's not the case for Premies. Premies then pulled Rio closer and put her head on his chest. Rio didn't try to resist and just closed her eyes to enjoy the warmth of his embrace. Lunwar, Chloe, and Anya witnessing this left the bathroom quietly. They can tell currently only Premies could calm Rio down. Rio remained in Premies' embrace for some time. No one spoke anything and just remained like this. After some time, when Rio's heart relaxed, she separated. There was a blush on her face as she said in mosquito voice. Rio, thank you. Premies nodded and spoke. Premies, you better get dressed up and get ready. Rio, it's all right. Since the number of people who come to Hostess of Fertility decreased a lot. Mamma Mia told us that we will open 2 hours late from today onwards. Premies, I see. Then use this extra time to tell Lily and Haruheim more about the monsters of 25th floor or deeper. Rio, okay, you really took them to 25th floor. They just yesterday morning became level 1 adventurer. Premies, yes. And it's best for both too. If by coincidence or something they meet Evelys then they won't even be a cannon fodder. Rio, ***, you're right. Okay. Leave it to use. We will teach them all we know about monsters and dungeon. Premies, that will be better. Splash. Rio then got out of the water and left the bathroom too. Now that the entire bathroom became empty except for Premies inside. He also turned to leave. But suddenly he stopped and looked back at the bathroom whose size was as big as a swimming pool. At this time, a distant memory surfaced in his mind. Splash. Little girl, Papa, come on. Why are you so slow? A little girl who was 5 to 6 years old jumped in a swimming pool and waved at the aged men. The men appeared to be 35 to 40 years old. But in truth, he was only 30 years old. Huff huff, what do you mean, come on? Unlike you, I am already too old for such stuff. Huff huff. Little girl, that's because the only thing you do was sitting in the room while going through one document after another all day. If you would have used 1 to 2 hours a day to do some exercise, then you won't have become like this. Yes. Yes. Papa is wrong and my cute princess is right. Little girl, humph. The girl snorted but there was still a smile on her face. Can't you just ask your mom to accompany you? Little girl, that's the same thing you say every time. This time both mom and I had decided to drag you out of that room. So, you and your mom joined forces this time. Little girl, of course. The little girl showed a triumphant smile and waved at someone behind that men. Little girl, Mama, is Papa still thinking of returning to that room? I am not. The men shouted to stop the girl. Woman, really? Sai looks like we need to burn that room once we will return. The person was a middle-aged woman in her early 20s and was wearing 2 pieces purple swimsuit. Though the woman was beautiful, she was not overtly beautiful. Her beauty was at most some higher than average, that's all. Little girl, I will also help. You won't. I was just kidding. I also enjoy spending time with my cute princess and beautiful wife. Little girl and woman, glib tongue. No. What I said was true. The man started to sweat bullets as he knew that his wife and daughter will definitely burn his room if he didn't console them. So, he started using different ways to calm them. At first, both little girl and woman kept on ignoring him, then they laughed when they saw how hard the man was trying to convince them. It was really a happy family. Pitter. Patter. Pitter. Patter. The same man was now sitting on a bench. He was wearing black clothes and his head was down. Rain was falling on his body in this cold weather, but he didn't care. His eyes had already become empty. In front of him, the group of men were carrying 2 coffins, one big and one small. Both were the coffins of his wife and daughter. Those men buried those coffins in ground. They then stayed for an hour before leaving one by one. The middle-aged man remained sitting on the bench while the last words of his daughter kept on resounding in his ears. Little girl, Papa. Let's go the mountain climbing next time. You want to kill your papa? How could I do mountain climbing? Little girl, then you better start doing exercise to increase the fitness of your body. Otherwise, Mom and I will definitely burn your room this time. No. 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 I will do it. Leave everything to me. Little girl, yay. I am sure Papa can do it. Pitter. Patter. Those words just kept on resounding in middle-aged men's ears. As people were leaving, they were talking among themselves in whisper. People 1, so, how did they die? People 2, from what I have heard, a thug was running after stealing. When he got surrounded, he picked that little girl to use her as hostage. Her mother tried to rescue her, but since the thug had knife, he embedded it into the woman's chest. Seeing her mother condition, the little girl in the thug hand tried to struggle. However, the thug was already panicking about what he did. He punched the little girl head with his full strength to stop her resistant. However, the little girl neck broke. After all, she was just a 5 to 6-year-old girl while that thug fought in underground arena. People 3, so, he was a professional fighter. People 2, yes. People 1, was he under custody now? People 2, no. It appears that since he fought in underground arena, he knows many high nobles who put their gambling money on him. As a result, he got free in 2 days with a warning. People 3, what? So, he is running free now. People 2, yes. People 1, sigh too bad. I heard, at $% and even went to ask justice for his wife and daughter, but he got nothing in return. On top of that, he is getting threat letters to stop going from here to there to ask for justice. People 3, I heard that almost all the companies who he signed contracts with break the contract from their end. People 1, so, he even lost his job. People 3, yes. No one came to help him either. Then these people turned their gaze at the middle-aged man who was still sitting with his head down. The man appeared as if his soul had left his body. Then one by one everyone left. Pitter. Patter. Pitter. Patter. Raindrops kept on falling on him as he kept on looking down with hollow eyes. Next, he started to murmur under his breath. At $% and. At $% and. I am sorry. I tried my best but failed. I am powerless. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. The man kept on murmuring, I am sorry, to his deceased wife and daughter as tears kept on falling from his eyes, but since rain was falling on him, it's difficult to identify whether his face was covered with tears or rainwater. In the end, that man closed his eyes. Premies opened his eyes and sighed. He then turned from the bathroom and appeared out of Raven's sight before walking towards his next destination. Office, Premies. Shengming, husband. Ace, my lord. Premies remained silent for some time. Considering that their hearts are connected with Premies. All three sensed a tinge of pain in their heart for an instant when Premies was thinking about a past memory. Then Premies sighed again before shaking his head. Premies, it's nothing. Understanding that Premies had no intention of telling them about what happened, they also became silent and just kept on following him towards their next destination in silence. Premies, yeah. It's nothing. Just some old memories of my powerlessness. That's all. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Blue Pharmacy. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 2. Premies continued walking towards his destination. His destination is on far west of Orario. Complete opposite of Raven's site, which stood on the northeast of Orario. During the whole time, not only Office, Shengming, and Ace were silent but also almost all the streets were silent. Ace, it's been a long time since I saw such scene. Premies, last time was also due to Evelis, isn't it? Ace, yes. Although, this time it's worse. Shengming, how so? Ace, during the dark period even though people hid in their houses out of fear, there were still adventurers roaming around the streets to look for Evelis. Because of that, even if people were afraid, they still had an assurance that adventurers will protect them if they get attacked. Yet now. Shengming, I see. The adventurers who still want to stay in Orario are all in dungeon. Whereas others have mostly left. Ace, yes. Premies, scars that left on the hearts of people during the dark period haven't been healed yet. On top of that, even if last time adventurers were able to defeat Evelis, it was not without a cost. Ace became silent hearing this. She can't deny that. Many civilians and adventurers died during Dark Period. And the situation became even worse 5 years ago. That time, in order to go into hiding, the executives of Evolus incited Olivas to cause a big event which now came to be known as the Nightmare of the 27th Floor. The incident consisted of a past parade of enormous proportions to kill a great number of adventurers who had been lured into the 27th floor. At that time, even though Finn managed to deduce it was a trap, it was still too late to save those adventurers by then. Hence, Evolus' plan worked. That time, almost 90% of level 4, 5, and 6 adventurers died. Think about it. Those adventurers protected these people during Dark Period. And now that they were gone, it's obvious people won't feel that much safe now. Ace, Orario wasn't as weak as it is now. Even when the era of Zeus and Hera Familia came to end, there were still many high-level adventurers presented in Orario. At that time, almost all the high-level Familias had at least 10 or above level 5 adventurers. They even had 4 or 5 level 6 adventurers. Level 5 and level 6 adventurers were not that rare that time. Premies. Shengming. Premies, according to the plot, in the entire Orario only Freya and Loki Familia had level 6 and level 7 adventurers. Even the Hephaestus, Ganesha, and Ishtar Familia only had level 5 adventurers. Not a single level 6 adventurer. Hephaestus Familia may be one of the strongest Familia, though it still falls short compared to Ganesha and Ishtar Familia. Premies, true. Out of the 3, Ganesha Familia being the strongest since it still has 11 level 5 adventurers. Then came Ishtar Familia. Even though Ishtar Familia only had a single level 5 adventurer Phryne Jamil, but it still stood higher than Hephaestus Familia, which is a blacksmith Familia. Yup. Nevertheless, just like you said, it was. Not anymore. Premies. Ace, but all those high-level adventurers died during Dark Period. Shengming, it explains why people are so afraid. They no longer feel safe. Hence, they prefer to leave. Ace, MN, premies, let them be. The scars in the heart take a lot of time to heal. Mere 4 years are not enough. Shengming, 4 years. Premies, yes. All those high-level adventurers died 5 years ago, but it still wasn't the end of Evolus that time. It was destroyed 1 year later. Ace opened her eyes wide hearing this. Just like Premies said, Nightmare of the 27th Floor happened 5 years ago. However, that was not the end of organization. Although when they realized that it was too late to save the adventurers on 27th floor, they still succeeding in attacking Evolus' main base. Nevertheless, some of Evolus still successfully hid at that time. Other familias tried to find them but failed. And then 1 year later, they received the news of Evolus hiding. Yet by the time they reached the location, it was already over. Some destroyed those by then. Many tried to find who did this but failed. Ace, my lord, how do you know that? And by your tone, it appears that you already know who did it. Premies, yes, I do. Ace, who? Premies shook his head and didn't reply. Ophis, was it that elf you hugged in bathroom few minutes ago? Premies, ho. How did you know, Ophis? Ophis, when you said the word Evolus there, out of everyone she had the biggest reaction. Premies, I see. You're right. She is not the only one. Even Shengming might have guessed somehow with your words. Premies, yes. Shengming also realized that it was Ryu who destroyed Evolus 1 year ago. It's just that I was a little surprised that Ophis remembered Ryu's reaction. Normally, she didn't give much thought about other people. That's true. If she wants to do or curious about something, she will directly ask you. She never cared about other people's business. Unless you told her to do so. Premies, well, I don't hate this change in her. Seeing Premies was not responding, Ace became slightly dejected. Now she is Premies' sword and guard. Yet, Premies was not telling her everything. She then took a deep sigh and didn't say anything. Shengming, as if knew about Ace's thoughts, put a gentle smile on her face before speaking to her. Shengming, little sister, there must be some reason why husband is not telling you about it. Or he might be thinking that this information is no use to you. So, don't feel dejected. As his very first sword and guard, in future he will definitely tell you 90% of things he will be doing. Therefore, don't worry about it. Shengming words really raised Ace's spirit again. Stars appeared in her eyes as she raised her head. Ace, yes. How could I forget that? I am Lord's very first sword and guard. In future, even if there will be more swords, I will remain at the very top. Lord will definitely put more trust on me than others. I shouldn't feel dejected if Lord didn't tell me some things. Ace put her hand on the hilt of azure lambent light, which was still in its scabbard, and determination filled her eyes. During the whole time, Premies, who was walking in front while also keeping an eye on them, raised the corner of his lips. Premies, Xing Ming really is the best big sister figure for Ace and those who will come later. Can't agree more. Premies, as for Ace, yes. Xing Ming is completely right. As my very first sword and guard, AIs will the first person who I will turn to when need arise compared to those who will come later. So, I hope you won't disappoint me in future. My sword princess. Then they kept on walking towards their location in silence. After walking for some more, Premies saw something in his inner range. Premies, them. Huh. Things are really moving just like in plot. Premies then continued walking. Soon, he reached his location. He looked at the shop in front. The shop appeared old but still stood strong. It was a medicinal shop which treats the injured and sell portions. The name of the shop was Blue Pharmacy. In front of the door of Blue Pharmacy stood two people. They were two beautiful young women who were talking among themselves. One of them had medium-length red hairs and sharp light yellow eyes. She excluded a strong aura, and her voice was strong and cutting as she talked with other women. Other women had long waist-length blue hair and light green-colored eyes. Compared to other women, she had timid personality and was acting very nervously. You can say she was just like Haruheim before her change a month ago. Premies, Daphne Loros and Cassandra Alien. Former members of Apollo Familia who later joined Mayak Familia. Huh. Since they are standing outside Blue Pharmacy, this means they will be joining Mayak Familia soon. Premies, it's just like in plot. Yes. Then Premies approached them. Red-hair woman or Daphne Loros was currently talking with blue-haired woman or Cassandra Alien. It appeared that it was Cassandra who led Daphne here. Daphne, Cassandra, are you really sure this is the place? Cassandra, why yes. We should join this Familia. It will be beneficial for us. Daphne, that's what you see in your visions, or I say dreams. Cassandra, why yes. Daphne, Cassandra, you know that I never believed those dreams of yours. And now I am even more sure that they are fake. I have already done some investigation before coming here. This Familia might used to be middle-ranking Familia but now it only has a single member along with its god. On top of that, this Familia incurred a large debt from Dien Sect Familia. It's a very poor Familia. Instead of bringing us benefits, it will bring us lose. Cassandra, but according to my vision, it's really beneficial to you us. Daphne, sorry, just like I said I don't believe those dreams of yours. Hence, I have no intention of joining this Familia. And I won't let you join it either. Cassandra, but. Daphne, no but. We are leaving. In the end, Cassandra just lowered her head in dejection. Cassandra always displayed a submissive attitude and tended to obey Daphne's orders even if she disagrees. And that's what she did even now. Just when Daphne grabbed Cassandra who was still looking down and turned around to leave, she saw someone behind. And she saw who the person was. She stopped, and her face became pale. Daphne gulped unconsciously and her body started shivering. Cassandra sensed Daphne's odd behavior and also looked up. First, she fell into trance seeing the heavenly handsome face. But then she realized who he was, and her face also became pale, and her body started shivering just like Daphne. After Premies' act yesterday, he was no longer the most hated existence but the most revered existence in all Orario. All adventurers looked up to him now. But they both are still scared seeing him. Why? Because Premies not only killed Apollo but also almost killed Hyacinthos, Cleo and Lissos yesterday. Now they both went into hiding. As for the rest of Apollo Familia, of course it got dissolved. Since Apollo was no longer in his lower world, all the blessing he gave to his members was also gone. As a result, all of them were looking for a Familia to join. Currently, Daphne Loros and Cassandra Alien were only praying that Premies won't recognize them as the former members of Apollo Familia. However, it went all to the drain when they heard Premies' next words. Premies, Daphne Loros and Cassandra Alien. Former members of Apollo Familia. Daphne. Cassandra. Both their bodies trembled violently when Premies accurately mentioned their history. Daphne and Cassandra, it's over for us. That's the only thought that appeared in their mind. Premies saw through their thoughts and opened his mouth. Premies, you both don't need to be so tense. If I really want to kill you both, I would have done that already. Understanding Premies' words, they both took a sigh of relief. They also agreed with his statement. Because of that their hearts relaxed somewhat but they were still slightly tense. Premies ignored Daphne for now and turned to Cassandra. Seeing Premies' gaze, Cassandra became even more tense. But Premies' next words almost made her forget that she was still behaving tense a second ago. Premies, you don't have much time left to live. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Seer. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 3. Cassandra stood rooted on her spot for few minutes trying to process what Premies just said. Daphne, who was by her side, was also shocked. Soon Cassandra came back to her thoughts and looked at Premies with nervous expression. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Cassandra, what do you mean by that? Premies, your ability to see the future is not as simple as it appeared to be. Cassandra. Cassandra's eyes opened wide when she heard that. Cassandra, how do you that I can see future? Premies, nothing can be hidden from my eyes. Every skill or ability had a type of code or sequence. When you got a skill or ability, then code or sequence covered your DNA, hence gave you that skill. Like how you threw a needle in oil. Even if you took it out, needle will still be coated with the oil. In this, needle is your DNA while that oil is your skill. That's how someone obtained or possessed a skill. Now then, let's say you have 10 million needles. These needles were all your DNA. In front of you there were many cups, jug, buckets, and tanks of different sizes. Every single one of them possessed some kind of liquid in it. That liquids are skills. To obtain a skill you need to throw the needles in it. And yes, not needle but needles. If you want a skill you need to make sure that all the content of that cup, jug, buckets, and tanks coated the needles. In other words, to coat all the contents of a cup you might need some tens or hundreds of needles. The number of needles needed increased as you go from cup to jug to bucket and to tank. Cups contains low-level skills. Jugs contain middle-level skills. Buckets contain high-level skills. Tanks contain top-level skills. Cup needs tens or hundreds of needles per skill. Jug needs thousands or tens of thousands of needles per skill. Bucket needs 100,000 of needles per skill. And tanks need millions of needles per skill. But the main thing is, your limit is 10 million only. You can either learn a lot of low-level skills or 1/2 top-level skills. Still, once all the 10 million needles were used up, you can't learn any more skill. That's your limit. The same is the case for Premies, his permanent members, Ophis, Shengming, and Ace, and his half-members, Lily and Haruheim. This shows how strong their skills are. Anyway, there is a specific skill that almost everyone knows. I mean all you readers. Appraisal. Appraisal will let you see the skills, levels, strength, and overall information of the thing or people you use it on. What appraisal do is read this very sequence which coded one's DNA. Hence accurately pinpoint what that skill or thing is. Now if some of you must be thinking that non-living things don't contain DNA. So, how could appraisal accurately identify them? Well, we will talk more about it in future chapters. Otherwise, this entire chapter will be about appraisal. So, let's return to Premies for now. Just like appraisal, the same thing can be done with elemental sight, but on even micro details. That's why Premies can quite easily tell the skills one possesses. So, why I explain appraisal skill even this much? It's because almost 85% of all the fate ones possesses or will possess this skill. And this skill will help them drastically at everything, even fighting. Premies, unlike other divinatory who can only guess the future events, you can saw them, don't you? And it might have saved your life too on many occasions. Cassandra nodded her head in confirmation. Her future-seeing ability really helped her many times. Premies, this skill you possess is called seer. Cassandra, seer. Premies, yes. The difference between divinatory and seer is that. For example, if you want to find something or looking for someone or a place that can help you, divination can roughly tell where you have high chances of finding them. In other words, they are telling you about the things which are already present in present. Cassandra. Premies, whereas seer can accurately see the future with 100% correction. This means since you already know the exact future. Cassandra, you can change it. Premies, exactly. Cassandra became silent. Because it's exactly what Premies said. In past, she had seen my future events which led to her death, but since she already knew how, she was able to prevent those scenarios. That's why she was still alive until now. While Cassandra was thinking about it, Daphne at the side was so shocked that her jaw fell on the ground. She never believed in Cassandra visions until now. However, since the Black Swordsman said it and seeing Cassandra's reaction, it appeared that everything Cassandra told her about her future visions were true. As a result, Daphne's gaze towards Cassandra became complicated. Daphne, I am Cassandra's best friend, yet I didn't believe her. Sigh, what kind of best friend I am. However, Cassandra didn't have time to look at Daphne right now. She raised her head, looked at Premies before hastily speaking. Cassandra, is this power of seer the reason why you said I didn't have many years left to live? Premies, yes. Time is fragile. If someone tried to change it, then that person and the entire world must face severe consequences. Even gods need to be extreme wary when it comes to time, let alone mortals. However, there is an exception. Cassandra, seer. Premies nodded his head and continued. Premies, seer, can see and change the future without facing such consequences. Yet, think about it. If you can do something that's even difficult for gods, don't you have to pay a price for it? Cassandra, what price? Premies, your life. Cassandra. Premies, every time you use seer consciously or unconsciously, like in dream, your very life force is being used as a fuel instead of your magic. As a result, you currently have 8 or so years left to life. And this time will decrease as you kept on using it. All color drained of Cassandra's face when she heard this. She was still young and just 18 years old. 8 years more mean she could only live till 26. And that was if her life won't decrease more in coming years. Cassandra's legs turned jelly. She was having hard time standing and almost fell. Good thing Daphne, who was by her side, came and caught her. Cassandra, how could this be? Cassandra said in trembling voice. Premies, who was looking at both, shook his head. Sheng Ming and Ace, husband/lord, is what you said true? Premies, yes. As Sheng Ming and Ace started to ponder about it, Premies cut the connection with them since he can sense Ophis wanted to talk about something. Ophis, seer not only live less but they also are extremely rare, isn't it? Because you were somewhat surprised when you realized that this human is seer not divinatory. Premies, correct. They are extremely, extremely rare. In this group, there are countless universes. But still only 1% of them ever gave birth to a seer. Since Ophis was once a walker, she already knew the information about groups and existences. So, she was not surprised when Premies used group in between their conversation. Ophis, and they are all dead, right? Premies, right. If the news of seer is known, everyone tries to get their hands on them. Ophis, or to kill them. Premies nodded and continued. Premies, granting that seer can lead you to rise, it means others will fall. Hence, in case people failed to get their hands on them, they prefer to kill them. Ophis, doesn't matter much. Even those who get their hands on seer always force them to tell their future again and again. As a result, they died faster again. Premies, agreed. It doesn't matter who get their hands on seer, they always led them to their death. Ophis, amen. Premies, it will better if you don't tell others of you being a seer. Otherwise, even gods all around the world will do everything in their hands to get you. No matter the price. Cassandra trembled again hearing this. Now even Daphne knew how serious her best friend's situation is. Premies then walked past them to the door of Blue Pharmacy. Daphne, wait. Is there a way to help Cassandra? Daphne looked at Premies back with hopeful eyes. Even Cassandra raised her head and looked at Premies. Premies paused for a second, then opened the door of Blue Pharmacy and entered without replying. Click. Creak. Bang. Daphne and Cassandra could look at the closed door while remaining seated on floor hugging each other. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Familia. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 3. Ding. Blue Pharmacy was not much big shop. It had a counter and 3 rooms, that's all. The rooms were not that big either. 2 out of 3 rooms only had a single bed, a table, and a chair. Last room was somewhat bigger than other 2 rooms since it had all the materials, tools, and so on that were used to make potions. Even if Premies just entered the Blue Pharmacy, he already knew everything about it once it entered his 5 kilometers inner range. Hence, even though Premies was currently standing at entrance, he already knew what was going on in other rooms. Premies then walked to the counter. Though, no one was at the counter since they were on other rooms. However, since they heard door ringing, they realized that someone's here. And since Premies was also not hiding his presence, they sensed him too. Please wait 5 minutes. We will there soon. A man's voice came from the other. Premies remained silent and waited. He can already see all the activity they were doing. Currently, they were at the crucial process of completing a portion. That's why they can't leave it at that. Receiving no response, the man thought that the person no longer had any intention of buying anything. But since he could still sense the presence, he took a sigh of relief. Blue Pharmacy is the home of a medicinal-type familia called Familia. The Familia used to be a middle-ranking familia until one of its members, Naza Erasuis, was heavily wounded during an accident in the dungeon. Everything except her right arm was saved, though she was left with the trauma of monsters. All members other than Naza Erasuis left the Familia after the Familia incurred a large debt for the prosthetic arm that Mayak begged the Dien Sec Familia to create. In plot, Mayak Familia continued to remain poor until Daphne Loros and Cassandra Alien joined it, which improved its income. And since those two hadn't joined Mayak Familia yet and were standing outside right now, Mayak Familia was still poor currently. As a result, every customer was valuable to them, and they didn't wish to lose a single one. Premies just waited quietly for them. While he was waiting, Ace asked something. Ace, my lord, instead of coming to this low medicinal Familia, shouldn't Dien Sect Familia a lot better? Not only it is the best medicinal Familia in Orario, but even Loki Familia go to them while I was still in it. I am sure they still do so even now. Premies, Ace, I think you are mistaken something. Let alone this Familia, even Dien Sect Familia is no use to me. If I want, I can easily concoct a potion which neither of them could made for the rest of their life. Ace, huh? Then why are we here? Premies, it's for others. Ace, others. Ace started to ponder what premies meant by others. Then she realized it in next second. Ace, could it be for Hestia Familia? By now the people were done with the potion. They put it in potion rack and decided to receive the customer now. The door opened and a man came out. Click. Creak. Welcome to Blue Pharmacy. How may we help you? However, he stopped when he saw premies. The man had long dark blue hair and dark blue eyes. He was wearing black robe, a tan brown stole that reaches down past his shoulders, and brown shoes. He can be described as being beautiful and unknowingly attracts women with his looks. He is the head of Mayak Familia, Mayak. Currently Mayak was so shocked seeing premies that he stood rooted on his spot. Not that surprising, since premies was the most prestigious figure in the entire Orario right now. And such figure came to his poor family. Mayak would have never even thought of that. Seeing that Mayak was standing on his spot without saying anything, another person inside the room found it odd. It approached Mayak from behind and turned its head to the side to see who was in front. And it also got shocked when it saw premies. Other person had long brown hair, purple eyes, dog ears, and a tail. She was wearing a skirt from which her tail sticked out and a peculiar shirt with asymmetric sleeves, with the left being short and the right covering her entire arm, in addition to a glove on her right hand. Even though her right sleeve and glove was hiding her prosthesis arm, premies can still saw it clearly. She was a chianthrope, doctor, captain, and the only member of Mayak Familia. Naza Erasuis. Premies gave quick glance at Naza before putting his hand on the counter. In the next instant, at his side many particles started to gather and formed a table and 3 chairs around it. Both their jaws fell on the ground when they witnessed this. Premies next looked at them and pointed his hand at the chairs. Understanding what premies meant, they both nodded their head unconsciously and came out of the other side of counter. Next, they took the seat. Mayak and Naza, thank you. After saying thank you, suddenly something stuck in the mind, and they paused. Mayak and Naza, why are we thanking him? It's our Familia home, not his. Though that was just in their mind, they didn't dare to say it loud. By the time premies took his seat, Mayak had already calmed himself down, whereas Naza was still nervous. They all were sitting on the 3 sides with a round table in front. Mayak was at premies' right while Naza at his left. The same was the case for others. Mayak then put a smile on his face and spoke first. Mayak, I wonder what we do to get the honor of being visited by the Black Swordsman himself. Naza became tensed when she saw how friendly Mayak was behaving on this very first meeting. Well, premies didn't mind Mayak behavior. He already knew Mayak was a very kind and friendly god. Just like Takamikazuchi. Hence, he responded normally. Premies, I will directly come to the chase. I want you Mayak Familia to be an exclusive doctor of a particular Familia. Mayak. Naza. The thought process of both Mayak and Naza stopped after hearing premies' words. They both remained silent for some time before Mayak did a fake cough and asked. Mayak, cough, I am sorry, but are you kidding? We are just a low-ranking Familia. At most we could do is sell portions. If we become exclusive doctor of some Familia, then most of our time will be spent on checking the Familia's members' conditions. We don't have much time to create portions. Naza also nodded at the side. Becoming exclusive doctor of a Familia may earn you a lot, but it's also very difficult. Let alone now, they couldn't afford to become one when they were still a middle-ranking Familia. An exclusive doctor needs to do many things. Like check the conditions of the members of that Familia every day, even if they were completely healthy. Constantly looked at their conditions and make them took different herbs so that they won't get infected by poison or something, since adventurers spent most of their time in dungeon. They even need to spend a lot of time in market to find many different materials required for a specific treatment and so on. So, it's extremely time-consuming. It's not something low and middle-ranking medicinal Familia could afford. Only high-ranking Familia who had many doctors could do so. Preemies, you don't have to worry about it. There are 2 members in that familia that can help you. You won't be on losing end. On the contrary, it won't be long before your familia will become one of the richest familia in the whole Orario. Mayak, that's. Mayak became silent hearing this. From the poor low-ranking familia to richest familia. It sounded exaggerating, but he felt that it's possible when the Black Swordsman himself was saying that. Do you plan to make Daphne Loros and Cassandra Ilion join Hestia Familia? Preemies, yes. At first, I thought it will be better for them to join Mayak Familia just like in plot, but the emergence of a seer changed everything. And I have a feeling that Cassandra is not just a seer, but she is that dot. Are you sure? Twilight voice had turned grave. She completely understood what Preemies meant. And hence, this was not a small matter but an extremely big one. Preemies, yes. Only one such person had appeared in his entire group until now. If Cassandra Ilion really is the next, then I preferred you make her your permanent member immediately. Preemies, no. She hasn't even mastered her power of seer yet. As long as she hasn't mastered it, the next path won't open for her. So, I will wait until she mastered it. And she will be a best help for Hestia Familia once I will leave. I see. But I still think you should make her your permanent member. Otherwise, if this information is come into known, then not only this world but this entire group will fall into chaos. Preemies, I know. TCH, damn it. Just why do such person appear again? Good thing you were the first one to find her. Preemies, yeah. In case it was someone else who find her, then I am sure I didn't even hesitate to use by God of Destruction, Awakening and erase this very world from the existence. All the schemes and plans can just go into garbage. I know. Preemies then shook his head inwardly and turned to Mayak and Naza again. Preemies, so, what do you think? Mayak, can you tell us for which familia you want us to become doctor of? Preemies, no. Mayak became silent for a few seconds before speaking. Mayak, how about some time to consider? Preemies, sure. 4 days from now on, come to Hostess of Fertility and tell me your decision. Mayak, Hostess of Fertility. Okay. Mayak got surprised for a bit when he heard the name of Hostess of Fertility. Well, Hostess of Fertility is one of the best pubs in the entire Orario. Nevertheless, as the best pub, its prices are also very high. Not something they could afford easily. Preemies nodded his head and continued. Preemies, anyway, take this as our meeting gift. Then he pointed his left hand towards Naza. Before Naza could react, dazzling light came out of his hand and completely covered her. The light was so bright that Mayak had to cover his eyes. He would have been worried about Naza, but since he could tell that Preemies had no bad intentions, he didn't say anything. Soon, light faded away and Naza appeared again. Naza looked same and there wasn't a single change in her. This made Naza blink her eyes. Mayak also showed confused expression. Preemies was still looking at Naza. Preemies, is there a box or something in your room? Big enough so that you can put big things in it. Naza, amen. After nodding, Naza get up from her chair and walked towards her room. When she opened it and entered inside, Preemies spoke. Preemies, here. Put this in it. Whoosh. Naza caught the thing Preemies threw. At first, she didn't understand what it was, but when she gave it a close look, her body trembled violently. The thing in her hand was her own prosthesis arm. But how is this possible since she caught it with her right hand just now? Naza then hastily removed her glove and saw a brand new arm. It's not a prosthesis arm. When she touched it, she could feel it. She pinched it and felt pain too. Preemies, I have to go now. See you in 4 days, Mayak Familia. Preemies then waved his hand. The door of Naza's room closed with her inside and he also disappeared. The moment he disappeared, Naza's loud crying voice came out of her room. Naza, H. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, back to 25th floor. Cassandra and Daphne were still outside Blue Pharmacy and were waiting for Preemies to come out. Cassandra was still too shocked by Preemies' revelation. Her eyes had nearly lost all the light as she felt that world was falling down on her. Now currently her only hope was the Black Swordsman. In case other person would have said that she didn't have much time left, then she would just have laughed it off, but not this time. Daphne by her side was hugging Cassandra to give her as much moral support as she could. As they were waiting, space ripped and Preemies appeared in front of them. At first, they got shocked when someone appeared suddenly, but they saw it was Preemies. They took a sigh of relief. Preemies didn't even glance at them and just walked past them. As they were thinking of giving him a call, they heard his words resounded near their ears. Preemies, follow me. They both became excited hearing this. Hope also appeared in Cassandra's eyes as they both hurriedly followed. Preemies, I will make you both a Familia who is affiliated with me. You can reveal your identity as seer to that Familia goddess without any problem. But only to the goddess, not the other members. If they or anyone else ask, then just say that you are divinatory. Cassandra, okay. Cassandra nodded. She already knew how much sought for she was currently. Daphne, is the goddess of that Familia, will really treat both of us well. I can understand that Cassandra is really valuable, but I am not like her. Preemies, at least she knew her position. In truth, I also only want Cassandra and don't care about Daphne. But if I don't take Daphne, then Cassandra won't agree. Not that I care, because I only need to rewrite their memories, but with Daphne's support, Cassandra will feel more comfortable. Preemies, don't worry. If anyone say or do anything rude to you, then just tell me. Daphne startled when she heard Preemies' words. She then looked down to hide a slight blush before saying, Daphne, thank you. Cassandra also became happy seeing Daphne. Now she didn't have to worry about her friend being looked down by other members. Preemies, well, knowing them, I am sure they will also accept you without any problem. Daphne, I see. Preemies, though the situation will become different if Cassandra's that power will be revealed. That time even Hestia won't hesitate a single bit to kill her, even if she was her own Familia member. I need to prevent that. Preemies, Ophis. Ophis, Preemies, Cassandra is not a mere seer. She is that. Ophis tilted her head cutely, not understanding what Preemies meant. However, in the instant something stuck in her mind and her entire countenance changed. An extremely grave and serious expression appeared on her face. Ophis, she must be killed, immediately. I will get rid of her now. At this time, Cassandra, who walking behind, suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She felt as if death was approaching her. Preemies, stop. She can be a great use to me. Ophis. Ophis stopped and looked at Preemies' face from his shoulder. Ophis, are you sure, Preemies? You already knew what she could do with that power. Preemies, yes, I know. Ophis, okay. Preemies, Ophis, later I want you to put a seal on that power of hers. The seal should so strong that no matter how dangerous the situation gets, even to the point if Hestia Familia fall into life and death situation, the seal still won't budge until you herself remove it. Ophis, amen. Then they remained silent during the whole way. Even Xingming and Ace realized something was wrong when they saw how Ophis released a bit of her aura. However, since neither Preemies nor Ophis said anything, they didn't ask. Soon they reached their destination. Both the mouths of Cassandra and Daphne opened wide when they saw Raven Sight. Although they had lived in a big mansion of Apollo Familia, Raven Sight stood at a whole different level. Preemies opened the gate and entered inside. They also followed. They got more surprised when they saw such a great vegetation around the mansion. The air was also very pure, and trees were very lustrous. It appeared as if they were welcoming Preemies' return. As they both were still looking around, they reached the door of the mansion and entered. Once inside, they again started to look at the interior of the mansion. Everything was proper furnished, and paint and decoration matched perfectly with each other. Daphne and Cassandra, amazing. By now, Ryu and others came out of the room they were resting. They looked at Daphne and Cassandra with confusion. Preemies, they both will be joining Hestia Familia. You all can introduce yourself and get them used to Raven Sight later. For now, I am taking Lily and Haruheim to the dungeon. They all nodded. Preemies then took out 2 books out of nowhere and give it to Cassandra and Daphne. Preemies, I have invited an exclusive doctor for the Hestia Familia. Since it will be a single doctor, I want you both to have some basic knowledge of medic so that you can give it a hand. The doctor will come in 4 to 5 days. That will be enough time for you both. Once Cassandra and Daphne nodded, Preemies turned and left the mansion again. Preemies, let's go, Lily, Haruheim. Lily and Haruheim, yes. Lily and Haruheim then hurriedly followed Preemies. Before walking past Cassandra and Daphne, they both gave them a nod. Ryu and others saw how Preemies just came and go without giving much explanation and sigh. This time, instead of going to babble, Preemies just waved his hand and a portal appeared in front of them. Once they passed through the portal and reached other side, everyone amazed. They looked up and saw a ceiling filled with brilliant shining crystals of 2 colors, white crystals in the center that resemble the sun, and blue crystals surrounding it that resemble the sky. It was enough for them to guess their current location. Ace and Lily and Haruheim, 18th floor. Ophis, you marked this floor as another point of the portal. Preemies, yes. I plan to do the same on 28th and 39th floor later. Ophis, amen. Ace, Lily, and Haruheim were still looking around in shock. Nevertheless, when they saw the dome which was still covering the whole Riviera inside, they confirmed it. Preemies, There are a lot less adventurers on this floor compared to yesterday. Your words must have hit their chords yesterday. I am sure they have gone deeper into dungeon to hunt stronger monsters so that they can become strong faster. Preemies, that will be better for them. Preemies, let's go. All three nodded dumbly. Sheng Ming chuckled seeing their reactions. Sheng Ming, little sister, you should get used to you husband non-conventional ways. Otherwise, you will just make fun of yourself by showing such shock look every time. Ace, Ace nodded. Since the mouth of the raider fish was still open, Haruheim's fan touched the corner of its mouth and took it to the middle. Tear. The sound of tearing was heard as the mouth of the raider fish teared open from the corner to the middle. Blood started to gush out of it. The organs in the way also were cut and were releasing their juice. Even the acid in its stomach came out. All these juices, blood, and acid combined and released acid burning sound. SSS. Raider fish, GAH. Raider fish released an extremely painful voice. Haruheim ignored its voice and stepped back to prevent that mixed juice from falling on her. Once she was done, Lily hurriedly came from behind. She stepped on Haruheim's shoulder and jumped even higher. When her jump took her to the required height and right above the raider fish, she held her dagger tightly and covered it with her earth magic. She made the pointed edge of dagger as hard as she could so that it won't break. Then she fell on the raider fish and thrusted her dagger right on top of it. Thrust. Splash. Raider fish, GAH. Considering Lily made the dagger stronger, it didn't break when it touched raider fish skin, and because of the strength provided by her earth magic, the dagger went deep in its body. Blood of raider fish gushed out and fell on Lily, but she ignored it. Raider fish started to struggle violently, trying its best to shook Lily off, but too bad she didn't let go. Whoosh. Haruheim moved and appeared on the other side of raider fish, which was still intact. She covered her left hand with the ice and turned it into a claw. Her ice claw then penetrated raider fish's eye. Then she pulled it out. Splurt. Raider fish, GA. Blood fell on Haruheim, which she ignored. Blood vessels were also out when its eye was pulled. Next, Haruheim closed her folding fan and thrust it inside the hollow hole left by its missing eye. Soon, almost her entire arm was swallowed in it. Once she confirmed that she can't go further, Haruheim released her ice magic inside. Raider fish sensed extreme danger and started to struggle violently. Though, it was too late by then. Its entire brain and other parts were frozen in a matter of seconds. At first it tried to struggle, then it stopped. Lily didn't let go of this opportunity. She pulled her dagger out and thrust it on that point attack. Thrust. Spoilert. One last gush of blood came before raider fish dispersed and left a magic stone. Ding. Lily walked towards it and picked it up. On the other hand, Haruheim looked at eye of raider fish, which was still in her left hand, before squeezing and destroying it. Puck. Blood released from that eye fell on Haruheim's left cheek, but she didn't care. Drip. 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 Blood was dripping from both their now blood-soaked bodies. It was really a very terrifying scene to watch. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, asterisk title at the end asterisk. Asterisk A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Asterisk A/N, for every 100 power stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 4. Looking at Lily and Haruheim current appearance covered in blood with cold eyes made a smile appeared on Preemie's face. Preemies, good. How ruthless. How ferocious. If someone saw the current Lily and Haruheim, then he or she will definitely become sacred shitless. They no longer appeared like human but preemies, killing machines. Yes. Killing machines. Ace, my lord, other monsters are approaching them because of the scent of blood. They don't even have enough time to clean themselves. Should I? Preemies, no need. I have other plans. Ace, okay. As Lily and Haruheim were thinking of cleaning themselves, suddenly both sensed something. Lily from the vibrations in the ground, while Haruheim from the icy wind which she released. Both had a drastic change in expressions as they directly ran without a second thought. Godo. 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 The ground trembled behind them, but they didn't even turn and just kept on running as fast as they could. Even if they were running, they could tell that they were being followed. Haruheim released her ice magic from her feet as she covered the floor with ice while running. Lily on the other hand was running in front and was using her earth magic to create a perfect footing when she saw cracked floor or holes in the way so that it won't get in their way and decrease their speed. After some time, the noise behind them got a bit far. Haruheim glanced back at this time and saw the horde of monsters following them. Since she became stronger than yesterday, her ice was delaying them a lot better. Though, she knew it's not enough. She turned her gaze front again and said in icy voice. Haruheim, we can't keep running. We need to find a way to get rid of the blood on us. Otherwise, even if we succeed in running away from this horde, another horde will come after us. Lily nodded, not denying that. She then spoke in cold voice. Lily, the only way we currently have is to jump in the river. That's also the fastest way. However, if we do that, then the monsters in the river will rush towards us because of again the scent of the blood. Haruheim, I have a plan. That way we just need to dive in the river for a second before we will jump out. Those monsters in river won't even have the time to react. Lily, alright, we will reach the riverbank in 10 seconds or so. I will leave it to you. Haruheim, yes. Then they use their full strength to reach riverbank as soon as possible. Every second count. In case they got rid of the blood and left before the monsters following them reached the river, then they will lose their real target and will think that we're hiding in river. Soon, they reached the river and jumped into it. Splash. Then in the next second. Splash. They came out soaked in water. Though they were completely clean this time. Next, they ran before the monsters following them reached them. Ace, just, how is this possible? Blood takes time to clean. It won't just wash off if you take dip in the water. Ace, who was looking at them, opened her mouth wide when she saw the completely clean Lily and Haruheim. Shengming, amazing. Her mind is very sharp and her control over her ice magic is very precise. Ace, huh? Hearing Shengming words, Ace got confused and turned to her. Ace, what do you mean, Sister Shengming? I still don't understand what they did. Shengming came out of her surprise and looked at Ace. Shengming, little sister, what Haruheim did was freeze all the blood on her and Lily before they jumped into the river. Because the blood got frozen, that icy blood slipped out of their bodies when it met water. Now looked at the river again. Ace stared at the river and in a few seconds the river was dyed in blood. Shengming, because all the blood was frozen, it took time to mix with the water, hence the monsters in river failed to sniff the scent of the blood in time. This allowed them to dive in and dive out without any problem. Ace, amazing. Wait a minute. Considering Haruheim only froze the blood on both their bodies accurately. Doesn't this mean? Shengming, yes. Her control on her ice magic has really reached a whole different level. Preemies, exactly. It's true that the skills they have are the strongest. But at the very beginning, they don't teach them high-level attacks but the control and precision. And the fundamentals of how that magic will affect you, others, nature, and the world. Only when you master those fundamentals can you raise your skill. Agreed. Hence, if Ace doesn't understand all the fundamentals and working of her wind magic, she can't raise it to higher rank. Preemies, yes. At this time, the monsters following them reached the river. Since they could no longer sniff the scent of blood from Lily and Haruheim's bodies, those monsters turned towards the river, which was now dyed red. They could see many movements in water which confirmed their speculation. Too bad Lily and Haruheim were long gone by now and the movements in the water was of the water monsters trying to find their prey. Lily and Haruheim had run to some distance by now. Once they confirmed that no one was following them, they stopped. Still, they didn't let their guard down. By now they had already learned that a single wrong step could lead to their death. So, instead of resting, Lily checked the vibrations and Haruheim checked the movements of her icy wind. When they confirmed that no monster was around for the time being, they sat down to recover their used magic. Preemies, time for the next step. Preemies turned his gaze at Ophis, who was sitting on his left shoulder, and said, Preemies, do it. Ophis then disappeared. Shengming and Ace started to wonder what Preemies told Ophis to do. Shengming and Ace, huh? They saw Ophis appeared behind Lily and Haruheim. She touched their back and returned to Preemies' shoulder in the next instant. Before they could understand Ophis' action, Lily and Haruheim suddenly felt a surge of power released from every part of their bodies. Boom. The magic they were trying to recover was recovered instantly. They had never felt this before. However, they had a feeling that it was Preemies doing, so they didn't panic. They closed their eyes to get used to this new feeling of power. After some time, they opened their eyes and dashed towards a direction where they sensed the location of the monsters. They could feel that now they can take on more than one monster of this floor. Ace, my lord, did eldest sister gave them a buff or something? Shengming also looked at Preemies, wondering the same. Preemies shook his head and spoke. Preemies, no. It's their own power. Shengming and Ace, their power. Preemies, yes. You know, no matter how much you try, you can't exert 100% of your power. Shengming and Ace, what? They both got shocked hearing this. Well, that's the common reaction after hearing this. Preemies, Ace, even if your strength reaches max level 5, you can't bring out its 100%. Same is case for you, Shengming. Ace became completely dumbfounded. She can't believe what she was hearing. On the other hand, Shengming was different. She gave it some thought before opening her mouth. Shengming, husband, is it only the case for us or is it for everyone? Premies, good question. And the answer is everyone. Premies, of course if you don't put me and Ophis into equation. Since both me and her have reached Grandmaster in our skills, it provides us with infinitesimal control over our power. So, we can bring out 100% of our strength. Hearing Preemie's answer, Ace came out of her stupor and turned towards him. Ace, no one can bring out 100% of their strength. Why? Preemies, yes. One more thing, don't put me and Ophis in, no one. We don't face such issue. Ace, how? Preemies, you will understand when you reach our level. Ace nodded and didn't ask more about it. Shengming, why is it, husband? Preemies, that's because our Bray. Preemie stopped and shook his head. He realized that Ace won't understand modern word like brain. Hence, he decided to use simple word. Preemies, that's because our mind limits the amount of strength our body should use. It sets a limit so that our body doesn't end up hurting itself from overexertion. Shengming, so, that's how it is. Preemies nodded and continued. Preemies, Ophis has an ability called potential release. It removed such limits put by our brain and lets you use 100% of your power. That's what she did to Lily and Haruheim. Potential release. Ophis can release the full potential of a person through physical contact. The nature of this ability is less of a magical boost and more of a reliever of the mechanisms that prevent one's own body from overwhelming itself with massive power output. If she does it to someone who hasn't shed blood and tears while training, that person will bulge up and explode. Shengming, that's what eldest sister did. Preemies, correct. But there's more to it. Ace also attentively listened to Preemie's every word. Preemies, first, think about it. If you keep on using the power to the limit of your body, what will be the result? Shengming, In case if we only do it few times then at most, we will get very tired. However, granted that we keep on using it a lot then our body will give in and crumble. Preemies, exactly. That's why our brain limits our strength. Both Shengming and Ace nodded like students listening to their teacher. Preemies, second, removing it might make you strong, but it doesn't make you too strong. Take Lily and Haruheim for example. Since their limits were removed, they can draw the 100% power of their stats. However, in front of Ace who is level 5 it's useless. After all, even if Ace can't bring out 100% of her power, her strength is still that of level 5 adventurer, isn't it? Ace nodded and looked at Lily and Haruheim. Even though they had become stronger after their limits were removed, for Ace they were still not much. Preemies, third, potential release, stimulates the potential of the person. This allowed them to keep on going or fighting. That's what happened to Bel Cranel when he fought Minotaur in the first season. Preemies, yeah. Well, since Bel is the hero of this world, he has the help of will of the world. That time it made its move and stimulates his potential. Agreed. Preemies, fourth, it's the best way to increase your stats faster. Ace, best way to increase your stats. Shengming, I see. Since you are overexerting your body, it's obvious you will also receive a high return. Since you gain more excelia as you face stronger enemies. The more tense the situation, the more you push yourself. Ace, yes. That's the best way to gain more excelia. Preemies, right. The current Lily and Haruheim can take on 2 monsters than one at the same time. Shengming, I agree. By the way, husband, do you plan to use potential release on them later again? Preemies, not on this level. Potential release should only be used once per level. Otherwise, it will bring more than good. Shengming nodded and looked at Lily and Haruheim again who were now fighting 2 monsters at the same time without being on any disadvantage. Ace also looked at them seriously. Chapter 175, Potential Release. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, World Record. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 5. Hestia, what the hell? Hestia let out a loud scream when she updated Lily and Haruheim's new stats. Seeing this, Preemies twitched slightly, and he knocked her head. Pow. Hestia, ouch. Preemies, shut up. Your scream might disturb Hephaestus who is creating their weapons. Hearing this, Hestia hurriedly put her hands on her mouth. Though there were still some tears at the corner of her eyes. She then hurriedly went back into Hephaestus' workshop to check Hephaestus. When she confirmed that Hephaestus didn't get disturbed, she came out and sighed. Hestia, safe. That was a close one. Then she realized something and pointed her at Preemies. Hestia, did you just hit a beautiful goddess like me? Premies, even while complaining, she didn't forget to shamelessness compliment herself. Narcissistic. Premies, agreed. Premies, I did. So. Hestia, how could you do that? Premies, let me demonstrate you again. Step. 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 Hestia hurriedly took 3 steps back while holding her head. Hestia, no need. As a forgiving goddess, I forgive you. Then she nodded her head several times. Though, she had stopped when she heard Premies next. Premies, but neither do I apologize, nor do I ask for forgiveness. Hestia, this guy really has no respect for gods. Hestia, don't worry, as a caring goddess, I already knew what another person is thinking. Hence, before you could apologize, I forgive you. You should be happy. Premies, yes. Yes. Premies sighed and shook his head. He also decided to stop here. He knew that if it came to Hestia, then she won't mind spending hours on pointless debates. Hence, he decided to change a topic. Premies, so, what was you shouting for? Hestia, huh? Right, I forget that. Next, she gazed seriously at Premies. Hestia, did you give them a drug or tonic of something? Premies, not really. Hestia, then how do you explain this? Hestia presented both the papers which contained Lily and Haruheim updated status to Premies. Though, he didn't need to look at it because when Hestia updated their status, then it also appeared in his system information panel. But he still took them. Premies, to be honest, even I never expected potential release to lead to such results. Premies' gaze fell on the papers on his hand, and he saw Lily and Haruheim's new stats. Status. Name, Lily Ruka Arde. Age. Level. Strength, F, 377 SS. Endurance, F, 377 SS. Dexterity, F, 377 SS. Agility, F, 377 SS. Magic, F, 377 SS. Skills. Terra's Pugio Art, F. Magic. Earth Manipulation, F. Status. Name, Senjuno Haruheim. Age. Level. Strength, F, 377 SS. Endurance, F, 377 SS. Dexterity, F, 377 SS. Agility, F, 377 SS. Magic, F, 377 SS. Skills. Glacis Dance, F. Magic. Ice Manipulation, F. Premies, amazing, isn't it? They reached max level 1. Means level 2 in just 2 days. It's a world record. Hestia. Hestia, well, it is a world record, I can't deny that. Many didn't even go beyond level 1 for years. Still, level 2 in 2 days. This is sick. As Hestia was in her thoughts, Premies was also thinking about something. Premies, it's really shocking. Even the Bell Cranel took 1 month to reach level 2. Even I took few months. Going by this logic, they surpassed both of us. Shouldn't I be proud of them? Don't compare them with the hero of this world. He has the help of the will of the world. As for you, if you don't have to face 5x/5x penalty and SSS 3000 limit per level, then I am sure you would have reached level 2 in just few hours instead of months. Premies, I guess you're right. I am definitely right. If someone else need to face 5x/5x penalty and SSS 3000 limit per level, then they won't even be able to reach level 2 for their entire lifetime. Why? Because your stats will keep on increasing as you fight, but they must update their status every time. Premies narrowed his eyes and won't deny that. His limit is 3000 stats per level. 3000 means 3 max level adventurers. Then there are 5 stats means 15 max level adventurers. On top of that, 5x penalty. Means 5 times 15 is equal to 75. So, at every level the amount of Exilia he needs is equal to 75 max level adventures of same level. Since Premies was someone who just kept on doing one thing after another without much rest, it's not a big problem. However, that's not the case for others. If someone told you that the Exilia you need to max your current level is compared to the 75 adventurers of same level, then that person will definitely go insane. That time that person would rather prefer being a civilian than an adventurer's. As for why Premies was able to reach level 2 in few months, it's because it's level 1. Hence the Exilia it required to reach next level was a lot less compared to higher levels. And for his permanent members, their limit is 2000 stats per level with 3x/3x penalty. So, 2000 means 2 same level max adventurers. Since there are 5 stats means 10 same level max adventurers. And with 3 times slash 3x penalty means 3 times 10 is equal to 30. So, they need 30 same level max adventurers worth Excelia. Less than half of what Premies needs. Premies shook his head and put it at the back of his head for now. Premies, anyway, I gave you 3 days to complete the manufacturing of their weapons. However, since they reach level 2 in 2 days instead of 3, I won't take them to dungeon tomorrow. I have something else in mind. After that they can relax for rest of the day. Hestia came out of her thoughts and nodded. She was worried that Premies will told her to increase their level. Now that he even said that he will let them rest tomorrow, Hestia took a sigh of relief. She then smiled and turned to Lily and Haruheim. Hestia, Lily. Haruheim. I don't know what Premies planned for both of you tomorrow, but I am sure he will let you both rest more. So, during that time rest properly and don't start training on your own. Just rest, okay? Both nodded at Hestia's words. Premies, alright, one more thing. There are 2 more people who will join your Familia. They are currently in Raven Sight. Once you will return, given them your blessings. Hestia, Hestia didn't answer right away. She narrowed her eyes before speaking. Hestia, since you are the one who brought them, they can't be normal. Premies, well, one of them was the commander of the Familia she was in before, so she has good commanding skills. Hestia nodded and waited for Premies to continue. Premies, while the other is. Hestia, is. Premies didn't answer. He turned and looked at Lily and Haruheim. Understanding his meaning, they both took the paper which had their updated status and excused themselves. Once they were out of the range of hearing, he turned to Hestia again and continued. Premies, she is a seer. Hestia. Hestia stopped all her movements when she heard that. After some time, she put a finger in her ears to check whether there's something in them because she felt like she was hearing things. Hestia, I am sorry. She is what? Premies, a seer. Confirming Premies' words, she sighed before a solemn look appeared on her face. Hestia, I don't know how stumble upon such unique people, but we can't let this information be known to others. Premies, that's why I grabbed you for such matters. Hestia's lips twitched hearing that. Hestia, grabbed me for such matters. It feels more like you are throwing all the problem stuff at me to handle. Can't I for one get a normal person in my Familia? Even though he said the other person was just commander of previous Familia, I am sure that she won't be normal either. Well, Hestia was not wrong here. It's true that Daphne's a commander but was also a best conversation killer. She's direct and cutting when it came to speaking. She was unwilling to waste time on unnecessary talk, so she tended to get to the point and finish her conversations quickly. She was also quite frank and was not afraid to be honest even if it could be painful. She was also a very serious and no-nonsense person. In other words, a bad match for talking person like Hestia. Premies, well, that's that. You can see them later. For now, concentrate on manufacturing of the weapons. Hestia, amen. Later then. Premies, before you go, here. Swoosh. Premies threw something at Hestia. Hestia caught it and looked at it. It was a normal water bottle. However, the water inside it was cold. Hestia touched the bottle on her face and started laughing. Hestia, hee. It's really good. Premies, well, I already knew how much difficult it's for you stay in that burning hot room of blacksmith. Yet, you didn't even complain for once. As a reward, I will make a big feast for you once you both are done. Premies only said those words in this mind so that it won't distract Hestia from her work till tomorrow. After some time, Hestia, who was laughing while hugging the cold water bottle, came out of her thoughts. She showed an extreme big smile and approached Premies. Hestia, hee, Premies. Premies. Hestia, Primus. Premies. Hestia, Primisus. Premies, what? Premies said in lazy tone. Hestia, can you also give me something cold to eat too? Premies. Hestia, Primus. Premies, can I have the bottle back? Hestia. Hestia stepped back hastily while hugging the bottle as tightly as if it was a treasure. Then she showed a smile and said. Hestia, looks Hephaestus needs by help. I heard her calling me just now. Bye-bye. Premies kept on staring at Hestia as she ran back into the workshop. He then shook his head. Premies, at least find a better excuse next time. Hephaestus, calling her. Like she even has the time to check whether Hestia was still in the room with her or not. Premies then turned around and walked away. After walking for some time, he joined up with Lily and Haruheim. Premies, I sure you both would have never imagined to be able to reach level 2 in just 2 days. They both nodded at Premies' words. It came shocking to them when Hestia updated their stats and they realized they had the max of their current level. Lily, it still feels like a dream. Before I thought I didn't have what it takes to become an adventurer. That's why I decided to become a supporter, but now. It's really unbelievable. Haruheim also nodded at Lily's reply. She also never thought that she will go beyond level 1 and will spend rest of her being a prostitute. But it all changed because of one person. She looked at Premies with her sweetest smile. Lily, actually, I want to ask something. Premies, go on. Lily, from what I know, the limit of the stat is S999. Why do we have SS 1000? I have never heard of SS rank before. Premies, I will explain it tomorrow when you both will get your weapons. I am sure Hestia was also curious about it but decided to ask later since she knew that they are tight on schedule. Lily, okay. Haruheim, husband, should we tell this to them? Premies, Ryu and others, sure. They are trustworthy. Lily, what about the other two? Premies, it's fine. Since they didn't know your previous level, they will come to conclusion that you both were already reaching level 2. Ryu and others will definitely not reveal the truth, so it's fine. Haruheim, okay. Premies, now then. Premies turned his gaze at horizon as sun was setting. Premies, with this, yet another day came to an end. I suppose. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Strong Barrier. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 5. Sheng Ming and Ace were sitting on the roof of the Raven site while looking at the stars in the sky. It's already been night. Even though they had seen such scene many times before, it's still beautiful and had calming effect on them. Almost everyone in Raven site had gone to sleep by now. As for them, it's impossible to sleep if Premies was not by their side. Not that it matters much because Sheng Ming can go on without sleeping for decades whereas Ace can do so for days. Why? It's because Sheng Ming had lived for hundreds of millions of years. So not sleeping for mere decades won't affect her a single bit. And Ace, since she went deeper floors of dungeon with Loki Familia, most of the time they didn't sleep for days. After all, if they let their guard down even for a second, it could end of them. Hence, they both were used to it. Ace, Sister Sheng Ming, just what is Lord doing in Haruheim's room? Sheng Ming, hee. Didn't little sister try to peek? Ace became embarrassed and spoke. Ace, I did try but failed. The barrier around it just won't let me. I can't even hear what was going on inside. Sheng Ming, well, that's not a simple barrier. Even I need to go all out to break it. Ace, what? It's that strong. Sheng Ming, yes. It is. Sheng Ming turned her gaze at the Haruheim's room which was covered in barrier. Though, no one could see it until they will try to enter the room. Sheng Ming, it's not a simple barrier but the one made of many laws. Even though I have basic knowledge of all the laws that are being used in that barrier, but husband used them on a deeper level. Even I don't have that much knowledge. The strength of all those laws is even a slightly higher than my very own life magic. To think husband, have such deep knowledge on them. Sheng Ming then shook her head. Sheng Ming, so, it's impossible for even me to remove it. The only way is to break it with brute force. Ace, can no one remove that barrier? Sheng Ming came out of her thoughts when Ace spoke. She then smiled at Ace and said. Sheng Ming, well, there's one person who can do that with hardly any efforts. Ace, one person. Then as if she understood Sheng Ming meaning, Ace turned and looked at Ophis who was floating in the air with the same emotionless face. Ace, when eldest sister released her aura in dungeon, I already realized that she is very strong. But this strong to the point that where sister Sheng Ming needs to use her full power to break the barrier while eldest sister could remove it with hardly any efforts. Ace clenched her fist tightly and released it after few seconds. She then sighed. Ace, I really am the weakest one here. Ace shook and looked at Sheng Ming again. Ace, Sister Sheng Ming, you still didn't tell me what Lord is doing in Haruheim's room. Sheng Ming smiled and said. Sheng Ming, don't worry little sister, you will know in future. No. You will have a first-hand experience of it. Ace showed a confused expression not understanding what Sheng Ming meant. Sheng Ming decided to change the topic. Sheng Ming, little sister, would you mind telling me about your past? Before husband took you under him. Ace, huh? Okay. Ace nodded her head and spoke. Ace, *A/N, R, 18 scene ahead. If you don't like lemon, then please skip the remaining chapter. Haruheim, MMMM. A moan escaped Haruheim's mouth as both her and Preemie's tongues intertwined inside her mouth. They had been kissing for a few minutes. When she was out of breath, Preemie separated his mouth. A thread of saliva connected their lips when their mouths separated. Haruhime's eyes had already turned moist, and excitement had clouded her judgment. Though she didn't care. She began to move her hands around his body, from his chest until his neck. As Premies stroked her legs gently and kissed her neck. Another moan escaped her lips. Haruhime, husband. Her words sounded enticing in Premies' ears. One of his hands then grabbed her chest and began to play with it. It intensified Haruhime's lust even more. Slowly at each passing second her body was turning softer and hotter. Her skin was becoming more and more sensitive and every movement of Premies' hands caused her intense pleasure. The smell of pheromones filled the room completely. Haruhime, my husband. Hearing her begging tone of voice, Premies bit her neck which caused her to shudder unconsciously, and she let out a loud moan. Haruhime, ah. At this moment, Premies' other hand moved between Haruhime's legs and touched her moist cave. He smiled and traced his fingers around her sacred place. Haruhime felt a shudder running through her body with each movement of Premies' fingers. With this, she cummed again. Haruhime, ah. Love juice began to flow from her cave in great amounts. Her eyes turned completely blank, and her body lost all strength. The entire room was now filled with smell of her love nectar. Premies, how fragrant. After few minutes, Haruhime returned from the afterglow. Premies then kissed her and continued caressing her body. As she got lost in the feeling of kiss and caressing, he began to take off her clothes while sending his midnight coat and elucidator back into his soul. In just few seconds, both were completely nude. Premies then picked up Haruhime and Princess Carrie and walked to her bed. Once placing her on the bed, now he was top of her and was looking into her eyes which were full of love and lust. He then brought one hand behind her back and grabbed her fluffy tail. Then he pressed some of the pressure points of the tail. Tail was already the most sensitive part of her body and along with the pressure point which he touched increased the pleasure further. Then he even brought his mouth to her and bit her nipples softly. Haruhime, ah. Haruhime moaned loudly as she cummed again. Her body turned completely soft, and love juices kept flowing out from her cave. Haruhime, ha, ha, ha. She began panting softly as her eyes had gone cloudy. While she was still lost in the pleasure, he kissed her and raised one of her legs. Next, he brought his waist in front of her cave. Premies, I am starting. Haruhime nodded unconsciously. And in one moment, Premies' dragon entered her moist cave. Haruhime, ah. Haruhime moaned and cummed again when Premies entered her. Premies then began to move. He first pierced her until her womb before starting his piston movements. Haruhime kept on moaning as the lewd sounds filled the room. Haruhime, ah. She groaned with an expression of lust as pleasure filled her entire body and she kept on releasing her love juice. Premies' one hand was playing with her fluffy tail, another was playing with one of her nipples while his mouth was sucking another one. As time went by, her moans kept on becoming louder and louder. In case Premies hadn't put the barrier around the room, then not only the entire Raven site but even people outside would have heard Haruhime's moans. Haruhime was completely engulfed in lust. Their legs intertwined completely as he kissed her neck and bit her fox ears softly, which intensified the pleasure. She tried her best to follow his lead and her body was answering his movements. Her cave tightened around Premies' dragon, and he responded by increasing the strength of his thrusts. Haruhime, husband. Haruhime continued moaning as her body was moving in sync with Premies. Their tongues entwined again, and their fluids filled the bed. Premies felt something building inside his dragon. So, he didn't hesitate to increase his piston speed, which caused Haruhime to moan even louder. He then pressed her down with all his body while thrusting inside her intensely. Haruhime's mind became blank. As the pleasure of sex filled her completely. Her face made a lewd expression as she was greatly enjoying their lovemaking session. Haruhime, so deep. She moved her mouth to find Premies's. His dragon repeatedly moved inside her and reached the deepest part of her cave. Finally, Haruhime felt an intense burst pleasure coming over her. Haruhime, ugh husband, I am coming. Haruhime realized that a big orgasm was coming, so she shouted and hugged him tightly. Premies didn't stop and continued thrusting fiercely while observing her lust-filled face. Premies, I am coming too. Then he thrusted one last time. His dragon invaded the very depth of her womb and pleasure attacked her. Haruhime, Haruhime moaned again and curled her toes as Premies' dragon twitched and released his essence, which filled her womb. Haruhime showed a satisfied look on her face. Though how could it be over so soon? He turned her and hugged her from behind. Next, he lifted her body softly. He then sat on the bed and put her body on his lap. Haruhime, ah. Haruhime moaned softly when her body fell and Premies' dragon invaded her again. Due to the new position, her moist cave received his dragon more easily. He grabbed her two breasts and was playing with her nipples. Haruhime's eyes were looking at the ceiling of her room, though they were completely clouded with lust. When her mouth opened, Premies sealed her lips as their tongues intertwined again. Since her back was resting on his chest, her tail started to move as if asking for his attention. Premies removed one of his hands from her nipples and started playing with her tail. Haruhime, ah. This made Haruhime come again because, as said before, tail was of the most sensitive part. Then she began to move her waist. Her body moved up and down, trying to find the best way to receive Premies' dragon. Premies moved in and out, savoring the feeling of her walls engulfing his dragon. She began to pant and breath heavily before long, and her movements became more and more seductive. Haruhime, ah husband. Premies brought her mouth to her fox ears and said, Premies, let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest. I gave you rest for tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if you will wake up late. Haruhime, yes. Said Haruhime as she forgot everything and completely made herself fell into pleasure. As Premies started moving, he glanced at the door of the room. To be more precise, at one of the corners of the door where time hourglass was being placed by him when he entered. Premies, yes. We have all the time. Then Premies moved his hips repeatedly and massaged Haruhime's breast and tail at the same time. Haruhime could not endure the pleasure and almost fell forward. But Premies caught her and continued his movements. Haruhime, ugh, so good. Their bodies were completely lost in lust. Haruhime turned back and took the initiative to kiss Premies and entangled her tongue with his. He gazed into her green eyes, which were filled with lewd and burning gaze. Finally, he felt a heat coming from his abdomen again and speed up his piston. Haruhime felt the change in Premies' movements and looked at him with an expression of ecstasy. She started to scream and moaned repeatedly, and a few seconds later, her body shivered in pleasure. Her hole wrapped tightly around Premies' dragon. Realizing that he was about to release, he grabbed her from behind and continued his piston stronger than before. Haruhime, husband. As Haruhime called his name, Premies kissed her lips and pressed his dragon deeper than ever. When it touched her womb, Haruhime had a sudden burst of pleasurable. She shivered in ecstasy and her toes curled up again. And then, Premies released his hot and white essence inside her deepest part again. Haruhime let out a last moan and all strength left her body. Premies hugged her and kissed her lips softly. Then Haruhime closed her eyes with an expression of satisfaction. *A/N, R, 18 scene and chapter ends. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, A Sphere. *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 6. Haruhime, ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. Haruhime finally slept out of exhaustion and satisfaction. Her face still had a flush on it along with a smile. She was sleeping on Premies' left arm while hugging him tightly. Premies was looking at the ceiling with his same indifferent expression. Even if Haruhime was satisfied, for him it was far from enough. Though, he didn't mind much. You should better do it with Shengming or Freya. Others can't handle you. But I prefer you do it with Ophis. She can handle your libido without any problem. And since she is your empress, it's normal for you to do it with her. Premies remained silent for some time before replying. Premies, I will think about Shengming. I first thought of grabbing Freya, but since my work keeps on piling up, I need to delay it. As for Ophis, it's still impossible. Currently, she is emotionless. Doing with her will feel like I am doing with a doll. If you say so. Then, how about you add Ace Wallenstein while doing with Shengming? It will be great threesome. Premies, maybe. Hearing Premies' lukewarm response, Twilight didn't continue further. Premies, now then. Premies gently removed Haruhime's head from his arm and put a pillow under it. Then he also separated from her hold and tugged her into the quilt. Next, he got up from the bed and re-equipped his midnight coat and elucidator. Loosing the warmth around her, Haruhime opened her tired eyes with difficulty. She saw Premies' back when he was doing re-equipping. She didn't ask anything and just said, Haruhime, husband, take care. Premies glanced at her and leaned down. After giving her a light kiss on her lips and on her forehead, he disappeared, leaving behind 2 words. Premies, I will. Haruhime gave a sweat smile at the place where Premies disappeared to and closed her eyes. Ophis sensed something and turned her gaze towards Haruhime's room. Shengming, who was listening to Ace past, also looked there and got up. Ace became confused when Shengming stood up all of a sudden. Though, when she saw where she was looking, she understood and got up too. Ace, Sister Shengming, is Lord. Shengming nodded and said. Shengming, barrier is gone. So, husband must be done and returning. Ace, okay. And just like Xingming said, in the next second, space rippled and premies appeared. He looked at time hourglass in his hand before sending it back to his inventory. Ophis returned to his shoulder and premies turned to Ace. Premies, it's time for your next magic control training. Let's go. Ace nodded and approached him. Premies grabbed her waist and rose in the air. Ophis and Xingming followed. Soon, they sped up towards a certain direction and left the Orario. Soon, they reached deep forest which had a riverbank at the side. Once they landed, Premies let go of Ace. Premies, all right, Ace. Before we start the next training, you need to get rid of your fear of water. Ace. Ace shivered and hurriedly took some steps back in panic. Ace, Lord, do you want me to jump into this deep river? Premies, yes. Ace, see, can't we change the L location? L like somewhere where my feet could touch the G ground. Premies, no. Ace. Ace became silent as her body was shaking in fear. Ace, Lord. Premies, come here. Ace, but. Premies, Comehere. Hearing Premies' stern voice, Ace trembled. She then walked step by step lightly towards him. Her body was shivering, and eyes had lost the light as if she was going for her death. Once she was in front of Premies, she stopped. Premies, raise your head. Ace did as she was told. She looked at Premies with those lightless eyes of her. Premies, listen, Ace. If you herself don't wish to get rid of this fear of water, then no one can help you. Hearing this, a bit of light returned in Ace's eyes. Premies, so, what's your answer? Ace, I want to get rid of my fear of water. Even if her voice was trembling, she still gathered her courage to say those words. Premies, good. Premies then walked towards river while Ace followed behind. Though, her body was still shivering slightly. Once they reached the edge, Premies spoke. Premies, take a deep breath and hold it in. Ace, Haa. Ace took a deep breath and hold it in just like told. Premies then threw Ace into the river. Splash. Ace. Ace started to move her hands and feet in the river as she was drowning deeper. As she was about to release her breath. Premies, Ace. Ace. Ace didn't respond as she was trying hard to leave the water. Premies, Ace. Ace. Still no response. Premies, Ais Wallenstein. Ace finally turned her attention to the voice in her head when Premies called her loudly. Premies, don't open your mouth to response. Just as Ace was about to reply in her head, she reached the limit and released her breath. Ace, gruggle. As a result, water kept on entering her mouth as Ace became more and more afraid. Ace, I will die. Though suddenly, an irresistible force pulled Ace upward and she soon left the river. Splash. Ace, cough cough cough. She started to cough violently to release all the water which entered her lungs. Ace, cough cough. I thought I was gonna die. Cough cough. She then looked at Premies, who was also looking at her. There were still some tears at the corner of her eyes because of excessive cough. Ace, Lord, I can't do it. It's impossible. Premies, you can. This time instead of moving your hands and feet, just let yourself be drowned. Ace. Premies, don't worry. In case something happens, I will take you out. Ace. Ace became silent. But she nodded with some difficulty. Ace, oh okay. Premies, good. Even if you were drowning deep, put all your concentration on holding your breath underwater. And listen to my words in your mind. Ace nodded again and jumped into the river herself this time. Splash. She just kept on drowning deeper and deeper while trying her hardest to keep the fear at the bay. Although she was panicking inward, she still put her full trust on Premies, thinking he would save her if something happened. Premies, now, try to move your body. Not hands or feet but your entire body. Ace did as she was told. At first, she thought it would be difficult but came out to be too easy. Premies, how is it? Ace, it's not difficult but quite easy. Premies, right. Ace, MN. Premies, now change the position of your body from vertical to horizontal. With your face facing upward. Once she turned her body horizontal, the speed at which her body was drowning decreased. Soon it even stopped. Now she was laying in the middle of river, neither drowning nor rising. Ace, Lord, I stopped. Premies, yes. When the position of your body is vertical, then all your weight falls to your feet. Hence you will drown faster and deeper. However, if the position of body was horizontal, then instead of one point, your weight spreads throughout your body. As a result, not only speed at which you are drowning decreased but also stopped at some time. Ace, stopped. Premies, yes. Water also has its own pressure. The deeper you go, the deeper the pressure. So, if your body weight is less than the water pressure, it will try to expel you. Ace, No wonder when Riveria threw me into the water she tied me with adamantite. Because the child weight is lot less than adult. In that case, water pressure would have sent me back to surface again. Preemies, open your eyes. Slowly and slowly. Ace opened her eyes slowly. At first, she almost closed them when water touched them, but then she opened them again, realizing it's not hurting her. Next, she witnessed a scene which made her open her mouth slightly in awe. Well, that was a wrong decision. Ace, gruggle. Preemies, I told you not to open your mouth in water. Ace, cough cough. Ace was coughing out the water which entered her lungs again. Preemies hurriedly brought her out before more could enter. Ace, cough my mistake, cough cough. She coughed, but there was light blush on her face because of embarrassment. Once she coughed out all the water, Preemies spoke. Preemies, how was the scene? Ace, it was beautiful. Ace remembered the scene she witnessed again. At the very middle of the river when she opened her eyes, she was the entire reflection of moon. Its rays were penetrating deep into the water. Between the moon and her, she saw many fishes which were swimming. As the moon rays fell on their scales, it made the scene even more beautiful. Preemies smiled hearing her answer. Preemies, good to hear that. Well, you won't get to see this scene every time. Ace, why? Preemies, because all rivers are not as clean as this. Ace, do people dirty the rivers? Ace asked. There was also a slight hint of anger in her voice. Preemies, you will know. Anyway, not all water is as clean as this. So, if you open your eyes in that water, it can hurt you. Assassins even use the colorless poison in water which can enter through your eyes. This water is clean, so it's fine, but in other cases, make sure to cover your eyes with magic. Ace, Preemies, alright then. I plan to give magic control training to Lily and Haruheim tomorrow. Knowing them, they will at most take 3 to 4 hours to complete all 3 parts of it. You will also do the 3rd part of your training with them. Today, let's completely get rid of your fear of water. Ace, okay. Then, as if she remembered something, Ace asked. Ace, but Lord, didn't you tell me that magic control training is divided into 5 parts? Now you are saying all 3 parts. Preemies, yes. Lily and Haruheim can only do the first 3 parts of magic control training. Last 2 parts are impossible for them. Ace, impossible. Even for them. Why? Preemies, because other 2 parts required enhanced mode. And enhanced mode could only be used with compressed magic. Currently, they can only use magic. Ace, oh. Preemies, let's continue. For now, I want you to remain in water and get used to it. Once you will completely get used to it, I will teach you how you can swim, fight underwater, and so on. Ace nodded and jumped into the river again. Splash. Preemies, it will take time. Of course, it will. Trauma take days, months, and sometimes years to completely heal. Not few hours. Preemies, I don't have that luxury of time. I will heal her trauma today. Preemies, Ophis, create a barrier around us and make the time run 100 times faster inside. Ophis, Amen. Snap. Ophis snapped her fingers and spherical barrier with radius of 1 kilometer covered the area. Sheng Ming looked at the barrier around with shock. Sheng Ming, amazing. I don't think even I could do this. The time laws are so compressed and profound that I can't understand them one bit. On top of that, eldest sister did it with just a snap of her finger. Truly, both husband and eldest sister are really unfathomable. On the other hand, Preemies nodded looking at barrier. Unlike Sheng Ming, he somewhat understood how Ophis did it, thanks to his Sharingan and elemental sight again. However, if he wanted to do the same, he needed to use a lot of his power. Preemies, anyway, now instead of few hours we have few hundred hours. It will be enough to get rid of Ace trauma. Agreed. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Underwater Battle, Part 1. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 6. Bubble. In the depth of the river, Ace was floating with closed eyes. Many fishes were floating around her as if wanted to play with her. However, Ace ignored all of them. By now, a lot of her fear of water had diminished. Her heart was no longer panicking as before. On top of that, she didn't need to put all her concentration on holding her breath. She can now do so very normal. Currently, she was enjoying this feeling of water touching her skin. The cold sensation of water and slight tickling when fishes touched her with their mouths was very enjoyable. Normal human can't stay in water for much longer. Not only because they can't hold their breath for too long but also because if they stayed longer then their body temperature will decrease. It will lead to serious consequences. However, as an adventurer Ace can hold her breath longer. On top of that, Premies told her to keep on making her magic flow through every part of the body all the time. As a result, the temperature of her body didn't decrease and remained constant. Premies, Ace. Ace, my lord. Premies, have you gotten hook of it? Ace, yes. Now instead of being afraid of water, I loved remaining in it. Premies smiled on the surface hearing her response. Premies, let's move on the next step. Ace, what do I do? Premies, this time I want you to cover your body with magic so that your body heat won't be escape. Ace, is that because of monsters? Premies, yes. But monsters are not the only thing. Other beings like humans can also find you hiding in water easily when they will sense your body temperature. So, to blend completely with the water you must hide your body heat. Ace nodded and tried to do so. Magic released from her body and started to cover her. Premies, you are using too much magic. Decrease its output. Hearing Premies' words, she started to decrease her magic output. Slowly the amount of magic covering her started to decrease. Creases appeared on Ace's forehead. She needed to concentrate a lot here. Why? Because not only she must maintain the flow of magic in her body but also outside. And both that different function. Her magic inside must keep her body warm while the magic outside made her look cold. So, that she could blend completely with the river. As Ace was having hard time, Premies spoke. Premies, Ace, don't tense up. Relax your body and try again calmly. I never once gave you the time limit. That's why, take as much time you need. You don't need to hasty. Ace relaxed somewhat hearing this. She also remembered that Premies never mentioned anything about time like the last two training. This calmed her down greatly. Then she started to do what was told slowly and calmly this time. Hours went by. Ace was controlling her magic both inward and outward simultaneously at the same time. Since she was taking her time, it was happening without any problem. From the surface, Premies was looking at her. Ace was so deep in water that so one could see her. However, that's not the problem for Premies. With time he was also sending the pulse of his magic into Ace to help her when she was about to reach out of breath. That's why she was able to stay underwater all this time. Ophis, who was sitting on his left shoulder, was showing bored expression while Shengming standing on his right side was also looking at Ace. Shengming, her control is improving step by step. Premies, because she is not as afraid of water as she was before. That fear made her heart panic, which also led to chaotic control of magic. Shengming, MN. If she had used her magic in that situation, that it would have been released with a burst. It might have saved her, since I am sure that time this river would have been no more, but such burst would have also hurt her body. Premies didn't reply. Though he also agreed, Shengming then turned and looked at him. She showed a sweet smile before speaking. Shengming, it's thanks you again, husband. Little sister, put her entire trust on you. Completely believing that you will save her if something happens. That's why even if she was panicking before, she tried her best to not do anything unnecessary. On top of that, you have been standing here and keeping an eye on her all this time. Unlike other times when you were also doing other work. This time, your whole attention is at little sister. Premies, since I am the one to take her under me, she's my responsibility. Shengming, heh. Yes. Yes. Premies shook his head, ignoring Shengming. After few minutes, he narrowed his eyes. Premies, she is done. Shengming, MN, Ace had now completely covered herself with magic. As a result, no heat was emitting from her body. It's like she had completely blended with the sea lives. Though, her body was still warm inside. Ace, Lord, I did it. Premies, you did. Well done. The corner of her lips raised and formed a smile when she heard Premies' words. Nevertheless, learning from her previous mistakes, she didn't open her mouth this time. Premies, remember this feeling perfectly and initiate extreme image training. Ace, extreme image training. Now. Premies, yes. Ace, oh okay. Acknowledging Premies' words, Ace decided to do so. Premies' power inside Ace's brain activated and extreme image training initiated. Whistle. Whistling sound was heard and Ace opened her eyes. Ace, huh? The first thing she saw was sky as she was falling down. Before she could gasp her situation. Splash. She fell into water and didn't even have time to hold her breath. Ace, guggle. Ace guggled and tried to reach the surface. Though. Ace. Someone grabbed her leg. Ace looked down and saw a humanoid monster covered in blue scales with webbed hands. Ace, a merman. Merman was one of the stronger monsters in Water City. It travels in groups, with one merman leader controlling each group. Mermen were very strong monsters which appeared in 26th floor onwards. Because of their strength, preemies didn't let Lily and Haruheim to go beyond 25th floor. Otherwise, a single merman was enough to end both before they could even realize. Because preemies knew everything of this group, he even knew the entire structure of a merman. Hence, it's that a big deal for him to create it in extreme image training. Merman grabbed Ace's leg with both of its hand and started to drag her deeper into water. Ace hurriedly drew her azure, lambent light, attacked it. Merman hastily let go of Ace's leg when it saw the attack coming for it. Yet, it was too late. Slash. Splurt. Its head was severed from its neck. Ace frowned. Since she was not used to underwater battle, she realized that her attacking speed also decreased somewhat here. Albeit it was not much in other eyes, but for her it could decide her life and death. Then she hurriedly tried to reach the surface. Because she was so destined to reach the surface, she forgot that mermen always stayed in groups. On top of that, since she killed one before, its blood had spread near her, which attracted them even more. And in the next second, whoosh! Ace saw a merman rushing towards at any astounding speed with a pole in its hand. She stopped it with her lambent light. Clong. The sound of their weapons colliding changed in water. Seeing its attack got stopped, the merman attacked again. Instead of deflecting it, Ace parried the attack. Grund. Next, she used her knee and attacked that merman arm which was holding the pole. Croc. Merman, grao. A faint sound of its arm bone breaking resounded. And it screamed. Thanks to its broken arm, it let go of its pole. Ace was not like before, who only used brute force. Now, along with technique, she also used her brain. She already knew that the speed of merman underwater will increase. And if she was going to attack, then it will use the pole to protect itself. Not a much problem for her, since she can easily destroy it. However, not only did she need to use more strength, it will also delay here even so slightly. And since she wanted to end it fast, she can't afford to waste time on it. Slash. Splurt. Another slash. The body of merman separated from its waist. By the time it died, it was already too late for Ace. Whoosh. 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 Many mermen had reached Ace by now. And then the battle begins. Clong. Dong. Splurt. Clong. Though, in just a few seconds it was over for Ace. Ace, gurgle. Since she didn't hold breath before, she could no longer hold back. As a result, water entered her. Ace grabbed her neck while mermen, seeing she couldn't fight back, grabbed her, and dragged her deeper into water. Ace could only look up as she was pulled deeper. Soon, light disappeared from her eyes, and she died. Whistle. A familiar whistling sound was heard near Ace's ears, and she opened her eyes again. Completing understanding what was about to transpire, she hurriedly took a deep breath and held it in. Splash. After falling into river again, she first drew out her azure, lambent light. Next, she looked down and saw a merman approaching her with a great speed. This time, she was fully prepared. She first dodged its hand which was trying to grab her, and then stabbed her azure, lambent light into its skull. Stab. Merman. Merman stopped all its movement and died. Ace frowned. Ace, its body is not disappearing. She then pulled out her sword and blood came out of its dead body. Whoosh. An attack came from behind. Ace moved her body with the flow and dodged it. During the whole time when she was getting used to the water, Preemies was also teaching her how to move in water. He taught how to move with a flow and against it. He also taught her how to swim to the surface. It was not that difficult, since she was just moving her body with the flow of water or just needed to move her legs correctly. As for other things like moving fast, fight more easily, and so on, Preemies decided to teach that later. Once she will learn underwater fighting, she won't face the issue of water decreasing her speed and strength later. So, currently, she could only move with water. After dodging that merman attack, lambent light moved and stabbed through that merman chest. Stab. Splurt. When lambent light was pulled out, another 2 attacks came. Whoosh. Whoosh. Instead of dodging it, Ace parried one of the merman attacks towards the other. Grund. Dong. When those attacks collided, its force pushed both mermen back and stunned their body for a second or so. Though, that second was enough for Ace to end both. Lambent light moved again and cut them in 2. Slash. Splurt. Blood started to gush out from their severed body parts non-stop and was mixing with water. Ace ignored it and turned to meet the next attack. Whoosh. Clong. Slash. Spolert. After killing this one, she looked down and saw many mermen rushing towards her in tide. She didn't panic and just readied herself for the long underwater battle. Ace, come. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Underwater Battle, Part 2. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 6. / Clong. Dong. Splurt. Grund. Roar. Ace kept on fighting these mermen for hours. However, they just kept on coming non-stop. The water had already turned dirty with the blood and the sever parts of mermen. She was reaching her limit again. Going with the flow to move in water might work well if she was facing few monsters. But if there were hundreds of them and it became extremely difficult. Ace, not good. Not only I am reaching the limit of holding my breath but also the water had become so dirty that I am having hard time to see clearly. Clong. / Splurt. Ace, Lord, already told me to use magic on my eyes to see in water but I haven't learned that yet. Whoosh. Ace, huh. Clong. Ace stopped the attack that came at her extremely fast but failed to parry it like other times. She tried to overwhelm it, but it was still difficult. This merman looked somewhat different than other mermen and had more strength. Ace, so, merman leader finally can't stop itself from making its move. Huh. Ace raised her leg to kick it, but merman leader took some distance and dodged it. Swoosh. Once Ace kick missed, it attacked again. Whoosh. Clong. Grun. Since the distance from which it attacked was not far, it didn't get much rush speed boost like before. Hence, Ace was able to parry it this time. After parrying the attack when she was about to attack again. Whoosh. Ace, TCH. Another merman attacked to protect its leader. As a result, she had no choice but to stop her attack on merman leader and face the upcoming attack. Clong. Dong. / Splurt. By the time she was done killing that merman, the merman leader stabilized itself and attack. Clong. Ace, damn. If we were on land, then I would have already killed all of them a long time ago. Clong. Dong. Swish. Dong. Whoosh. / Splurt. Ace kept on fighting the merman leader non-stop. Whenever she found a chance to kill it, some merman interfered and sacrificed itself to protect the leader. Then situation became even more severe. Whoosh. Ace. Dong. Ace hurriedly blocked the attack which came towards her back with astounding speed. Because she was still fighting merman leader, she failed to put much strength into blocking that attack which she threw her away. When Ace stabilized herself, she saw what just attacked her. Ace, another merman leader. Huh. Does this mean? She looked around and realized that she was now surrounded by thousands of mermen with tens of merman leader. Not only that, behind them she also saw many other water monsters. They all were looking at her like a prey. Currently, all the monsters inside the water had surrounded Ace. Although, she can't see all of them because the water had become very dirty at this point. She could still saw the pairs of their glowing eyes. Ace looked at all of them and... Ace, Ariel. Whistle. Ace, huh. In the next instant, Ace found herself again falling from sky. Ace, wah. What just happened? Splash. Holding her breath at the last moment, Ace fell into water. / Splurt. A slash and the merman which was again coming to grab her leg died. Ace ignored its corpse and showed a confused expression. Ace, just how come I returned to when I was falling? I didn't die last time. As Ace went more into thoughts, more mermen started to approach. Whoosh. Whoosh. / Splurt. Splurt. Since there were not many mermen yet and the water was still clean, Ace killed them casually while still being in thoughts. Then she came to two conclusions. Ace, the reason why I start over again without dying could be because of two reasons. First, the monsters were just too much. But even if they were, I still have confidence on taking them down. Though, it would have taken a lot of time. Second, I used Ariel. Could it be that I am not allowed to use it? She gave it more thought while killing the mermen that were attacking her. Whoosh. 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 / Splurt. Swoosh. Splurt. Previous after fighting for hours, Ace had somehow got the hang of fighting underwater. She was still not expert, but she still got some experience by now. After thinking for some time, she still came to same conclusion. Ace, although, I am 90% sure now since I couldn't find any reasonable reason. Let's try. Slash. Splurt. Ace, Ariel. Whistle. Ace, so, I was right. Looking at the old familiar sky while falling into water. Ace confirmed her reasoning. Splash. Slash. Splurt. Ace, But why is it? Why am I not allowed to use Ariel? Whoosh. 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 Slash. Splurt. 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 After killing the disturbers, Ace gave it some more thought. She then brought her left hand in front and tried to use wind magic instead of using Ariel. Wind started to gather in Ace's hand and the water around it was pushed back. Now there was no water around her hand. Ace, this must be reason. My wind is pushing back the water. If I use Ariel, then all the water around will be pushed back too. Then it will no longer be underwater battle. Whoosh. Slash. Splurt. Ace, from what I know, if you use wind magic in water that instead of pushing it away, it will merge with water and create hurricane. Then why is my wind pushing water back completely? Let's see. Whoosh. 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 Slash. Splurt. 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 After thinking for some more time while not only killing mermen but also using wind magic few more time, she finally understood. Ace, I understand. Whenever I saw Riveria using wind or any other type of magic, she gathered the elements from all around. In my case, my wind magic is being released from my body itself. Hence, it was pushing the water away instead of combining with it. Slash. Splurt. Ace, if that's the reason, then in order to use Ariel in water, I need to make my wind merge with water. And it will take time since I have no idea how to do it. Slash. 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 Splurt. 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 Ace, and these monsters won't give time to try it either. Ace looked at the mermen which were approaching from some distance. She could also see merman leader between them. Ace, no matter where I go, they will follow. That's what happened last time. I need to take some distance. But how? Ace saw that she was completely surrounded by the mermen. Thus, maintaining distance is not possible. Ace, I need to think something fast. Otherwise, other monsters will join soon. And I am having a feeling that even if I will kill all these monsters, it won't be the end. Whoosh. Whoosh. Slash. Splurt. Ace, wait a minute. I am sure Lord must have given me a hint about what I need to do here. Ace started to go through all Premi's words before she initiated this extreme image training. After going through all Premi's words, finally his last sentence appeared in her mind. Premies, remember this feeling perfectly and initiate extreme image training. Ace, extreme image training. Now. Premies, yes. Ace eyes sparkled as she finally understood. Ace, I get it. Ariel. Whistle. Founding herself back at the starting point again. Ace hurriedly took a deep breath and covered herself with magic. Since she still remembered that feeling perfectly. She succeeded in few seconds. Right before falling into water. Splash. Drawing her azure lambent light, she prepared herself for the attack of merman like before. However, this time, it didn't come. Ace looked down and saw a merman passing by without even looking up at her. Ace, it can't see me. No. It will be more correct to say it can't sense me like before. Then Ace tried to follow that merman. Considering it was not moving fast, Ace was able to follow it without much problem. However, when she reached the distance of 5 meters between them, that merman turned around and saw Ace. Next, it roared and rushed at her. Ace startled. Nonetheless, she didn't put lambent light back to its scabbard, so it was still in her hand. Whoosh. Slash. Splurt. The merman was cut into two from its head to its crotch. Its blood then started to dissolve into the water while its body parts were still floating. Ace frowned and turned. She saw that many monsters had turned their eyes at this direction. Without thinking too much, she left the area. Whoosh. 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 Seeing the monsters coming at her front, Ace readied herself. Yet, when she was about to attack, those monsters separated in two and rushed past her. Completely ignoring her. Ace turned and saw that all those monsters were rushing towards the split body of the merman. They reached it, they started to devour it. Ace decided to take some distance first. When she was 100 meters away, she looked at scene again. By now, that corpse of the merman had been completely eaten by the monsters. Though, when those monsters were about to leave. Whoosh. 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 Thrust. Stab. Many mermen reached them and started to kill the monsters who devoured the corpse. One by one all those monsters were killed and the remaining one escaped as fast as they could. Then those mermen started to feast on the monsters they killed. Ace. They only attacked those who ate its kin and ignored others. Now that I think about it, mermen are the strongest monsters in Water City. So, to them other monsters must be inferior. How could they let some inferior beings eat their kin? Survival of the fittest is common everywhere. If you are a king, then even if steal the things of a noble in front of his very own eyes, the only thing it could do was to show a smile. On the other hand, in case you are civilian or lower in rank, then even if you try to take the cheapest thing of that noble, he will make you pay for it severely. Before thinking about her next move, Ace tried to do something. This time she again tried to approach a lone merman. It ignored her at first. However, when she reached 5 meters in distance again, it attacked. Slash. Splurt. After killing it, she hurriedly left before other monsters and mermen arrived there. Next, she tried to approach another monster which was not the merman. That monster ignored her too at first. In this case, even when reached 1 meter near it, it still ignored her. Though when she tried to touch it, it was then it attacked. Slash. Splurt. She then tired to approach other monsters one by one. As a result, all monsters except mermen ignored her until she tried to touch them. She understood a lot of things. Now she tired something else. She found a monster swimming near a merman. The distance between them was 15 meters or so. She approached the monster, grabbed it, and threw it hurriedly towards merman direction before the monster could attack her. Whoosh! The monster was reaching merman at an astounding speed. Merman ignored it like it did to Ace. However, just like Ace, when the monster reached 5 meters of the distance, merman turned towards the monster and rushed towards it. It caught it with its frilled hands and started to chomp on it. Seeing this, Ace nodded and rushed towards the surface to catch her breath again. Splash. Ace, now I can think of my next move. *A/N. Hello, readers, authors here. This is to inform you that this volume will be ending soon. 200th will be the last chapter of this volume. So, I am putting a poll. Which world do you all want premies to go next? 1. Akame Ga Kill. 2. Pokemon. So, please vote. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, Growth Weapons. *A/N, Final chapters of this volume 120th. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on November 30th equals 7. Ace was floating on the surface of water with her head out while other body was underwater. She looked around and no matter where her eyes went, she could only saw water. She then shook her head and put such thing at the back of her head for now. Ace, I know many things now. First, the reason why all monsters were able to sense me, and my location underwater was due to my body temperature. Now that I have hide it, they can no longer differentiate between me and other monsters. Then she looked down and saw monsters swimming past her but completely ignoring her. She nodded and continued. Ace, second, mermen are the strongest monsters here. And if I will try to approach them in 5 meters, they will attack. Not only me but any other monster too. It's like 5 meters are their personal space or something. Ace then saw how other monsters hastily changed their way when a merman swam towards their direction. Ace, and it appears that other monsters also somehow knew that. Third, other monsters don't have such thing as person space. However, if you will try to touch them, they will attack. Fourth, blood. All these monsters can catch the scent of blood in water from a very long distance. Then she thought about something. Ace, I think could use the time now that these monsters are not attacking me to try using magic in my eyes and to merge my wind magic into water instead of pushing it away. Nodding her head, Ace dived back into water. She looked around and realized that even if the water was clean, she can't see too far away. The light or color of the water made it difficult for her to look far. The only thing she can guess was the location of faraway monster. And that was also by the light emitting from their eyes. Ace, Lord said I could see even in dirty water once I will learn to use magic on my eyes. Could it be that I can also see far with it? Let's try. Magic started to gather in Ace's eyes. Once it covered every part of her eye completely, she looked around her. Ace, Nothing changed. Things she could see were still the same. Same as it was before. Ace showed a confused expression and tried again. This time with even more concentrate. However, the result was still the same. In truth, even though Preemie said he will teach her how to use magic in her eyes to see in water, it's not as easy as he said. On the contrary, it's extremely difficult. It follows a completely different concept. After all, you are not just covering your eyes with magic to protect them, you also need to make your eyes remove unnecessary components like dust, light, or another thing present in water which prevents one from seeing further. Hence, it's impossible for Ace to learn it. Even with Preemie's guidance, it will take months for Ace to learn it. Let alone now. And the thing of merging wind with water was even more difficult. So, all Ace attempts were and will be in vain. Though, she had no idea about such stuff and wasted all the 10 days of extreme image training trying it. Ace opened her eyes and realized that she had returned into the river. Seeing the reflection of the moon, her eyes started to turn heavy. Extreme image training put a heavy burden on one's brain. So, Ace had gotten mentally tired after using it now. As she was having hard time opening her eyes, an irresistible force covered her, pulled her upwards. Whoosh! Splash! In the next moment, she was out of the river. She turned and saw Preemie sitting at the side while leaning on the tree. Ophis was still sitting on his left shoulder while Shengming was sitting on the very branch of that tree with a book in her hand. Ace, my lord, Preemie's, later. Come here. Ace followed his commanded and walked to him. When she reached him, Preemie's pulled her and put her head on his lap. Preemie's, for now, rest. We will talk later. Ace wanted to say something. However, in the end she complied. Preemie's, send your equipment back and return to your casual clothes. Ace nodded and sent her equipment back into the soul. Then she activated the purple ribbon which was tied by Preemie's at the right side of her hair and casual clothes appeared. Then drowsing struck her and she fell asleep. Ace, ZZ. Preemie's put his right hand on her head and started to caress her gently. Preemie's, good thing, at level 1 she can only use extreme image training for 1 minute in real world /10 days. And for 1 time only per day. That's how you made it using the power of your Sharingan, elemental sight, and image training. 10 days truly pushed her to the limit of her mental strength. Preemie's, yes. On top of that, what you learn and experience during that time is worth it. Agreed. Preemie's kept on caressing Ace while looking at her cute sleeping face with a gentle smile. Ace, who was sleeping, sensed the warmth of his hand and subconsciously a smile appeared on her face. She moved her body a little to get into a more comfortable position. Preemie shook his head seeing this. Preemie's, this girl. Though the smile was still present on his face. He moved his body a little and adjusted her. Once acquiring the desired position, she stopped and went even deeper into the dreamland. Preemie's, even though I only took her under me because I thought she was great, tool, I never thought I will start to get attached to her. It's a good thing. Preemie's didn't reply. He just raised his head and looked at the moon through the barrier. Preemie's, though I am still wondering whether it's a really good thing or not. Twilight became silent and didn't answer. Preemie's also didn't want any answer either. Ding. 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 Hephaestus was fully concentrated on her work in her workshop. The deadline Preemie's gave her to create Lily and Haruheim's weapons isn't easy to meet. On the contrary, it's extreme difficult. And now that the deadline was almost near, she became even more tense. Good thing her divine flame understood Hephaestus' situation and was also trying its best to not make any mistake. SSSS. Hephaestus put the one of lava hot metals into the water to let it cool while pulling out the other one which she put some time ago in the water. Once pulling that out, she put that metal into her divine fire. After it became hot enough, Hephaestus continued hammering it. Ding. 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 Hestia was standing 3 to 4 meters away from Hephaestus. The cold water bottle Preemie's gave her was put at side on the table. The water inside it was not only half empty but had also turned from cold to lukewarm by now. Even though Hestia was looking seriously at Hephaestus' work, her mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Hestia, a seer. Huh. Never thought I will have one in my Familia. It can help my Hestia Familia a lot. After all, after reading the Excelia of Lily and Haruheim, I knew that they went through life and death situation every single time to become strong fast. Too fast to be more accurate. Level 2 in just 2 days. It's insane. Seer can help them by already notifying them whether they will die because of their recklessness in future or not. She then frowned. Hestia, even though Seer is really a best person to help Lily and Haruheim, they won't live for so long. And since she will be my Familia member, I won't let her die. I need to think of some precautions. First, I need to make sure that the identity of Seer remains hidden. Otherwise, it will be end of her. Hestia expressions were becoming more serious. Hestia, the power of Seer can be used in 2 ways. First, active way. Means she herself will try to see the future. Second, passive way. If a life-threatening danger is approaching Seer, then her power activates itself and show her the future. By doing this, Seer might be able his or her life, but it's a double-edged sword. In case too many dangers were approaching Seer, then her power will keep on notifying her again and again and again. As a result, her life force will be used up before any assassination attempt will succeed. In other words, even if you can't kill Seer, you just need to keep on sending assassins. She will die automatically after some time. That's why this information should remain hidden. Hephaestus, Hestia. Hestia, huh? Hestia came out of her thoughts when Hephaestus called. She was so deep in her thought that she didn't even realize that Hephaestus not only done with the metal she was hammering but also done hammering the next one too. Hephaestus raised her brow when she saw Hestia was thinking seriously about something. In other times, she would have asked but not now. Hephaestus, your turn. Understanding Hephaestus' words, Hestia approached her and saw two weapons near the divine fire. They were a normal dagger and folding fan. Though there were many markings on top of them. Well, instead of marking, it will be more correct to say, hieroglyphs were written across the blade part of both weapons. Hestia brought her hand to the dagger and picked it. Since these weapons once again went through cooling process, they were not hot. After picking it, Hestia turned to Hephaestus. Hestia, I only need to let it absorb my blood, right? Hephaestus, yes. Hestia, okay. Hestia then used the pointed tip of the dagger to prick her index finger. The moment she did so, blood started to flow out of her finger. Yet, instead of falling, it was absorbed by the blade. With time, more and more blood was absorbed by the dagger. The blood it absorbed was a lot more than what Bell's Hestia knife took. That's because every single material premies provided to Hephaestus were top-notched. It was to the point that some were never even heard of before. Once dagger absorbed the required amount of blood, hieroglyphs written on it started to glow. Hephaestus, that's enough. You can continue to do the same for the fan. Hestia nodded and gave the dagger to Hephaestus. Then she picked up the folding fan and let it absorb the blood too. *T/N, the reason why the growth weapons took too much blood of their god or goddess blood is because since the gods in lower world have mortal bodies, the divinity in their blood is as little as 1/100. On the other hand, if they have released their arcanum then growth weapons won't even require one drop of their blood. While Hestia was letting the fan absorb her blood, Hephaestus picked up one of the two vials placed on the table. These vials contained Lily's and Heraheim's blood. The vial Hephaestus picked had a tag on it. On the tag, Lily's name was written. She opened the vial and poured the blood in it on the still glowing dagger in her hand. When the blood touched the dagger, it started to absorb it. Once all the blood was absorbed, the light emitted by the dagger changed. Dagger shone brightly before all light faded. Hephaestus nodded seeing this. Hestia, Hephaestus, it's also done. Hephaestus picked another vial which had Heraheim blood in it and walked towards Hestia. Hephaestus, with this, 90% of the work is done. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, Getting Rid of Fear. *A/N, Final chapters of this volume 2/20ths. Ace, Umo. Ace, who was sleeping on Preemie's lap, started to wake up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes before raising her head. Then she took a deep yawn. Ace, YAWN. After standing up and stretching herself, she turned and looked at Preemies with drowsing eyes. Ace, G good morning, my lordy. Seeing her still in half-sleep state, Preemies shook his head and showed her a gentle smile. Then he patted the place next to him. Preemies, come here. Ace didn't give it much thought and sat at the place Preemies patted just now. However, in the next second, she leaned her head on his shoulder and fell asleep again. Preemies put his hand on her head and started to pat her. Next, he sighed, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Preemies, fine. You can sleep for 30 more minutes. You are spoiling her. Preemies, so. Nothing. Preemies then turned his gaze at his left hand which was holding a white cube. This is the cube in which Juggernaut is. During the whole time when Ace went to sleep after coming out of river, Preemies' attention was mostly on it. Preemies, it's true that Juggernaut can reflect all type of magic, there is limit to how strong of a magic it can reflect. Like if Xingming will use her life magic, Juggernaut magic reflection won't work. That's because her life magic had reached the limit of her existence level. EX rank. The most Juggernaut can reflect is a rank magic. Beyond that is impossible. I agree. But I am sure you can increase that. Preemies, I can. Though its limit will reach at most S or SS rank. That's all. I think that's enough though. Preemies, I also agree. That's more than enough. Then what are you worried about? Preemies, it will greatly reduce the number of skills I can give it. Well, that's true. Preemies went deep into thoughts before reaching a conclusion. Preemies, all right. I have decided. I will make all its skills reach S rank instead of SS. In that case, I can give it more skills. That will be better. However, if you planned for all those skill reach S ranks too, then it will again decrease the number of skills you can give it. Preemies, not a problem. Alright. By the way, what about that thing? The one you were planning for letting Hephaestus make for you. Preemies, it will take a lot of time before I will be able to make a perfect blueprint and procedure. So, I will delay it for now. Next, Preemies took about another paper from the inventory. There was something else drawn on it. This is Preemies, next project Hephaestus will work on once she will be done with growth weapons. Preemies. You really know how to make people work to bone. Preemies didn't reply. Soon 30 minutes went by, and he woke Ace up again. Ace rubbed her drowsing eyes, but this time she didn't fell asleep again. Preemies gave a water bottle to drink. Ace, gulp 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 faha. Preemies, fully awake now. Ace, yes. Ace replied actively this time. Preemies, good. Now tell me, how did your extreme image training go? Ace became serious, told him everything that she went through. From her first death, then how she was unable to use Ariel, how she found out the reason, how she found many things about monsters. And he tried to use magic in her eyes but failed thoroughly. She didn't hide anything. Though when she mentioned how she used almost all the 10 days with no success, she became sad. Ace, Lord, no matter how much I tried but I failed to do so. Why is it? Shengming, heh. Shengming, who was still sitting on the branch of the tree while reading a book, also heard everything. When she saw how Ace is complaining to Preemies of her failed attempt, she chuckled. Preemies also sighed and shook his head. Shengming, little sister, you really wasted those 10 days this time. Ace, wasted. Ace raised her head and looked at Shengming. She showed a confused expression on her face and asked. Ace, sister Shengming, why do you mean by that? Shengming, little sister, it may appear simple when husband said using magic in eyes, but it's not. Ace, it's not. Shengming, yes. Because in this case you are not using the magic to reinforce your eyes or something. You are using it to see things far away. It's a whole different thing. Ace still didn't understand and kept on showing confused. Preemies, think of it like you are using two different kinds of magic. First is fireball. Second is fusillade fallerica. You must have known fusillade fallerica, right? Ace nodded and said. Ace, yes. It is one of the spells Lafia use. Preemies, I see. Then I don't need to explain that spell. Anyway, fusillade fallerica is a lot stronger than a fireball, isn't it? Ace, yes. Preemies, so, let me ask you. Just because they both are fire magic, are they both same? Realization struck Ace and she finally understood. Preemies, even if they both are fire magic, why would they both require different chants? One short and one long. Why they have different shapes? Ace, I understand. Preemies, good. Though next time, don't try to do such stuff yourself. If it was so easy, then I would have told you to do it on your own. Like how I told you to hide your body temperature by coating yourself with magic. You did the rest on your own, didn't you? Ace, MN Shengming, little sister, what you were trying to do take years. Even with husband guidance, you will still need months to master it. It can't be learnt in just mere 10 days. Ace's eyes opened wide hearing this. Ace, years. Even with Lord guidance, months. No wonder I had no progress at all. Preemies, anyway. Since you were able to stay underwater in those 10 days instead of staying on the surface of water, it means your fear for water is gone. Ace. Ace startled hearing this. She then started to remember how she spent those days in underwater like it was normal. Ace, and my fear I is gone. She fell into daze because she still can't believe. Ace, I. As she was trying her hard not knowing what to say, Preemies stretched his hand and touched her face. Next, he started to caress her cheek tenderly while showing a gentle smile. Preemies, are you happy now? Ace's eyes turned moist and then instead of tears, a beautiful smile full of happiness and joy appeared on her face. Ace, yes. Preemies, now then. How much longer can you stay in underwater now? Ace, 20 hours and so. Preemies, oh. Ace, it was a hassle to go to the surface again and again. So, every time I tried to take as much deep breath as possible. Then suddenly, I found out that I could stay longer in water than before. But still don't know how. Preemies, took a deep breath again. Ace, MN, Ace nodded and took a deep breath as told. Preemies narrowed his eyes when he saw what was happening. Shengming also showed an astonished expression. Shengming, husband, she. Preemies, she is doing it subconsciously. So, she herself doesn't even realize what she has achieved. Don't tell her. She will figure it out herself. Shengming, okay. Premies then gave Ace a smile and put his hand on her head. Premies, you have no idea what you have achieved, Ace. And it's an achievement. Ace, huh? What did I do? Premies shook his head and continued. Premies, you will figure it out yourself. Then he continued patting her head. Ace looked down and didn't ask. Though she didn't forget to nod. Ace, now that's interesting. She unconsciously compressed the air she took while taking deep breath. Premies, thanks to her wind magic as well as the compressed magic. Agreed. Because she had been using compressed magic ever since you took her, she somehow even compressed her very own wind magic. That's why even if she thinks that she only took deep breath to stay in water for a few minutes, in truth it's hours. Premies, another reason, is her wind magic again. Because of that the speed at which she used up the air in her lungs decreased exponentially. Truly a genius. Premies, well, I can accept nothing less from the heroine of this world. And a child of wind. Premies, true. Premies then looked at Ace, who seemed happy while he was patting her head. Chapter 183, Conspiracy. *A/N, final chapters of this volume 3/20. Morning came. As the rays of the sun touched Orario, people started to wake up one by one. Though by now, there weren't many people left in Orario. Almost 70% of the civilians and adventurers had already left Orario by now. And from the remaining 30% only, there were only 10% civilians, 10% nobles, and 10% adventurers. On top of that, almost all the adventurers were in dungeon. Hence, Orario barely had anyone to protect itself except for the guards on the walls. The civilians who remained were extremely loyal to the Orario. To the point, they were ready to fight to the death with it. They brought out whatever they could fight with, like kitchen knife, stool, wooden stick, and so on. Even children were doing the same. As for nobles, too bad they didn't stay to fight for Orario. They stayed because they had already planned to backstab Orario when they will get the chance. After how Premies made adventurers beat these nobles in front of guild headquarters, now nobles hate adventurers to the core. And they will do anything to get their revenge. Hence, they were also readying their soldiers and hidden adventurers to strike at any moment. Though, they were not the only ones. Even the real Evelis were planning of attacking too. Though, they were confused when the news of them attacking in few days spread when they didn't have such plan before. However, seeing the condition of Orario, they still decided to make their move too. After all, current Orario had never been this weak even in all its history. Premies, 17 days left before Behemoth attack. 15 days for Donatus. Premies was sitting in the living room of the Raven site while looking out of the window. He returned 3 hours ago and was sitting there all this time. Is something the matter? Premies, nope. Ryu softly asked as she approached Premies with a cup of tea in her hands. She put it on the table which was placed in front of him. Premies, you all look relaxed today. Don't you have to go, hostess of fertility? Premies moved his gaze at others in living room. He saw Chloe, Anya, and Lunwar, who were lazing around on sofa and couch. Hearing this, Ryu sighed and sat beside him. Premies didn't say anything at her action. Ryu, yes, today we have holiday. Premies, really? From what I know, hostess of fertility was opened every single day without exception. So, why suddenly? Ryu, you remembered for the last 2 days when we were opening late. Premies, yes. Ryu, it wasn't successful. Because of rapid decrease in civilians and adventurers, even in those 2 days we barely received 10 customers. And now that all the adventurers have either left or were in dungeon, it makes situation even more difficult. So, Mamma Mia decided to give us off for the rest of the week. After that, she will also check whether customers will be coming. If yes, then we will continue, otherwise. Premies, your vacation will go on like this. Ryu, yes. Premies, Well, the way current Orario is, I am sure your vacations won't show any signs of ending soon. Ryu sighed, completely agreeing with Premies. Premies, if that's the case. Premies stopped and swept his eyes on Chloe, Anya, and Lunwar. Premies, why do you 3 woke up this early? You could have slept for more. Chloe, I also wanted to sleep more, but after waking up early all these years, it has become a habit, meow. Lunwar, YAWN. Yes. So, even if we are lazing around, we can't just bring ourselves to sleep. Anya, it's difficult sleeping this early, meow. Premies just shook his head and didn't say anything. Next, he picked up the teacup from the take and took a sip. Ryu, if there's nothing wrong, then what were you thinking about before? Premies, it's just that I remembered Donatus will be happening in 15 days. Ryu, Donatus. Huh. Lunwar, now that I think about it, it's almost 3 months by now since the last one. Chloe, In normal times, gods discuss many things and give alias to adventurers who reached level 2, meow. Anya, but this time I don't there will be any alias given. They will only talk about one thing, meow. Rio, Chloe, Lunwar, and Anya, Evelis. All four said in union. Premies, since the Orario has already become so weak, many gods have already been without any member in their familia. In that case, I am sure they will purpose alliance. Rio frowned before speaking. Rio, not because they want to but because they have no choice. Premies, well, mostly would have already contacted each other by now. And they definitely won't let go of his matter. After all, that's the only way for them to stay in Orario. Chloe, what do mean, meow? Chloe, Anya, and Lunwar hurriedly raised their bodies and looked at Premies attentively. Premies, how can you join an alliance if you can't even provide one member from your familia? Anya, in that case, how can those familia without any member join the alliance, meow? Lunwar, that's why they are contacting other familias. They are definitely asking them to send their members to join their familia. Premies, yes. However, they won't ask for members but just a single member will suffice. Rio, just a single member. Why? Rio asked. She can sense some conspiracy in this. Other three were also not fool. They also realized that it's not as simple as it appeared to be. Hence, all their expressions turned serious. Premies, a single member is all they need to show that they can contribute somewhat to alliance. This will guarantee their spot in alliance. However, since they had already decided to create an alliance, didn't this mean they had also decided who will lead that alliance? As if realization struck them, they opened their eyes wide. Lunwar, you mean they had already decided who they will vote to be alliance head? Why? Premies, think about it, if someone will be chosen as the alliance head then others must follow his order. And that applied to all familias, even the strongest one. Because if they don't then the alliance will crumble. Which result in them becoming the enemies of other gods. Anya, well, that's true. But even then, he or she can't give them unreasonable order, meow. Premies, what if the order is reasonable? Rio, like. Premies, like. Premies paused here. Not only Ryu and others, even Xingming and Ace who were standing behind him completely hidden also put all their attention at Premies. Premies then suddenly smiled. Yet, instead of falling into trance, they felt a chill down their spine. Premies, compared to you strongest familias, other familias are very weak. With barely one member. Hence, why don't you all send a required number of your members to join their familias? By doing this, even the weaker familias like them will have higher chance of survival. Boom. Those words struck them like thunder. They can't believe it. That's just too big of a shock. Required amount won't be much. Like 10 to 15. For high-ranking familias who have hundreds of members, it's not a problem to give that number to a single, low-ranking one. However, if we must give this amount to tens of low-ranking familias then it will become a whole different story. All except Premies and Ophis turned towards the direction of the voice. There at the door of the living room, they saw Hestia and Hephaestus. They both heard everything Premies said and had a serious expression on their face. Premies, Ophis, and Xingming already knew they were returning a long ago. On the other hand, Ace realized it when they entered the Raven site. How? Because now that her control on her wind magic has increased, she found the movement in wind when they entered. Premies, ho. You created them 16 hours before the deadline I give you. Hephaestus, well, not really. The weapons have been made but they need to remain in ice for almost 16 hours before they will be complete. In both Hephaestus and Hestia hands, there was a box. Though it was fully covered, Premies could easily see what's within. Both boxes were filled with ice and the weapons were inside that ice. Hephaestus put both the weapons in the water then asked a magician to freeze the water. That's a really good method. Even though the weapons were inside the ice, they both were still scorching hot. So, as with time when the hot temperature of the weapons would be melting the ice, their own temperature would also fall. In a way, they both were receiving hot and cold temperature at the same time. This will make weapons stronger. Hestia, therefore, when all the ice will be melted into water, that will be the time when these weapons will be done. Premies, I know. Hestia, who had smug on her face, stiffened. She then pouts and looked at Premies. Hestia, can't you let me be proud of myself even for a second? Premies, proud? Tell me the name of a single method that Hephaestus performed when creating these weapons. Do it and I won't mind even if you shout throughout the entire Raven site about your proudness. Hestia, gay. Hestia as if received a punch her gut hearing Premies' words. If he would have said something like, tell me what Hephaestus did, then she would have said Hephaestus hammered the metal, burned it, cooled it, again and again and again. Well, she won't be wrong because that was one of the things Hephaestus did. However, Premies asked the specified name of the method used. It changed things completely. Hephaestus on the other hand sighed looking at Hestia. Since she had exchanged some pointers on blacksmithing with Premies, she already knew that Premies has more knowledge of blacksmith than even she herself. Which still shocked her even now. Hence, how come he won't know this fire and ice method? Witnessing how Hestia was having hard time saying her next words, he called her. Premies, come here, Hestia. Hestia, huh? Hestia showed a confused expression but still approached him. Hestia, what is it, Kyaa? Premies grabbed Hestia's waist, raised her before putting her on his lap. Next, he put his hand on her head and started to pat her gently. Premies, still, your legs must be tired after standing all that time. Let them rest. Hestia, amen. Hestia nodded her head like a chicken as a blush appeared on her face. Ryu, understanding the situation, get up from her seat and sat with Chloe, Anya, and Lenoir. Premies turned his gaze at Hephaestus and pat at the seat beside him. Seeing this, Hephaestus showed a sweat smile before approaching him and sitting down. She leaned back and her body started to relax. After relaxing for a few seconds, she turned her face to Premies. Serious look had returned on her face. Hephaestus, if we give 15 to 20 members to almost all the low-ranking familias, then the strength of our familias will decrease drastically. Even if they only took our low-leveled adventurers. Premies, true. But you can't do anything against it. Can you? Hephaestus, I don't want to believe that even if it's true. Hestia, in that case, the strength of Hephaestus, Loki, Freya, Ganesha, and all other strongest familia will become a lot weaker in an instant. Premies, yes. Premies, and that will also apply on Hermes' familia who always keep the level and names of their members hidden. And he also can't deny the so-called request of sending his members to join weak familias even if he has the backing of arenas. Premies, exactly. Chapter 184, Omen Struck. *A/N, final chapters of this volume 4/20. Hestia, are you trying to say that the one other gods had already chosen as the head of the alliance must be from Evolus? Blushing look had also disappeared from Hestia's face as she also became serious. Premies, I am 90% certain. Silence. Total silence. The entire living room became silent as a grave expression appeared on all their eyes. Hephaestus, we can't let the formation of this alliance. Premies, sorry, even if you, Loki, and Freya joined, you all can do nothing about it. Hestia, that's true. Hephaestus, Loki, and Freya may be the strongest familia in Orario. However, there are more than 60 or above low-ranking familia. In case all of them joined. Hephaestus, we would have no choice but to agree. Otherwise, we will become their common enemies. Hestia. As they all became silent, Anya spoke. Anya, since you already knew all of this, does this mean you also know who this leader of the alliance would be, meow? Hearing this, they all turned to Premies. Premies only smiled but didn't reply. It's him. Premies, for sure. Premies, anyway, I have something to do so I am leaving for now. Meanwhile, Hestia, go to your room and rest. And you too, Hephaestus. Stay here and rest. There are many rooms in the Raven site, pick the open you want. After all, you both had been staying awake for 12 days. Rio, Chloe, Anya, and Lenoir, I leave them to you. Then he picked Hestia from his lap and put her on his seat. Premies, later then. Next, Space Wrapped and Premies disappeared without waiting for any of their response. They just kept on looking at the place. After few seconds, Hestia hysterically screamed. Hestia, he left in the middle conversation just like that. Doesn't he have some manners or something? Let alone Hestia, even Hephaestus was shocked because of Premies suddenly leaving. On the other hand, Rio and others sighed and said a single line in union. Rio, Chloe, Anya, Lenoir, you will get used to it. Hestia. Hephaestus. Premies appeared outside of Raven's sight. Premies, it's time to meet Takamikazuchi. However, then. Slinch. Suddenly the entire world froze and was divided into two colors, black and white. Premies' countenance changed, and an extremely serious expression appeared on her face. Premies, Shengming, protection. Shengming, yes, husband. Shengming appeared behind Premies and touched Ace's shoulder. Ace, who was wondering what's going on, suddenly felt a power covering her as if protecting her. She also felt that her battle senses had sharpened a lot. Becoming shocked, she tried to probe into it but to no avail. Shengming, this is one of my powers. Blessing. Ace, blessing. Shengming nodded but didn't explain. Blessing I. Goddess of life can give her blessing to others in two forms. But if she wants, she can also take it back. Protection. Those who will be given this blessing will be blessed with resistance to different types of attacks/abilities, or be granted with abilities that grant the blessed exceptional luck, battle sense, etc. Resurrection. Those who will be given this blessing can come back to life for once when they are killed. Once resurrected, the blessing will be automatically revoked. Since Premies told Xingming to only give protection blessing, she didn't give resurrection one to Ace. It's not that she didn't want to, but because she can't. You can only receive one type of blessing from the same person. So, it could either be protection or resurrection, but not both. Xingming, husband, should I give my blessing to you too? Premies, no need. In case there's someone or something I can't handle, then this means your blessing won't be able to help against it either. Xingming became dejected but didn't deny that. At this time, Ace also had a good look of Premies' face. And she became startled looking at his face. She had never seen Premies this solemn before. This was enough for her to realize how serious the situation is. She looked at Ophis and Xingming, who also had a similar look. Ace, my Lord, eldest sister, and sister S. Xingming, what's going on? Why the W world suddenly split in black and white sea color? Ace asked in trembling voice. Even though she didn't understand what's going on. If someone as strong as them could some expressions, this means the situation is far worse. When she looked around, she realized that it was not just around them but the entire Orario, or the entire world maybe. Means even the Loki Familia. Hence, she became extremely worried. Premies' face relaxed as he put away his solemn expression. Seeing the extremely worried look on her face, he sighed inwardly. Premies, in the end, her mental is still that of her younger version. Unlike her body, which has grown. Premies pulled Ace into his embrace. He then patted her back and her head. Premies, don't worry. They are fine. Ace, amen. Hearing Premies' words, Ace relaxed somewhat. She remained in his embrace for a few more seconds to calm herself before separating. Xingming, husband. Premies, wait. Premies then hugged Ace again and started to rise. Then he flew towards the top of Babel Tower with Ophis and Xingming following behind. Once reaching the top, he let go of Ace and looked all around. Xingming continued from where she left off too. Xingming, husband, both the space and time of this world has suddenly stopped. Premies, yeah. Premies looked at all the people still present in Orario within his range. And everyone stopped at whatever they were doing. They were not the only ones. It included everything. Birds flying in the sky, water flowing from the tap, even the sun along with its rays and so on all stopped at their place. Premies, Ophis, check Orario's. Tell me whether he is stopped like others or not. Ophis, amen. Ophis nodded and turned towards guild headquarters direction. Then as if her eyes were penetrating through all the obstruction in between. She then saw the prayer room under it. The place where Arena sat on his throne. After taking a quick look, she stopped and answered. Ophis, he has also stopped completely like others. Premies, I see. Another thing. Is only the area around Orario stopped or the entire world? Ophis, it's the entire world. Premies' expressions turned even more grave hearing this. Stopping the entire world like this is something that any only 5th dimensional god, level 25 pseudo-god, or higher can do. Means even Xingming can do this. Yet, this only applied to low-level worlds. Not this Danmachi world. Though if the current Xingming expend a lot of her power, she could still do the same. However, this will only apply to mortals. In other words, even if Xingming stops this world, all gods will remain unaffected by it. Premies, to be able to stop not only this entire world but also all the gods in it, including primordial god like Arenas. This means the one who stopped this world is even stronger than Arenas himself. Premies, there's only one existence stronger than primordial gods in this group. It's Wachter. Premies, the dragon of dreams, great red. Premies, Ophis, can you check whether it's his doing? Wachter's very existing is connected to well-being of the world. Hence, almost no one know of its existence. That's because if the information of the Wachter is released, this means the information of the current group and other groups will also be revealed. As a result, many will then try to either go to the lower group or higher group. That's why Premies didn't say its name. He will tell his permanent members of this high-level information once they will become a real god in future. 3rd level existence, to be more precise. Even though Premies didn't say, Great Red, Ophis still understood his meaning. She narrowed her eyes before raising her head. Her gaze again penetrated through all the obstruction and penetrates out of this world. After a few seconds, she turned her gaze at Premies and shook her head. Ophis, no. Idiot Red is still sleeping in my previous home. Hearing this, Premies smiled at first. Not because Great Red was still in Dimensional Gap but because Ophis called Dimensional Gap her previous home. This clearly indicated that for her Premies was her new home. Premies picked her up from his shoulder, brought her in front. Still, he asked to confirm his thinking. Premies, then where's your new home? Ophis tilted her head cutely, not understanding why Premies was asking such question. But she still answered. Ophis, you are where my home is. Premies' eyes turned moist hearing this. He kissed Ophis' cheeks before putting her back on his left shoulder. Premies, let's go on a date once we are done here, Ophis. Ophis tilted her head again in confusion. She didn't understand what date really is but still nodded since Premies told her to. Ophis, okay. Sheng Ming and Ace, who were standing behind, also saw their interactions. Sheng Ming only showed a smile like always while Ace became envious. Premies, anyway, since it's not his doing, then who? To stop even a primordial god, you need to be above his rank. However, since it's not the Wachter doing, then it could only mean one thing. Premies, I agree. There's a rank higher than primordial god but lower than the Wachter. However, in the history of this group, there was only one such god. And he was also erased by Ophis when he tried to leave this group. Could it be that someone else has also reached that rank? I guess. Premies, Ophis, can you find who stopped this world? Ophis, I can. But Premies, I feel like I know this power. No. I think I know the person who used this power. Premies, you know. Premies looked at Ophis. Ophis, amen. Still, I can't remember. I think I met him a long time ago. This confirmed our previous speculation. There had only been one such god in the history. And since someone else also reached this level, his or her powers will be identical to that god. That's why she is saying she know this power. Premies, yeah. Premies, where? Ophis, there. Ophis pointed her finger at certain direction. Ophis, almost 16,000 kilometers from here. Premies raised his brows. Premies, anything else? Ophis, a portal of some sort has opened there. And many beings are coming out of it. Premies, how much stronger are they? Ophis tilted her head. Before saying simple words. Ophis, they are quite weak. Premies' lips twitched hearing this. Then he made his words more specific. Premies, they are quite weak for you, right? Ophis, amen. Premies sighed hearing this. Before long he shook his head. Premies, I will send some information in your brain. Tell me about their strength after digesting that. Then Premies sent the information in Ophis' brain. She closed her eyes to digest it for a few seconds before opening them again. Premies, so. Ophis, every single one of them have the strength to destroy a country and large country. There's even some who have the strength to destroy a continent. Ace, what? Ace shouted hearing this. Ace, strength to destroy a country and continent. Do this mean they are level 9 or above? Premies, no. Ace, huh? Premies, it's a bit complicated, so I will give you details later. For now, what you need to know is, strength to destroy a country and large country means they are max level 4 and level 5 respectively. As for the strength to destroy a continent, this means they are max level 6. Ace, is that so? Premies, yes. Don't worry, I will explain in future. Ace nodded with dumbfounded expression. Well, it's not her mistake that she doesn't know what kind of existence adventurers of this world really are. In case they go to other worlds, they will realize even that level 1 adventurer who everyone looked down on, can be called a giant powerhouse in lower worlds. Premies, yeah. They don't know how broken this Danmachi world system is. It's the power given by real third-level existences after all. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Preparation before the Final Battle, Part 1. *A/N, Final Chapters of this Volume 5/20ths. Premies shook his head, and just when he was planning to greet these uninvited guests, Twilight spoke. Premisai. Premies, stop shouting in my head. Cough sorry about. Premies, what happens? You remembered I told you that you will soon be going to face a life-threatening danger. Premies raised his brows. Premies, you don't mean, now? Yes. At first, I was not sure even when my danger sense went haywire. However, now that your Empress has confirmed the birth of a new, at $% God, I am sure. Premies, never thought it would be this soon. We just talked 2 to 3 days. Even though you said it could happen anytime within the 4 months. Yet, this soon. I know. What now? I told you that you will face such situation just when you will about to go to the next world. Premies, and since this happens, it means once I will resolve this matter, I will be on the next world. Yes. Premies, oh boy. Premies started to rub his head in frustration. Premies, this means I need to put all my plans in this world on hold. That appears to be the case. Premies, it's the worst case scenario. Premies stopped rubbing his forehead and looked at all the Orario. Premies, I came Orario just 3 months ago. In which on the second month I was in deep slumber while this third month is just half completed. So, basically, I only spent 1.5 months in this world. No. Did you forget the 1 year time you spent in that forest to train yourself? Premies, for me, that didn't count. Premies, since it's the dangerous situation, this means it's also any opportunity. A smile appeared on Premies' face. Premies, killing level 4, level 5, or level 6 will give a huge amount of Excelia. This means even with the penalty I can increase by stats fast. Premies, ace. Ace, why yes, my lord. Premies, a great opportunity has come to our door. These beings who came must be invaders. Ace, invaders. Premies, yup. It's obvious that we will kill them. Ace eyes turned cold, and she nodded. Ace, however, lord, how is this opportunity? Premies, even though you have the strength of max level 5 adventurer, you are still level 1. On the other hand, they all are genuine level 4, 5, and 6. So, imagine how much Excelia you will gain after killing them. Ace opened her mouth slightly hearing this. She also realized it's really a great opportunity for her. Then she frowned. Ace, lord, it really is a great opportunity. But I am still level 1. Hence, I won't earn any Excelia. Premies, I know. That's why I have a plan. Premies then turned to Ace and looked directly into her eyes. Premies, listen Ace, I am going to send you somewhere. You will be spending 3 weeks in that place fighting non-stop. On top of that, you must use extreme image training every day. In other words, if you will include 210 days from the extreme image training along with 21 days of the 3 weeks. You will be spending 231 days fighting. Ace. Premies, in these 231 days, your goal is to master your skills to the limit. They both are only at H. I know it sounds cruel but until you don't master them to F rank, I won't level you up. No matter what. Ace, I can. Premies, no, it's not as easy as it appears to be Ace. Mastering skills take a lot more time than even the stats themselves. It's true that there are just 2 more ranks to go after H rank, yet those ranks might even take forever if you won't go deeper into understanding them. Ace. Premies, and the most important thing, you will be fighting non-stop with barely any rest in those 231 days. As a result, there's high chances that you will lose the sense of yourself and will turn into nothing but emotionless machine who want to do nothing but kill everything front in its eyes. So, I will say it now. Premies' eyes became extremely cold, and he said in icy tone. Premies, once you will return and attack me, I will kill you on the spot. Ace's body trembled violently hearing this, she had a feeling that Premies will definitely kill her. Premies, when I took you under me, I already told you. I want a weapon, a sword that only I can wield. If that sword turned towards its owner, then I will destroy it myself. Ace became completely silent. She gave it some thoughts. Because didn't tell her to do it but asked her, this means she could reject it. Still, when she gave it some thought. Ace, my lord, I want to do it. Premies, are you sure? You can decline it and take it slowly. In response, she shook her head and continued. Ace, no. I am willing to do anything to become stronger. So, I don't want to let go of this opportunity. Premies smiled seeing the resolve in Ace's eyes. Premies, then be ready. For you it might be 231 days but for us it would only be a moment. Ace nodded. Even if she didn't understand how, she still didn't ask. In the next second, Premies' Sharingan started to change. The 3 tomos joined and formed a new pattern. Seeing into that pattern, let alone Ace even Xingming started to tremble. Premies, ready. Ace, you Premies, Tsukuyumi. Be dumb. Ace heard her own heartbeat once. She then opened her eyes and found herself in an open area. No matter where her eyes went, she could only see a barren land. Next, she looked up and got shocked. The sky was red in color with some black clouds moving around slowly. However, the most terrifying thing was a giant glowing crimson moon. Ace gulped nervously seeing that. She felt that as if that moon could fall on her any moment. Nevertheless, the ground suddenly started trembling which brought her out of her thoughts. Godo. 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 Ace looked in front and a cold sweat appeared on her forehead. In front of her, a big horde of not only monsters but also adventurers were rushing towards her. All of them had a savage look on their face and were emitting a strong aura. Not only that but they also numbered in at least 100,000. Ace, I am having a feeling that once I will kill them more will become. She then took a deep breath and drew out her lambent light. Next, she also rushed towards them. Premies and others were looking at Ace. For her it might be 231 days, but for them only a moment. And just when that moment passed, light returned in Ace's eyes. But boom. A huge killing intent exploded from Ace. The killing intent was so strong that if time was not frozen, then everyone would have been able to sense it. And that's not all. Along with killing intent, wind also started to gather around her. Bellow. Growl. Wail. Howl. That was not a normal tornado like before. This tornado was full of rage. As it will destroy everything that will stand in its way. Not only that, but the color of the wind was also not the usual green but black. That's just like Tempest Avenger. The one she created when fighting against Revis in plot and when fighting you for the first time. Preemies, it's a lot stronger though. Agreed. Rumble. Woo. The tornado around Ace kept on becoming more and more stronger. It was even to the point that the entire Babel Tower started to shake. If Ariel was like an armor of wind around Ace, then this was like a fortress of wind. The wind was so violent that it could make anyone sacred shitless. Yet Preemies, Ophis, and Xingming remained unfazed. Then suddenly Ace drew out her lambent light and attacked Preemies, who was in front. Preemies, stop. Preemies gave a telepathic message to Ophis and Xingming, who were about to move. Xingming wanted to stop Ace while Ophis was going to erase her. However, hearing Preemies' words, they stopped on their tracks. Preemies just kept on looking at Ace, whose lambent light was about to touch his neck without any change in expression. However, it stopped just 1 millimeter away from his neck. Ace, L Lord, D did I s sucky ed. Preemies looked at Ace's face. One of her eyes was complete emotionless while the other had some emotions in it. And a tear also came out of that eye. Instead of answering directly, Preemies walked past her arm and stopped in front of her. Next, he put his hand on the back of her head and pulled her into his embrace. Preemies, yes. You succeed, and with flying colors. Ace, I see. The corner of Ace's lips rose as she closed her eyes to rest. She really was extremely tired after so much fighting. Soon, she went into a deep slumber. Seeing that Black Wind, now she had even surpassed both Lily and Haruheim. Preemies didn't reply. He just kept on patting Ace's head while hugging her tightly. Preemies, not only that but she also exceeds all my expectations. Creating a technique which even surpass Ariel. Heh. What a perfect weapon I get my hands on. Preemies then looked at the sleeping Ace again with a chilling smile. Preemies, if all hero and heroines of all the world are just like her, then I must get my hands on all of them, of course not the male protagonists. Such talent. Such potential. Now I am getting even more excited. Next, he made Ace sit before siding her hairs to expose her naked back. He then pricked his finger, let the blood flow before touching Ace's back. The blood split into 2 lines and started to form a symbol. Soon, a painting of a raven soaring the sky was made. The painting turned from blood-red color to pitch black. Croak. The sound of raven croaking was heard. The light emitting from the symbol started to become more and more intense. Soon, it faded away. Before her new status could appear, both her equipment shone for a second and returned normal. It may appear that nothing had changed. However, their power had increased a lot. Since it will take a few more seconds before Ace's new status will appear, Preemies decided to check her upgraded equipment. Origin, Sword Princess Armor. Type, Armor, Light Armor. Rank, I. Defense, 1002. Soulbound, Ace Wallenstein. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Wind Immunity, FE. Damage Reduction, FE. Details. Wind Immunity, E. Nullifies 15% of the damage taken by attack that contains or use wind magic. Damage Reduction, E. Reduce the damage taken by 15%. Preemies, before wind immunity and damage reduction could only nullifies and reduce 10% of the damage. Now it's 15%. Not bad. In other words, against a wind user, the damage she will take will be decreased by 30%. Preemies, yeah. Preemies then checked her Azure Lambent Light. Origin, Lambent Light. Type, Weapon, Rapier. Rank, I. Attack, 1002. Soulbound, Ace Wallenstein. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Wind Mastery, FE. Accelerate, FE. Details. Wind Mastery, E. The cost of using wind magic will be decreased by 15% and its power will be further increased by x 1.5. Accelerate, E. Increase the attack and movement speed by 50%. Preemies, just like her wind immunity and damage reduction, the cost of wind magic is also decreased from 10% to 15%. On top of that, its power is also increased from x1 to x1.5. Even though it only increased by x0.5, it means it increases from 100% to 150%. It's really a great boost. However, Chapter 186, Preparation before the Final Battle, Part 2. *A/N, Final Chapters of this Volume 6/20ths. Premies put his attention on other skill, Accelerate. Premies, before it only increases the attack and movement speed by 25% but now it's 50%. It doubled. That's really astounding. Premies. You really hit the jackpot this time. Premies became confused hearing Twilight remark. Then he stopped looking into Ace's equipment and turned towards her stats. Seeing it even he got a bit shocked. Though, in the next moment an excited look appeared on his face. Premies, yeah. I really did. Status. Name, Ace Wallenstein. Age. Existence level. Level 1 level. Strength, SSS, I. Endurance, SSS, I. Dexterity, SSS, I. Agility, SSS, I. C. Magic, SSS, I. Per stats. Current level, 2000. Overall, 2. Enhanced mode, 4. With equipment, 5006. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Ventus Fury I, HFE. Wind Manipulation I, HFE. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, Ventus means wind. Premies only glanced at her stats and didn't give it much thought. However, when he saw her skills rank, that's what shocked him. Premies, at level 1 skills limit is F. At level 2 their limit reach E. Yet, Ace's skills already reach E rank. In other words, she just needs to max her stats and she can be leveled up to 3. Premies, and we also have a perfect stage for that. Premies looked towards the direction of the portal. Premies, looks like by the time we will leave this world Ace will be level 3. Yes. After copying Ace's status on a paper, Premies bought a mattress from Twilight's shop and put Ace gently on it. Last but not the least, he activated his power which had merged with Ace's brain to increase the speed of her recovery. Because after going through all of that in those 231 days, Ace would remain sleeping for at least 3 months or so. Too bad, they didn't have such luxury of time. Premies, I leave her to you. Shengming also sat on the mattress and put Ace's head on her lap so that she can feel more comfortable. Premies, now it's my turn. What are you planning? Premies, since this battle will be very dangerous, I want to have some insurance. So, I am going to unlock by Mangekyo Sharingan permanently. It's impossible. You are still not strong enough to do it. You could only activate it temporarily, and that's what you used up on Ace just now. Hence, you need to wait for at least 1 year to be able to use it again. And that will still be temporarily one, not the permanent one. Premies, I know. However, if I only want to unlock one of its techniques, it could be possible. 1. Premies, yes. Since I have the strongest Sharingan, it's obvious that my Mangekyo Sharingan will also be strongest. That's why compared to Itachi who could put people in his Tsukuyomi for 3 days, I could do that for 3 weeks. But never once said that was my limit. Wait a minute. You don't mean? Premies, yes. I can put someone under my Tsukuyomi for not 3 weeks but for 3 months by using almost negligible amount of power. How is this possible? Premies, it's because of my elemental sight. After acquiring it by normal illusions became as strong as Tsukuyomi. In other words, since you already acquired such strong illusion, Tsukuyomi don't have to create it again, it decreased the burden of using it drastically. Premies, exactly. Premies, Ophis, what are they doing right now? Ophis, they are coming out of the portal and are standing in order one by one. Premies, so, they are also preparing before attacking. Huh. Ophis, men. They are also very relaxed. Premies, well, they must be thinking that everyone froze. That's why their guards are down for now. Ophis nodded, completely agreeing with Premies' statement. Premies, in that case, I still have some time. Premies then sat down on the edge with his legs down and closed his eyes. What technique you are planning on unlocking complete? Premies, Tsukuyomi. Why? Why not Amaterasu? Premies, Amaterasu required a whole different concept. Hence, it will take more time. On top of that, I have no intention of unlocking it before unlocking Inferno style, flame control. I see. In case you will unlock Amaterasu now, then it could only be used to attack in a single way. If you unlock Inferno style, flame control, then not only can you control those flames but also prevent a scenario in which your own people will get hit or touch those flames. Preemies, yes, on top of that, Tsukuyomi will be unlocked quite easily now. How? Preemies, Tsukuyomi affect 3 things. First, sense of vision, to cast strong illusion. Second, sense of touch, to inflict pain. Third, time, to affect person's perception of time. Amen. Preemies, I have already mastered the first step. Once I will succeed in not only mastering the sense of touch but also combining it within my illusions, it will do the trick. I see. In that case, it will not only make your illusion more powerful since you will add the sense of touch but will also unlock Tsukuyomi permanently. After all, the only thing left will be perception of time and combing all 3 together. Tsukuyomi will do it. Preemies, alright. Now be quiet. I need to understand sense of touch more so that I can merge it with my illusions. Okay. Preemies made himself fell deeper in his memories. Since his elemental sight awakened, he always kept on receiving countless information. In which, he had also seen how the sense of touch affected the people. He remembered how the touch receptors present in your skin send signals. How these signals traveled along with sensory nerves made up of bundled fibers that connect to neurons in the spinal cord. Then signals move to the thalamus, which relays information to the rest of the brain. And then how it stopped at somatosensory cortex, which received the information from all the touch receptors located throughout the body. That's where all these signals were translated into touch perception. And that's where brain defined which was the signal of pain or pleasure or hard or soft or so on. Preemies, once I will combine them, then I can even interfere with person's sense of touch just like sense of vision. By making brain confused about which is the signal of pain. It will also make me increase the amount of pain they will receive or experienced by the brain. Next, Preemies started to understand the sense of touch more. Even though after becoming omniscient he has a lot of information, merging sense of touch with his illusion still took time. Why? Because his illusion already affects sense of vision. Hence, while adding sense of touch into it, he must make sure that both will be balanced equally. Otherwise, one of them won't work. 1 month went by. Preemies finally opened his eyes. They were emitting blood-red radiance but also were emitting a boundless power. 3 Tomo had already merged and formed a pattern. That pattern was rotating slowly and slowly. Preemies finally unlocked this Mangekyo Sharingan permanently. *A/N, Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding! Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, has been permanently unlocked. Without wasting any time, Preemies opened the status to check it. The eye that reflects the heart, Sharingan. Abilities. 1. Eye of Insight. 2. Eye of Hypnotism. 3. Eye of the Spirit. 4. Heavenly Eyes, New. Heavenly Eyes, New. Mangekyo Sharingan, also known as the Heavenly Eyes that see the truth of all of creation without obstruction, is an advanced form of the Sharingan. These eyes not only retain all other eye power abilities but also increase their strength further. These eyes also grant powerful abilities. Tsukuyomi, one of the most powerful genjutsu, illusion technique, in existence and is said to represent spiritual world and darkness. After making eye contact with a target, you can trap them in an illusion of your design. Through this unprecedented ability you can alter target's perception of time. 1 second time within Tsukuyomi's illusion is equivalent to 1 × 10⁻³ -13 seconds of real time. Be careful while using this. Compared to Itachi, who can cause someone to live through decades in the span of a few moments, you can cause someone to live through millenniums. It must be because you have completely merged the sense of vision and sense of touch with your normal Sharingan. This caused your Tsukuyomi to become even stronger. *A/N, 1 millennium means 1,000 years. Preemies nodded. Preemies, I will start mastering my Mangekyo Sharingan later. For now, I need to think of different things. Preemies looked in front and now can see things even far. Preemies, my activating Mangekyo Sharingan, my all others eye techniques also became stronger. Especially my elemental sight. Before it was 500 m/5 km/50 km, now it has become 1 km/10 km/100 km. It's amazing. Of course, it is. How can Mangekyo Sharingan be so weak? Now you can use your origin force, Silverhorn Trident, to kill someone from 10 kilometers away. Preemies, yeah. Preemies then closed his eyes and opened them again. 3 Tomo has returned as he deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan and returned it to normal Sharingan. Since he deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan, elemental sight range also returned to 500 m/5 km/50 km. Next, he stood up. Even though a month has passed for him, but for the world it's still the same. He turned and looked at Xingming and Ace, who were standing behind him. Ace woke up after sleeping for 3 weeks. She was also shocked when she saw her new status. Now she only needs to gain enough Excelia to level up again. Premies, Ace, before leaving, you should go and see Loki Familia one last time. Ace, why are you saying this, my lord? Premies, even if we will succeed in solving this problem, we won't be able to return for a decade or more. Ace, what? Premies, once getting rid of those outside, we will be going to enter that portal. That portal can only be destroyed from inside. We must destroy that portal, only then will it stop pouring those beings out and the time of this world will start moving again. And the moment we will destroy the portal, we won't be able to return to not Orario but this world. Ace, will we die? Ace asked in shivering tone. In response, Premies shook his head. Premies, no, we won't. Instead, we will be thrown to different world. Ace, so, we can return. Premies, yes. But I won't guarantee how many years it will take. Ace. Ace became silent and moved her gaze towards the direction of Twilight Manor. She already knew that all the main members of Loki Familia were currently in dungeon. While only a few adventurers who can protect the Twilight Manor in case it will be attacked were there along with Loki. While she started to reminisce in the memories she spent with them, Shengming approached Premies. Shengming, what about you, husband? Don't you want to see them one last time? Premies, me. Premies thought for a second before a genuine smile appeared on his face. Then he shook his head. Premies, I think I will pass. I don't think I will be able to leave after seeing them. Shengming also became sad hearing this. But she knew its truth. Premies, to me people are just tools. However, I never thought I will start getting attached to them. But you are happy, aren't you? Premies only smiled and didn't reply. Ophis, who was sitting on left shoulder as if understood what Premies was feeling. So, she started to pat his head. Not only her, even Shengming approached Premies right and hugged his arm. As if trying to console him. Ace, my lord, I think I will also pass. Premies turned his gaze at Ace, who stood on his left. Ace, I also think I won't be able to bring myself to leave once I will see them. Premies, I see. Premies then brought his left hand and hugged Ace's shoulder. Ace also smiled sweetly because of this. Be ready. By now there will be a lot of level 7, 8 or 9 beings outside. And once you will enter the portal there are 99.9% chances you will facing many dimensional gods. Worst case scenario, even real gods will join the fray since this portal is opened by that god. Premies, I know. Next, Premies hugged Shengming from the right and Ace from the left. Ophis floated down and hugged his chest. Then Premies started to rose in the air while hugging all three. They all gave Orario one last glance. Premies, let's go. Ophis, Shengming, and Ace, MN. Once they all nodded, Premies penetrates through the air at an extreme speed, leaving Orario behind and towards the direction of the portal. Towards the final battle in this world. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, to the battlefield. Hello, readers. Sorry, but the remaining chapters will take time since my exams are around the corner. So, I want to spend more time in studying. Hence, I don't have much time to write new chapters. I hope you all understand. Thank you. *A/N, final chapters of this volume 7/20. As they were flying towards the destination, Premies thought about something. Premies, Ophis, you remember the soul which was trying to enter this world? Ophis, MN. Premies, I told you to remember its signature. Can you find it? Ophis, found him. Premies, is he also stopped like everyone or moving? Ophis, stopped. Premies, Is there something inside him which was trying to move or break through this time stopped? Ophis, there really is something inside him. However, even that thing stopped completely. Premies, I see. Since that fated one just got his system must still be weak. Hence, it also failed to break through this time stop along with its host. Premies, true. Since he is also still right now, you can extract his system. Premies, no need. I was just worried that he will also go to that battlefield to become strong faster. As a result, it will be suicide. If he dies, his system will also leave to find a new host. Now I don't need to worry about it. I won't deny that. Still, what if he will die after you leave this world? That time you still won't be able to get your hands on it. Premies, don't worry. System won't let its host die just like this. Even though it can't save him from, at $% God, it would still be able to find or give something so that its host won't die at the hands of monsters and adventurers. And since gods are not allowed to release their arcanum in this lower world. That's true. Premies, on top of that, it's useless to get my hands on the system which is still so weak. I see. Premies, Ace. Ace, yes, my lord. Premies, when you returned from the world where I sent you to master your skills, instead of greenish wind, the wind around you were blackish. What was that? Ace, oh that. That was something I created while fighting in that world. It combines all my skills along with my killing intent. Premies, not bad. Now that you have leveled up, your equipment has also become stronger. So, currently you have the strength of max level 6 adventurer. If you will use Ariel, you can fight on par with a level 7 adventurer. And if you will use your new move, then you can fight on par with a level 8 adventurer. Ace, yes. Premies, so, what is the name of that move of yours? Ace shook her head and looked at Premies. Ace, how about you give a name to it too, my lord? Premies, is that so? Let's see. Premies, to be honest, I never thought Ace will be able to create that new move. I agree. That move was an upgraded version, Tempest Avenger. In the plot, Ace combined her Ariel with her Avenger skill to create that. However, after becoming your permanent member and gaining new skills, she lost her old skills. That also includes Avenger. As a result, it was basically impossible to create it again. But Premies, instead of combing it with Avenger, she combined all her skills with her killing intent. Agreed. And the reason this skill is a lot stronger is because Avenger only increased Ace's attack power against monsters, massively increases her attack power against dragon-type monsters, and the effect rose based on her hate. Yet, this skill can't be used when fighting others like humans. Premies, however, since she used her killing intent, it can be used on anyone. Yes. Premies, Tempestus Oxidir. Ace, Tempestus Oxidir. Ace muttered the name for few times before nodding her head. Ace, yes. I will use that name from now on. Premies smiled while looking at Ace. Premies, Sheng Ming, you don't need to fight outside. You will fight when we enter the portal. Sheng Ming, okay. *A/N, Tempestus means tempest. Oxidir means to kill or killing intent. Soon, they almost reached the location. Once they reached almost 100 kilometers in distance, Premies counted their numbers. Premies, 5,946. Huh. Premies, Ace. There are many level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 enemies. Even if you can fight on a par with level 8 adventurer after using Tempestus Oxidir, don't go directly to them. First kill those who are level 4, 5 and 6. As I had told you before, you didn't need to update your status all the time. Only when you are about to level up because of you will become strong even when fighting. Ace, okay. Premies, now then. Premies looked in front and narrowed his eyes. Premies, even if no dimensional god came out of the portal, I can still sense the power of pseudo-gods. Premies and others kept on looking in front and reached the destination. From the height of 10 kilometers in the sky, Premies and others saw the invaders that were standing in a formation with discipline. Ace opened her eyes wide seeing that. Ace, too many. Even Orario didn't have this many high-level adventurers in past, let alone now. Invaders looked exactly like any other humans. With the help of elemental sight, Premies read their information and confirmed their race. They really were human. However, along with humans, there were many other races. Premies ignored them for now and looked at the beings who were guarding the portal. Premies, all of them are level 11, 12 and 13 pseudo-gods. Then Premies moved his gaze to look at some specific people or group. Seeing all these people, a smile appeared on Premies' face. Premies, interesting. To think I will see cultivators this soon. Premies, let's go, Ace. Don't show them any mercy. They have come to invade this world after all. Ace, MN, Ophis and Xingming separated themselves from Premies and hid their presences again. They knew that they didn't need to join this fight. They left this to Premies and Ace since they both need to increase their stats. Whistle. A whistling sound was heard. All invaders who were standing in a formation raised their head. There they saw a red light like that of asteroid approaching them extremely fast. All their hairs rose in the end. Still, instead of panicking, they hastily cast their spells or used their artifacts, treasures or so on to protect themselves. Once all that combined, a colorful barrier was made in front of them, protecting them. Still. Shatter. It broke in the next instant like a glass and that red light slammed at them. Boom. An explosion occurred and swallowed many inside it. 60 drops of blood essence acquired. 60 drops of blood essence acquired. 40 drops of blood essence acquired. 80 drops of blood essence acquired. 50 drops of blood essence acquired. 70 drops of blood essence acquired. Cloud of dust rose for a few seconds before it settled down. By now all the invaders could see two people standing in the very middle of a huge crater. The man was heavenly handsome while the woman was heavenly beauty. Looking at them all got shocked. Not because they were heavenly handsome and heavenly beauty. No. That was also one of the reasons. But the main reason was that they can't believe someone could still move after this world stopped. Compared to killing the members of Ishtar Familia, this time I really get a lot of it. Hearing the men's words, all of them came out of their stupor. Ace showed a confused expression, not understanding what Premies meant. Still, she didn't ask. While Premies was looking at all the Twilight's prompt window, all other invaders had circled around them, closing all escaping routes. Next, all their eyes started to glow. And in the next instant, all of them flabbergasted. They tried again and received the same result. Premies smirked, seeing their expressions and useless efforts. Premies, appraisal. Huh. Hee hee. Too bad it's useless. Even if you have the skill of Belcranel, Liaris Freeze, which let him attain SS and SSS stats. The limit of it is also SSS, 1500. Beyond this is not possible because one's body won't be able to handle more power. However, both mine and my permanent member's stats reach beyond it, which is impossible in logical way. Hence, appraisal can't identify the exact strength. The same case is for skills. The skills I provide are very strong and had never appeared before. Why? Because following your words, I not only found the strongest skills but also fused them to create a new skill. Because of that, appraisal can't identify these skills either. Premies, yeah. Still, I never expect all of them to have appraisal skill. Must be his, her doing again. Premies didn't reply, but he also agreed with Twilight's words. And just like Premies and Twilight said, when all these invaders' eyes glowed, they used appraisal on check Premies and Ace strength. But the results shocked them. Status. Name. Alias, the Black Swordsman. Age. Level. Strength. Endurance. Dexterity. Agility. Magic. Development skills. Skills. Magic. Status. Name. Alias, Sword Princess. Age. Level. Strength. Endurance. Dexterity. Agility. Magic. Development skills. Skills. Magic. Except level, age, and alias, they can't see anything. In case Premies and Ace would have used or had something which prevented others from reading their information, that it would have made sense. However, their appraisal can read the information, but it can't identify what skills they had. In other words, the skills possessed by Premies and Ace is completely foreign to even their appraisal itself. A new skill. If they gave it some thoughts. At this time, one of the invaders stepped forward. He was emitting a powerful aura, his guard was all-time high up, and he was ready to draw out his two swords from his back. Invader 1, this man is wearing the midnight coat. And the sword behind his back is definitely Elucidator. This means he came from the world of Sword Art Online, or he has a Sword Art Online system. Still. That invader looked at Premies, who was looking at the side. Invader 1, his eyes. They are Sharingan. That's something you can only obtain from the world of Naruto. You can't go to two worlds. Hence, it could only be either Sword Art Online world or Naruto world. However, the only thing he has from Naruto world is Sharingan. That invader then glanced at his, and his eyes met with another person. Surprising, this person also had Sharingan. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. Private chat. Ryo-shun, this person has not only the equipment from Sword Art Online world but also has Sharingan from Naruto world. Did he come from Naruto world? Ryota Uchiha, no. He didn't. With my Sharingan I have checked the flow of power inside him. So, I am sure that he doesn't have any chakra inside him. It's like the flow of magic inside you. Ryo-shun, can you confirm once more? Ryota Uchiha, give me a second. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. 3 Tomo in the second invader eyes started to rotate and formed a new pattern. Then he closed his eyes and opened them again. It was shockingly Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. The one Sasuke used before he got his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The invader then looked at Premies attentively before shaking his head. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. Private chat. Ryota Uchiha, just like said before. He doesn't have any chakra but magic. Ryo-shun, this means he came from Sword Art Online world. He must have come across a transmigrator of Naruto world at some point who had Sharingan. Ryota Uchiha, yeah. He must have killed him and implanted his eyes. Ryo-shun, that appeared to be a case. Ryota Uchiha, bastard. How dare he has audacity of humiliating an Uchiha. I will make him pay for it dearly. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. At this time, Premies moved his gaze from Twilight Prompt towards the invaders in front. Then he smiled. Chapter 188, Final Battle Begins, Part 1. *A/N, Final Chapters of this Volume 8/20ths. Seeing Premies smile, all the invaders suddenly felt a chill down their spine. Premies ignored everyone present around for now and turned his gaze at the two invaders. One was at the front while the other was at the side. The one in front was wearing cladded in a knight armor and had two swords behind him, while the other one was wearing shinobi clothes and had Mangekyo Sharingan. Premies, ho! That knight armor is the Integrity Knight armor from Sword Art Online, Alicization Dash. And the other has Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan from Naruto Shippuden. Premies, Ace. Ace, yes, my lord. Premies, the one in front who was wearing knight armor and the other who has almost same eyes as mine are going to be your strongest opponents. Both are level 10. Confront them at the last. Ace, MN. What about you, lord? Premies, me. Premies then glanced at the pseudo-gods who were protecting the portal and said, Premies, I also have my opponents. No. Let's say some appetizers before the main dish. Ace, okay. Premies, remember to always remain calm and don't listen to what your enemy is saying. Start by killing weaker ones. I will make sure they both won't interfere just yet. Nodding her head, Ace grabbed the handle of lambent light and drew it out. Shin. Ryoshun narrowed his eyes when he saw Ace drew out her sword. In the next instant, he frowned. Ryoshun, how is this possible? That sword is definitely lambent light, even though it is azure in color instead of cyan. However, I am sure. After all, I am from Sword Art Online world and had seen Yuki Asuna using it. SSH. Another sound of drawing attracted his attention. He turned and saw Premies who also drew out his elucidator. Seeing it, he cursed inwardly. Ryoshun, damn. It really is elucidator, a genuine one. And the coat he is wearing is definitely a genuine midnight coat too. Even though they are darker in color, they are the real deal. As Ryoshun started to curse more, he received another message from Ryota Uchiha. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. Private chat. Ryota Uchiha, what to do now? Those weapons definitely belong the protagonist and heroine of Sword Art Online world. You understand what this means, don't you? Ryoshun, yes. There are only two ways to attain the weapons of hero and heroines. One is by completing a world mission. Another is to buy it from the system shop. Ryota Uchiha, yeah. And both are difficult. World mission can only be done by guilds who have 1,000 or more members. On the other hand, buying it from the shop is even more difficult. Ryoshun, I know. The cost of lambent light is 10 billion points. Let alone elucidator, whose cost is 15 billion points. Ryota Uchiha, what about dark repulsor? Ryoshun, 20 billion points. While divine objects like night sky blade, blue rose swords, and so on are even more expensive. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. Swoosh. As they were still having private chat, Ace rushed at them. Since they both were on guard, it didn't catch them with surprise. Ryoshun sneered since Ace rushing towards him. Even though Ace was fast, to him she was still slow. Though just when he was about to attack back, Ace jumped and passed over his head. Seeing this he narrowed his eyes. Ryoshun, so, you want to take care of weak ones first. Dream on. Shing. Shing. He drew his two blades and moved to attack Ace. Although, in the next instant, he brought both blades in front crossing them to block. Swish. Clang. Ryoshun, coup. He stopped the attack in the last moment but the force behind it still pushed him back a couple of steps. After stabilizing himself, he raised his head and saw Premies standing in his previous spot. Ryoshun, fast. Ryoshun kept the calm expression on his face but inwardly he was shocked. In case his instincts didn't kick in then he would have been dead. That's what he thought. Not only that even both his hands holding the two blades had also became numb after blocking that attack. Ryoshun, and strong too. Premies who was looking at Ryoshun didn't follow up with attack because the moment he pushed Ryoshun back, from the side he could see a giant fireball approaching him. By the time Ryoshun stabilized himself, fireball was already in front of Premies. Ryota Uchiha, fire style, fireball jutsu. Still, elucidator moved before the fireball could touch Premies and cut it in two. Slash. Godo. Godo. Boom. Boom. Once the fireball was cut into two split rock domes came out of earth. They both were at the either side of Premies and then they moved to close themselves along with crushing and smashing Premies in between. Ryota Uchiha, Earth Style, Mountain Jutsu. Premies, Premies looked down and saw that mud was covering his feet to stop him from escaping and dodging. However, there's something else he also saw with his elemental sight. The mud that was holding him on the place and the two domes that were approaching him, both had bits of white clays hidden inside them. Premies, interesting. Premies chuckled seeing this and the dome closed with a bang. Bang. Now with Premies inside the dome, the bits of white clay inside the dome and mud exploded. Kaboom. A giant mushroom of explosion rose in the sky. The force behind it forced everyone back. Even Ryushan and Ryota Uchiha who did this also retreated. The dust rose and it became difficult for the weak ones to see inside. This explosion was as big as Nuke 1. Slash. Splurt. Ace who killed another one narrowed her eyes and turned to look at the middle of explosion. She already knew that Premies was in the middle of it. Ace, my lord. She muttered under her breath and then all of a sudden, her hair stood on the end. She hurried used her wind magic to prevent herself from breathing any air. Ace, the air has become poisonous. To think this explosion even contained poison in it. Looks like they really are going to be my toughest opponent. She then glanced at some invaders who drank some kind of portion hurriedly. Noticing this she confirmed her theory. Ace, must be antidote. Ace then thought of something, a smirk appeared on her face. She used her wind magic and attacked at the vial of those invaders who hadn't taken the antidote yet. Whoosh. Many sharp gusts of the winds attacked and shattered the vials. Crack. Shatter. All invaders caught by surprise when they saw this. They didn't even realize what happened. In normal times, these invaders would have been to see Ace's attack. However, this time it was different. Because of Nuke explosion, the wind around them had become unstable. Ace hid her own wind attack between this wind, hence they failed to react. Invaders looked at the broken vial in their hand and the potion inside it which was mixing and disappearing in the wind. As a result, they all started to panic. Because of this panic, they ignored Ace who approached them and started killing them. Slash. Splurt. Stab. BWAH. After killing those near her, she gave the Premies location one last look before rushing towards other invaders. After moving some distance away, Ryushan looked at the center of explosion. Ryota Uchiha also stood at his side. He was also looking at the same location. None of them believed that this explosion could kill Premies. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. Private chat. Ryota Uchiha, what are thinking about? Ryushan, his equipment. After doing many missions, bonus missions, and so on I was able to collect 4.7 billion points. I was excited that once I will collect 5 billion, I will be able to buy Midnight Coat. Yet, seeing him possess not only Midnight Coat but also Elucidator, all my excitement went down to drain. Heck, he even has the title of the Black Swordsman. The condition of attaining this title is very stingy. Ryota Uchiha, I see. No wonder you are sulking. However, don't you think it works in your favor now? Once we will kill him, you can get both without spending any points. Ryushan, don't make me laugh. How can someone who obtained all three be weak? Ryota Uchiha, well, I won't deny that. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. By now dust had started to settle down. Both increased their vigilance again. Even though they knew that attack can't kill Premies, they still hoped it could. Worst, at least injury him severely. Though, the reality was mostly different than one thought. Step. 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 Sounds of steps was heard from between the dust cloud. Then a figure walked out of it. Looking at the figure both Ryushan and Ryota Uchiha opened their eyes wide. Ryushan and Ryota Uchiha, no damage at all. The hell? As they both got shocked, they received a voice transmission. He is extremely strong. So, stop holding back and go all out. Ryushan. Ryota Uchiha. They both then glanced at each other and nodded their head. Ryushan and Ryota Uchiha, yes. Premies who came out the explosion unscratched glanced at the one of pseudo-god guarding the portal before returning this gaze at the two in front. Thanks to his elemental sight, again, he picked up the voice transmission that pseudo-god sent to the two in front. Though, he didn't give it much thought. After all, he had no intention of killing both. He only wanted to delay them until Ace was done. Premies, how long will you need? Ace, I can feel myself reaching the limit soon, my lord. I think after I kill few more level 6 invaders, I will reach the max limit of buy stats. Premies, they are already panicking when they failed to drink antidote. While the poison had already decreased their strength a lot. Hence, I give you 1 minute. Ace, okay. Step. 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 Step by step Premies walked forward. Even though Ace strength was higher, she was still level 2. As a result, the Excelia she gained by killing level 4, 5 or 6 was enough for her to reach the max soon, even if she had to face the penalty of 3 times more Excelia. Premies, All of a sudden, Premies jumped from the place he was standing. Fwash. Fizzle. Sizzle. Hiss. The place he was standing was suddenly covered in darker than black flames. Even a second late and he would have been stuck by those flames. Premies, Amaterasu. Ha. Swoosh. Next, Ryoshun appeared in front of Premies. He then attacked Premies with his twin blades. Before the attack hit, he also changed the direction of his attack. Clang. Fwoosh. The attack threw Premies towards the direction of Amaterasu. Ryota Uchiha, Inferno style, flame control. As Premies was reaching the flames also moved towards him, as if moving forward to catch and embrace him. However, Premies suddenly disappeared and appeared at Ryoshun's side. Then before he could react, Premies clenched his left hand into a fist and thrust in a straight line upward, which did an uppercut. Ryoshun, GUH. The uppercut dealt some damage to him as he did some somersault to reduce the force before landing on the ground. Premies' uppercut was one of the martial art skills of Aincrad Supreme called Flash Blow or Senda. Thud. After landing on the ground, Ryoshun started to rub his chin while thinking. Ryoshun, what just happened? How did he suddenly disappeared and appeared at my side? Not only him but even Ryota Uchiha thinking the same. Nevertheless, they didn't need to think much since they received the voice transmission from that pseudo-god again. That's spatial power. He used the power of space to teleport himself at the last moment. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Final Battle Begins, Part 2. *A/N, Final Chapters of this Volume 920. Hearing this, both Ryoshun and Ryota Uchiha became even more vigilant of Premies. At this time, Premies also landed on the ground and looked at them. Next, Ryoshun rushed at Premies and appeared in front of him. Swish. Swish. Clang. His two blades moved and attacked Premies extreme fast. Elucidator also moved and started to stop and deflect those attack. In between, Premies also tried to attack but Ryoshun also stopped them. Ding. Clang. Swish. With every clash of force was released which made others to stay away from their battle. Clang. Once they exchanged another attack, Ryoshun all of a sudden jumped back. Behind at Ryota Uchiha's side, a head of mud dragon came out of the ground. The dragon opened its mouth and released a lot of mud bombs at Premies. Fwoosh. 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 Ryota Uchiha, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb. However, that was not all. Ryota Uchiha then hurriedly made new signs from his hand at speed that can't be seen with naked eyes before stopping at Tora, Tiger, sign. Next, he took a deep breath and said. Ryota Uchiha, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bomb. He exhaled fire from his mouth which combined with Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb, and ignited the projectiles fired by the latter technique, making it more devastating. Premies looked at the projectiles approaching him calmly. Ryoshun, who had moved away from the place, was also looking at Premies to attack once he find any opening. Though Premies didn't move until the last second. He only moved when the attack was just about to hit him. In an instant, Elucidator was on his shoulder. Magic was also gathered in it in an instant. Next, he began with a diagonal slash from the top right to the bottom left. Slash. Boom. He made a full circle spin and drew Elucidator backwards in the middle of the spin in preparation for the next attack before continuing with second diagonal slash from the bottom right to top left. Slash. Boom. Boom. It was followed by a horizontal slash from left to right. Slash. Boom. 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 Next, he executed an upward vertical slash, performing a backward somersault while continued with horizontal slash from right to left and another full circle spin, which led to a diagonal slash from the bottom right to the top left, stopping at face height. From this position, he spined his sword in a full circle, hitting the projectiles from his right side. Slash. 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 Boom. 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 Then he stopped. All of this was done in just a fraction of seconds before anyone could understand. Ryota Uchiha, Ryoshun, pseudo-gods, and all other invaders who saw this had their jaws fallen on the ground. All, the FUCK. None of them could believe what they just witnessed. It was just too fast. Some even started to rub their eyes wondering they were dreaming. Premies moved and all the projectiles were destroyed. Ryoshun, who was also from Sword Art Online World, realized which skill Premies just used. Even if he barely saw all his movements. Ryoshun, the hell? That was definitely deadly sins. But how did he complete all 7-hit combo in an instant? Not only that he even gathered the right amount of magic in Elucidator instantly. Let alone him, even pseudo-gods' expressions turned solemn witnessing this. All pseudo-gods, if he is not with us then he must be eliminated. This time it was Premies who moved. He appeared in front of Ryota Uchiha before he could react and attack. He moved Elucidator from his waist and do a single sharp 45-degree diagonal slash from bottom left to top right. Premies, slant. Slash. Ryota Uchiha looked at the slash which had appeared on his chest. Though in the next instant a sound of heard. Ping. A smoke appeared and his body was replaced with a block of wood which was cut into two fell. Clatter. Clatter. Ping. 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 And in the next second many clones of Ryota Uchiha appeared around Premies. Clones were all around him and they attacked Premies with kunai in their hands altogether. Suddenly Premies crouched and then jumped high. Then he turned his body in a mid-air and accumulated magic in Elucidator. Next, he reached the ground in an instant and unleashed a heavy horizontal 360-degree slash. The attack hit everyone in the area around him. Means all Ryota Uchiha. Slash. Boom. Ping. 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 All clones got hit and disappeared in the smoke. Yet, there was no real Ryota Uchiha between them. Crack. Burst. All of a sudden, a hand came out of the ground and grabbed Premies' ankle. The hand was accompanied by a voice. Ryota Uchiha, why don't we chat underground? Just when Premies was planning on his next move, he suddenly raised one of his brows. An attack came from front. Swish. Clang. Premies stopped one of the swords and ducked to dodge the next one. He then looked at Ryo-shun who attacked. Let alone Premies, even Ryota Uchiha and other pseudo-gods never expected Ryo-shun to interfere. Ryo-shun didn't care about anything else right now. Currently, he had a crazy expression on his face. He ignored how Premies stopped his attack and shouted. Ryo-shun, how did you do that? That horizontal 360-degree slash was definitely Tsumajiguruma, revolving wheel. Even though it is one of the Aincrad skill, it's an extra skill that belongs to katana. How can you use katana's extra skill with just your one-hand sword? It's impossible. Ryo-shun already lost all his bearing when he saw Premies executing Tsumajiguruma or revolving wheel. He was already losing the control over his emotions when he saw Midnight Coat, Elucidator, and Lambent Light. However, when he saw the extra skill of katana used by a one-hand sword perfectly, it became a straw that broke the camel's back. As a result, he threw away all the plannings and strategies and attacked Premies without a second thought. Well, one can't blame him for that. Think about it. You set your eyes on 3 things you want to buy. It's your life goal. Though these things are very expensive. So, you start to collect your money for weeks, months, years, and even decades. Just when you were about to reach the amount which will let you buy the first one of them, you meet someone who has all 3 of them. Worst, not only the status and earning of the said person a lot lower than you but also, he could do things with those items which is almost impossible for others. This really do a lot of damage to one's self-esteem and he started to question himself whether all their patience and suffering worth it. Hence, you confront that person or anyone else on which you can release your rage on. The same case was here. Ryo-shun thoughts were conflicting with each other. He had started to question himself whether everything he did to collect so many points worth it. Ryo-shun, damn. 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 Looking at his crazy expression, Premies sighed in disappointment. Premies, how pathetic. Ryo-shun, wah. Ding. Before Ryo-shun could complete his sentence, Premies deflected his sword. Then his ungrabbed left leg moved and he kicked Ryo-shun right in the middle of his chest. Pow. Ryo-shun, guh. Whoosh. The force behind the kick threw Ryo-shun away like an artillery. Bang. Once he hit the ground, a crater was made and ground around it cracked. Ryo-shun laid in the middle of crater but he forced himself to get up with the support of his 2 swords. Ryo-shun, cough cough cough. After coughing for some time, Ryo-shun looked down and aghast when he saw that his armor was actually carved in. Still, he didn't have any time to think about it because Premies appeared in front of him and kicked his face without mercy. Pow. Ryo-shun, arg. Then he stepped on it and plastered his face right on the ground. Ryo-shun had never been this humiliated in his entire life. And he still can't believe it. At this time, Premies spoke. Premis, you are a disgrace to a swordsman. Not only you let your emotion get the best of you, you also put aside all the strategies and tactics which led a lot of comrades to die. Ryo-shun. Hearing this, Ryo-shun stopped his useless struggle to remove foot from his face and turned towards other invaders and trembled. At least 50% of the invaders are dead. Because of his stupid decision of attacking preemies out of nowhere, it distracted others too. As a result, Ace took the advantage of it and killed even more. Ryu-shun, what have I done? Ryota Uchiha appalled at first when he realized that his hand was empty and preemies was no longer there. However, then he heard preemies' words. As a result, along with him, pseudo-gods also turned towards their other comrades. They were just too focused on preemies' battle that they didn't keep an on others. One of the pseudo-gods sighed witnessing this. We really made a big loss this time. We can't let this go any further. Just when he and other pseudo-gods about to move, preemies spoke again. Preemies, I can no longer hold any sight of you. Removing his foot from his face, preemies moved his gaze at someone. Preemies, come. Everyone turned their attention to who preemies was calling. They saw Aces walking towards him ignoring the other enemies. Once she reached him, she turned and showed his back. Preemies parted her hairs and pricked his finger before touching her back. The blood released from his finger made a painting of raven soaring in the sky. The painting started to radiate brightly as a sound of raven croaking was heard. Croak. Then light faded away and the painting also disappeared. There was not a single change on Ace which confused everyone present. Nevertheless, some sharp ones thought about something and their eyes glowed. And they got horrified. Invader 8, I impossible. Invader 152, H how could this be? She reached L level 3. Invader 782, and no WA. Commotion appeared between the invaders. Expressions of Ryu-shun, Ryota Uchiha, and pseudo-gods turned ugly. Preemies, all yours. Ace, yes, my lord. Ace then moved towards the Ryu-shun and Ryota Uchiha to confront them. Status. Name, Ace Wallenstein. Age. Existence level. Level 2 level. Strength, I, SSS, I. Endurance, I, SSS, I. Dexterity, I, SSS, I. Agility, I, SSS, I. C, Magic, I, SSS, I. Per stats. Current level, 0, 2000. Overall, 2004. Enhanced mode, 4008. With equipment, 6011. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Ventus Fury I, E. Wind Manipulation I, E. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, Ventus means wind. The aura that was being emitted from Ace startled both Ryu-shun and Ryota Uchiha. While pseudo-gods' expressions became even more severe. All pseudo-gods, how did her strength increase this drastically? After giving it, some thought they looked at preemies intensively. All pseudo-gods, could he be delaying and distracting us so that she can gain the required amount of experience she needed to level up? Ryu-shun got up while Ryota Uchiha came out of the ground. Both their bodies had turned tense and a cold sweat had appeared on their forehead as they saw Ace approaching them. As they were readying themselves to confront Ace, they heard Preemies' nonchalant voice. Preemies, oh. I almost forgot. Preemies raised Elucidator and condensed magic into it. And in the next instant he released it in a shape of crescent moon towards the remaining invaders. Whoosh. All invaders, huh? That was the only thing they could say before Hexrend completely swallowed them and erased them from existence. Ryu-shun. Ryota Uchiha. All pseudo-gods. Now the only invaders remaining in the battlefield were Ryu-shun, Ryota Uchiha, and all pseudo-gods. While all other invaders died just like this. Chapter 190, Final Battle Begins, Part 3. *A/N, Final Chapters of this Volume 10/20ths. 50 drops of blood essence acquired. 80 drops of blood essence acquired. 60 drops of blood essence acquired. 60 drops of blood essence acquired. 80 drops of blood essence acquired. 90 drops of blood essence acquired. Preemies looked at the countless twilight prompts that were appearing in front of him before moving them to the side. Next, he opened the window to check his new status. However, instead of becoming happy, Preemies frowned. Preemies, what is going on? Status. Name, Preemies Rigla. Age, 19, more than billions of years. Existence level. Level. Strength, C, SSS. Endurance, C, SSS. Dexterity, C, SSS. Agility, C, SSS. C, Magic, C, SSS. Per stats. Current level, 652. Overall, 6,658. Enhanced mode, 13,317. With equipment, 16,320. Grandmaster, 19,323. With perfect holification, 32,640. Main skills, 7, max limit reached. Aincrad Supreme 3, EX. The Primordial 1 3, EX. Truth Essence Steps 3, EX. The Eye That Reflects the Heart, Sharingan 3, EX, sealed. Weiss Lighting 3, EX. Hex Rend 3, EX. Side Skills, 3, max limit reached. Chef de Cuisine 3, EX. Morchus Artist 3, EX. Countertenor Cantor 3, EX. Asterisk note, become 4th level existence to increase your skills further. / Awakening. Perfect holification. God of Destruction V. Asterisk note, 2 seals remained. Become 6th level existence to unlock next seal. Premies, Twilight. This doesn't make sense. Give me some time to figure out the reason. Premies, go on. Premies then glanced at Ace, who was about to face Ryoshun and Ryota Uchiha. Premies, no wonder she took so much time to max her stats. I thought she wanted to dwindle the numbers of invaders before increasing her level. Looks like that was not the case. She really needed that much time. Boom. 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 Suddenly, huge amount of pressure fell on the battlefield. All pseudo-gods were enraged. It was already a big lose to lose almost half of their men, let alone all of them. Godo. 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 Roar. 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 Not only ground started to tremble violently, but even the sky started to roar in anger. The target of all this rage was Premies, who was still unfazed, as if he didn't even sense this pressure while having his mind occupied with other things. Just like Premies, Ace was also the same. She was also completely unfazed by this pressure, as if she didn't sense it. In normal scenario, the pressure of pseudo-gods would have also affected Ace. However, if you look closely, you will see that an extremely thin layer of power was protecting her from the pressure. It was Xingming blessings. The one she gave to Ace when these invaders came to this world. How dare you? Hearing such loud noise, Premies snapped out of his thoughts. He moved his gaze from Ace to the pseudo-god before saying, Premies, oh. I forgot that there are still some barking dogs left who are guarding the portal. Ryoshun. Ryota Uchiha. All pseudo-gods. They all became stunned hearing Premies' words. Even though they were not dimensional gods, they were still the existences beyond mortal. To think someone will call them dogs one day. It was clearly a slap on their face. Ace, pfft. Ace almost let out a laughing this. Still, she hurriedly hid it. Though, her shoulders were still shaking, showing she was trying her hard to hold her laugh. Nevertheless, it's still enough for others to came out of their stupor. Then veins appeared on their forehead. Pseudo-god 1, good. 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 To think one day some no-name junior will call us dogs. Pseudo-god 2, looks like we need to teach him how to respect elders. Pseudo-god 3, still before teaching him a lesson we must show him a way to redeem himself. After all, unlike him we are still elders. Pseudo-god 4, agreed. Pseudo-god 5, agreed. All of them then controlled their power and spoke to Premies like how an elder spoke to their junior. Pseudo-god 4, you have killed almost all of our people. It was a great offense. Pseudo-god 1, however, we will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Pseudo-god 7, yes. If you. Premies, enough. All of a sudden, Premies interrupted them with a single tone. He looked at them coldly and continued. Premies, I heard enough of your bullshit. Premies then disappeared and appeared in front of them. His speed was so fast for them to even see his shadow. Premies, the reason why you ants are still alive is because I thought you had some use. But now it appears that you all are also deflected. So, now you are just trash. I don't want to waste my time killing you one by one. Come together. All pseudo-gods, you. Hearing the pseudo-gods became even more enraged. One of them then attacked. Whoosh. He appeared in front of Premies and punched with a huge strength behind it. Premies moved back a little, easily dodging it before raising his leg and kicking him on the side of his head. Bang. Whoosh. The kick threw that pseudo-god down towards the ground like an artillery. Boom. The ground was destroyed, and that pseudo-god got buried under the rocks. Though Premies knew that he wasn't dead yet. Ripple. A ripple appeared in space. Premies narrowed his eyes and glanced at one of pseudo-god response for it. Then he sneered inwardly. Premies, does he really think locking the space to prevent me from using spatial power will help? Swish. Clang. Elucidator moved and deflected another attack. After deflecting it, Premies swing it at the perpetrator. Clang. Pseudo-God 3, GUH. The attack pushed him few steps back as he held his axe in front. Next, a hand made of chi came and attacked Premies. Magic gathered into Elucidator and Hex Rend was released. Bang. Crack. Shatter. That hand was destroyed after clashing with Hex Rend in an instant without any resistance. After destroying it, he hit the one who used it. Boom. Pseudo-God 4. That pseudo-god got thrown into distance after receiving it. Premies, Premies raised one of his brows and looked down on the ground where he kicked the first pseudo-god. Godo. 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 Boom. A pillar of power released, and the person came out. The person who came out of the rubble was entirely covered in some sort of armor. Premies, armament hockey from One Piece World. Armament hockey. Armament hockey or Busosoku hockey is a form of hockey that allows the user to use their own spiritual energy to create, in essence, an invisible armor around themselves, providing incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. Crackle. Crackling sound was heard. Premies moved his gaze towards it. That pseudo-god had half of his body turned black and it was also covering that side of his face like a scar. He released a breath, and a mist came out of his mouth. The temperature around him dropped drastically. Then that person took a deep breath in. Magic was gathered in his mouth before he released it at Premies. Pseudo-God 5, Ice Devil's Rage. A large purple blizzard of cold air, ice, and snow came out of his mouth. The attack was reaching Premies at a great speed like while leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake, heavily damaging the area it was passing through. Premies, Ice Devil Slayer magic from Fairy Tale World. Ice Devil Slayer magic, it is a caster magic, ancient spell, lost magic, and a type of Devil Slayer magic that utilizes ice. This Devil Slayer magic allows the user to produce the element of ice for various purposes. Like other slayers, the user can consume external sources of ice, even ones formed from nothing, to replenish their strength and enhance their power, as well as having a tremendous resistance to the element of ice. Additionally, the user can somewhat control the ice of others and is able to just as easily freeze a large scape of land with a mere flick of their wrist. When Premies was about to respond, his body stopped moving. It's like the space around him has stopped completely. Premies, using spatial shackles to stop me on my place. Him again. Just like Premies said, the same pseudo-god used the power of space to stop the space around him. By now, the blizzard of ice and snow had reached Premies and hit him. Boom. An explosion of ice and destruction was formed. The area around was completely frozen. Pseudo-God 5, Ho. That pseudo-god took a deep breath after releasing Ice Devil's Rage. Even though he knew that his attack hit Premies, he still didn't let his guard down. Since the entire area was frozen like a giant crystal, no one could see inside. As they were waiting for Premies. Splurt. Pseudo-God 5. A wound appeared on that pseudo-god body. Blood was coming out of it. He hurriedly used its Ice Devil Slayer magic to freeze the wound. All others also saw this and started looking around to find Premies whereas about. They were thinking that Premies somehow dodged Ice Devil's Rage and attacked. As they were looking around. Crack. Cracks started to appear on the giant ice crystals. Crack. 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 Soon more and more cracks started to appear before it was shattered. Shatter. Once all the ice shards fell, they can see Premies again. He was completely unscratched. This shocked all of them as they opened their eyes wide. And the reason why wound appeared on that pseudo-god body was because of damage reflection provided by his midnight coat. Damage reflection, D. Reflect 15% of the damage taken. Reflected damage will do true damage and is guaranteed hit. Whoosh. Not giving Premies any chance to take a breather. Pseudo-god who was completely covered in armament hockey appeared to his left and punched. Pow. Bang. A shockwave was released in the surrounding when Premies blocked it with his left arm. Whoosh. He disappeared again and attacked from another direction. Though, the result was same. Pow. Bang. Pow. Bang. Pow. Bang. This kept on going for some time. No matter how much that pseudo-god tried to attack and from what angle, Premies always stopped him casually. However, during the entire exchange, Premies' attention was not on anyone present in the battlefield. His attention was completely on the portal. Premies, no wonder Twilight said that she was sensing a danger. Even my own instincts are warning me about that portal now and don't want me to not go in. This means the danger inside is life-threatening even for me. Pseudo-God 5, Ice Devil's Laughter. Countless medium to large shards of purple ice rushed towards Premies. Fwoosh. Fwash. Fwash. Pow. Bang. Pow. Pseudo-god 3, GUH. After blocking another one of the kicks, Premies punched that pseudo-god in his gut. The armor covering his gut carved in and he was thrown back. Next, Premies moved and dodged all the ice shards. The area around Premies was destroyed even more. Once he was done, he stopped moving again. Pseudo-god 5, damn you. Ice Devils Zeroth. Pseudo-god 9, stop. Pseudo-god 5. Pseudo-god 9, retreat back into portal. No, we are not his match. Pseudo-god 4, B-butt. Pseudo-god 9, he hasn't even used his full power yet. No. I am sure that he is just playing with us. So, retreat and report. I will try to delay him. Remaining pseudo-gods. They all lowered their heads. They can also tell that Premies was just playing with them, but they didn't want to believe it. The pseudo-god who told them to retreat was the one who was using spatial power to interfere with Premies. He looked at Premies and appeared in front of him. Next, he holds his hands and greeted Premies the way cultivators did. Pseudo-god 9, I, Lin Dong from the Great Thousand World, wishes to challenge the senior. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Final Battle Begins, Part 4. *A/N, Final chapters of this volume 11/20ths. Premies looked at the person named Lin Dong in front. The person was wearing a black robe. He had a pair of black eyes that were deep as the night. An ancient feeling swirled in the depths of these eyes, as if they had experienced reincarnation itself. He was very handsome, and his eyes were filled with determination. Premies looked at person for a few seconds before moving his gaze at other pseudo-gods who were ready to retreat the moment Premies and Lin Dong's fight will begin. Premies sighed before saying, Premies, scram. They all shivered hearing Premies' words. Then after giving Premies and Lin Dong one last look, they retreated into the portal. However, one of them stopped before entering and looked at fight occurring between Ace, Ryoshun, and Ryawata Uchiha. As if he wanted to take them with him too. Nevertheless, Premies' emotionless voice interrupted his thoughts. Premies, do you wish to stay here with them? The person understood that he can't help them when he heard this. Still, he looked at Lin Dong as if asking for help. Lin Dong also realized that it's impossible to help them, so he just shook his head as if telling him to forget it. The person sighed before entering the portal too. Now only 5 people were left in the battlefield. Ryoshun, Ryota Uchiha, Lin Dong, Ace, and Premies. Of course, if you will exclude Ophis and Shengming who were hidden. Premies, now then. Premies looked at Lin Dong again. Lin Dong from the Great Thousand Worlds. Wait a minute. Premies, isn't he? Premies, yes. He is the main protagonist of the novel, Wudong Qian Kuan. And one of the 3 became the strongest hegemonic figures in all the Great Thousand World. So, it's really him. He then shook his head and put these thoughts at the back of his head for now. Premies, how was it? Ophis, I already marked the retreating pseudo-gods. The moment they entered the portal they all died. Premies, did you make sure no residue of your power left? Ophis, yes. Don't worry even, at $% God won't be able to realize it. Premies, good. Premies, the black swordsman, Premies Rigla. Lin Dong got shocked hearing this. When Premies didn't introduce himself at first, he thought Premies was being arrogant and didn't wish to introduce himself. Still, he didn't get angry because higher beings didn't introduce themselves to those who think ants. Hence, his respect for Premies increased when Premies introduced himself. With grateful look on his face, he smiled and cupped his fists. Lin Dong, thank you. Premies nodded and said. Premies, let's begin. Lin Dong, yes. Lin Dong's eyes became serious as an unfathomable aura was released from him. Premies, what is your realm called? Lin Dong, in Great Thousand Worlds, my realm is called Rancor. Premies, Premies, so, level 14 pseudogod is equal to that of Rancor. This means, level 15 pseudogod must be equal to the Great Ruler realm. Leveling equals Wudong Qian Kuan realms. Level 1 equals Tempered Body. Level 2 equals Earthly Yuan. Level 3 equals Heavenly Yuan. Level 4 equals Yuan Dan. Level 5 equals Form Creation. Level 6 equals Chi Creation. Level 7 equals Manifestation. Level 8 equals Nirvana. Level 9 equals Profound Life. Level 10 equals Profound Death/Fiend Commander. Level 11 Pseudogod equals Samsara/Fiend General. Level 12 Pseudogod equals Reincarnation/Fiend King. Level 13 Pseudogod equals Ancestor/Dimension Master/Fiend Emperor. Level 14 Pseudogod equals Rancor. Level 15 Pseudogod equals Martial Ancestor/the Great Ruler. Lin Dong took out a scepter. The moment he took it out, lightning came out of it and covered it whole. Rumble. Roar. Countless lightning bolts exploded from the scepter in his hand. The berserk lightning then covered his entire body. The power emitting from every bolt was so high that even Ace, Ryoshun, and Ryota Uchiha had moved their gaze to look at this direction. Ryoshun and Ryota Uchiha face turned pale seeing this. Even though Ace didn't turn pale because Xingming's blessing and Premi's power in her mind calmed her, her expressions were still grave. Premies, who was still indifferent looking at his Lin Dong, suddenly moved his elucidator to the left. Ting. Boom. A huge shockwave was released. The shockwave traveled to long distance. Even the Ace and other two had to keep some distance. He moved his eyes to the left and looked at Lin Dong, whose scepter he had stopped with his elucidator. The Lin Dong in front was just an afterimage created from his extreme speed. Grind. Both the lightning-covered scepter and elucidator were grinding against each other. Clang. Premies deflected the scepter away and attacked Lin Dong in middle of his chest. Lin Dong moved to the left and dodged elucidator before pointing scepter towards Premi's head. A bolt of lightning was released from it and moved towards Premi's head. Premies tilted his head to the side, dodging it. Next, he changed the direction of elucidator and attacked again. Swish. Lin Dong jumped and dodged it again before kicking. Premies blocked it with his left arm and pushed it away. Lin Dong used the momentum and made a whole circular turn and kicked again from the other side. Premies ducked and dodged it. Elucidator thrusted forward again. Just when the elucidator was about to touch Lin Dong, lightning scepter his hand moved and touched the tip of elucidator. And then using the force behind the elucidator, Lin Dong jumped back and made a distance. Next, lightning gathered around Lin Dong as he pointed lightning scepter towards Premies. Countless lightning bolts rushed forward towards Premies like torrential rain. Magic condensed in elucidator and magic in the shape of crescent moon was released to meet with these lightning bolts. Boom. 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 Lightning bolts released by Lin Dong seemed endless. Yet, a single Hex Rend was able to take on all of them. Many shockwaves released from the collision of the two attacks devastated the entire area. If it was any another world, that this collision would have even shattered even the space itself. But in this world, it was not enough. Only the battlefield was affected, not any other place. This showed how strong a mere planet of this world is. Otherwise, such battle would have easily damaged the planet of other worlds. Once the collision ended, the entire area was covered with dust and smoke. Premies swung his elucidator, which released wind, who blew all these dust and smoke away. He then raised his head and looked at Lin Dong, who was flying in the sky and was also looking at Premies. Premies, no wonder he is called the god of martial arts. The way he chains attacks, the angle, the timing, everything is calculated perfectly. Yeah. Your permanent members like Ace will need to increase her swordsmanship to at least A rank if she wants to be on a par with him in martial arts. Premies didn't reply, but he also agreed with that. At this time, Lin Dong, who was looking at Premies, had an extremely solemn expression. He never expected that a single attack of Premies will render all his lightning bolts useless. He then took a deep breath and raised his hand. A symbol appeared in his hand. When it appeared, the lightning around Lin Dong grew increasingly violent and its power also increased further. Another symbol appeared. The moment this symbol appeared, the temperature around increased drastically. Air, land, everything started to heat up. Even the stones started to release steam as they started melt. Then another symbol appeared. Once this appeared, the entire space started to come under it. Premies, 3 ancestral symbols. Huh. Yeah. Thunderbolt ancestral symbol. Flame ancestral symbol. Spatial ancestral symbol. The color of lightning around Lin Dong turned red before it became translucent. Then lightning around Lin Dong suddenly erupted in a maniacal manner. It filled the area within a several 100,000 feet radius around him. Thunder rumbled in the area, and signs of crumbling could be seen. However, that was not the end. One more ancestral symbol appeared. Seeing it, even Premies narrowed his eyes. Premies, devouring ancestral symbol. Premies, Ophis, send Ace and other 2 away from here. Ophis, okay. Ophis replied, and in the next instant, Ace, Ryoshun, and Ryota Uchiha disappeared. Lin Dong got started seeing this. Spatial ancestral symbol gave him the mastery over space. Yet, he didn't understand how they 3 disappeared. He only thought for a second before turning his attention towards Premies again. On the other hand, all this while Premies was looking at devouring ancestral symbol. Premies, devouring ancestral symbol can absorb different kinds of energy and give it to its user. It can even devour life force. If it was before, then I would have really loved to get my hands on it, but now, it's useless to me. It's because of Therion, isn't it? Premies, yeah. Therion possessed the strongest devouring power in existence. To the point that even the previous, at $% God was afraid of it. So, once I will get Therion, I will also gain that power. In front of that power, devouring ancestral symbol won't even hold a candle. I won't deny that. Lin Dong, who was covered in red translucent lightning, suddenly closed his eyes. Devouring ancestral symbol moved away from him and appeared on top of Premies. Once it was on top of him, the symbol slowly started to take a shape of black vortex and the light around Premies suddenly dimmed. Even the air itself began to gather towards that black vortex. Soon, an endless darkness seemed to sweep out from the black vortex like floodwater. The endless darkness grew more and filled the horizons. In the next moment, a calm voice which contained an endless strength was softly emitted from Lin Dong's mouth. Lin Dong, devouring world. He opened his eyes at this moment. His eyes had turned into two rotating black holes, and in the next instant, the entire world turned completely dark. An overbearing devouring light spread at a speed, which was undetectable by the naked eye. As the light spread, magic and air in the atmosphere was devoured by it. The entire battlefield was turned into a devouring world by Lin Dong. Premies looked all around him. It was nothing but darkness. Endless darkness like that of abyss. He can't even see his own hand. However, that's not the only thing. He can tell that all his senses had been sensed. He can neither see, hear, smell, touch, taste anything. A small smile appeared on Premies' face when he realized his predicament. Premies, interesting. It's really been a long time since I have found myself in this situation. As expected, all the heroes and heroines are something else. Even my Sharingan is useless here. Nevertheless, the current me won't have any problem even if all my senses are sealed. Premies then closed his eyes as he put all his concentration in his elemental sight. Everything was visible in his mind. He could easily see the position of Lin Dong. The current Lin Dong was wearing some sort of armor right now. Premies, that's devouring armor. Looks like I can't use Hex Rend on him for a while since the magic will be absorbed by the armor. But if you will use more power than what that armor could handle, then you can easily break it. Premies, I guess. Premies answered nonchalant before raising his head. The red translucent lightning now had a shade of black into it. It appeared that even devouring power was merged with it. Intense rays suddenly exploded from that lightning surrounding Lin Dong before it rapidly shrunk at an astonishing speed. After a few seconds, that lightning transformed into thick blackish red thunder clouds that were looming in the sky above. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Final Battle Begins, Part 5. *A/N, Final Chapters of this Volume 12/20ths. Blackish red translucent lightning accumulated within the clouds. Then one of the bolts of that lightning rushed towards Premies with an astounding speed. Lightning already contained a great speed, however, with spatial power into mix increased it further. It reached Premies in an instant and struck him. No, to be more precise, passed through him. Lin Dong opened his eyes wide when he realized that it was just Premies' afterimage. He didn't hesitate and took out 9 treasures. Those 9 treasures then joined together and transformed into an ancient 7-colored spear. A terrifying force was flowing across the body of the spear. He grabbed that 7-colored spear and turned before attacking. Clang. Lin Dong. The clash between the 7-colored spear and elucidator pushed Lin Dong few steps back. His expression turned grave as he looked at Premies, who was standing on his previous spot with his eyes closed. He can tell that not only Premies could see everything but also his magic was not being sucked by the devouring world. It's true that Premies' magic was not being sucked, but his situation was still delicate. Even if he can prevent his magic from being sucked by this world, he can't recover it once he used up his reserve. Hence, he decided to put his focus more on physical attacks than magical ones. He then moved. Swish. Clang. 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 Both of them were clashing with each other with their weapons. They dodge, parry, deflect, stab, and so on. Premies would have gotten upper hand since his swordsmanship was superior. Nevertheless, the result was always tie. Why? Because those blackish red clouds kept on releasing lightning bolt on Premies constantly even when he was fighting with Lin Dong. On top of that, he can't recover his magic. That's why they both appeared equal. Premies still remain indifferent witnessing this. That's because he could tell that Lin Dong had to give his all to be able to remain in tie with him. And with the consumption of using devouring world and that lightning cloud, he would be the one to tear himself out first. Lin Dong also realized that and was now thinking his next course of action. Elucidator came from above his head, 7-colored spear stopped it. Clang. And before the force behind Elucidator could push him back, Lin Dong changed the direction of his spear and parried it to the right. Since the force wasn't nullified, Premies also moved towards right with Elucidator. Now Lin Dong was behind Premies. He attacked Premies' unguarded back with his spear. By this time, even one of the blackish-red translucent lightning bolts also attacked. Though just when both attacks were about to hit him, Premies moved his body even more towards right. Swish. CIR. Both attacks missed at the last moment. Now it was Premies' turn to look at Lin Dong unguarded back. Still, he didn't get to attack as more and more lightning bolt rushed towards him. So, he had no choice but to maintain some distance. Premies, who still had his eyes closed, looked at Lin Dong in distance. His breathing had become somewhat heavy from fighting for so long with against. On the contrary, Premies was still as fine as he was before. He needed to use almost negligible amount of magic if he was only using it to maintain his enhanced mode. So, even if he won't recover his magic, he could still go on like this for years without much problem. Lin Dong now floated towards the blackish-red clouds. As if understanding action, all the thunder started to flow into the clouds rapidly. Soon all the thunder condensed inside the clouds. Now even if the clouds became silent, you could still see the light emitted by the clouds but not sound. Lin Dong looked at clouds and then let go of his seven-colored spear. The seven-colored spear hovered under the clouds. The light of the spear intensified, and it absorbed all the blackish-red clouds inside. Rumble. Now the entire spear was covered in extremely condensed blackish-red translucent lighting. Lin Dong grabbed it one hand. Even though the entire spear was covered in lighting, it didn't hurt Lin Dong's hand one bit. Next, he pulled the spear back in a throwing motion. He looked at Premies very serious before opening his mouth. Lin Dong, Lightning Emperor Divine Spear. Swish. Then he threw it at Premies. Spear rushed towards Premies at an extreme speed. The space all around was completely locked so that Premies can't use space power. The size of this lightning spear kept on increasing as it was approaching Premies. Premies' senses were sealed in this world, but he can still somehow feel the temperature increasing around him. Premies then took a deep sigh and took a stance. He folded his arm with the elucidator towards his shoulder. He then twisted his body to the right. Magic started to gather in elucidator. Premies didn't want to use high magic consumption skill before, however he can tell that Lin Dong had put his all in that spear. So, this world will break after this attack anyway. By the time Premies was ready, spear was already in front of him. Premies gripped the handle of his elucidator tightly and pushed it forward. Premies, Vorpal Strike. Both the Lightning Emperor Divine Spear and Vorpal Strike collided. Boom. Rumble. Roar. Roar of the lightning sounded as it was clashing with the Vorpal Strike. Both were trying to overpower each other. Crackle. Bang. Bang. Crack. Sparks of the lightning were falling all around, destroying the area. Cracks had also started to appear on the ground under Premies' feet. Thud. Splurt. Lin Dong punched his chest at his moment and his blood essence came out his mouth. That blood essence then fell on the spear, which made it shine even more. The blackish-red translucent lightning covering it became even more stronger and violent. It then started to push elucidator back. Premies narrowed his eyes slightly before putting even more magic into his elucidator. Crack. Crack. One by one cracks started to appear in the devouring world. It won't hold for much longer. Yet, neither were looking at it. All their attention was on overpowering each other. Thud. Splurt. Lin Dong punched his chest again and spit more of his blood essence, which again merged with his spear and increased its power further. Premies also put more power into his elucidator to prevent the spear from overpowering him. Crack. Crack. More and more cracks started to form. Premies this time put even more magic in his attack and started to push the spear back slowly and slowly. Lin Dong's expression became even more solemn as he had to move back. Thud. Splurt. He tried to use his blood essence again to increase the power, but this time it was to no avail. This spear just kept on pushing back. And in the end, Premies win. Bang. Swish. Shatter. Spear was blown away and his attack kept on moving towards Lin Dong. Still, it didn't hit him but rushed past his head and hit the devouring world. The world, which was already on the brink of collapse, couldn't handle it and shattered like a glass. Lin Dong didn't turn to look at the world. This attention was completely on Premies. Bang. Bang. Crush. Shatter. As the fragments of world fell on the ground, the world again became colorful. Premies finally opened his eyes and looked at pale-faced Lin Dong. His magic has also started to recover after the destruction of the devouring world. Lin Dong took a deep sigh and opened his mouth. Lin Dong, why did Senior change the direction of his attack at the last moment? If Senior wanted, then he could have ended me that time. Premies remained silent for some time before speaking. Premies, you don't have any will to live, do you? Lin Dong, of course. Since I'm ready to put my life on the line to stop. Premies, not that. Lin Dong, huh? Premies, your will to live died a long time ago. To the current you, death is just a salvation. Lin Dong. Lin Dong remained silent. Then a weak smile appeared on his face. Lin Dong, how did Senior knew? Premies. Because I was also once, like you. Lin Dong opened his eyes wide hearing this. He can tell that Premies was not lying. He had also experienced the same thing as him. Then he said with the same weak smile. Lin Dong, Senior must be really something to be able to get over it. Premies, you are wrong. Lin Dong. Premies, I didn't get over it. Premies also showed a weak smile before replying. Premies, however, unlike you who can embrace death happy, I didn't have such luxury. I tried, but death didn't come. So, the only thing I could do was keep on pushing forward. Lin Dong, I see. Sai looks like Senior had gone through something more painful. Premies then shook his head and didn't elaborate. Cold look returned to his face. Premies, anyway. I failed to get death. But I will give you one to you. Premies then pointed his elucidator at Lin Dong. Premies, especially to a martial artist like you, who preferred to die while fighting with their full strength than on some cold corner of the world. Lin Dong. Lin Dong stunned hearing Premies' words before getting rid of his weak smile. A determined look appeared on his face. Lin Dong, yes. You're right. Then be ready, Senior. My next attack will be my strongest and the last. Premies, come then. Lin Dong concentrated, and 8 lights shot out of his body. The lights were in front of him and one by one their appearance could be seen. They were the 8 symbols. Each had different meaning. Flame, darkness, primal, thunderbolt, ice, life, death, spatial, and devour. All 8 ancestral symbols made their appearance altogether. The power of all these 8 ancestral symbols strengthened each other. Next all these 8 ancestral symbols started to merge with each other slowly and slowly. When they were done, they condensed into a giant eye. That giant eye was covered with countless mysterious and obscure ruins. It was as if it could devour souls. Premies who was looking at it held the handle of elucidator tightly. Magic started to condense into it. As more and more magic gathered, elucidator started to shine more and more. Magic from all around the atmosphere rushed into the elucidator. It was like a vortex with Premies in the center. Premies and Lin Dong looked at each other. Understanding that both are ready. Then Lin Dong shouted. Lin Dong, eye of the ancestral symbol. With his shout, the closed eye of the ancestral symbol opened. A beam of chaotic light condensed with the power of the 8 ancestral symbols shot out. Once that light was released, all the area dimmed. It appeared that it was the only light. Vroom. Seeing the light coming at him, Premies was also ready. He raised elucidator high in the sky while grabbing its handle with his both hands. Then he pulled it back over his head. Elucidator stopped gathering any more magic as it started to shine. Premies, Hex Rend. Premies muttered slowly before making a slashing motion in front. Magic took the shape of a crescent moon as it was released from the tip of the elucidator. Swoosh. Hex Rend rushed forward to meet the beam released by the Eye of Ancestral symbol. Only these 2 attacks could be seen as they were about to collide. This was their strongest attack as the area around them already started to get destroyed before they even met. And then... kaboom. A giant mushroom of explosion rose in the sky. And a shockwave was released to a long distance. Chapter 193, Final Battle Begins, Part 6. *A/N, Final Chapters of this Volume 13/20. Before Premies and Lin Dong final clash. Ace, who was teleported to a distance with Ryoshun and Ryota Uchiha, was looking at direction Premies was fighting. How did she know Premies was fighting there? It's because she could a huge black dome there. That dome was Lin Dong's devouring world. Ace, my lord. She muttered slowly before turning to Ryoshun and Ryota Uchiha again. Both had ugly expression on their faces. When they saw how all the pseudo-gods except Lin Dong left without taking them, they knew they had already given up on them. Now they only had a small hope in their heart that Lin Dong will come for their rescue. Step. 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 Step by step Ace walked towards them with a motionless face. Since these invaders had come to invade her world, she wouldn't show any mercy to them. Sensing the aura of level 11 pseudo-god emitted by Ace, both had a cold sweat appeared on their forehead. They both gulped unconsciously as she was approaching them. Ryoshun, we need to delay her as much as we can so that Lord Lin Dong came for our rescue when he is done on his side. Ryota Uchiha, why yeah. Then they both took out some potions from their inventory one by one and started to drink them. Ace stopped moving forward and wait for them to finish. As an adventurer, she had also used potions before. Hence, she wasn't surprised by it and let them drink it. Why? Because once the fight will begin, they won't get such chance again. Once they were done, all their wounds were healed, all their fatigue was gone, and all their magic or chakra was recovered. Not only that, Ace has to raise her brow a little because she could tell that their strength had also increased. Ryo-shun, thank you for waiting. Ryota Uchiha, we are ready. Ace didn't reply. She just stomped her foot on the ground and rushed at them. Boom. A sonic boom was released behind her, and she was already in front of Ryota Uchiha. While killing other invaders before, she also glanced at them when they were fighting preemies. Hence, she knew that this Ryota Uchiha could use a lot of long-ranged attack. So, she decided to start with him. Ryota Uchiha opened his eyes wide when he saw Ace already in front of him. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan and buffs from the potions, he barely saw her shadow when she moved. Still, in the last moment, he brought his kunai in front to stop it. Though, that was a bad move. Thrust. Clang. Crack. Shatter. Splurt. Ryota Uchiha, ack. Because he brought kunai to block lambent light in desperation, he didn't cover it with his chakra. As a result, it was destroyed in an instant. He also realized that and moved his body to the side at the last moment. This saved his life at the cost of his shoulder. Lambent light was embedded deep into his shoulder. Ryota Uchiha's expression became distorted as he looked at Ace with rage. Ryota Uchiha, you bitch. Amaterasu. A glint appeared in Ryota Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan as he looked at Ace. Ace's instinct suddenly warned her about upcoming danger. Hence, she did a reverse backflip. Swish. Something passed by in the next moment where she was before. From the position of upside down, Ace saw black flames which fell on the ground ahead. She could sense an extreme danger while looking at those flames. Ryota Uchiha, ga. Ryota Uchiha screamed again. When Ace did the reverse backflip, she put her weight on the handle of her lambent light. Hence, it dug deeper into Ryota Uchiha's shoulder. But that was not the end. Ace grabbed the handle with both hands and pushed it downward. Splurt. Splat. Ryota Uchiha, a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-h-h-h-h-h-h-h. Ryota Uchiha let out a soul-shaking scream as his severed arm fell on the ground. Ace ignored the screaming Ryota Uchiha for now and moved her eyes to the left where Ryo-shun had appeared in front of her with his twin blades. He attacked at Ace's vital organ with one of his swords. Instead of stopping this attack, Ace twisted her body and dodged it. Swish. Ryo-shun wasn't done yet, he attacked with his second blade at this time. This time Ace used her lambent light to block it. Clang. Ryo-shun gritted his teeth because even when attacking Ace at this unexpected time, he still can't push her back. Grind. Both their weapons grinded as they used the force to jump back. While they were still in air, Ace didn't forget to look at Ryota Uchiha. Ryota Uchiha just now picked up his severed arm and put it on his shoulder again. Next, his hand got covered in green light as he tried to re-attack it. Ace had no intention of letting him do so. She pointed her free left hand towards him as her wind magic started to gather. Then she released it. Whoosh. Wind magic in the form of artillery rushed towards Ryota Uchiha. Because he was completely focused on reattaching his arm, he only heard it by the time attack was already in front of him. And then... boom. An explosion occurred. Step. Ace finally landed and turned her attention towards Ryo-shun now. He was already approaching her with his full speed. Instead of waiting for him to reach her, Ace also dashed towards him. So, they met sooner. Clang. Cling. Clang. Ding. They both started to clash with each other. Ace's swordsmanship, Ventus Furiae, and equipment increased her movement and attack speed. While Ryo-shun dual wield gave him high reflex speed. Hence, both of their weapons and movements became blur. As time went by, their speed kept on increasing more and more. It may appear that both were equal, but in truth Ryo-shun's expressions were becoming more and more grave with time. Why? First, Ace's stats were already max level 11. Second, with her swordsmanship and equipment, Ryo-shun was barely keeping up with her. Third, but not the least, Ace was not agility-based adventurer but all-rounder one. Hence, even her strength was that of max level 11. Ryo-shun was having hard time while blocking such heavy attacks. His arms and hands had long gone numb. He could lose the exchange at any moment. And that's what happened. Ding. Slap. Bang. Ace deflected his twin blades and slapped his chest. She also released wind attack from her hand which sent a shockwave at Ryo-shun's chest. Ryo-shun, coup. Since it was more of a blunt attack, the force behind it not only threw him away but also injured him. Whoosh. Boom. Ryo-shun hit the ground in a distance and an explosion occurred. Ace next moved her gaze towards Ryota Uchiha location. Dust had started to settle down. After some time, Ryota Uchiha could be seen. In the next moment, Ace opened her eyes wide in shock. Ryota Uchiha was standing on his spot while glaring at Ace. His arm had been completely reattached to his shoulder. However, that's not what shocked Ace. What shocked her was the purple ribcage that was protecting him. She raised her head and saw a giant skeleton. Seeing this, her expressions became grave. She could feel danger from this skeleton. Ryota Uchiha, rejoice, bitch. You made me use my strongest power already. Behold, Susanoo. The strongest power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ace narrowed her eyes before opening her mouth. Ace, Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that what your eyes called? Ryota Uchiha, huh? You are with that guy, and you don't know what Mangekyo Sharingan is. Ace shook her head and continued. Ace, my lord, never explained anything about his eyes to me. Ryota Uchiha, ha 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 ha. Why should he give you a proper explanation? He had clearly stolen the eyes of my clan and implanted them on himself. Ace, Ryota Uchiha, looks like you didn't understand. Then let me. Only those with the bloodline of Uchiha can process the Sharingan. Sharingan is the basic power of Uchiha. It has tomos in them, the same as your so-called lord. While Mangekyo Sharingan is the evolved version of Sharingan. And is a lot stronger compared to normal Sharingan. Ace, is that so? Since Sharingan belongs to the one with your bloodline, didn't this mean if someone else implanted them then they had to face some kinds of side effects or setbacks? Ryota Uchiha startled for a bit before started laughing loudly. Ryota Uchiha, ha 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 ha. I guess you are not a fool and have some brains in you. Then he looked at Ace intensely. Ryota Uchiha, you're right. If Sharingan is transplanted into non-Uchiha, then they are unable to deactivate it and its use has a greater chakra demand for them than for actual Uchiha, who need only minimal chakra to keep it active. For these reasons, non-Uchiha need to cover their Sharingan when they aren't using it in order to conserve chakra. Oh, you can interpret chakra as magic so that you can understand it. Ace became silent for some time hearing this before a smirk appeared on her face. Seeing this, Ryota Uchiha suddenly had a bad premonition. Ace, so, non-Uchiha can't deactivate their Sharingan and need to cover it because it uses a greater amount of power. Right. Ryota Uchiha, alright. Ace, and even if as an Uchiha you only need to use minimal amount of chakra, you still can't afford to keep it activated all the time, right? Ryota Uchiha, why yes. Hearing this, Ace smiled became even more brightly. Ace, in that case, why do I feel like you are more of the fake here instead of my lord? Ryota Uchiha, wah. Ace, it's true that my lord's Sharingan is activated all the time, but I never once saw him covering his eyes. Let alone that he kept his Sharingan activated all the time. Every minute, every second, and every moment. And that's something not even you Uchiha could accomplish. Last but not the least, you said that Mangekyo Sharingan is the evolved version of Sharingan and is a lot more powerful. However, I can tell that my lord's normal Sharingan is still a lot stronger than your very Mangekyo Sharingan. So, you are more a fake than him. Ryota Uchiha can't believe what he just heard. Ace's words felt like a fairy tale to him. What Premies did was something that even Uchihas can't do, let alone non-Uchiha. His face distorted as he thought that Ace was talking rubbish. Ryota Uchiha, you are lying. Hearing his shout, Ace just shook her head. She held her lambent light tightly and attacked. With her speed she appeared behind him and attacked. Ryota Uchiha, who saw Ace's action, sneered. Ding. Ace, coup. When her attack hit Susanoo, the rebound force pushed her back instead. Ace somersaulted in the air before landing gracefully on the ground. She saw how her right hand, which was holding lambent light, shivering. A frown appeared on her forehead. Ace, hard. Ryota Uchiha didn't move and was looking at Ace with a mocking expression. Ace didn't become angry seeing this. Ace, even if it's hard, I still think that I can break it. Bang. Suddenly a loud sound was heard, and they both turned towards it. All the rocks were thrown away as Ryoshun came out of the crater. There were some injuries on him, and a trail of blood was coming from the corner of his mouth. He was glaring at Ace as if he wanted to murder her as ruthlessly as possible. Step by step he walked towards them and stand at Ryota Uchiha's side. Ryoshun, you won't get the chance to take us out one by one again. Ace raised one of her brows before replying. Ace, we will see. Saying this, Ace took her stance. Ryoshun and Ryota Uchiha also got ready. And then both parties rushed towards each other again. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Final Battle Begins, Part 7. *A/N, Final Chapters of this volume 14/20. Boom. Clang. Cling. Shin. Boom. The battle between Ace and other two kept on becoming more and more intense. Neither party getting any upper hand. Whenever Ace was about to overpower Ryo-shun, Ryota Uchiha always interfered and prevent Ace from doing so. Clang. Ace parried another Ryo-shun and jumped back instead of following up. Bang. Giant skeleton arm punched at her previous spot. Ace still ignored Ryota Uchiha and kept on attacking Ryo-shun. She was only delaying him. Because she knew Ryota Uchiha can't kept on using his Susanoo for so long. Why? Because Ryota Uchiha's eyes were releasing the stream of blood. What he had was Mangekyo Sharingan, not Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So, he had to face the side effects of using it. It's not that he didn't want to evolve his Mangekyo Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it's just that the price of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was just too costly. He hadn't earned that many points yet. On top of that, he needed to constantly use his points to get rid of the blindness while using his Mangekyo Sharingan. His heart was bleeding as he saw how his points were constantly being consumed. Ryota Uchiha, TCH, Amaterasu. Fwoosh. SSS. Crackle. Ace moved away from her spot and dodged them again. Ryota Uchiha, Amaterasu. 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 One by one Ryota Uchiha kept on throwing his black flames. Ace frowned and had no choice but to leave Ryo-shun for now and concentrate on dodging those black flames. This kept on going for some time. Ace finally jumped back and dodged one more flame which was now burning the ground in front of her. Ryota Uchiha, I got you now. Hearing his words, Ace looked around and found herself in the middle of the black flames. The black flames were all around her and were covering a lot of distance. Ace was in the center of it with all her retreating routes got cut off. Ryota Uchiha, die. Inferno style, flame control. As if they had received the order. All the black flames around the Ace moved towards her. And soon she got completely engulfed by them. Crackle. Fizzle. Hiss. Entire battlefield became silent. Now the only thing that could be heard in the battlefield was the sound of fire burning. Neither Ryo-shun nor Ryota Uchiha let their guard down yet. Their eyes were constantly looking at spectator in front. They remained looking at the black flames for some time and finally took a sigh of relief when they saw no movements in them. Thud. Ryota Uchiha, Gwa. Ryota Uchiha fell on his knees as his Susanoo disappeared. Next, he covered his eyes since he was feeling severe pain in them. Using Amaterasu non-stop and then using Inferno style, flame control really did numbers on him. Last but not the least, he was also using Susanoo. So, it's not that surprising that he became like this. After few seconds when the pain decreased somewhat, he looked at the side. In other people's eyes, there was nothing, but Ryota Uchiha could see a panel-like thing there. That was showing his status and current points. Seeing how much points he had left, he felt like crying. He had to earn a lot again if he wished to evolve his Mangekyo Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As he started to curse Ace, sound of shattering was resounded. Shatter. Then both hurriedly moved their gaze towards the direction of sound and became dumbfounded when they saw the black dome in the faraway distance shattering like a glass. Ryo-shun. Ryota Uchiha. After they calmed their emotions, Ryota Uchiha spoke. Ryota Uchiha, see could it be that Lord Lin Dong lost? Ryo-shun frowned before replying. Ryo-shun, I am afraid so. If he had won that this dome would have just disappeared. However, it got shattered by the inside force. Hearing this, Ryota Uchiha expressions also became grave. Ryota Uchiha, in that case, that person must be coming here next. Ryo-shun, yeah. But not now, maybe later. Since it still won't be easy for him to defeat Lord Lin Dong. He must also be injured and was trying to recover his wounds before coming here. Ryota Uchiha, I also agree. But we can't face him now. Let's retreat for now. This world is so big. He will also take a lot of time to find us. Ryo-shun, let's do so. Once we will find the hiding place, we will try to contact our guilds. Both nodded at each other and were about to retreat when. Growl. Groan. Wail. Woo. They heard sound of the wind. Realizing from where that sound was coming, both shivered and turned their neck like a marionette. There they saw Ace standing in the middle of the black flames-covered area looking at them with the same cold look as before. But currently she was covered by hurricane around her. That hurricane was like an armor which was keeping those black flames away from touching her. Just when Ryota Uchiha used Inferno style, flame control, to order the flames to rush at Ace, she covered herself with a wind. Hence, it was the wind around her that touched the flames, not the Ace herself. Then she just waited her patiently so that they both start to lower their guard. Then with their down guard and element of surprise, she had 90% certainty that she could kill at least one of them. As a result, when she saw this was the chance, she decided to use Ariel, which could increase both her strength and speed greatly. Then she brought her azure lambent light in front and charged towards them. A spiral tornado was formed at the pointed tip of the lambent light, and a whole hurricane was behind her. Since she wanted to kill at least one of them, if possible, she decided to use strongest attack. Ace, Le Souffle. Ryushan and Ryota Uchiha, SHIT. They both saw as how Ace was charging at them. They didn't even have the time to ready themselves. In the end, Ryushan made a final decision. He kicked Ryota Uchiha out of the way before showing sad smile. Ryushan, you know what to do. Then he put all his magic into his twin blades and took Ace head on. Ryota Uchiha wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Ace was already in front of Ryushan. Ryushan, HAA. Ryushan let out a battle cry and attacked. Horizontal slash, upper slash, horizontal slash, horizontal slash, downward slash, upward slash. 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 Ryushan, starburst stream. Ryushan put his everything in his starburst stream. That's the only thing he could do at this point. And he succeeded in decreasing the power of Ace, Le Souffle somewhat. Bang. An explosion occurred once done. Still, the result was thrust. Splurt. Azure lambent light penetrated his chest and came out of his back. Drip. Drip. Blood was dripping down on the ground. Seeing whom she killed, Ace was a little disappointed. She wanted to kill Ryota Uchiha since he possessed techniques like Amaterasu and Susanoo, which were a great threat to her. Nevertheless, she just shook her head and was about to cut Ryushan's body into two when. Ryushan, why you are not going anywhere? Shink. Shink. Thuk. Thuk. Both his twin blades fell from his hand and struck in the ground as he grabbed Ace's arm tightly, not letting her go. She got shocked and tried to pull back, but she still needed a bit of time to do so. Then suddenly all her hair stood on the end and instincts started to scream of incoming doom. She turned towards Ryota Uchiha, and her face lost all the color. Susanoo had appeared again. However, this time instead of looking like a skeleton, it had an appearance. It had demonic horns on his head and had a long appendage on its chin. It also had a malevolent grin on his face. Yet, the thing which made her feel fear was the bow on its left arm. Its right arm had put a chakra-condensed arrow on it and was pulling the string while pointing at both Ryushan and Ace. Ryushan, let's see if you can survive this. A power was released from Ryushan's body and restrained all of Ace's movements. Ace tried to use her strength and magic to break these restraints. Shatter. She succeeded but was a second too late though. Fwoosh. Shick. Splurt. The chakra-condensed arrow penetrated the back of Ryushan and came out of his chest. But it didn't stop there and penetrated through Ace's chest too and came out of her back. Ace, HRRGH. Ack. Ugh. Blood came out of Ace's mouth before the arrow took both of its victims away at a great speed. Fwoosh. Bang. They both got embedded on the faraway mountain. Ace, cough 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 cough. Ace started to cough blood violently and looked at Ryushan in front who still had some strength left and was showing a grin. Ace, why you cough cough wanted to take cough be both of cough us tea together cough cough cough. Ryushan, if it can, kill you, then I won't, mind. Ace, why you? Ryushan, looks like you still had some strength left. I won't give you any chance, farewell. Ryushan then closed his eyes and died. Though the moment he died all his remaining magic came out and restrained Ace again. Ace became confused why she was restrained again. However, in the next instant, horror appeared on her face when she saw that the arrow which was currently embedding her on the mountain started to glow intensely. She tried to move but to no avail. Then arrow radiated to the limit and exploded. Ace, my lord. Kaboom. That was the Ace last thought when the nuke explosion engulfed her. Kaboom. Another nuke explosion occurred at this time. Ryota Uchiha, who didn't have much strength looked towards the direction of another explosion. This nuke explosion was several times stronger than the one done by his Susanoo's arrow. That explosion was the result of Lin Dong's Eye of Ancestral Symbol and Premi's Hex Rend. Even the scale of that explosion was too big. A shockwave released from it even reached Ryota Uchiha location and hit him. Bang. Ryota Uchiha, GUH. Having no strength left to defend himself, he rolled down on the ground for some time before stopping. Blood was also coming out from the corner of his mouth, and he laid down on the ground breathing heavy. He remained like this until the explosions died down. Ryota Uchiha, huff huff damn. Isn't the battle on Lord Lin Dong's side over? What was that mushroom of explosion? After his breathing became stable, he took a deep sigh. Ryota Uchiha, well, it's a good thing now that I think about. It's the proof that Lord Lindong is still alive. And now that I am done on my side, I just need to wait for him to come to my rescue. Though, Ryota Uchiha became happy a bit too soon because in the next moment. Boom. Bellow. Groan. Roar. A giant tornado of black wind rose into the sky. He became shocked and looked at location. And in the next instant, he became pale, and his body started to tremble violently. Ryota Uchiha, that's impossible. All the rubble was thrown away by the tornado. And in the middle of the tornado, he saw Ace. Dread grabbed his heart when he saw her. Ace had many severe injuries on her. Blood was leaking out of them. Especially from her chest, which was penetrated by the arrow. She was completely covered in blood. However, what scared him was not her appearance but her eyes. If before her eyes were cold, currently they were emotionless. As if she was looking at the dead person. Step. 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 Step by step she walked towards him. In her current state, Ace can't even feel the pain. She walked few steps before disappearing and appearing in front of Ryota Uchiha, who was still laying on the ground instantly. This time, he didn't even see her shadow and Ace was already in front of him. He then tried to say something but. Ryota Uchiha, W8. Thrust. Ryota Uchiha. Azure lambent light penetrated his chest and destroyed his heart. Shin. 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 She then cut his body into thousands of pieces to prevent any chance of him being able to stay alive. Once confirming his death, she finally turned her attention towards the explosion which occurred due to Lin Dong and Premi's clash and dashed towards that direction muttering. Ace, my lord. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Final Battle Begins, Final. *A/N, Final Chapters of this volume 1520. The entire battlefield had been devastated by Lin Dong and Premi's final clash. The power they released was so strong that there were still some residues of it left in the atmosphere. And these residues were more than enough to turn even a level 10 being to ash with just a slight touch. Lin Dong. Lin Dong was lying on the ground while looking at the sky. His face was completely pale while he was in his last breath. In the last attack, he used up all his blood essence to increase its power. So, even if Premies won't kill him now, he will still die soon anyway. Step. 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 Premies approached him at this time. Unlike Lin Dong, whose condition was very severe, Premies was still same as before. He didn't even have a single scratch on him. Lin Dong didn't turn his head towards Premies and just kept on staring at the sky. After reaching him, Premies looked at him and spoke. Premies, you lost. Lin Dong, yes. It's my loss, senior. Both became silent after this. The silence remained for some time before Lin Dong spoke. Lin Dong, thank you, senior. It was really the best fight I could ever possibly ask for. Premies. Premies didn't reply. He also raised his head and stared at sky like Lin Dong. He only opened his mouth after few seconds. Premies, do you mind if I ask something? Lin Dong, if it's something I could answer then I will. Lin Dong thought Premies wanted to ask about his past or why did they want to invade the world or something along the line, however, his next words made him open his eyes wide. Premies, I wonder why the main protagonist, Wudong Qian-Kuan, and one of the three guardians of the Great Thousand World, trying to invade the worlds like that of Heavenly Evil Monarch and his fiend clan from that world. A sad smile appeared on Lin Dong's face as he spoke. Lin Dong, so, senior already knew who I am. It's really an honor. Saying this he became silent again as he started to go through his memories. Then he sighed. Lin Dong, since senior knows about me then you must have also known about our battle against Heavenly Evil Monarch. Premies, if I remember correctly, he had trouble facing you, Flame Emperor, and Mu Chen at the same time, thus he sacrificed his 9 eyes and his lifespan to use the 10th eye. And when Mu Chen ascended to the Great Ruler realm, he wasn't his match and decided to flee. Still, before he could flee far, Mu Chen had gathered the battle wool into a single streamer, which pierced his 10th eye, thus in the process killing him. Lin Dong, yes, this would have happened. But it didn't. Premies frowned before opening his mouth. Premies, someone interfered. No. To be more precise, someone interfered with the timeline. Lin Dong startled hearing this. Lin Dong, as senior, you really are something. Yes. That's what happened. His father who had died in Heaven Genesis World came and saved him at the last moment. Premies, Saint God. Huh. Lin Dong, exactly. And he was a lot stronger than before. No matter what we threw at him, it was useless. As a result, we the Great Thousand World lost. Premies, he must have become Dimensional God. Only a dimensional god can hurt another dimensional god. That's because dimensional gods are completely immune against the attacks of those who aren't one. It was to the point that even if you get a dimensional god weapon, you still won't be able to scratch them. Premies glanced at Lin Dong. He can already guess what happened next. Lin Dong gritted his teeth as he still vividly remembered how all died right in front of his eyes, but he failed to do anything. All three of them were completely suppressed by that saint god like they were ants. Premies, is that why you joined these invaders? Premies' words brought Lin Dong back to the present. He sighed again. Lin Dong, if you have lost everything and was at the lowest point of your life, someone came knocking at your door saying you can still reverse the situation. I am sure everyone will accept that offer without much thought. Premies, yes. Lin Dong, that's the same case here. Premies, however, you realize that it was just a false hope. Lin Dong, exactly. But too late by then. When I realized the truth, I have completely lost all hope. The person who came to me with this offer did the same with Saint God. They told him about his future and gave the same offer. He accepted, of course. That's why not only did he survive but he also became more powerful. Premies. Lin Dong, after countless years of investigation, I came to know that this happened every time. When they invade worlds, they were given strict instruction to not kill that world's protagonist. Later when that protagonist was at his lowest point after losing everything, some of their high-ranking members approached with the same offer. On top of that, they even contact antagonist of that world before even invading. Premies, so, in the end, they get both the protagonist and antagonist of that world to their side. Talk about win-win situation. Lin Dong, yes. They don't care about the lives of other people. They just want protagonists and antagonists since they had a lot of potential and can have a great use to them. Premies, premies, no wonder. In the entire world, protagonist and antagonist are the center of the world. Like if the will of the world made its move to protect its hero in case of danger, it did the same for its villain too. Because it can't let anyone except the hero to kill the villain. Premies then shook his head and decided to think more about it at later date. Lin Dong, Senior, can I also ask you something? Premies, go on. Lin Dong, what is your goal? Premies, my goal. Huh. Lin Dong, yes. Since you are not with those people, your goal is to stop them? Premies, no. I am not such a benevolent person, Lin Dong. Then Premies turned his gaze into horizon. However, his eyes were looking at something beyond. Premies, my goal. My fight. Is still a long way. It's so far that I am not even at the starting point yet. Premies, yes. I need to unlock the second seal of my awakening if I want to even reach the starting point. Means I need to become 6th level existence first before taking my first step. Premies, in front of that goal, that fight, these invaders are nothing. Lin Dong got astounding hearing that. In case someone as strong as Premies was not even at the starting point, then he didn't even dare to guess how far his goal is. Lin Dong, I am sure Senior will reach his goal one day. Premies. Premies didn't answer. He just kept on looking at horizon. Premies, I won't be so sure though. Even 12th level existence failed and died. Twilight said that these 12th level existences commit suicide, but I know it won't be that simple. Someone who could force these existences to take that step must be something others can't comprehend. Premies then looked at his system panel at the side. Twilight was still silent. She must still be trying to find the reason of what happened before. Premies, anyway. According to Twilight, she divided the information into 3 parts. I am already absorbed first one. Second and third one will be when I will reach level 4 and 5 respectively. I will know then. Lin Dong, can I ask you for a favor, Senior? Premies. Lin Dong, don't worry. I won't overstep my boundaries. Premies, what is it? Lin Dong, before that. Lin Dong raised his hand with great difficulty. Whoosh. A light came penetrating from the distance and stopped in his hand. Once it dimmed, 7-colored spear which got blew away before reappeared. Next, 8 lights shot out of his body and 8 ancestral symbols made their appearance again. Lin Dong nodded before making a cutting gesture with one of his fingers. Splurt. Lin Ding, HRRGH. Blood came out of his mouth as he severed all his connection with both the 7-colored spear and ancestral symbols. Lin Dong, I know it's not much and mostly useless to Senior, but I still hope they can help you in your journey. Premies stretched his hand as the 7-colored spear landed on it. Lin Dong, even though they are weak from Senior's standard, I am sure Senior can make them strong enough so that they can be of help in future. Premies, my Aincrad Supreme also have skills related to spear. And since I don't have any spear, I guess I can use the 7-colored spear. Lin Dong, there's one more thing that I also want to entrust to the Senior. In the next moment, he turned his hand to knife and penetrated his own chest. Thrust. Splurt. Gritting his teeth to not scream out of pain, he dug deeper and pulled his heart out. Ba dump. Ba dump. Ba dump. Premies remained indifferent at Lin Dong's action. His gaze was not on his heart but the thing inside it. Lin Dong then squeezed his heart and destroyed it. Squeeze. Splurt. Splash. Once it was destroyed, an object in the size of a fist made its appearance. The object was emitting a faint light. There was something about that light, to the point that even Ophis and Xingming narrowed their eyes seeing it. Premies brought his other hand, which was not holding the seven-colored spear, forward and took that object from Lin Dong's hand. Inside the object was a small world. Well, calling it a world will be extravagating since it only had a floating island on which he could see a big courtyard-like thing. Though the courtyard was 90% destroyed and remaining 10% was barely keeping it from falling. Lin Dong, this is martial realm. Me and my wives created it when we ascended to the Great Thousand World. Even though the Great Thousand World is no more, I still can't bring myself to abandon it. Inside are my entire lifetime of treasures, manuals, knowledge and so on. This is the last and the only time I can give you. I don't have anything else left. Premies. Premies looked at the martial realm in his hand. He could everything present inside. He then raised one of his brows and chuckled. Premies, giving your wives to another man. You really are one sort of a husband. Lin Dong didn't become angry hearing this and chuckled too. Lin Dong, I never thought Senior also knows how to joke. Premies smiled hearing his response before turning his attention back to martial realm. Inside with many things he also saw two heavenly beauties. Appeared to be Lin Dong's wives. However, they both are already dead. He can tell that their souls dissipated long time ago. In other words, they were just corpse. Premies, if I remembered correctly, you also had a daughter when you fought, Heavenly Evil Monarch. Lin Dong became silent again before sadness appeared in his eyes. Lin Dong, I failed to even secure the body of my daughter when she died. I not only failed as a husband but also as a father. Premies. Premies also became silent and moved his attention at the horizon again. Some memories appeared in his mind before he sighed inwardly. Premies, I failed too. As a son. As a husband. As a father. As a grandfather. And many more. Premies, so, what favor you wanted to ask for? Lin Dong, Senior, I only have two friends left. One is Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan, and other is the Great Ruler, Mu Chen. If you will meet them in future, I hope you can also free them like how you free me. They both are also in lot of pain and like me felt themselves responsible for the fall of the Great Thousand World and their family. Premies, I promise. Lin Dong smiled hearing this. Lin Dong, thank you. Then light disappeared from Lin Dong's eye and Premies can tell that at the last moment he even burned his own soul. Not that surprising, because when he will reincarnate, he will definitely recover his memories and will suffer again remembering his failure. Hence, by burning his own soul, he gave himself a true death. A true salvation. With this the protagonist, Wudong Qian Kuan, and one of the three guardians of the Great Thousand World, died.